Chapter 2742, Blood-Haired Man Enters Yilong Universe. What formation is good to create? It seems that my ability to retain people is still lacking. Only Jing Hua Shuiyu Andong Nian Fengxian can be used, and the Nianfeng space is easily broken by others. In this case, just create a formation to trap people. Thinking of this, Su Lang made a decision, and immediately began to search for a 7-plane eternal combined formation. Benefit from the functions of 1 thought formation, and 1 key decomposition. He can try different combinations of formations at the fastest speed. Anyway, if something goes wrong, just break down the wrong formation, and when you're done, you can try the next combination in an instant. Just as Su Lang constantly tried to design the joint formation of the 7 eternal realms. The blood-haired man has stepped into the upper universe of the Yilong universe, the Yilong universe. He inquired about the intelligence in detail and knew that the Yilong universe and Dudu universe did not communicate. Even many eternal powerhouses who are not low-level do not know the existence of Dudu Zhouyu, let alone Su Lang's name and Suiyu Zhouyu. The blood-haired man entered the Yilong universe with confidence and boldness. Yilong universe will definitely not be easily used by me. It's just that if you can convince them, you can save a lot of trouble. The blood-haired man thought in his heart and looked into the distance, where there are already a large number of eternal dragons and eternal strong dragons that travel through time and space and emerge. He smiled, arched his hands, and began to negotiate. But soon after, toast and not eat fine wine. The blood-haired man looked unhappy, his eyes were cold, causing countless ripples in time and space. From now on, the Yilong universe belongs to me. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me die. This is so rampant, dare to be wild in my Yilong universe. What about the great power of the 8 eternal realm? Everyone, summon ancestral dragon. The eternal dragons with different shapes and colors and the eternal warriors with burly and powerful dragon veins are angry. They worked together to summon the strongest combat power in the Yilong universe, and began to attack the blood-haired man. A trembling battle of more than half of the Yilong universe begins. Su Lang didn't know this, and was still designing the 7 eternal formations. I don't know how long it will take. He finally designed the 7 eternal realm array that made him very satisfied. This formation was named by him as the Desperate Eternal Prison Array, and the purpose of the practice was to turn the entire universe into a desperate cage. This formation has a very powerful ability to catch people, trap people, and grind people, and it is the kind that can mobilize the power of the natural universe. This allowed Su Lang to have an extra means of trapping people while freeing his hands. Desperate Eternal Prison. After growing up, it must be a formation that even the 9-universe eternal realm must be afraid of. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he immediately activated the 1 key formation function to refine the formation of the Desperate Eternal Prison formation. Although this large formation is the 7 eternal realm, it is combined by the 6 eternal array, so it does not exceed the refinement limit of the 1 key refinement function. It was almost instantaneous. Ding! Successfully refining the formation, you will obtain the perfect quality, Desperate Eternal Prison Great Formation, Array 1. The sound has not disappeared. A formation disk appeared in Su Lang's storage space. The refining is complete. Su Lang took out the formation and arranged it directly in a small area in front of him. The scope of this formation can be large or small. The smaller the scope, the stronger the power. After the formation is expanded, a small area in the front is slightly distorted, as if looking at the rear view through a hot flame. Grow up for me now. The system, activate the function of formation self-regeneration, and the goal is Desperate Prince formation. Su Lang locked onto the large array in front with his divine mind, and for the first time activated the array's self-regeneration function. A mysterious force appeared out of thin air, integrated into the front formation. Su Lang felt that the formation was alive, and he began to constantly improve himself, evolving towards a higher level. Chapter 2743, Daily Practice and Empowerment. The speed of this evolution is very, very fast. Su Lang can almost see the continuous flickering, twisting, and fusion of each formation with his naked eyes, becoming more and more powerful. If you continue at this speed, it is estimated that you will be able to evolve to the level of the 8 universes in a few days. Su Lang looked excited, and immediately took a look at his storage space and found that all kinds of heaven, material and earth treasures were also rapidly disappearing. It's just that the speed of the disappearance of the treasures of heaven material and earth is much slower than the speed of self-regeneration of the formation. It can be seen that the function of self-regeneration of formation is very efficient and consumes very little. I'll go, this self-reproducing function is simply too abnormal. It deserves to be a bonus function of level 20 with the 1-key array function. Su Lang stroked his chin happily. He began to wait boringly again. In the boring waiting, the cultivator in the mysterious black space finally accumulated more savings, reaching the point where Su Lang could be promoted to a higher level. It's time to break into the 7 eternal realm. Su Lang's loose eyes condensed slightly, revealing a touch of excitement. System, activate the crystal wall universe function, I want to break through. With a thought, the system function is activated. Numerous cultivation bases poured into Su Lang's body, mixed with time Dao, and then merged into the crystal wall world locked in by his spirit. These crystal wall worlds have become crystal wall universes that can produce the power of the universe. The qualitative change from the first crystal wall world to the 100 million crystal wall world qualitative change is just in an instant. A powerful aura burst out of Su Lang's body, sweeping across all directions, stirring the entire Dudu universe. In this mighty breakthrough fluctuation, the number of his crystal wall universe has been soaring from more than 5,500. Crossed the threshold of the 8,000 Gai crystal wall universe, and continued to advance, and finally stopped at 9,100 Gai. The repair is completely consumed. 9,100 crystal walls. Although the people in the 8 universes are only early characters, my strength has already leapt to a higher level. System, call up my attribute panel. Su Lang thought, and a light curtain appeared in front of him. Realm level, 7 eternal. Attack level, 8 eternity. Defensive level, 8 eternity. Shenfa level, 8 eternity. Endurance level, 8 eternity. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 56, 1 key martial arts function, level 56, 1 key clone function, level 55, 1 key treasure hunting function, level 55, 1 key alchemy function, 21 1 key mixer function, 21 level, 1 key refining function, 21 level, 1 key synthesis function, 21 level, 1 key initiation function, 30 level, 1 key enhancement function, 15 level, 1 key decomposition function, no level. Daily combat power is already at the normal 8-plane level, and it must have reached the intermediate level, but it has not yet reached the level of a plus. After using various weapons and secret techniques, you will definitely be stronger, and it will be easier to reach the top level of the 8 eternal realm. In addition, the various upgraded system functions seem to be pleasing to the eye. Hehe, so happy. The corner of Su Lang's mouth outlines a satisfied smile. Just then the 1 key empowerment function was refreshed, and he immediately sent Chu Xiaobei and others, Xu Ning, Yu Yangli and others in anxious manner, and began to empower. Before that, he would empower his subordinates every day. One time was 1,000 or 200 times, and it didn't take long before everyone under his command received the super easy proficiency eternal technique empowered by Su Lang. This makes the combat power of the subordinates become stronger and more loyal. After giving people daily empowerment, Su Lang fell into a boring practice again. But if he can continue to cultivate so peacefully, then he will be very happy. Before long, there was a bad news from below. Chapter 2744, Invasion of the Yilong Universe. Is there an eternal powerhouse outside the Dudu universe who has entered our territory? Those external eternal powerhouses are mostly different kinds of eternal dragons, and eternal dragon veins. Hehe, it seems that the people from the Yilong universe are here. Yes, after all, the 2 universes are adjacent to each other. Even if there are a large number of universes separated by white realms, there is a border. Perhaps, the Yilong universe has already known about the existence of the Dudu universe, but it has been pressed and not sent. Now that we know that the Dudu universe has changed, we send someone to check it out. If there is a chance, they will occupy Dudu Joyu without hesitation. Su Lang looked at the jade plaque in his hand with a sneer in his eyes. Not to mention that he has now been promoted to the 7 eternal realm, deducing the source secrets of various exercises. Even with the previous combat power, I would not be afraid of the Yilong universe. The big deal is that the soldiers come to cover the water and the earth, fight to support the war, to kill to stop the killing. It depends on what choice you will make. If the person is not good, don't blame me for being merciless. While thinking about it, Su Lang used the jade card of transmission to distribute the order, let people come to negotiate, and closely monitor the people in the Yilong universe. Not long after this order was given, Xu Ning personally brought bad news. Xu Ning fell from midair to the opposite platform and saluted Su Lang. Since following Su Lang's continuous battle, she has completely worshipped Su Lang, and has become more respectful. Su Lang can do anything to her. Su Lang did not do whatever he wanted to her for the time being. Sit. What made you go there for yourself? You should be preparing for a breakthrough now. Su Lang pointed to the jade futon in front of Aji and asked with a smile. We negotiated with the people of Yilong universe. Although they retreat on the surface, they are constantly infiltrating our natural universe in secret. I don't know where their information came from, and they are very familiar with many areas of our Dudu universe, and now I don't know how many hidden children have been inserted. Xu Ning said solemnly, at this moment, the matter is very important, I can't make a decision, please give instructions from the leader. Yilong universe is really bad-hearted. In that case, let's give them some color to see. The corner of Su Lang's mouth curled, and he smiled coldly. It just so happens that I am very short of the origin of the universe and all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. I will summon eternal members. Xu Ning nodded heavily, and immediately took out the jade card of transmission to write the order, and after showing it to Su Lang, he sent it out. This order has just arrived. Suddenly, the eternal warriors of the entire Dudu universe began to act. Now there are nearly 180,000 eternal warriors in the Dudu alliance. The extra eternal warriors were all spawned by Su Lang using the empowerment function, just like the mass production of 2 junior powerhouses in the boundless world. Anyway, you only need to initiate the time avenue, and nothing else. For countless years in Dudu Joyu, I don't know how many half-step eternal warriors, many of them are on the verge of a breakthrough, it's just a time when the road is close. Su Lang complimented the time avenue for it, and they would naturally break through. These newly promoted eternal warriors, although they don't have much combat power. However, it is still possible to serve as a liaison, spy, or clerks in the major areas of the Dudu universe. There are not many low-level eternal powers sent out, and even those sent out will only be sent to the nearby universe. Su Lang's more than 10,000 shadow clones are not a display. Each of these more than 6,000 clones has a combat power that is infinitely close to the 8 eternal realm, and its mobility is countless times stronger than the ordinary eternal. The order sent by Xu Ning was to return all the eternal warriors dispatched abroad. So it was Su Lang's turn to take action. Buying clone, show it to me. Su Lang thought. A large number of buying avatars suddenly appeared in the Dudu Joyu natural universe where he had been. When he was encircling the secret agent of Suyu Yuzhou domain before, his footsteps had almost reached the entire Dudu domain. Sending the avatar over now is just a matter of thought. Just when Su Lang dispatched a clone. Chapter 2745, Blood-Haired Man and the Ancestor of Yilong. Somewhere in the natural universe closer to Dudu universe. The mysterious blood-haired man hides in the void, and no one can find him. The reason why the people from the Yilong universe suddenly appeared in the Dudu universe was naturally his handwriting. In the Yilong universe, with the power of one person, he conquered the entire Yilong universe, and beat fear. Immediately, he lured him to profit, assuming that his deity was the strongest of the 9 eternal realm, made various promises, and also promised to lead the 8 eternal dragon ancestors of the Yilong universe to search the page of eternal life together. Under the leadership of the eternal dragon ancestor of the 8 universes, the entire Yilong universe is fully devoted to the blood-haired man. The eternal ancestor dragon of the 8 universes led the eternal strong in the clan, together with the old eternal strong of blood-haired men, began to weave a net of siege against Su Lang. Each and every eternal powerhouse is like a virus, madly invading Dudu universe, which is much stronger than the invasion of Yuzhou universe in the past. Relying on the map of the universe, the road to round up made by the blood-haired man is very tight and perfect. If Su Lang wants to escape, he will be able to stop him immediately. The net of siege has been shed. Su Lang must have also known the news. But with his combat power, he probably won't be too jealous of the Yilong universe, he won't choose to escape, but choose to fight. So, he must still be in the Dudu universe now. There was a chill in the blood-haired man's eyes. Even if he was about to call the ancestor of Yilong, he went to Dudu universe, the so-called net of sieges just to prevent Su Lang from falling off just in case. Only he and the ancestor of Yilong are the ones who have to face Su Lang. A message suddenly appeared in his transmission treasure. The transmission of the treasure tool was very dynamic, and a trace of blue electricity broke out directly, reminding the blood-haired man of important news. This is the most urgent way for my guards to show up. What happened? The blood-haired man's expression changed, his movements stagnated, and his brows slightly frowned. He picked up the communication treasure that not only bursts with blue current, and poured the power of the universe. A picture is condensed. The subordinate encounters the mysterious 7 eternal powerhouse. This person has almost reached the level of the 8 cosmos, and the subordinate can't hold it. Ah, the blood spirit broke out. I fought with you. In the picture, a frightened look of the eternal blue-haired man of the 7 universes said anxiously, and he could see that there was a barrier about to break in front of him. The barrier is broken. The green-haired man showed a decisive expression, and he happily performed a self-harming secret technique, and his whole body suddenly exploded. A white sword light occupies all of his vision. Immediately afterwards, the blood-haired man saw his guard pierced by sword light and died directly. Then Su Lang has such a powerful subordinate. Moreover, I happen to be bumped into by my guard. Besides Su Lang, in Dudu Joyu, is there really such a powerful person? The blood-haired man did not see the appearance of Su Lang's avatar from the transmission projection, only saw a figure shrouded in bright light. Separated from a large number of natural universes, he couldn't develop his spiritual thoughts to investigate only by relying on the transmission treasure. The sudden accident brought the blood-haired man's actions to a halt. He took the jade card of transmission and sent orders to the subordinates in the universe near the guard to investigate. As for himself, he set off again to the Dudu universe. He is fast. The ancestor of Yilong lurking forward from other directions is also fast. The two have entered the Dudu universe in just a few breaths. 7 eternal realm warriors, and it's a very strong kind. The key point is that the one killed by the clone just now has no dragon veins on his body, and the exercises he practiced obviously have nothing to do with the dragon clan. Could it be that this is just one case? Through the sharing of perception, Su Lang carefully observed the blood-haired man's guard. A trace of doubt arose in his eyes. Chapter 2746. Just try the new secret technique. Another clone found an eternal powerhouse lurking in, obviously not from the dragon race. Take a look at the properties panel. Good guy, the same exercises practiced by the green-haired man I killed before. It seems that this is someone from another force. Yilong universe unexpectedly united with the rest of the universe and launched an invasion against me. That is to say, I want to buy and face, not just one 8 universe powerhouse, but 2, or more. However, it doesn't matter, as long as these 2 people are not all powerful at the top level of the 8 universes, they are completely worthwhile. Take another 10,000 steps, even if the opponent is the top level powerhouse of the 2 8 universes, I can completely fight one. Su Lang thought about this, and looked down the opposite platform, where all the eternal powerhouses had gathered. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully and bowed down together. Another invaded, our Dudu universe. As everyone knows, in fact, our Dudu universe can't last for many years. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Now they are coming in, we are just in time to kill them and move ourselves a nest. Leader Shenwei is invincible. Any intruder will be killed by the Lord. Some mayflies are just a little bit. Your Lord will take action. It's easy to destroy them. I am waiting to follow the Lord, fight against the power of the 8 cosmos, and seize the high-level cosmic domain for my own use. An eternal strong man is full of fighting spirit, his expression is excited and impassioned. Those who have personally experienced the killing of the old ancestors see Ko Yun can't wait and are eager to try. Now, everyone returns in order. Su Lang waved his right hand as he spoke, and the life universe channel and the infinite space appeared simultaneously. The boundless number at this time has been upgraded again. Even when no one has settled in now, they have the aura of the intermediate level of the 8 universes, and the early stage of the 8 universes is more than enough. The infinite has become stronger. 8 eternal realm, that is the eternal emperor soldier of the eternal realm. My lord's method is really against the sky. In such a short period of time, he not only repaired the infinite, but also promoted it to the 8 eternal realm. Ha 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 ha, it seems that this battle will be easier than we thought. I really want to see what the intruders look like when they see the infinity. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up to the infinity. Hey, I'm the 33rd, 572nd. I envy you seniors, I can only be a substitute. A series of eternal powerhouses were excitedly discussing works, turning into streamers one after another, entering their corresponding parts of infinity. There are more than 70,000 weaker eternal warriors who have entered Su Lang's life universe and become substitutes. The sea of people under the platform has become empty. However, the aura of the boundless ship became stronger and stronger, and it had reached the advanced level of the 8 universes. This is still in the case that Su Lang clones are all outside and not stationed in the infinity, otherwise, it will be stronger. Su Lang drove the boundless ship, took one step, and instantly appeared in a lifeless desert in Dudu universe. 2 extremely slight temporal and spatial fluctuations came from a distance. One of them is so slight that it can hardly be found. If it hadn't been for Su Lang to control the infinity at this time, and the combat power surged, it would really be possible to ignore the past. Hehe, just try my new secret technique. Su Lang looked into the distance, a sneer was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and the breath of infinity was like a tsunami, announcing his existence unscrupulously. The sky millions of light years away. This kind of fluctuation is that humanoid weapon. Huh, it really is still in the Dudu universe. He didn't even conceal himself and didn't move. It seems that he was waiting for me. Killing a Sikoyun, you think you are terrific. Really ridiculous. The blood-haired man hurried to the place where Su Lang was under the guidance of Tongyu Mizuo Orb. Chapter 2747. No, your future is full of darkness. Another direction. A 10,000-meter-long gray dragon is also constantly traveling through time and space, rushing towards the round agreed with the blood-haired man. The gray dragon head has a dragon horn knot, and countless dragon bristles are like a peerless sword, constantly cutting through time and space in the action of the dragon. How fast is the speed of the 8 eternal realm? One person and one dragon appeared in the vast and boundless desert, and saw the boundless ship standing upright in the sky with 2 feet in the desert. As soon as I saw the boundless, the blood-haired man and the ancestor of Yilong were shocked. This humanoid weapon has reached the advanced level of the 8 universes. How is this possible? In the previous battle, this weapon was obviously damaged. How can it be repaired in such a short time and so many and so heavy injuries? The blood-haired man shrank his pupils slightly, his expression a little gloomy. The Lord of Dudu is stronger than we expected. The ancestor of Yilong had never seen the scene of Su Lang driving the infinite to fight Sikoyun, and smiled. With your power, you can easily kill it and take the page of eternal life. Even if Su Lang's boundless number is the eternal high level of the 8 universes, under the joint hands of him and the blood-haired man, it is not enough to see. Because he alone is an eternal high-level powerhouse in the 8 universes. No matter what method he uses to quickly repair the weapon, with his current strength, it is impossible to be our opponent. The blood-haired man nodded slightly, his body moved, and flew further towards the infinity. The ancestor of Yilong quickly followed. Su Lang was also looking at the blood-haired man and the ancestor of Yilong, and called up the opponent's attribute panel. The blood-haired man is named xianxia, an eternal powerhouse at the top level of the 8 universes, who has mastered a variety of eternal secrets of founding proficiency. The ancestor of Yilong was named Yi Nanjuo, an eternal powerhouse of the 8 universes, and also a senior powerhouse. These two are much stronger than Sikoyun. The two combined, it was a powerful combination, so Su Lang did not dare to despise it. An eternal strong man also showed a solemn and resolute expression, and he had already made preparations to give his life. xianxia and Yi Nanjuo had already arrived not far ahead, and had almost entered Su Lang's attack range. The Lord Su Lang is in front of you. xianxia didn't do anything immediately, but arched his hands slightly and said, the two of you, with a large group of people invaded my Dudu universe, and even sneaked into Dudu universe. I don't believe you have good intentions. Su Lang's indifferent voice came from the mouth of the boundless horn, shaking nearby hundreds of thousands of light years. Fortunately, there is a desert around, and there are no creatures far away, so there is no need to worry about killing innocent people. Su Lang, with your superior combat power in the 8 eternal realm, you dare to talk to Shangku Hanju like this? I tell you, Shangku Han Lord is the clone of the eternal power of the 9 universes. If you dare to resist, 10 lives are not enough for you to die. Now Shangku Han Lord is willing to give you a chance to surrender. As long as you hand over the page of eternal life and surrender to the Lord, you will not only survive, but also live better. At that time, the eternal realm of the 9 universes will not be a dream, and there will be a greater chance of getting the page of eternal life, detaching from the endless universe, and truly immortal. Look at me, it's an example. Following xianxia, my future is full of hope. Yi Nanjuo gave a cold snort, belittled and warned Su Lang, then smiled again and persuaded Su Lang to surrender. Do you think that following xianxia, the future is full of hope? Then you are so wrong, your future has completely fallen into darkness. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and his voice of disdain spread throughout the desert, because xianxia must die, unless the deity of the 9 universes comes. Secretly, he is ready for the dead clone. These surrogate avatars are scattered in Suiyu, Dudu universe, and the middle universe of Yilong universe where Yu Yangli had been. Even if the 9 eternal powers really come over, he will trigger death substitution, and there is no loss. Don't be ignorant of praise, don't know what to do. Now you don't eat this glass of toast. When the fine wine is poured, you won't have time to cry. Yi Nanjuo's complexion was stagnant, and a flame of anger rose in his eyes, burning. Chapter 2748, I can show you insight. Are you sure you want to fight me to death? You have to know, not only are you not my opponent, you can't even escape. xianxia raised his chin coldly and proudly, because my eternal army has blocked all your escape routes. Yi Nanjuo also sneered, eternal army, just your few dozen 7 eternal warriors. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly, I can show you what is meant by the real eternal army. During this time of preparation, his clone is not idle, he has been searching for the Yilong universe army that invaded Dudu universe region. In order to prevent the enemy from being scared away, except for the first one to be killed by him, the rest were discovered but not immediately killed. The clones have discovered the Yilong universe martial artist and xianxia's subordinates who formed the encirclement. And, always monitor the stronger eternal warriors. Su Lang's clone can be executed at any time for all the 7, 6, and 5 subordinates controlled by xianxia. Listen to Su Lang finish. I know you have a few strong 7 universe eternal warriors, but it's limited to those few. A cold light flashed in the cold eyes of Shang-Ku, and a trace of impatience appeared on his face. Even if the number of remaining eternal warriors is enough, they are all low-level ants. What kind of eternal army can you dare to call some trivial waste? Yi Nanjuo said with a sneer. The frog at the bottom of the well, alone and lonely. Now, let you see the real sky. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and immediately waved his right hand. His heart moved, and gave the clones an order to do it. However, the avatars of Su Lang are far away in the rest of the natural universe, and movement cannot be transmitted here. The flow of time in the middle lower universe is much slower, and you have to wait a while to see the results of your hands. However, xianxia and Yi Nanjuo thought that Su Lang would summon the army. It stands to reason that with a wave of the hand, thousands of troops emerged, swords and swords like forests, and the momentum was overwhelming. After Su Lang waved his hand, there was no response. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. xianxia and Yi Nanjuo looked at each other, and the latter burst out laughing. Master, this Su Lang summoned a bunch of air. Yi Nan laughed presumptuously, this is his eternal army, the invisible eternal army, it is ridiculous. Don't convene like this, you have to let someone hold back for a while, maybe they will hold back a few farts. Shang-Ku Han tweeted, his face also showed a slight sneer. An urgent message appeared in his transmission treasure, which blew up a large group of blue electric current. This is exactly the scene caused by the emergency call of his guards. It's an urgent message for a guard. Shang-Qiuhan was startled, and was about to open the communication treasure to see what was going on. A blue electric current exploded on the transmission treasure again, then the second, the third. How come my guards sent me emergency summons one after another? Could it be that they were attacked at the same time and are already on the verge of death? A hint of shock flashed in the cold eyes of Shang-Ku, and a sense of badness rose in my heart. This bad feeling, with more and more urgent communications, it became more intense. At this time, more than 20 urgent subpoenas have appeared, and more are still appearing. It should be understood that the number of 7 universe-level subordinates he brought with him is only more than 30. Seeing Shang-Qiuhan continuously receiving urgent messages, Yi Nanjuo also understood what was going on, and the whole person couldn't contain himself in horror. That is Shang-Qiuhan's 7 eternal subordinates. Each one is stronger than the ordinary eternal warrior of the 7 universes. But now, in a very short period of time, one after another emergency calls, or calls for help before death. Chapter 2749, the whole army under Shang-Qiuhan's command is annihilated. Does this mean the 7 eternal powers under Su Lang not only have a large number, but they are also stronger than those under Shang-Ku Han, and they are much stronger? Who is xianxia? The clone of 9 universe power. His subordinates are actually his deity, nurtured by the eternal power of the 9 universes. Who is Su Lang, a genius in a remote cosmic realm? Why did he cultivate such a strong and many subordinates? Now you know what the eternal army is. Su Lang, who was driving the infinity, looked down at xianxia and the two faintly. My army has long regarded your siege nets as prey, and now is the hunting time. Where did you come from so many 7 eternal warriors? xianxia's expression was dark, it was hard to see the extreme. At this time, the jade card of his communication was still erupting with blue lightning of emergency communication, telling him that his subordinates were still falling in the attack. Yi Nanjuo's expression also changed drastically, because he also received a lot of help messages or farewell messages from his subordinates. These distress messages come quickly and go quickly. There was no more movement in the jade cards of xianxia and Yi Nanjuo's transmission. However, their hearts are dripping blood, because they can confirm the life and death of their subordinates through other means. Their army has been destroyed, up to the eternal power of the 7 universes, down to the indiscriminate 3 universes and 2 universes, and even the eternal warriors of the 1 universe, all have been killed. The hunting of the subordinates is over, now it is my turn to hunt you. Su Lang clapped his hands, and the infinity made a synchronized movement. The giant planet-like palms slapped together, making a terrifying roar. Who do you think you are? If you kill some of my insignificant subordinates, you think you can beat me? xianxia's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. I have a lot of subordinates under the 7 Eternals, even the 8 Eternals is not uncommon. You are so brash, extremely ridiculous. These things you do are nothing to the Lord. And you have completely offended the Lord, there is no room for change, you are dead. Your subordinates can kill our people in such a short period of time. Surely they have all been sent to the periphery of Dudu Joyu. If I see it right, you, the eternal emperor soldier in human form, is a special type that gathers the power of countless powerful people. Your subordinates won't come back in a short time, and they will be killed by me when they come back. There is no chance to enter your imperial army. So, although you killed me and the Lord's subordinates, you also broke your arm. Just relying on your current high-level combat power in the 8 universes, it's about the same as mine. Yi Nanjuo echoed xianxia while looking at Su Lang coldly and sternly. What are you using to resist us? It's not ashamed of hunting us. Beep it out. Yi Nan burned out a bad breath and felt much more relaxed in his heart. After listening to Yi Nanjuo's analysis, xianxia looked a lot better. Those subordinates are really nothing to him. It's just that he hasn't suffered a failure for a long time. When his subordinates are killed, he is naturally angry. Since you can't cry without seeing the coffin, and you have to be stubborn, then go to death. xianxia's eyes were cold, and a slender red knife with a slight curvature appeared out of thin air with a slight pinch in his hand. This long sword is an eternal emperor soldier of the 8 universe realm, an immeasurable source-devouring blade. Yi Nanjuo also immediately took out his weapon, a long-handled sword of the 7 eternal realm. Chapter 2750, Su Lang, where are you holy? 8 universe level, eternal emperor soldier with energy-absorbing characteristics. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and used the weapon recognition function to get a thorough look at xianxia's weapon, and his heart sighed slightly. As for Yi Nanjuo's long-handled broadsword, there is nothing to say, it's just an eternal weapon with weak characteristics. Su Lang directly activates the system functions, except for the dead clone, all other clones are swallowed. The avatar and the twin avatars merged with each other to form an avatar with stars and clouds. The number and combat power of these Xingquanyan combined clones are the best ratios that Su Lang has obtained after many attempts, which can maximize the combat power of the infinite. Swallowing clone and Xingquanyan are over. Su Lang's own strength directly skyrocketed to the advanced level of 8 Zhous. In addition, an 8-planet class star Quanyun clone was stationed on the infinity, pushing it to the peak of the 8th planet. The breath of Wuyin skyrocketed, and the breath that accidentally leaked made the entire Dudu continent tremble. In this sudden change, it also made the two of xianxia look drastically changed. 8 universe peak level, how can Su Lang burst out with such a powerful force? This is already approaching the level of the 9 eternal realm. xianxia's eyes widened, and he looked at infinity with some gaping mouths. Even with his insights, it was a bit horrified. After all, Su Lang's boundless ship surpassed the top level directly from the advanced level and reached the peak state of the 8 universes, which can be said to be infinitely close to the level of the 9 universes. The gap between the 8 eternal realms is very, very big. Crossing 2 small realms one after another, no one can do it, but xianxia's deity is rarely seen. Even xianxia was shocked. Yi Nanjuo was even more shocked. How could he become so strong? This aura is more terrifying than Master xianxia. Yi Nanjuo was dumbfounded, looking up at the boundless number that casts a sky full of shadows, and his whole body was trembling slightly. I saw streamers flying out of the infinity. One pure white sword fell into the right hand of infinity, and the other golden sword fell into the left hand of infinity. A long glazed sword is suspended on the left waist of the infinity, and a round black shield revolves around the infinity. More weapons fell behind the infinity, turning into a gourd wrapped in 8 black jade chains, just like a colorful giant tree supporting the universe. With the addition of these 7 weapons, Wuyin exudes a more majestic and fierce aura, making xianxia and Yi Nanjuo's expressions changed again. 8 Eternal Realm weapon. All are the weapons of the 8 Eternal Realm. A total of 7 different types of eternal weapons of the 8 universes, plus this Eternal Emperor soldier in human form, a total of 8. What is Su Lang's background? How could he have so many Eternal Emperor soldiers of the 8 eternity? Stormy waves rose in Yi Nanjuo's heart, and his whole body even trembled slightly. He realized that he and xianxia seemed to have hit the iron plate. xianxia also felt this way. The 8 Eternal Emperor soldier, as the clone cultivated by the 9 eternal dedication, only possessed 1. But Su Lang owns 8. This gap is simply staggering. Su Lang, where are you holy? Could it be that you are also a clone of a certain 9 universe eternal senior? xianxia's body tightened and his expression was extremely solemn. If so, this is a misunderstanding. Maybe your deity and mine are acquainted, so why not just let it go? The more he thought, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Chapter 2751, Council, I won't let you go. Look. The opponent has more and stronger subordinates, and more and stronger Eternal Emperor soldiers, and even the power of the white world that erupted on the page of eternal life could not really kill. All signs indicate that Su Lang is very likely to be of the same type as him. If it is not the eternal clone of the 9 universes, it is simply the eternal power of the 9 universes reincarnated and rebuilt for various reasons. He persuaded, but in his opinion, this is called Kongxin, not counseling. Su Lang. Sir. It's because we didn't investigate the situation clearly, so we rushed in. Misunderstanding, it was all misunderstanding. Yi Nanjuo also slapped Haha with an anguished expression, obviously also persuaded. It's really faster than turning a book. If I said, I am not someone's clone, nor is it the 9 universe great power to rebuild, what shall you do? Su Lang's indifferent voice came from the mouth of the boundless horn. Immediately turn his face again and deal with me. Friend Su Lang, don't be joking, your excellency is so extraordinary, how can you be an ordinary eternal warrior of the 8 universes? If xianxia didn't feel the irony in Su Lang's words, he laughed and said. Yi Nanjuo immediately agreed, Su Lang. Sir, you see, our subordinates are all dead, and you have nothing to lose, so let's just forget it. I will tell you the truth. Actually, I am really not a 9 eternal reconstruction, let alone a clone of the 9 eternal realm. Su Lang sneered, so, you must fight me to the death. Although xianxia and Yi Nanjuo were soft, but he couldn't let them go. xianxia is a real avatar of the 9 universes. If you ask him to go back and investigate the truth and know that he guessed wrong, he will definitely call the deity. At that time, the trouble will be big. With the abilities of xianxia's deity, investigating Su Lang's footsteps is not easy, and certainly not difficult. Sooner or later, we have to match up. It's better to kill xianxia here first. Are you not a clone of 9 universe great power? Isn't it a powerful person who can rebuild 9 universes? xianxia squinted his eyes, and suddenly smiled. The Taoist joked, even if he took 10,000 steps, the Taoist really has nothing to do with the great power of the 9 universes. Because of the extraordinary qualities of the Taoist, he is not willing to offend him. We can't meet each other without fighting. Let's stop here, let's turn the fighting into jade silk. Yi Nanjuo said, he wanted to implement this matter. I said that I have nothing to do with the 9 universes and eternal fifth. It is really pitiful for you to not turn your face. Su Lang's ridiculous voice came from the infinity once again, unfortunately, you will not let you go. Your Excellency Su Lang. xianxia's eyes condensed, and he said coldly, that's the end of the conversation, are you going to fight us? Seeing that Su Lang still refused to take a break, Shang Qiuhan feels a little bad. In his opinion, Su Lang must be related to Ju Zhou Eternal, and the reason why he said those words was to tease them. But Su Lang was biting so hard that Shang Qiuhan had to wonder if the other party had an enmity with his deity, and he happened to run into him. You know that Lord Shang Qiuhan is the eternal clone of Ju Zhou. We want to go, you can't stop it at all, then you will usher in the disaster. Yi Nan's frantic expression gradually disappeared, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said coldly. Can't keep you, unless the 9 universes come forever, otherwise, this is a joke. Su Lang sneered again and again, and with a direct thought, the desperate eternal prison array immediately unfolded, covering a light-year radius. After these days, under the action of the self-reproduction function of the formation, the desperate eternal prison array has grown to the top level of the 8 Eternals. Although a lot of materials are consumed, the effect is surprisingly good. The Despair Eternal Prison Array was originally an array used to retain people, and it unfolded extremely fast. Shang Qiuhan and Yi Nanjuo hadn't reacted before they realized that they were enveloped by the formation. Chapter 2752, The Top 8 Universes, Now. This is the top-level formation of the 8 Eternal Realm. How is it possible? How can this formation be arranged in an instant? Even the arrangement of the 9-universe Eternal Level Super Array Mage will definitely take a while. Shang Qiuhan unfolded his spiritual thoughts, and looked at the formation arranged by Su Lang with horror. It was incredible. Yi Nanjuo's complexion became even more stiff, and her pupils shrank sharply. He could feel that if he came alone, he could not deal with this formation alone. Xuanwang grinding. Under Su Lang's guidance, the sky and the ground appeared on the top and bottom of the universe. The sky is the color of the sky, and the color of the earth is yellow. An extremely depressed feeling appeared in the hearts of Shang and Qiuhan. This is an array that consumes mana and will. The barriers around the formation are also extremely strong. I can't break it in a short time. This Su Lang is really going to fight me to death. Shang Qiuhan gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Su Lang to be so decisive. He must kill him. Yi Nanjuo looked at Shang Qiuhan frequently, and his eyes flashed anxiously. Do you really think you've taken me down? Don't forget, you are only a temporary boost. Shang Qiuhan nodded to Yi Nanjuo, looked at the tall and boundless infinity, and said coldly, since you are going to fight to the death, then see who wins and who loses. The majestic voice came from the infinity, like the trembling movement of the entire universe. The moment of Xuanwang in the sky and the ground, the two of Shang, Ku and Han are severely suppressed. The fusion of the desperate eternal prison array and the Dudu universe in space, not only has the power of Su Lang's universe, but also the support of the Dudu universe. Its power is extremely terrifying. In the mill of Xuanwang, Yi Nanjuo, an advanced level of the 8 universes, even felt that he was about to be wiped out here. The dragon fights Tianyu, the scales are open, the armor is off, and the mane is burning. Yi Nanjuo directly performed the strongest self-harm secret technique. However, he saw his dragon body collapse further, leaving only a dozen meters, which is not the size that an eternal dragon should have. But his combat power has exploded one after another, and the aura on his body has been superimposed, and he has temporarily reached the top level of the 8 universes. A ripple-like wave of flame erupted from the body of the burning dragon in Yinan, and the ripples gathered on the fang-like long-handled knife, slashed fiercely, propping up a golden red space. The Xuanwang double grinding together, pinching up and down, directly compressed the golden red space opened by Yi Nanjuo to a range of tens of millions of miles. After all, the desperate eternal prison array was a killing-type formation, not an explosive attack formation, so it did not break the defense that Yi Nanjuo desperately deployed. It was when Xuanwang Xuangmo collided with Yinan Zhou Jinhong ripples. Global borrowing La Tongyu. Shang Qiuhan's cosmic power surged, the secret technique unfolded, and the surrounding natural cosmic power shook. This secret technique is surprisingly from the same source as Tongyu Divine Orb. In other words, Tongyu Divine Orb is a sub-spell under this secret technique. After mobilizing the power of the surrounding natural universe, Shang Qiuhan's breath rose obviously, and the magnitude was not small. Before he had time to activate the remaining secret arts, I am the ruler of the universe. Anyone who is not allowed by me must not use the power of the natural universe. The boundless horn controlled by Su Lang made a thunderous roar, and the secret technique, Master of the Universe, suddenly unfolded. The entire Dudu universe has completely turned into Su Lang's home court. This is because he narrowed the scope deliberately, otherwise the natural universe with a radius of hundreds or thousands would be turned into his own territory by him. And narrowing the scope will allow Su Lang to assimilate Dudu universe at a deeper level. After all, this is to compete with an eternal clone of the 9 universes for the power of the natural universe. As soon as Master of the Universe came out, Shang Qiuhan's cosmic art suddenly failed. Chapter 2753, Your Mother, I Also Suck. What I use is the secret technique created by the eternal power of the 9 universes fused with countless secrets. How could you seize the power of the natural universe that I shook? Shang Qiuhan felt that he was rejected by Dudu universe, and his eyes widened in horror. It stands to reason that even if Su Lang's secret technique is stronger than him, he can't directly deprive him of the power of the natural universe, unless Su Lang's secret technique has surpassed his secret technique too much. But this makes people think deeply. The mystery of the universe that he used in Shang Qiuhan was created by his deity, who spent countless years, spent countless times, and used countless techniques to eliminate the waste. This secret method, even in the eternity of the 9 universes, is extremely powerful. However, it was so far worse than Su Lang's secret technique. Then, who created Su Lang's secret technique? How terrifying is his background? Shang Qiuhan felt like he was having a nightmare. He suddenly regretted to provoke Su Lang. But now he has become a feud, immortal, and there is no room for change. When Yi Nanjuo saw Shang Qiuhan's face change drastically, he was terrified and shocked. What kind of person is Shang Qiuhan, a clone of the 9 eternal realm, but just as soon as he fought, he showed this look. This made Yi Nanjuo a little pessimistic about this battle. It was at the time when the secret technique of Su Lang's cosmic domain rule was launched. Shang Qiuhan was horrified, but there was no delay in his actions. The world borrowing method, the universe jump. Destroy the life is judged. Kill and kill. Countless thoughts in his mind, body, eruption, assassination, all kinds of secret methods have unfolded. His whole human blood was flying, his arrogance was overwhelming, and he held the immeasurable source-devouring blade, turned into a scarlet streamer, and instantly smashed in front of the infinite. Without the blessing of the power of the natural universe, it has reached a level where the 8 cosmos have passed and the 9 cosmos are not full. Is this desperate? With a thought in Su Lang, the power of the universe merged with the power of the natural universe, instantly condensed into the strongest defensive secret technique, severe no prescription. Moreover, this severance was applied to the 8-sided shield of the sky. Just at the moment when the boundless source-devouring blade was about to cut the boundless, when the small black buckler directly blocked the front of the boundless source-devouring blade, it was the 8-sided shield of the sky. Blades and shields struck each other, an extremely harsh impact sound erupted, and countless uncontrollable aftermaths of battle tore the surrounding time and space, making the entire world look like it was covered with countless black thunders. Quack, come and censored me, little white face. The little black shield device Lingagia popped his head out and looked at Shang Qiuhan with a sneer. It was blocked. What kind of shield is this? It is also the innate eternal emperor soldier. Shang Qiuhan's eyes burst open, anger and suspicion flickered, but he instinctively performed the next attack, Yuan Yoyan. The majestic and vast scarlet light burst from the immeasurable source-devouring blade, like a world-destroying tsunami, overwhelming the sky, directly covering the sky and 8-sided shield and even the entire infinity. These scarlet rays of light are madly absorbing the power of the heavenly shield and the infinity. You sucked me, and still so hard. The first time Qi Lingagia encountered this situation, he exclaimed, and then shouted, You mother, I also suck. The anti-injury feature on his body exploded, and he also began to absorb the power of the immeasurable source-devouring blade. Although the anti-injury ratio is only about 80%, it also makes Shang Qiuhan dumbfounded. This shield has 2 innate characteristics. Shang Qiuhan's heart was shaken, incredible. However, the opponent's anti-absorption power was only 80% of his own, and he had a celestial and 8-sided shield on his side, and was still absorbing the power of infinity. The latter is the big head. Chapter 2754, Shang Qiuhan Deity Will. Suck it down like this. Su Lang, the temporarily promoted guy, will definitely weaken faster. At that time, it will be his death. The thoughts in Shang Qiuhan's heart didn't completely pass away, and he suddenly stood upside down all over his body, like falling into an ice cave. Before he could react, he was enveloped in a stream of colorful colored glaze. This is an attack jointly launched by Qibao Miaoshu and Jinghua Shuiyu. The latter is even more superimposed 6 times under the effect of characteristics. Shang Qiuhan felt himself in a daze, and a plain-looking young man with a frown appeared in front of him. "How dare you kill the master?" The incomparably ordinary young man reached out his hand to pinch the edge of Boundless Source devouring blade. His voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the world. "The deity, how could I?" Shang Qiuhan was terrified and seemed to forget that he was fighting Su Lang desperately. The immeasurable source-eating blade was even more immobile, not only stopped the attack, but also seemed to be taken by the deity in front. "For the sake of your hard work, go to the heart-piercing, censored, and face the wall for 1,000,000,000,000 years, and then look back." Shang Qiuhan heard this deity say this, and then saw the deity wave his hand. A stream of light fell on him, and he tightened. Shang Qiuhan felt that all his strength was banned. But he did not resist. Instead, his knees were soft, and he knelt down directly. "The slave knows his mistakes, and I am willing to face the punishment of trillions of years." The plain-looking deity nodded slightly, his eyes indifferent. "Where is the rat, dare to fool me into a clone?" An extremely angry voice erupted from Shang Qiuhan's body, like a sharp sword in the sky, directly smashing the entire illusion. Shang Qiuhan's sense organs returned to normal, and only a faint light shrouded his body, blocking the 8 black jade chains and colorful glazed light. He suddenly understood that he had been confused by Su Lang's illusion. A long sword like a galaxy and a waterfall was already swept by the infinity, and it was suddenly killed. Its power is already infinitely close to the 9-universe eternal realm, and it can even be called the weak 9-universe level. Shang Qiuhan didn't have time to defend, and his eyes were cracked, panicked, and he felt that he was about to fall in the next instant. 9 tribulations of extinction, kill. Suddenly, a low drink broke out in his body again, directly stimulating the upgraded version of the self-harm style secret technique of extinction. I saw Shang Qiuhan's whole body directly changed from plump and jade to gray and blue, skinny corpses. A majestic force exploded, surging up surgingly, not weaker than Su Lang's breaking sword with the universal annihilation secret. The 2 attacks collided, the center of the impact annihilated each other silently, and the aftermath of a terrifying battle swept away at the edges. Jilin, the life sentence is reduced. Shang Qiuhan was rescued by the deity's will. He first maintained his state with the secret technique of silence to prevent further falls, and then launched the secret technique of recovery. I don't know how much he paid, and his breath has recovered a little, from a gray-blue mummy appearance to a pale, sickly dying person. Dragon Mark World. Yinin's beard and hair were stretched, and the dragon scales all over his body were annihilated, turning into countless twisted lines into the golden red space that he opened. Desperately resisting, he finally persisted in the aftermath of the attacks from Su Lang and Shang Qiuhan. Su Lang sighed in his heart. He had already seen that Shang Qiuhan had the power of his deity. The reason why the heart-piercing lock was used first was to replace the power of Shang Qiuhan's deity, but it could not be completely replaced, and the second move, Po Yijian, was also blocked. I have to say that the clone of the eternal power of the 9 universes has a profound background. Even this mortal situation can last longer. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Su Lang didn't stop at any moment in his hand, raising the sword of life with his left hand. Endless hatred and excitement erupted in Shang Qiuhan's heart. Su Lang relied on secret techniques and foreign objects to temporarily improve. After this blow, his combat power would definitely fall like crazy. Then, his Shang Qiuhan must win. Chapter 2755. His Shang Ku is in danger. He was just getting excited. I saw that the infinity in front had inserted the golden long sword in its left hand into its heart. What's the situation? Why is he cutting himself? Shang Qiuhan couldn't help but rise in a deep consternation. The breath of boundless space skyrocketed directly, returning to its 30% state. He clearly used secret techniques and foreign objects to upgrade. How can he recover again? Moreover, I recovered 30% at one time. That golden long sword, what kind of weapon is it? Shang Qiuhan looked dumbfounded at the infinity number that Su Lang was controlling, and his whole body was stunned. But the more shocking thing is still to come. Life is innocent. Su Lang used the recovery secret technique, and swallowed countless pills at the same time. In infinity, a large number of eternal warriors were replaced by the substitutes, and all the members swallowed the perfect eternal emperor pill, and started the record of Fuyu life. Under the dominance of the universe, the infinity's self-recovery ability received a terrifying bonus, and it was absorbing doo-doo universe energy to replenish itself at all times. Multipronged. The status of boundless is directly restored to 70%. Su Lang was unsatisfied, and once again swung the sword of life to slash him, and the infinite was restored to its peak. How can it be restored to its peak state? xianxia changed from dumbfounded to canthus, his bloodshot eyes shone with fright. Su Lang Wubian recovered to its peak, but he only recovered 30 to 40% of its strength, and he also paid a great price, sacrificing his own heritage. Comparing the two sides, make a judgment. The point is that this is in the midst of a great war. One loses and the other grows, his Shangku is in danger. If you are not recruited, then go to death. Su Lang's indifferent voice came from the mouth of the boundless trumpet, turning into a violent thunder, and at the same time wearing the hard lock, Qibao Miaoshu, Jingguashuiyu and you all dispatched. If xianxia had no future moves, then these three weapons would be enough to solve it. Su Lang knew that the opponent would not be defeated so simply, because the opponent had his own will in his body. The true will of the eternal power of the 9 universes will never be so easy to kill. The release of the 3 weapons such as the piercing lock was largely another test. The combined attack of 3 weapons such as the piercing lock came to xianxia's body. Suddenly, there was another burst of light from his body, blocking Su Lang's attack. However, part of the cost of using this light is the power left by the deity, and the other part is the power of the strange xianxia. Xianxia, who had recovered some of it, once again became ashamed, like a long-dead corpse. If you stop, this matter will be exposed. An extremely majestic will rose from xianxia's body, directly replacing his original consciousness. This will is extremely vast, heavy, vicissitudes of life, and majesty, giving people a sense of being king of the universe. Are you the deity of xianxia? Hehe, you didn't say a word to censored my eternal life page. Now that you can't hit it, you will stop. Not to mention that the matter has come to this point, Liangzi has already settled, I will not let you go. Su Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of sarcasm flashed through his cold eyes. Since you insist on shooting, let me die with this clone. The voice of xianxia's deity did not fluctuate at all, and he appeared extremely calm, but the more he did this, the more angry he was. A rising star in a remote cosmic region, even saying that he couldn't let him go, it was so arrogant, perish together. Don't say it's you, your deity comes, and you can't die with me. Su Lang sneered, but he was extremely alert in his heart. Young man, you are too arrogant. The deity of xianxia is as cold as ice, with a trace of murderous aura. Su Lang chuckled, but turned his head to look at Yi Nanjuo. Yi Nanjuo, xianxia will undoubtedly die. You can avoid death by returning to me. Chapter 2756. Ha 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 ha, come to fight. Yi Nanjuo resisted the desperate eternal prison array for such a short time, it was already at the end of the crossbow, and could be wiped out by the formation at any time. But in his opinion, if the deity of xianxia shot, then Su Lang would definitely be finished. What's more, when he surrendered to xianxia, he was also subjected to methods and could not betray at all, otherwise he would pay an extremely terrifying price. Yi Nanjuo never expected it. A resolute sentence of oneself seemed to have triggered something. As soon as the words were finished, an extremely powerful suction was applied to him. It is the Zijin gourd that has taken off. Next, we have to face a battle with xianxia's will. Therefore, Su Lang planned to clean up Yi Nanjuo, so that the desperate eternal prison array could affect xianxia's body. The purple gold gourd hanging on the Qibao wonderful tree pointed at Yi Nanjuo, and the powerful and unparalleled suction surged out. Lord, save me, save me. Yi Nanjuo cried out for help, he had already run out of energy to resist the desperate eternal prison array. At this time, he was locked in by the purple gold gourd, and he couldn't maintain the dragon mark realm. The whole person turned into a black spot and was sucked into the gourd. The deity of xianxia didn't make a move at all. He knew that once he shot the rescue device Nanjuo, after all, he would usher in a storm-like attack from Su Lang. What's more, Yi Nanjuo is no longer able to work, and it has lost its value, so why bother to save it? During the entire process, he stared at Su Lang, and he hadn't even looked at Yi Nanjuo. If Su Lang used the Yutian sword to attack Yi Nanjuo, then xianxia's deity would definitely take action. But he never expected that Su Lang's approach was unique and completely beyond his expectations. Now Zijin gourd shot automatically, and Su Lang was still holding the Yutian sword in his hand, and he could burst out the highest combat power at any time. Now let you and I decide the victory and defeat, the points are born and die. The huge planet-like eyes of the infinity star fixed on xianxia, and Su Lang's sneer came from his mouth. At the same time, Wu Yin held the hilt of the Yutian sword with both hands and raised it high. The deity of xianxia saw that Su Lang was dead and wanted to fight to death, and his heart was very angry. He really didn't want to lose this clone. The top-level clone of the 8 universes, even he, would take countless years to cultivate. In the long years, he only cultivated 2 such clones. Ha 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 ha, come to fight. Su Lang's wild laugh came from the mouth of the boundless horn. On the sword, like the galaxy sky waterfall, the immense power is condensed into a broken sword, which is instantly cut out. A pure white sword light seemed to penetrate the entire Dudu universe, from top to bottom, to kill xianxia. Wearing Hard Lock, 7 Treasure Tree, and Jinghua Shuiyu also broke out a second wave of attacks. More desperately, Xuanwang Shuangmo of the Cosmopolitan Formation was severely suppressed. It is as if xianxia were to be killed by Su Lang along with the entire universe. The world borrows the law Lixu. The deity xianxia sighed in his heart, without any hesitation, directly used the secret technique at the bottom of the press box. However, he saw his body turned into an illusory translucent shape, as if detached from this universe, unable to be attacked. This move is indeed a very powerful move. Standing still in place, it can also avoid fatal attacks. But Yutian's sword had already swallowed the characteristics of Broken Dream Sword, and the sword was hit. The pure white sword light fell on xianxia's body. The innate characteristics contained in the sword aura suddenly evoked countless cosmic forces from the void of Dudu universe. These cosmic powers have very strange characteristics, like countless hands grabbing xianxia's body, pulling it out of the state of emptiness. The deity of xianxia was shocked in his will, and instinctively once again performed the void secret art. Chapter 2757. The Jade of Life is broken with a sword, his body is illusory again. Amidst reality and emptiness, it looks like a flickering image. But a moment before this, part of Po Yijian's power fell on xianxia. A group of white light gradually enlarged, and a violent explosion suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth. The deity xianxia was very angry, and the light on his body had been shattered by the sword light. If it hadn't been for the second time that he was able to expand in time, he would have already broken his defense. But he can use Lixu twice in a row, which also cost him a lot. This kind of secret technique is good. With a touch of detachment, it deserves to be the power of 9 universes. When Su Lang witnessed xianxia launching the void secret art, avoiding weapons such as the heart-piercing lock and the combined attack and the killing blow of the breaking sword, his heart was slightly frozen. Fortunately, the void secret art can only last a very short time each time. The sword light exploded in all directions. xianxia's state of emptiness is also lifted again. How many times can you use this secret technique? Su Lang showed a sneer. While swallowing the pill, he raised his hands again and slashed fiercely. Sneer. Break the sword and tear the time and space. A piece of colorful glazed light was shrouded around the sword light, and on the outside, 8 chains of black jade pierced like a flying sword, so sharp. The deity of xianxia will repeat the old skills, and he is also prepared for defense and counterattack. The pure white sword light slashed on xianxia's body fiercely. The characteristics of the instant of sword emergence collide with the secret method of the will of xianxia deity once again. The violent explosion appeared again. Su Lang, I will kill you. At the center of the explosion, a ray of light appeared and disappeared, and the deity of xianxia roared ferociously. However, xianxua's body collapsed in an instant, turning into countless grid-like crystal wall universes. These crystal wall universes are also constantly disintegrating, and the energy generated has turned into a strange octagonal array. This formation came out. From the 8 corners, 8 pillars of emerald blue light jetted straight into the sky. The power of these beams of light actually broke the siege of the desperate universe. It even counteracted Su Lang's cosmic domain dominating secret technique, grabbing a large amount of the power of the natural universe and integrating it into the formation. Tongyu 8 directions. Su Lang used the formation recognition function to directly see the name and characteristics of the formation. This formation has 2 functions. The first is to use the clone of xianxia as an anchor to attract the power of the deity. The second type is incidental. The will of xianxia's deity can escape through the channel formed by the formation. The will of Shang Qiuhen's deity is surprisingly to use both. It was the moment Su Lang saw through the formation. The incomparably terrifying power appeared out of thin air in the Tongyu 8 Fang formation, and then attached to the boundless source devouring blade. Gotcha! There were cracks on the boundless source blade. Another majestic force swarmed out of the cracks, and merged into the power of the deity attracted by the universal array. This is a secret technique at the cost of damaging weapons. This is the true power of the 9 universes. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, and for a moment the sword of life in his left hand was directly inserted into the heart of infinity. Immediately afterwards, the infinity, surrounded by Xianxia's 8-sided shield, raised the Yutian sword. The jade of life breaking a sword. The condensed white sword light shattered time and space, and suddenly slammed in front of the Bafang Tongyu formation. This power of breaking a sword and light is surprisingly stronger than any previous one by hundreds of thousands of times, and it has directly stepped into the real eternal realm of the 9 universes. How could he burst out with such a powerful force? The deity of Shang Qiuhen was horrified and unbelievable, and a deep sense of badness rose in his heart. He had a faint hunch, his distraction, I am afraid it will be damaged here. But he had no choice but to control the boundless source devouring blade, slashing out source devouring pharyngeal. Chapter 2758. I remember you, Su Lang child. The scarlet sword light bombarded with the pure white sword light, exploding the aftermath of the overwhelming battle. The sword light hit the center, directly forming a small cosmic hole. Tongyu octagonal array, desperate eternal prison array, annihilated at the same time. The deity of Shang Qiuhen will control the boundless source devouring blade, while resisting Su Lang's peak blow, while constantly devouring the power of breaking the sword light. The power of breaking a sword is too majestic and vast. It has completely exceeded the limit of the immeasurable source devouring blade. The immeasurable source devouring blade that had already cracked again with a large number of black cracks, and a terrible scream came from the blade. Shang Qiuhen's deity was extremely furious, but he had no other means to use. At last, Kang, the immeasurable source devouring blade broke apart and flew like broken leaves in a strong wind. The sword light of the broken sword was like a galaxy that crushed the sky, and hit the will of Shang Qiuhen's deity fiercely. I remember you, Su Lang child. The will of Shang Qiuhen's deity collapsed suddenly. He fixed his eyes on the infinite number, put down a cruel word, and then completely annihilated. Ding! You get the eternal soul 1, the eternal Daojing 1, the eternal life universe 1, the eternal body fragment 1081 Guy, the infinite source devouring blade fragment 3954. A large amount of wealth appeared in Su Lang's storage space. But Su Lang can't manage for the time being. Between the heavens and the earth, the remaining power after breaking the sword and killing the will of Shang Qiuhen's deity began to return, and merged into the body of Su Lang who had been dead. This is the second stage of the Fate Jade Broken secret technique. If the enemy is successfully killed, there will be a second stage where the remaining power will return to itself as quickly as possible, reviving the caster. As long as there is still a trace of residual power, even if it is insignificant or almost none, it can be successfully resurrected. Of course, the less the remaining strength that is gathered together, the weaker the caster will be after resurrection. Pieces of residual power melted into Su Lang's body, causing him to slowly open his eyes. 9 eternity is really difficult. This is just a will to stay in the body. Su Lang let out a foul breath. He was very weak now. Breaking the eternal power of the 9 universes exerted by Shang Qiuhen's will, the remaining power is very small, causing him to be very weak after his resurrection. Fortunately, the enemy has all been resolved, no one will suddenly hit him. Su Lang himself also has various recovery methods. The pill, secret technique and other methods were all unfolded. Su Lang's breath rose rapidly, and soon returned to his normal state. Shang Qiuhen is dead, and I don't know if Yi Nanjuo is dead. Su Lang stretched out his hand, brought the Zijin gourd in front of him, and dived into his spiritual mind. He saw a censored eternal dragon that had lost its scales, horns and bristles. It was Yi Nanjuo. He was not dead yet, but he was not far away. It seems that Su Lang's will is coming. Yi Nanjuo opened the longan with difficulty, and there was a trace of pleading in his bleeding eyes. Do you want to live? Su Lang used a mass of energy to condense into an incarnation, standing under the head of Yi Nanjuo. There is a huge difference in size between the two, but the huge eternal dragon is the weak one. Of course I want to live. Master Su Lang, I was also coerced and lured by xianxia, so I had to join him. Yi Nanjuo smiled hard. Hee, what else can a weak person like me have? Yes, the weak can only be dominated. Su Lang nodded indifferently. I sympathize with you a bit, but that's all. I still use it. Yi Nanjuo stagnated and said bitterly, I can be your mount. You cannot. Su Lang smiled faintly. Mount, I only accept beautiful women. Chapter 2759. Kill Yi Nanjuo, get information. Yi Nanjuo gaped, shocked and desperate. Well, you go to die. While talking, Su Lang dispersed this temporary avatar. No, please. Yi Nanjuo didn't know where the strength came from, and suddenly the dragon's body vibrated and let out a terrified and stern cry. A white sword light fell from the sky, and chopped off his huge dragon head. The system prompt appeared in Su Lang's mind, but he didn't care about it, but was sorting out the information he had just received. He went to Zijin Gourd specifically, but he didn't talk nonsense with Yi Nanjuo, but used, secret of the word, to steal the intelligence in his brain. Yi Nanjuo was on the verge of death, unable to even detect it, let alone resist stealing the word secret. This Yi Nanjuo really knows something. Su Lang squinted his eyes, a slight smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. xianxia also showed some sincerity in order to intimidate and lure Yi Nanjuo. Among them is some information about Lingshu fragmented domain. The intelligence includes multiple paths from the Yilong universe to the Lingshu fragmented realm, as well as the current situation of the Lingshu fragmented realm. Lingshu fragmented domain is the universe where the pages of eternal life appear the most, and it is also a universe with a large number of high-level universes. In the endless universe, a large number of eternal existences of the 8 universes gathered here to start a fierce battle. Recently, it seems that it has come to the cycle where the pages of eternal life appear in large numbers, and more powerful men can't help but emerge from the dark curtain and participate in the battle for the pages of eternal life. And there were some rumors in Lingshu fragmented domain. It is said that there are enough of the white world in the universe, and the endless universe is about to collapse. The appearance of the page of immortality this time is also the last time. There is also some information about the pages of eternal life. The page of eternal life is the most widespread name in the endless universe. This thing is divided into 3 grades. The first grade is broken pages, the second grade is complete pages, and the third grade is blank pages. On the first 2, there are characters that are difficult to understand. The eternal warrior who has obtained these 2 pages of immortality spends a lot of time and can complete a certain degree of assimilation, thus stepping into the white world of the universe and seeking detachment. This process is extremely difficult. The more incomplete the page of eternal life, the more difficult it is. Therefore, the complete page is much more precious than the eternal page of the torn page. However, the page of eternal life has a weirdness. That is, the same page of eternal life falls into the hands of different eternal warriors, and the assimilation difficulty is actually different. Once there was an eternal warrior who got a broken page, and the assimilation difficulty was actually lower than the complete page he already had. Of course, this situation is very rare. Let's talk about the 3rd level blank eternal page. This thing is a legendary thing. There has never been exact news of such broken pages, only some specious rumors. But all the eternal warriors who aspire to immortality firmly believe that there is such a thing. It is said that as long as you get a blank page of eternal life, you can directly assimilate, and even directly transcend the endless universe. Lingshu broken domain, page of eternal life. For me now, the page of immortality is not very useful. It's just that this kind of thing is important, at least, I have to make it clearer first. Moreover, the rumors from Lingshu fragmented territory, that the endless universe is about to collapse, are probably not groundless. Now, the deity of xianxia knows that I have a page of immortality, and I killed his clone. He will definitely not let me go easily, maybe he is already on his way to kill. Thinking about it this way, my situation is actually a bit urgent. Next, I can't stay here. Su Lang thought about it, and immediately decided to leave Dudu universe. If he said nothing, he immediately dispatched buying clone. A total of 16,500 shadow clones scattered out, following the path stolen from Yi Nanjuo, starting from different paths. There are also clones appearing in Suiyu universe and Yilong universe, exploring in more directions and leaving a few more retreats. Chapter 2760, rounded to 3 or 2 billion, there are avatars on the way. Naturally, Su Lang didn't have to personally. He left the battlefield and returned to the opposite platform. After he was ready to flee at any time, he further recovered himself and counted the spoils. Su Lang started the first step of the inventory process. Ding! The storage is complete, and the balance is 3.188.9 million universe origin. Round to 3 and 200 million. This harvest is really rich. Su Lang's eyes widened, 2 golden lights spurted out like searchlights. A full 3.2 billion of the origin of the universe, this is definitely the most harvested in his history. But think about it, this time not only killed xianxia, the avatar of the eternal power of the 9 universes, but also killed Yi Nanjuo, the domain master of the Yilong universe. Below these 2 people, hundreds of thousands of eternal powerhouses were all destroyed in Su Lang's hands. All the net worth of these people was perfectly plundered and collected into the storage space. Tisk tisk, it's so cool. Next, the system functions can be improved again. Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, and immediately issued an instruction. System, improve the dispatching function of the clone. Ding! Consumes 1 billion cosmic origins, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 56, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 56, the number of clones is 56, and the number of twins is 56. The 56 level avatar dispatch function, the total number of avatars reached 168, if the buying avatar function is activated, it will be a total of 16,800. There are more than 2 billion left. Su Lang did not hesitate and gave the instruction again, improve 1 key training and 1 key martial arts functions. Ding! Consumes 1 billion cosmic origins, the 1 key training function is upgraded to 57, and the training speed is increased to 0.1920 trillion times. Ding! Consume 1 billion cosmic origin, the 1-click martial arts function has been upgraded to 57, and the martial arts speed has increased 0.1920 trillion times. 2 system prompts came. The speed of cultivation and martial arts has all doubled. At this time, there are still 189.96 million universe origins left in the balance. Su Lang did not upgrade the 1 key empowerment function, but kept it for other purposes. For example, it can be used as the consumption of characteristic swallowing, or for subordinates to improve their own use. Count the eternal bodies. With a thought in Su Lang, a large group of minced meat exuding strong cosmic power appeared in front of him. This is the eternal body of xianxia. Because the will of his deity used a very terrifying self-harm burst secret technique, causing his eternal body to collapse directly. The crystal wall universe within it has been annihilated by more than 90%. Originally, the number of crystal wall universes in the top eternal realm of the 8 universes should be more than 19,000 Gai. But now, there are only more than 1,000 Gai left. Su Lang swept through these remaining crystal wall universes with his spiritual thoughts, and found that the world inside was all destroyed. Those life planets or continents that should have been extremely prosperous are all dead, and even the planets or continents themselves have turned into countless cosmic dust. It's almost useless. Su Lang curled his lips, waved his hand and threw it to the nest of civilization. He took out an eternal body again, this time a dragon corpse, the corpse of Yi Nanjuo. After Yi Nanjuo died, his body shape returned to normal. Its size is 1,000 times larger than the infinite number, which shows how huge it is. Under Su Lang's space power, the eternal dragon turned into a length of more than 1 meter, like a small snake lying in front of him. Start to transfer the crystal wall universe. Su Lang started to work on the road. Yi Nanjuo is also the eternal dragon of the 8th level high level, and the number of crystal wall universes is around 18,000. This number is terrifying, nearly 10,000 Gai more than Su Lang's own. It can also be seen from this that Su Lang's daily combat power can reach the intermediate level of the 8 universes, and what a huge increase in combat power his skills have brought him. Chapter 2761. Devouring immeasurable phagosome blade characteristics. The extremely skilled Su Lang used the fastest speed to transfer the life planets and continents in the eternal dragon body. There are so many life planets and life continents this time. In order to be able to install it all, Su Lang had to use some clones to compress and splice a large number of life planets and continents in his body to save space in the crystal wall universe. A large number of super life continents similar to Dudu continent appeared in the crystal wall universe in his body. But the scale is definitely much smaller than the Dudu continent. But in terms of quality, it definitely far surpasses Dudu continent. In those compressed and spliced life continents, every inch of land is at least the primary treasure land level. The high-level treasures are countless. The creatures living in these crystal wall universes, the cultivation environment is so good. This also further improved the level of wisdom and civilization in Su Lang's body, and made the power of Taoism and the power of incense aspirations even stronger. Completed the splicing of countless life continents in the crystal wall universe. Su Lang threw the dragon's body to the nest of civilization, and took out more eternal bodies. The eternal bodies of xianxia and Yi Nanjuo's subordinates, roughly numbered, have exceeded 300,000. 300,000 eternal bodies, I'm such a direct fellow. Su Lang was stunned secretly, but the trophies he had harvested must be sorted out while crying. Face more life planets and continents. Su Lang finally started to choose this time. Not any life planet or continent could enter his eyes. Only those treasure lands with a high level can be collected by him into the crystal wall universe, merge with the existing life continents and planets, and form larger continents or planets. The crystal wall universe with a total of 300,000 eternal bodies. It took Su Lang a lot of time to completely organize it. There are still more than 300,000 life universes to deal with, including those of xianxia and Yi Nanjuo. Compared with the crystal wall universe, the life universe is much larger, and it is more difficult to deal with. Too much gain. Su Lang sighed, and then began to transfer life to the universe. It was another hard work. Finally, all life universes are also processed. There are still many ordinary life planets and continents left. These things are placed in the bodies of the clones. It just so happens that the bodies of my clones are all empty, and there is no life continent in the universe of life. There are creatures in the crystal wall universe and life universe of the clones, and their strength will be slightly improved. Thinking of this, Su Lang nodded heavily, and then threw the remaining large number of unwanted planet continents to the clones. One by one, there was nothing in the life universe and crystal wall universe, but all the leftovers were quickly packed. Su Lang threw all his eternal body to the nest of civilization. Fortunately, I upgraded the nest of civilization before, otherwise I don't know if she can eat it. The spoils of eternal body are finally processed. Deal with the eternal emperor soldier. You can choose innate characteristics again. Each eternal emperor soldier can swallow 3 characteristics. Now my weapons can basically swallow 1 or 2 characteristics. A look of expectation appeared in Su Lang's eyes, and he waved his hand immediately, and a large red gravel appeared in front of him. These gravels are full of powerful and strange aura. Shards of the immeasurable source devouring blade. This weapon has the innate characteristics of absorbing the power of the enemy for its own use. It is very suitable for me. Although the weapon has been broken into this way, fortunately, the inherent characteristics of it are kept very intact. In this way, I don't have to find ways to repair it, and then swallow the innate characteristics. Su Lang thought about it and stroked his chin, before he took out the Yudian sword and placed it on the right. Su Lang ordered, "Give me the feature swallow function." Chapter 2762, Soul Killing and Invulnerable. Ding. Consumes 100 million of the origin of the universe, eternal realm materials, successfully swallowed innate characteristics. System prompts emerged, and countless types and quantities of materials were reported. Compared with the last time, more raw materials are consumed this time. The origin of the universe alone consumed a full 100 million. Fortunately, I left over 180 million as a spare, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to do the devouring feature. Su Lang twitched the corners of his mouth, then touched his aching heart. He looked at Yudian sword. At this time, the Yudian sword had already acquired the 4th characteristic, evening power character, and the number of times it had been swallowed had also been used up. At this time, the Yudian sword has 4 characteristics: 1 hit must hit, breaking defense is dead, knowing 1 hit, and devouring power. There are more than 80 million cosmic origins left. Heaven's 8-edged shield has been swallowed twice, and the 3rd time requires 100 million cosmic origins. The rest of the weapons, the infinity, the sword of life, the heart-piercing lock, and the 7 treasure tree, etc., were only swallowed once or 0 times. If this is the case, then find some characteristics for them all to devour. While thinking about it, Su Lang decomposed the fragments of the immeasurable source devouring blade, and then continued to search for useful characteristics from the captured Eternal Emperor soldiers. All weapons without innate characteristics are all broken down into raw materials. Weapons with innate characteristics remain. Even if Su Lang can't use it himself, he can use his companion's weapons, of course, provided that the funds are sufficient. Among the weapons with innate characteristics, Su Lang quickly found out many useful innate characteristics. For example, it can kill the soul of the strong in the eternal realm. As everyone knows, the soul of the eternal strong has long been integrated into the body's countless crystal wall cells, and ordinary ways can hardly cause harm. Only a few special methods can do it. If the method of killing souls is solidified into characteristics and blessed on weapons, it is definitely a big killer. In addition to the killing soul feature, there is also the invulnerable feature. This is a feature dedicated to defense or trapping. As the name suggests, this is a feature that allows the weapon to form a super strong defense or siege with no dead ends and no weaknesses. This feature is very suitable for the 8-sided shield and purple gold gourd. Coincidentally, Su Lang found 2 weapons made by one person, both with the characteristics of invulnerability. These 2 weapons also happen to be a defensive weapon and a trapped weapon. Luck is really good. Su Lang rubbed his hands happily, put the 2 found weapons aside, and then continued to work. No more suitable weapon characteristics were found. Each weapon can only swallow the characteristics 3 times, and Su Lang must cherish these 3 opportunities and can't use them at will. Just this kills the soul in invulnerable characteristics. The ability to kill the soul can be used for the heart-piercing lock. It already has the power to damage the enemy's soul. With the blessing of the characteristics, it will definitely be stronger. The invulnerability characteristics are used for the Zijin Gourd and the 8-edged Shield of Heaven, but the latter requires 100 million cosmic origins, so it's slow. Various thoughts surfaced in Su Lang's mind, and while thinking about it, he activated the innate characteristic swallowing function. Consume 11 million of the origin of the universe in various materials. Heart-piercing lock possesses the second characteristic besides, fatal penetration, killing the soul. The Zijin Gourd swallowed its invulnerability feature, and its ability to trap people skyrocketed. It became more and more unnecessary to worry about not being able to shut people down, and was pierced from the stomach and ran away. The job of devouring characteristics is here for now. Now that a large number of eternal weapons have been decomposed, plus the raw materials seized, the number of heaven, material and earth treasures has reached the highest in history. In that case, try to evolve and strengthen weapons. Su Lang immediately started the system function, material transformation, and began to transform the various materials needed for weapon evolution such as Yudian Sword. Chapter 2763, Yudian Sword's second enhancement qualitative change. Although the current weapons such as the Yudian Sword have all reached the level of the 8 eternal realm, but their realm is still at the level of the eternal realm of the 6 universes. The materials needed to evolve to the eternal realm of the 7 universes are at the level of the 8 universes. Killing Xianxia, the eternal power of the 9 universes, and Yi Nanjuo, the master of the Yilong universe, obtained a lot of materials at the level of the 8 universes. After some effort, Su Lang successfully transformed a large amount of materials of the 8 eternal realm. Finally, after a brief inventory, it was discovered that the 8 eternal realm materials needed for the evolution of weapons such as the Yudian Sword and the heavenly 8-edged shield were all available. The materials for the eternal realm of the 8 universes are all available. The 7 eternal realm and the materials of its lower levels are much easier to handle. The one-click synthesis function can use the 6 universe eternal realm materials, collectively called the 7 universe level materials, not to mention the enhancement and material transformation functions. Su Lang continued to work excitedly. In a blink of an eye, all the materials needed for the evolution of various weapons were gathered. System, start strengthening reset, weapon evolution, target Yudian Sword. Su Lang rubbed his hands excitedly and directly activated various system functions. But when the order was halfway through, he suddenly discovered that he didn't have enough money, and the one-key mixer function level was not enough. A reminder to strengthen the reset function came. Ding! When the enhancement is reset, the current enhancement qualitative change effect will be lost. Terminate the enhanced reset. Su Lang hurriedly issued the order, and he was relieved. If the enhanced reset works directly, and I haven't been able to evolve Xiaoyu, that would be embarrassing. Fortunately, the enhanced reset function has ended. Since it can't evolve, then continued to strengthen. Su Lang took a deep breath and reissued the command to the system, start the one-key enhancement function, target Yudian Sword. 3 consecutive system prompts came. The power of Yudian Sword has been directly strengthened from the intermediate level of the 8 Eternal Realm to the advanced level. Yudian Sword has completed the 10th enhancement, and has obtained the second opportunity to enhance the qualitative change. Start the enhanced qualitative change function, target, Yudian Sword. Su Lang did not hesitate to give orders again. Ding. Consume the eternal grade material Blood Yong Tears Gold 8774, Zanai Joling 15844, Daji Glazed Jade 7745. The Yudian Sword has been successfully strengthened. Su Lang discovered that Yudian Sword's breath had changed again. Using the weapon recognition function, it turns out that Yudian Sword's understanding one blow feature has undergone a qualitative change. The original knowing one strike feature can make the attacks from Yudian Sword possess twice the power of the original. After the qualitative change at this time, a knowing blow can increase its attack power by 5 times. It seems that there are not many multiples. But you must know that the Yudian Sword is a high-level weapon of the 8 Eternal Realm. In addition to the power of Su Lang's own power and the power of the Boundless, any sword cut at will be the top level of the 8 Eternal Realm, which can be called a half-step 9 Eternal. And this kind of power will directly increase 5 times. If Su Lang used Universal Nirvana or other secret techniques, he would surely be able to cut out the weak 9 universe-level attacks. Now I am truly invincible under the 9 universes. In the 8 Eternity, one-on-one, all can be hacked to death. Even if you encounter a gang fight, you are not afraid. If you have a thought to seal the sky and other means, you can still kill the quartet and retreat calmly at any time. Su Lang's eyes lit up and a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. He put the Yudian Sword in place, and brought the Wuyin to front. Compared with Yudian Sword, the parts of Wuyin are easy to evolve. Start the enhanced reset function, the weapon evolution function, the target is endless. Su Lang used his divine mind to lock the parts that needed to be evolved in the Boundless, and gave orders. The breath of Boundless suddenly plummeted, and then continued to rise. The evolution of each part can increase the overall strength of the infinity. Chapter 2764, Unprecedented. When the evolution is complete. Among the 120,000 parts of the Boundless number, there are already hundreds of 6-plane Eternal Realm parts. There are also more parts at the level of the 5 Eternal Realm. As part of the second Universe Eternal Realm at the base of the infinity, it has all evolved into the 3 Universe Eternal Realm. After completing the evolution, Su Lang strengthened the Wuyin again, this time the number of times of strengthening was 7 times. After completing the enhancement, the power of the infinity when no one is stationed has reached the advanced level of the 8 universes. Boundless, this behemoth, requires more materials for strengthening and evolution. This upgrade has consumed a huge amount of loot. For the remaining weapons, Su Lang has not evolved for the time being, but has been strengthened and strengthened to 10 times. Xianxia's 8-sided shield and other weapons have ushered in their second enhancement and qualitative change. The effect of the second strengthening of the qualitative change of the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao is indestructible. The first time to strengthen the qualitative change, so that the defensive power of the 8-sided shield of the sky has reached 10 times the base. This second strengthening qualitative change caused the defensive power of Tianjia's 8-edged shield to skyrocket again, reaching 20 times. Su Lang's defensive tactics were lacking compared to his attacking tactics, and he was also severing no prescription, secret technique and a heavenly shield with 8 edges. As for the attack, there are various secret magic bonuses. At this time, the defensive power of Tianjia's 8-sided shield reached 20 times, which greatly made up for the shortcomings in defense. In terms of defense, it is also infinitely close to the 9 Eternal Realm. This is just a daily state. If it's an explosive state, coupled with a severance, it will definitely make my defense reach the weak 9 plane level. Su Lang was delighted and satisfied. The consumption double reduction feature of the Sword of Life has been qualitatively changed, and the energy consumed by cutting out a sword has doubled again. This is equivalent to extending Su Lang's battery life in disguise by nearly half. After the Sword of Life, there are 4 great incense weapons. The Fatal Penetration feature of the heart-piercing lock has undergone a qualitative change, and the penetration ability has become more terrifying. Only the real 9 Eternal Realm can resist it. Zijing Gourd's Impeccable feature has undergone a qualitative change, and the ability to close people has increased significantly. As long as you haven't reached the 9 Universe Eternal Realm, don't think of coming out again if you are sucked into it. The power of Jinghua Shuiyu itself has been strengthened, and the hallucinogenic effect has been greatly improved. With the ultimate rhythm feature, it has reached the level of invincibility under the 9 universes. Finally, there is the 7 treasure tree. This weapon has not yet swallowed its characteristics. And the effect of strengthening the qualitative change is also its own power. Its plundering ability is probably something no one can stop among the 8 universes. Su Lang's weapons have been upgraded once again. The overall level, reaching a level that is infinitely close to the 9 universe eternal realm. If it is an explosive state, it is a weak 9 universe level. With the eternal realm of the 7 universes, it possesses the strength of the weak 9 universes. This is in the endless universe. It's not an exaggeration to say that there is no one before, no one here. Su Lang raised his hand with a smile and touched his chin. He knew very well that weapons were just foreign objects, and the most important thing was his own strength. He hurriedly waited for the one key practice function to accumulate cultivation base. By the way, let the little people who practice martial arts with one-click move and practice brand new exercises. This time he beheaded Xianxia and Yi Nanjuo and obtained some secret techniques. Among them, what attracted Su Lang's most attention was Universal Borrowing Method Lixu, Yuanyuan Yuyan, 9 Tribulations of Extinction, Jilin Lan, and Judgment of Declining Life. All come from the secret technique of Xianxia. As for the secret technique of Yi Nanjuo, the level is similar to that of Si Ko Yun, and it has the value of practice, but it is not worth mentioning. Activate the 10-heart martial arts function, practice the universal borrowing method and create a virtual reality. Su Lang activated the system function and began to practice the secret techniques of the exercises. The current one-key martial arts function has been upgraded to level 57, and the martial arts speed is 1920 trillion times the basic speed. With the support of the 10-heart martial arts function, the martial arts speed has doubled tenfold, reaching 192 trillion times. Not much time. Not only can the world borrow the method and create the void, but the rest of the exercises can also be completed. Chapter 2765. Su Lang, who do you look down on? It was also when Su Lang was practicing exercises in a high-level cosmic region extremely far away from Dudu cosmic region. The vast and boundless high-level universe is trembling slightly. Within it, countless star fields were torn apart and destroyed in the time and space whistling waves. And all this is only because the master here is angry. However, I saw an incomparably magnificent purple-robed giant standing in the void. The giant's face was handsome and enchanting. It was in the same tune with Shangku Han. It was his deity, Shangjuku. The reason why he became such a terrifying giant was entirely to vent his anger. Su Lang child, choppy, dead chopsticks. Knowing that the deity is the eternity of the 9 universes, he even dared to oppose me and kill me, the clone that was hard to cultivate. You can't escape the palm of the deity will use the cruelest means to torture you until the longevity is exhausted. Shangjuku's expression on his right hand loosened immediately, and countless gravel and soil spilled in his palm, which was a complete star field crushed by him. He hates it to the extreme. There are only 2 clones like Xianxia. But now in that remote place, one was killed by the Silong District 8 Zhou Eternal. This is not only a great loss, but also an endless shame for him. Su Lang child, you wait. Shangjuku gritted his teeth and rattled, his eyes filled with fierce light. With a wave of his hand, an aura condensed. It was Su Lang's aura. Tongyu God-seeking technique. Shangjuku unfolded the tracking secret technique, turning this breath into a bead. This was exactly the method used by Xianxia to chase Su Lang before, and it was no worse than the hunting soul of the treasure-hunting ancestors. There are countless natural universes. This Tongyu-searching God orb also locked Su Lang's current position. Still Dudu universe has not shifted. Su Lang miscellaneous, who do you look down upon? Shangjuku observed Su Lang's position, and he was suddenly surprised and angry. Thinking in another way, if he is in Su Lang's situation, he will definitely move immediately, trying to get rid of the pursuit of the eternal enemies of the 9 universes, instead of waiting for death in place. However, Su Lang did not move. Do you think he can cope with the deity's attack at any time? He is so arrogant to this point. After Shangjuku was furious at Su Lang's abnormality, he calmed down instead. No, he is not stupid, maybe he really has support. Shangjuku thought of that possibility again. Su Lang is very likely to be another eternal clone of the 9 universes or simply rebuilt by the great power of the 9 universes. Although Su Lang has personally denied it. But how can the enemy's words be believed? Is he really a clone of the great 9 universe or rebuild? No, this matter must be investigated, otherwise you can't do it. Anyway, Tongyu Mi Shinju has locked Na Su Lang's position, and I am not afraid of losing his trace. Shang Juku took a deep breath, the anger on his face gradually suppressed and turned into calm. It just so happened, a piece of information appeared in his mind. This is his other clone. Shang Qian sent back news. In addition to Shang Qian, Shang Juku also has some clones, but the level of cultivation is much lower. Shang Qian, have you finally found a clue? A hint of joy flashed across Shang Juku's calm face, and he immediately checked the piece of information. Ku Yan, fortunately, did not humiliate his life, and finally found the whereabouts of the Page of Immortality in the Lizan universe, and some information. The Page of Immortality of the Lishuan universe is a complete Page of Immortality, in the hands of Emperor Lishuan, but he has not assimilated yet. After reading the information, Shang Juku showed a smile on his face. Although he was still very upset because of Su Lang, at least it was much better than before. The complete Page of Eternal Life. It's more valuable than the torn page in Su Lang's hands. The incomplete Page of Immortality, even if it is assimilated to a certain extent, can enter the universal white world. It is destined to be unable to walk far in the white world, and the chance of detachment is almost zero. Shang Juku thought, with a sneer on his face. Chapter 2766. The action of Shang Juku. Shang Juku began to give orders. I contacted Emperor Li Xuanzhou and offered to trade the Page of Immortality, let him figure it out. Also, check me a person named Su Lang. He is located in the remote Dudu universe. The characteristics of his fighting methods are. The order is here. Shang Juku suddenly paused, because Su Lang's fighting methods are really many. The weapons are full of 8 eternal realms of the 8 universes, as well as the top formations of the 8 universes, as well as all kinds of strange secret techniques. But he also paused for a while, and then informed the avatar Shang Kuyan all these details. If Shang Qian passed his command back, he went down and started to work. Naturally, he did not do these two things. Shang Juku's subordinate, although only he and the dead Shang Kuhan are 2 top avatars of the 8 celestial universe. However, there are still many subordinates in the remaining 8 eternal realms, and their combat power is not weak, but they are not as assured as the clones. Shang Qian handed over the investigation of Su Lang to the hands of the 8 sovereigns in 8 eternal realms. These people all got a Tongyu-seeking god orb, which could lock Su Lang's position. In addition, there are various characteristics of Su Lang. Investigate an eternal warrior at the top level of the 8 universes. Dudu Joyu, I haven't heard of it. It's a place far away from Lingshu Broken Realm. Can such a strong person appear in that kind of place? According to the intelligence, if Su Lang desperately, he is only at the weak 9 universe level. Don't think so much, quickly launch the intelligence network and start investigating the universe of Su Lang, Dudu, Suiyu, Yilong, etc. Be sure to find valuable information. 8 eternal warriors of the 8 universes formed an investigation team, and they were a little shocked by the subjects to be investigated. But astonishment is astonishment, and the investigation must be conducted. The 8 people quickly dispersed and went to various places to start investigations. As for Shang Qian, alone, he began to rush to the Lishuan universe, with the goal of the Eternal Life page in the hands of Emperor Lishuan. He had just reached halfway through the journey, and suddenly realized that all his Anzi in the Lizan universe could not be contacted. Why did all my subordinates disappear? Could it be that they have been cleaned up? It's impossible. It stands to reason that Emperor Li Xuanzhou is just entering the 9 universe level. If I can clean up my dark child, it would have been cleaned up long ago. Why should I keep it until now? Could it be that she only knew about those dark children not long ago and cleaned them up? When Shang Qian realized that the dark children had lost contact, his brows were frowned, and he felt a bit of a bad feeling. He immediately reported the matter to the deity Shang Juku. Emperor Li Xuanzhou killed all my dark sons. Could someone help her? But who would help her? Shang Juku was also puzzled for a while. Recently, the frequency of the Page of Immortality has increased. He has obtained 2 clues in a short period of time, one for each age and one for Lizan. But Suiyu Joyu was killed by someone who cherished a clone. Now there is a problem on the Lishuan universe, and the Anzi is gone. Shang Juku knew that it was difficult to get the eternal life page of Emperor Li Xuanzhou. But he still did not give up. Emperor Li Xuanzhou's body is a complete page of immortality. He immediately took out a Tongyu-seeking god orb, which was condensed long ago, and it was used to chase Emperor Li Xuanzhou. Shang Juku's divine mind swept through Tongyu to search for the orb and found that Emperor Li Xuanzhou was still in the Li Xuanzhou region. This woman is still in the Li Xuan universe. Shang Juku frowned slightly, and immediately ordered Shang Quhan to speed up to the Lishuan universe to investigate the truth. He suddenly changed his expression and squinted his eyes, condensing a temporary avatar. This temporary avatar left the retreat and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a bustling restaurant. The restaurant is not considered high-end, it is just an ordinary restaurant in the city of warriors in the universe of Shang Juku. The Shang Juku, who controlled the avatar, saw a middle-aged man sitting next to a street window and a sandalwood table through the crowded restaurant. The middle-aged man seemed to feel the gaze of Shang Juku. He turned his head, raised the wine glass in his hand, smiled and respected the incarnation of Shang Juku. Chapter 2767, Jing Yunzi and Emperor Li Xuanzhou. Who is your excellency? Why come to my area? With a thought, Shang Juku came to sit down opposite the middle-aged man. He could detect that this middle-aged man was also the incarnation of the eternal power of the 9 universes. When the opponent came, there was no concealment, and there was no hostility on the surface, so Shang Juku didn't immediately make a move. Sha Sha Jing Yunzi, I took the liberty to come and disturb. The middle-aged man laughed, raised his glass and filled it again. Say something straight. Shang Juku's expression was cold, and he was upset. Friends of Juku Taoist are really quick to talk. Jing Yunzi smiled and put down the wine glass. Come here, it is to form an alliance with fellow Dao. In the Li Xuan universe, a large number of eternal warriors have gathered a large number of cultivation resources and are gathering in the Li Xuan universe on a large scale. I don't know why the Lord of the universe suddenly gathered me to wait for. There must be something big, otherwise it will never be possible for us to gather the creatures and spiritual resources in the universe. Perhaps, our Li Xuan universe is about to face a catastrophe. There is a domain owner, we must trust the domain owner. An eternal strong man rarely stands on the ground, waiting as humble as a mortal. Most of them are very nervous, because something like this has never happened in the Lishuan universe. And this approach is no different from the preparation before fleeing. Fortunately, Emperor Li Xuanzhou is a great power who has entered the level of the 9 universes, with great strength and prestige. Therefore, the heart is not particularly flustered. In the waiting of everyone, a beautiful woman in an ice blue robe emerged. This girl is like a 28 girl, wearing a thin smoky veil with green water. Her shoulders are cut into a waist, her eyes are full of spring water and clear waves, her small cherry mouth is not dotted in red, and her muscles are as condensed as fat and air is like orchids. Zaihua appearance. It is Emperor Li Xuanzhou. See domain owner. A powerful eternal warrior bowed down one after another, and many of them were powerful in the eternal realm of the 8 universes. I'll make a long story short. The world of great controversy is coming. It is difficult for our Li Xuanzhou to be alone. I must act. Next, I will go to the suspended mark universe, join the Xuanyu alliance, and set out now. Emperor Li Xuanzhou acted vigorously and resolutely. After speaking, he immediately threw an eternal emperor soldier and turned it into a red long shuttle. She leapt and entered the long shuttle. Let's go to Xuanyu alliance. Domain Lord, we will go wherever we go. Although an eternal powerhouse did not know what happened, all of them chose to leave with Emperor Li Xuanzhou. They all entered the red long shuttle, and the entire Li Xuan universe became empty in a blink of an eye. The red long shuttle suddenly broke through the space-time barriers of the universe and disappeared. As soon as the deity of Shang Juku in the closed chamber thought, the avatar in the restaurant disappeared. As for the middle-aged man who claimed to be Jing Yunzi, he disappeared first. A world of great competition. The higher frequency of the page of eternal life, is it a sign of the coming of the world of great controversy? In the world of great controversy, even an eternal martial artist like me, may not be able to continue practicing safely. Therefore, Jing Yunzi is a lobbyist everywhere, to form an alliance to ensure mutual safety. However, this kind of alliance relationship is not very reliable. Shang Juku thought in his heart, he didn't agree to Jing Yunzi or refuse Jing Yunzi, only said that he had to consider it. The latter didn't mind, and left after leaving the contact information. The argument of a world of great controversy has yet to be confirmed. I don't know much about this alliance, so I won't join it temporarily. The most urgent task now is to get the eternal life page of Emperor Li Xuanzhou and Su Lang children. Shang Juku frowned when he thought so, as if thinking of Su Lang's appearance would make him angry. Ding! The practice of the exercises is successful, and, the source of Devour You Pharyngeal, has reached the super level. Chapter 2768, Shang Juku finds out Emperor Gujunzhou. Another exercise has been completed. Next, practice 9 Tribulations of Extinction. After all the exercises collected this time have been practiced, I will come to the source of exercises several times to upgrade a wave of secret techniques. Su Lang placed the new exercises on 10 martial arts villains to practice automatically, while looking at the clones outside. The first is the clone of Yilong Universe. The Yilong Universe was very close, and Yi Nanjuo and other eternal martial artists were all finished. Moreover, Su Lang also obtained a map of the universe of the Yilong Universe. Therefore, the process of exploring the Yilong Universe is very smooth. At present, the entire Yilong Universe has been explored, and the clones have come into contact with a farther universe named Falan. The Falan universe is not stronger than the Yilong Universe, so it sits in an eternal realm of 8 universes. But for the sake of secretive whereabouts, Su Lang did not move this universe, and neither side had any grievances nor enmity. Under Su Lang's control, the clones secretly controlled a few people in the cosmic domain, obtained some cosmic coordinates and routes, and then moved on. Based on the information currently available, after the Volan Cosmos region, there are several Cosmos regions bordering each other, and then the clones will be able to hide better. The retreats here are getting more and more perfect, and I will be able to venture more boldly on the Lingshu fragmented domain. Su Lang thought so, and when he moved his heart, he shared the perception of another part of the clone. This part of the clone had already crossed the Suiyu universe, passed through more than 20 high-level universes, and arrived at a universe called Mawei. Mawei Universe. It is the high-level cosmic domain under Shang Quhen. It is also one of the cosmic domains ruled by his deity. From a geographical point of view, it can be regarded as the edge of Lingshu fragmented domain. Going forward is to truly enter the Lingshu fragmented domain. Su Lang touched his chin, his eyes showed the color of thinking. One of his purposes when he went to the Lingshu fragmented domain was to obtain more detailed information about the pages of eternal life in the universe and white world. In addition, the deity of Shang Quhen must be investigated. After all, knowing yourself and the enemy can win every battle. Now I can send some clones to continue to explore the universe ruled by the deity of Shang Quhen. There are also some clones, they go deep into Lingshu fragmented domain. Thinking of this, Su Lang made a decision and continued to send the clones forward. Finish these, he continued to accumulate cultivation bases, practice exercises, and strive to push the realm to the eternal realm of the 8 universes as soon as possible. Before long, in the universe of Shang Juku's Tianchu, is there any news about Su Lang's child? Shang Juku, who was in retreat, was overjoyed and immediately checked the information sent by his subordinates. Fortunately for my subordinates, I found someone based on the clues you provided. This person is also an eternal martial artist of the 9 universes, the Emperor Gujun, who once stayed in the area of the Dudu universe. After conducting a secret investigation of Emperor Gujunzhou, his subordinates discovered that the secret technique used by Su Lang is similar to that of Emperor Gujunzhou. Perhaps, this Su Lang got the inheritance of Emperor Gujunzhou so that he can soar into the sky and stand out from the crowd in the Dudu Joyu. But the subordinates also discovered anomalies, that is, Su Lang's secret technique is too powerful, and the effect is better than that of Emperor Gujunzhou. In addition, Emperor Gujunzhou doesn't like to fight, and seldom gets enemies with others. After reading the information given by the subordinates, Shang Juku frowned. If Su Lang is really the descendant of Emperor Gujunzhou, then Emperor Gujunzhou will definitely help Su Lang. Does this guy Su Lang think that there is Emperor Gujunzhou as a backer, so he dared to kill my clone unscrupulously? No, it shouldn't be. If he is really a disciple of Emperor Gujunzhou, Emperor Gujunzhou will definitely not let him offend me. This matter is still strange. The relationship between Su Lang and Emperor Gujunzhou needs to be further demonstrated, and the investigation must be continued. Thinking about this, Shang Juku immediately issued an order to let the terrifying intelligence network under his command begin to exert force and conduct a deeper investigation. Chapter 2769. Re-enable the source of the exercises to update the secrets, because there is an exact goal. So this investigation was launched immediately, in a high-level universe called xianxia. For so many years, trying luck everywhere to find the nascent universe, collecting materials with specific innate characteristics, finally promoted Heng Yao to the top level of the 8 universes. An old man with a smile on his face is carefully raising his eternal emperor soldier with secret techniques. If Su Lang would be able to tell the secret technique used by this old man here, it would be the secret of Qi Zi. And the identity of this old man is ready to come out, it is the Emperor Gujun Zhou. Compared with Su Lang's abnormal means of upgrading weapons, the refining method of Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou was normal in the eternal realm. It often takes countless years, countless materials, countless slow promotion weapons. Just when Ji Yujun was warming up the weapon, a streamer flew from nowhere, fell to Ji Yujun's side, and turned into a small talisman. Ji Yujun glanced, took the fulu in his hand, and dived into his spiritual thoughts. Master Ji Yujun, subordinates got news by accident that there is an outstanding eternal warrior in Dudu Zhouyu, who is suspected to be your descendant. Before you let your subordinates pay attention to this moment, after they get the clue, they will report to you immediately. The following is the specific information of that person. In a blink of an eye, the information in Fulu was finished. Successor. At the beginning, I searched the nascent universe, and indeed found a person with good aptitude in the Dudu universe and gave him part of the inheritance. It's just, isn't that person named Yu Yangli? How is he called Su Lang? Could it be a pseudonym? But he should have no reason to use a pseudonym, after all, he is dominating in Dudu Zhouyu. So, could it be that Yu Yangli was killed and my legacy was taken away? Although the possibility is not great, it still exists. While thinking about it, Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou issued an order to let his subordinates go down to investigate Su Lang. The information he can get about Su Lang is the method used by Shangjuku's subordinates. Ji Yujun Zhou Emperor's investigation order was issued. All the eternal warriors set out to investigate, and they were immediately known by the intelligence network under Shangjuku. Tianchu High-Level Universe. Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou unexpectedly sent someone to investigate Su Lang. When Shangjuku received the information returned by his subordinates, he suddenly became surprised. The intelligence clearly stated that it was an investigation, not a pickup. It seems that Su Lang is not closely related to Emperor Gujun Zhou. Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou doesn't even know Su Lang's children, he needs to send someone to investigate. So, Su Lang is not a backer, but probably a bluff. Wait, now in a very period of time, it's not worth offending a 9 eternal martial artist whose strength is similar to mine. Shangjuku thought so. Zan even let his subordinates continue to pay attention to this matter. Be sure to figure out the relationship between Emperor Gujun Zhou and Su Lang and his attitude towards Su Lang. Su Lang had already practiced all the exercises he had obtained in the last war. I even read all the classics of the 3 paths of pill formation device, and learned all the knowledge that I can learn. Finally, I have finished all the exercises and secrets. Shang Qiuhan's secret techniques, the power is really good. If you use the source of the exercise method to further deduct it, my secret skills will be even more powerful. Su Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, and immediately began to update his secret technique. The techniques he practiced this time ranged from Emperor Wu to Emperor Eternal Emperor level, and there were countless ones. Therefore, there is a need to update every secret technique of the source of the exercise. Activate the function of the source of exercises, deduction update Bro Yijian. Su Lang gave instructions in his heart. The source of exercise function is activated. Numerous exercises have emerged, condensed into a transparent ball, and finally collapsed and merged, and then exploded fiercely. Su Lang's body and soul were immediately incorporated into the brand new Po Yi Jian P. Sure enough, it's stronger than before. With excitement in his eyes, Su Lang stretched out his right hand, his fingertips sprayed a sharp sword light. Where Zhanmang passes, time and space are broken. Chapter 2770, Dare to mess with me and kill me directly. So cool, go on, deduced me, master of the universe. Su Lang's heart moved, and he gave instructions again. The 5 source secret skills of the master of the universe, the flash of the universe, the jade of fate, the innocence of life and the severance of no prescription have all been updated. Every secret skill becomes more powerful. Among them, the Zero Domain Lord, and the Zhou Shan have the greatest improvement. Because of the secret methods used by xianxia, the universal borrowing method Lixu is the strongest. This secret technique is stronger than Si Koyun's Zhouyi. Once it is deployed, it can even be immune to attacks. At this time, its effects are all integrated into the new Zhu Shan secret technique. Weapon has also been promoted. The secret technique has also been updated. Next, it's my own cultivation realm. It's just that from the 7 eternal realm to the 8 eternal realm, there are a lot of crystal wall universes to be perfected. During this period of time, the accumulated cultivation base has not been enough for me to break through. Oh, cultivation is really difficult. Su Lang sighed with sincere emotion. Immediately, he decided to use up the accumulated cultivation base first and improve himself. After all, the deity of xianxia must be eyeing, and may come to attack at any time. If you are stronger, you can rest assured. Activate the function of crystal wall universe, and perfect the designated crystal wall world. Su Lang gave instructions to the system in his mind. The system executes instructions immediately. In the mysterious black space, all the gold on the cultivating villain's body faded, and countless cultivation bases poured into Su Lang's body. After these cultivation bases merged with the time avenue, they penetrated into each crystal wall world and merged with it. A large number of crystal wall worlds have been upgraded to crystal wall universes, and they have the qualifications to condense the power of the universe. The number of crystal wall universes raised this time has reached 3,000 Gai. The total number of crystal wall cells has reached 12,137. This number is already close to the threshold of the 8 eternal realm. If you can reach 13,000 Gai, you can formally enter the 8 eternal realm. At that time, the crystal wall universe with an integer number of 13,000 will bring a qualitative increase in strength. Su Lang touched his chin, and immediately issued an instruction: call up the attribute panel. Master the exercises, the unlimited Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra, 10,000 laws return to one infinite profound meaning, eternal grade, Super Yi. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 57, 1 key martial arts function, level 57, 1 key clone function, level 56, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 55, 1 key alchemy function, 21, 1 key mixer function, level 21, 1 key refinement function, level 21, 1 key synthesis function, level 21, 1 key initiation function, level 30, 1 key enhancement function, level 15, 1 key decomposition function, no level. There is no change in the attribute list for attacks and other aspects. Still not reaching the level of a plus sign. However, Su Lang's current daily combat power has actually reached the advanced level of the 8 universes. The clones also have the same combat power as me. I am equivalent to 168 high-level 8 Eternal Realm subordinates. The key is that these Eternal Realm subordinates can use the stars and clouds to merge with each other. I don't know if they reach the limit. Can they enter the realm of the 9 universes? However, even if it does not reach the 9 universe level after the fusion, it will definitely be there after using the secret. If you use the clone self-destruction function, the power will be even more terrifying. With this kind of combat power, you don't need to be afraid of the weaker 9 universe eternal realm, dare to provoke me and kill me directly. As Su Lang thought, a smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. A group of people suddenly appeared in a universe near Dudu universe. This group of people was upright and was immediately spotted by the avatar dispatched by Su Lang. Chapter 2771, uninvited by Ji Yujun. There were 6 people in total. All wore gorgeous robes, on robes of different colors. The patterns are basically the same, with only subtle differences. Are these people? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, a person sent by the deity of xianxia. But he immediately denied this speculation. Because the Comer is no stronger than xianxia. Among them is only one of the top masters of the 8 universes, and the rest are ordinary 8 universe level martial artists. This lineup looks good, but it is too weak to target Su Lang. This group of uninvited eternal warriors also discovered Su Lang's clone. That's an eternal warrior of the 8 universes advanced level. How can there be such a powerful eternal warrior here? It's Su Lang. He is exactly the same as the intelligence portrait given to us by Lord Ji Yujun. No, isn't Su Lang in Dudu universe? Although it is close to Dudu universe, there is still a way to go. I also don't think it's right. Isn't Su Lang the top level of the 8 Zhous? This person is only a high-level inheritance of the 8 Zhous. He has already discovered us. This person is not Su Lang and he must be closely related to Su Lang. Otherwise, he won't be here. Let's go up and see him. The group of 6 people had some discussion. With doubts in their hearts, they flew directly towards Su Lang's clone. Su Lang has used Perfect Bend to control this clone and opened the 6-person attribute panel. Su Lang's expression suddenly moved, and he found that the techniques these people mastered were somewhat familiar. Isn't it some of the techniques in the inheritance of Emperor Gujun Zhou? It's from Emperor Gujun Zhou. How come it was his people? I thought it would be a spy sent by Shang Qiuhan. However, it cannot be denied that this group of people has nothing to do with Shang Qiuhan's deity. Well, let's get in touch first, let's talk about the situation. Su Lang thought so, and controlled the clone to stay in place, waiting for the opponent to come over. He is very relaxed. Anyway, the strongest on the opposite side is no better than Shang Qiuhan, and he can kill them all with a few moves. There is nothing to be nervous about. The 6 people under Ji Yu Jun came to Su Lang's clone. Under Li Hong, I have met fellow Taoists. Come uninvited, I hope fellow Taoists will forgive me. The leading eternal warrior of the 8 universes said politely, and the other 5 people also saluted. Pretty polite, Su Lang muttered in his heart, and said, "You are from Emperor Gujun Zhou, what are you doing in my area? Do you know who we are?" This fellow Taoist is right, we are indeed under Lord Gujun's command. Li Hong and the others were a little surprised. They knew their origins before they signed up. Seeing this, Su Lang smiled and said nothing. Since fellow Taoist knows our identity, we also know Lord Gujun. Li Hong regained his expression in a blink of an eye and said with a smile, "Then it will be straightforward. We are here for the inheritor of Lord Ji Yu Jun. Master Ji Yu Jun's inheritor, Yu Yangli, have you ever heard of it?" Another white-haired old man arched his hands and asked. They already knew that among Su Lang's secret skills, there were similarities with the secret skills of Emperor Gujun Zhou. In other words, Su Lang and Yu Yangli must have contact. If Su Lang denies it, then it can basically be certain that Su Lang is already detrimental to Yongli, probably killing people and winning treasures. Su Lang's answer made everyone sigh of relief. Yu Yangli. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled faintly. "I do know that we have a very good relationship. Can we see Yu Yangli?" Li Hong said immediately. Not to mention the others, it is the most important to see Yu Yang's true talent. It seems that my pretending to be the inheritor of Gujun is going to be revealed, but it's not a big deal. Single quote. Su Lang thought so in his heart, and said verbally, "I have nothing to do, I have said it, I have a good relationship with him." Under the gaze of Li Hong and others, Su Lang waved his hand, and a buying clone appeared next to him. This scene shocked Li Hong and others. Just now, another, Su Lang, appeared. Although his strength was a little weaker, he could be considered a clone, but he was also at the 8th level. An even more shocking thing happened to Li Hong and others. Chapter 2772. What happened? Buying's clone will be released from Yangli's life universe, and then disappear. Only a pink figure is left. The key is that this is a man. This is fellow Yu Yangli. No way, how can you dress like this? What is going on here? Why is it so masculine, but you have to wear a pink dress? Li Hong and others were horrified, and they almost doubted whether Yu Yangli was a person who liked Longyang. Friends of Taoism, it's not what you think. Yu Yangli already knew the identity of the visitor, coughed lightly, and said, "I don't wear pink clothes, but macho clothes. This is the core of the macho spirit. I can't say a few words. Macho, spiritual core, macho clothes, isn't this just pink?" Li Hong and the others looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. If it weren't for the information about Yu Yangli in their hands to confirm that the person was right, they would have doubted whether the other party was pretending. Su Lang looked calm and asked faintly, "Emperor Gujun Zhou asked you to come, what is the matter?" Everyone immediately returned to the right track. Ming people don't talk secretly. Friend Su Lang, we got some news about you. Your Excellency seems to have some secret techniques related to the inheritance of Lord Ji Yu Jun. Your Excellency and Yu Yangli have a good relationship with Taoist friend. Have you obtained the secret technique from Yu Yangli? Li Hong looked straight, and said seriously. The other 5 people also have solemn expressions. As soon as this remark came out, it was Yu Yangli's turn to be stunned. What? What? Senior brother Su Lang is the direct disciple of Master Gujun. The secret method he mastered was naturally handed down by Master Gujun himself. How could it be possible to get it from me? You don't even know the identity of senior brother Su Lang. I really doubt whether you people belong to Master Gujun. Yu Yangli frowned and said in indignation. Li Hong and the other 6 people twitched their lips. Look at me and I look at you, with a trace of confusion in their eyes. What happened to this? Why did Yu Yangli, the Gujun heir, say that Su Lang is the personal heir of Gujun Zhou Emperor? Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou personally said he didn't know Su Lang. Could it be? Yu Yangli was deceived, but can this kind of thing be cheated? Whether Su Lang is a personal biography of Emperor Gujun Zhou, as long as Yu Yangli is not a fool, there must be a lot of methods to prove it. If Su Lang is a counterfeit, it will definitely be dismantled soon. But now, Su Lang has thoroughly mastered the secret technique, and merged with the other secret techniques to introduce new ones. This means that time has passed for a long time, but Yu Yangli still didn't notice anything unusual. How could this be possible? Li Hong and others had an illusion. Was Yu Yangli forced to brainwashed by this Su Lang? Yu Yong Li's junior brother, don't get excited. Su Lang suddenly said, there is something that I wanted to tell you a long time ago. Would you like to listen? The eyes of Li Hong and others immediately gathered on Su Lang. You say, I'm listening. Yu Yong was not stupid. As soon as Su Lang spoke, he had already guessed something faintly. Don't mind. Su Lang nodded and confessed, actually, I'm not the one who handed down the Emperor Gujun Zhou, you are. Li Hong and the others exchanged glances at each other, very surprised. Su Lang admitted, so, how was Yu Yangli deceived? Yu Yangli's expression was stagnant, and the expression on his face was very complicated. He once felt extremely angry and jealous because Su Lang was personally passed on, but he was not. It was Su Lang who moved him with sincerity and let him eliminate the negative emotions in his heart. Now, he has returned as his disciple personally. Su Lang is not his brother. Instead, he felt a sense of loss. Yu Yangli also understood some things. Chapter 2773, Yu Yangli, Su Lang is too strong. Not only masters the speed of cultivation far beyond imagination, the comprehension of martial arts, but also various incredible methods. Recall carefully, the secret technique of empowerment, the 3 secret techniques of pill formation, the technique of unreasonable clone, various combat secret techniques, powerful eternal emperor soldiers, etc. Which one can be done by Gujun inheritance? Gujun's 7-character secret, in front of these methods, is simply scum. The 7-character secret of Gujun is indeed a very important part of the methods that Emperor Gujun Zhou has mastered. Is Ji Yu Jun a teacher to Su Lang? It's almost enough for Su Lang to be Ji Yu Jun's teacher. Yu Yangli was aware of these abnormalities a long time ago, but in absolute trust in Su Lang, he chose not to think about it. At this time, Su Lang personally admitted that he understood the truth. Seeing that Yu Yangli could not speak, Su Lang sighed and asked, not at all. In the beginning, I was going to fight against brother, and brother was completely capable of killing me. Yu Yangli shook his head, but the brother did not, but instead lied to me and took me in. Perhaps this is a white lie. Su Lang, you pretended to be the descendant of Lord Gujun, and dared to deceive the true descendant. The reason why you didn't act on Yangli is because you are afraid of being Lord Gujun. What kind of lie, Yu Yangli, don't be fooled. Li Hong and others frowned and scolded coldly. In their opinion, Su Lang is nothing more than a rising star, nothing. Such a person dared to pretend to be the descendant of Emperor Gujun Zhou, deceive the true descendant and deceive the inheritance, then he must pay the price. As for Yu Yangli, he must also be punished. Who told him to leak the inheritance? Although it was deceived, it was a big mistake. Please calm down. Senior brother Su Lang's methods are not what you can imagine. He even dared to kill the top clone of the 8 cosmos cultivated through the 9 universes eternal realm. Wouldn't he dare to kill me? It was senior brother Su Lang who let me go, and didn't mind my offense, but instead taught me a lot of secret skills. In addition, I did not divulge any inheritance to senior brother Su Lang. Senior brother got everything himself. Finally, the most crucial point, senior brother Su Lang's secret technique is countless times better than Master Gujun's inheritance. Yu Yangli looked at Li Hong and others coldly, spoke quickly, and went back. This kid, .. It's not in vain that I empowered him with all kinds of eternal secrets of founding and supernatural levels. .. Su Lang saw that Yu Yangli struggled with reason, and smiled. Yu Yangli, what kind of medicine did Su Lang give you? You have to speak to him like this. It's ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Master Ji Yu Jun is a senior Ju Zhou Eternal. This Su Lang is just a junior. What qualifications can you compare to Master Ji Yu Jun? Yu Yangli, as the personal disciple of Master Gujun, you should understand what you should do and say in your own capacity. Huh, Yu Yangli, you said you didn't reveal the inheritance to Su Lang. How did he get the inheritance? This kind of lie can be said. Li Hong and others were stunned by Yu Yangli, and suddenly became a little angry. In their eyes, Emperor Gujun Zhou is the strongest. Su Lang, a guy who hasn't reached the 9 universes, what's the deal? And Yu Yangli, as a disciple of the Gujun inheritance, dared to speak for Su Lang. It was really too much to deal with. A group of frogs at the bottom of the well. As you know, I followed senior brother Su Lang to kill the Lord of the Suiyu universe, the Lord of the Yilong universe, and xianxia, the clone of the 9 eternal realm. Among them, xianxia has the will of the eternal deity of the 9 universes, but he is still killed. Maybe you can't realize the power of xianxia's outbreak at that time. In other words, when the 6 of you go together, you are not an opponent of senior brother Su Lang. Yu Yangli said with a sneer, looking at the angry 6-8 eternal realms. You still have a brother on the left and a brother on the right. Li Hong stared, gritted his teeth. Yu Yangli, don't forget your identity. Chapter 2774. My elder brother is not defeated in this life. Now it's really not suitable for me to call League leader Su Lang a senior. Because Master Gujun didn't have the ability to teach Su Lang's leader, I call him senior brother. It's belittled. Yu Yangli finished speaking with a sneer, and saluted Su Lang respectfully. What is the leader? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. Brother, yes, sir. Yu Yangli shouted immediately. Yu Yangli, you are such a nonsense person. The 9 universes eternal realm has worked hard to cultivate and reach the top level of the 8 universes, and the will of the deity is in the body. How can you kill it? A bunch of nonsense, just a bunch of nonsense. Yu Yangli, you are too far. Li Hong and the others looked at each other, angrily pointed at Yu Yangli and cursed. HMPH, it seems that you are not a frog at the bottom of the well, but a toad at the bottom of the well. You are stupid enough. We killed xianxia on the front foot, and you immediately came to investigate on the back foot. Think for yourself, where did you get clues about us? Yu Yangli snorted and looked at Li Hong and others, as if looking at a group of pigs. Li Hong and the others stared suddenly, and they were speechless. They think carefully. It is indeed someone who concealed the initiative to pass this information to their forces. At this moment, it is not difficult to guess. It is probably instructed by the deity of xianxia. So, what is the motive and purpose of the deity of xianxia? It's not hard to guess. Could it be, Su Lang really killed the eternal clone of the 9 universes, xianxia? His deity investigated Su Lang and learned that Su Lang's secret technique was related to Lord Gujun, so he secretly investigated. The purpose of leaking information about Su Lang to our forces is to attack the relationship between Su Lang and Lord Ji Yu Jun. Li Hong and others' eyes widened and dumbfounded. It was hard to believe their speculation. But these speculations can indeed support the fact that Su Lang killed xianxia, the eternal and powerful clone of the 9 universes. How? Now you believe it? Yu Yangli sneered. Brother Su Lang's methods are unimaginable for you. Li Hong and others couldn't help looking at Su Lang. This Su Lang, who seems to have only the advanced level of 8 Zhous, is so terrifying. Li Hong recovered from the horror, and said coldly, Su Lang, how about you are very strong? Is it true that the 9 eternal realm is so strong? With the combat power of the 8 eternal realm, no matter how strong it is, it cannot be compared with the weakest 9 eternal realm. Su Lang, you are indeed very strong, but in front of Master Gujun, you still count nothing. The others also snorted coldly, looking at Su Lang with a gloomy face. You are a direct disciple of Master Gujun. Now that Su Lang killed a clone of the 9 eternal powers, he will surely cause disaster. Now you come back to the Frostbite universe with us, and stay safe first. As for how to punish you for what you did, Master Gujun will decide personally. Li Hong took a deep breath, and after speaking, looked at Su Lang coldly. You are trying to seize Master Gujun to inherit the secret technique. Your sin is unforgivable. Come with us. My eldest brother Su Lang is unbeaten in this life. Even if the deity of xianxia came in person, we are not afraid. Yu Yangli said resolutely. From the point that Su Lang has been in Dudu universe, he knew that Su Lang must have the means to ensure safety. Yu Yangli, you are simply a lunatic. How could Master Ji Yu Jun choose someone like you as the inheritor? Li Hong was so annoyed by Yu Yangli that he almost jumped and scolded his mother. I don't know why you trust Su Lang so blindly, but you have to know that the true nine-universe eternity is definitely not something you can fight against. Even if Su Lang is at fault, he will be punished if he goes to the Frost Obsidian universe, but he is very likely to save his life. However, if you stay here, you are sitting and waiting to die. When Shang Qiuhan's deity descends, it is when you die. The other warriors under the command of Emperor Gujun Zhou splashed all over, and said that they hated iron but not steel. Chapter 2775, Go away, don't let me see you again. Joke, what a joke. Yu Yangli didn't buy it at all, and said sarcastically, I want to arrest my eldest brother Su Lang, and he said so strangely. Yu Yangli, you have to go if you go today, or if you don't go. Li Hong was completely angry, and the top-level aura of the 8 universes burst out directly, sweeping the entire universe. No one wants to resist. The other 5 people also entered a state of fighting, and the turbulent fighting spirit and breath swelled crazily. Although they knew that Su Lang was strong, they didn't see it as believing. At this time, anger came to the head. They wanted to see if Su Lang was really as powerful as Yu Yangli said. Are you ready to do it? Su Lang, who had rarely spoken all the time, waved his hand indifferently, and a cloud of immense shadow suddenly covered the vast void. Li Hong and the others became stiff and couldn't help but look up. As a result, I saw an indomitable humanoid mecha weapon occupying a huge void. A breath of terror enveloped. Li Hong and the others only felt that the crisis was coming, and every cell in the body seemed to be screaming frantically, urging them to escape and run away. This is Weak 9 universes. How is it possible? What kind of weapon is this? Li Hong and the other 6 were dumbfounded, and there was an uncontrollable panic in their pupils. They finally understand what Yu Yangli said. The 6 of them are not opponents together, this is the truth. For the sake of my little brother Yu Yangli, Su Lang said indifferently, I won't kill you today, go away, don't let me see you again. Li Hong and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they had recovered their lives from the ghost gate. Let's go now. Many, thank you, I'll retire now. As everyone talked, their bodies had already retreated instinctively and quickly fled into the ripples of time and space. Let's go. Brother, go back. Su Lang stood up and waved his hand, and the Wuyin disappeared. Yu Yangli respectfully saluted, followed behind Su Lang, disappeared into time and space and returned to Dudu continent. Li Hong and the other 6 ran dozens of natural universes in one breath before slowing down. I didn't expect that Su Lang actually mastered such a powerful force. Weak 9 universe level. It is beyond imagination to master the weak 9 universe level combat power at the advanced level of the 8 universes. What about the weak 9 universes? It is nothing compared to the real 9 universes eternal. Yes, Su Lang is arrogant, deceived Master Gujun's heirs and seized the inheritance. Master Gujun will not let him go. The same is true for Yu Yangli. Wouldn't it be better to follow Su Lang so stupidly and follow as to serve Master Ji Yu Jun? Stop talking, it's safe now. Let's send the information back first. About the Shang Qiuhan deity, we can't miss it. The 6 eternal warriors of the 8 universes, you talked about each other, and immediately sorted out the information and sent it back to the Xianxia universe. They continued on their way. In the Frosty universe, Emperor Gujun is warming up and consolidating his armies of the Eternal Emperor. With a change of expression, he took out a jade card for communication, and a lot of brand new writing appeared on it. Sweep the mind. With a panoramic view of the content, Ji Yu Jun's brows gradually frowned. This Su Lang deceived my heir and seized my inheritance secret technique. And this Yu Yangli actually said that I have no qualifications to teach Su Lang. The humanoid Eternal Emperor soldier, with the aura of the weak 9 universe. What about the weak 9 universes? Compared to the real 9 universes eternal, the gap is too big. Yu Yangli doesn't know what's good or bad. Su Lang is treacherous and arrogant. They are not kind, so they should be cleaned up. The old face of Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou was full of unpleasantness, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He is rumored to be easy and kind. But which one can reach the eternal state of the 9 universes is not killed out of the sea of blood on the corpse mountain. Chapter 2776, It's impossible to apprentice. Emperor Ji Yuzhen Zhou just did less. But every time he kills, he is not merciful. This Su Lang, lie to my disciple, steal my inheritance. If you treat me respectfully, you can spare his life. To drive away the people I sent directly now is to make up my mind to fight against me. However, this person is not stupid, dare to be so arrogant, there must be support. Give him a soft set first, and if you don't eat it, give him a hard one. Emperor Ji Yuzhen thought so, and a chill flashed in his eyes. He immediately gave Li Hong and others an order to return to Dudu Zhouyu and pass a message to Su Lang. Related information about Shangqiuhan and Shangqiuhan deities emerged in his mind. Shangqiuhan, it should be the clone of Tianchu Zhou Emperor Shangjuku. This guy once killed an eternal powerhouse of the 9 universes in World War I. It's not a simple thing. However, he and Su Lang have an antagonism, and I also want to do something against Su Lang, not an enemy. Of course, I'd better find a time to inform Shangjuku, and by the way, I would like to mention his placement of Anzi on my site. Emperor Ji Yuzhen thought so, and immediately continued to warm up his weapons. Oh, Lord Ji Yuzhen told me to wait for my return. Then Su Lang is so terrifying, if we appear in front of him again, he might really kill us. It's just a message, there is no need to go out in person, just send a few more subordinates at a lower level. Looking at what Master Gujun meant, he was not very angry, but planned to give Su Lang another chance. I hope that Su Lang can seize this opportunity, otherwise, the 6 of us will likely become the vanguard of the opponent. Not much to say, send someone quickly. After some tense discussions between Li Hong and others, they each sent some low-level eternal warriors back the same way. These warriors have treasures given by Li Hong and others, and the speed is not slow. Moreover, the 6 Li Hong hadn't gone far. Their subordinates returned to the universe where they had met Su Lang before. Su Lang is embarking on a treasure hunt for ancestral flying, looking for the breath of Li Hong and the 6 others, to find the territory of Emperor Gujun Zhou. Gujun Zhou Emperor is currently unknown to his friends and enemies, and most likely will become enemies, so it is better to investigate first. The clones he stayed in the outer universe to watch for 100 years discovered the eternal warriors sent back by Li Hong and others. These warriors are also very careful. They didn't stay too much, leaving a communication jade card in the void of the universe, which contained what Gujun Zhou wanted to say, and then left directly. Again, Emperor Ji Yuzhen Zhou probably knows my attitude. I don't know what this veteran Jojo Eternal thinks about this matter. While thinking about it, Su Lang controlled the clone to read the information. Suddenly stunned. However, the words of Emperor Ji Yuzhen Zhou turned out to be quite polite. The general idea is that it doesn't matter if he has practiced his inheritance technique, and both parties can become their own. Of course, the premise is that Su Lang really worships him as a teacher. If you don't want it, it doesn't matter, as long as you pay the equivalent price and ensure that you never reveal the spreading exercises. In the end, Emperor Gujun Zhou stated that he could not leave the Xianxia universe by warming up his newly promoted weapon in a special environment. Therefore, Su Lang was specially invited to go for an interview. If Su Lang is unwilling to go to the Frost Yao universe, he can also designate a universe as the place to talk, and Emperor Gujun Zhou will send a clone to go. Looking at Emperor Gujun Zhou's meaning is to resolve the matter peacefully. If this matter can be resolved peacefully, it would be fine. It's impossible to go to a teacher or something. For his inheritance of techniques, I will give him some equivalent secret techniques, and that's the difference. Of course, this is also very likely to be a trap, just to lead me over. However, it doesn't matter if it is a trap. I have more than 50 lives, and it is okay to trap more than 50 deadly traps. Thinking of this, Su Lang sketched a small smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2777. This Su Lang is so arrogant. He thought of the little brother Yu Yangli again. Yu Yangli and Gujun Zhou Emperor should meet each other. After all, he has the inheritance of Ji Yuzhen. This cause and effect is a continuation or a cut, and there must be a result. Su Lang thought so. Even if he made a decision, he saw Emperor Gujun Zhou. And the meeting place was chosen in the Xianxia universe. Anyway, I'm not afraid of death, it's okay to wave casually. And if Emperor Gujun Zhou had a bad idea, it would be the same wherever he chooses to meet. So it's better to choose Xianxia universe. The hatred is really deepened, and there is no need to find a place for revenge in the future. Su Lang immediately replied with 5 words with the jade card of communication left by the other party. See you in Shuangyao universe. He also cancelled the treasure hunt, waiting for Emperor Gujun Zhou's commander to lead the way. On Li Hong's side, he waited nervously, but he didn't expect to get Su Lang's reply soon. That kid Su Lang agreed. How come? He was so arrogant before. He chose to meet in the Frost Yao universe, so crazy. Or did he make up his mind to worship Lord Gujun as a teacher, so he would do so without worrying about safety? It should be the latter. Master Gujun's attitude was unclear before, and Su Lang thinks this matter is difficult to do well, so he is so tough. Yes, now Master Gujun has promised to be his master, he immediately clung to him. It is ridiculous. Hey, let's go back to pick up Su Lang. Remember to manage his expression later, after all, he is very strong, and is likely to become Master Ji Yujun's disciple. I see, this person is really out of luck, and Master Ji Yujun won't punish him for stealing the inheritance. Tisk Tusk, it's too early for you to say this. Who knows Master Ji Yujun's true thoughts? Yes, no matter what, go pick up someone first. After some analysis, Li Hong and others expressed their contempt towards Su Lang and sneered. But if someone else is here, you can smell a lemon. At first they were envious of Su Lang's ability to cling to Emperor Gujun Zhou. However, they had no idea that Su Lang had no idea of clinging to it. What kind of Emperor Gujun Zhou was, and he still went to a teacher. Li Hong and others returned to the universe where they had seen Su Lang before. But there is no one in the universe. After waiting for a while, Su Lang passed through the barriers of time and space. Also show off. This Su Lang is simply arrogant. Damn it, I'm so angry. Li Hong and the others were very angry, but there was a smile on their faces, and they bowed their hands to Su Lang. Your psychological activities are quite rich. Su Lang snorted softly without a smile, and had already seen through Li Hong and others' thoughts with a thief. No, Taoist Su Lang is a talented man and has excellent combat power. I will wait and persuade you. Not much to say, Master Gujun is still waiting for us to go back, let's start now. Li Hong and the others were horrified and embarrassed, and quickly showed a flattering smile, and they didn't dare to have any other thoughts in their hearts. Su Lang waved his hand faintly, as if speaking to a group of servants. Li Hong and others didn't dare to neglect, and immediately led the way in front of them, opening up time and space barriers. And also gave Su Lang a map of the universe with lines. This can be used as a reference to determine if there are any errors in the path forward. Su Lang followed Li Hong and others continuously on the road, but in fact, this is just a clone of his control. Su Lang's deity is still cultivating on the platform at this time. After all, there are many mid and low-level universes on the road, and it is not a short time to convert to the upper universe. Isn't it fragrant to use these time for cultivation? Several days passed. Su Lang stayed on the platform to save his cultivation base and had nothing to do. The daily routine is to infuse Chu Xiaobei and other women, as well as instill the exercises to the subordinates, and then create some new eternal warriors. Chapter 2778, Shangjuku passed on Gujun Zhou Emperor. As for the exercises, the practice is over long ago. The 10 martial arts villains ushered in a rare holiday, one by one stayed motionless in the martial arts pool, as if exhausted and resting. Another thing worth mentioning is that the desperate eternal prison array further self-regenerates and has actually entered the 9 eternal realm. The real 9 universe eternal realm formation. Moreover, you can mobilize the power of the natural universe to maintain your own full automatic formation. The self-regeneration function of this formation is really abnormal. However, it consumes a lot of materials, and all the materials it can eat are used up, and the rest are useful. Su Lang touched the palm of his hand and shook his head with a smile. But he didn't feel distressed. Anyway, he was in urgent need of materials. It would be better to use the one-click decomposition function. Su Lang's gesture of stroking the formation pan suddenly paused, turning his hands into the storage space. It turned out that Li Hong and others had entered the rule of Emperor Gujun Zhou. Dozens of high-level universes are connected to each other, forming intricate natural universe channels. Just like in the original Yuanming universe, the cosmic space-time port built by Huyunj can connect the 2 natural universes and make traffic smoother. However, the project under the command of Emperor Gujun Zhou is too huge. A large number of natural universes are strung together by cosmic time-space channels like beads, and a large number of universes can be passed through a single transmission. This has changed the status quo that the Eternal Warrior can only pass through one natural universe at a time, saving a lot of time on the road. Li Hong and the 6 others took Su Lang's avatar into a prosperous high-level universe. In this universe, there is a space-time channel directly in front of the xianxia universe. Just when Li Hong and others took Su Lang to the universe channel, their whereabouts, it happened to be captured by Shangjuku's intelligence network and quickly transmitted back to the Tianshu universe. Emperor Gujun Zhou's people have brought Su Lang back to the xianxia universe. 5 of those 6 people are only in the eternal realm of the ordinary 8 universes, and the strongest one is absolutely inferior to my clone. So, Su Lang must have followed them voluntarily. When Shangjuku looked at the jade card in his hand, his brows gradually frowned, and his heart quickly analyzed. So, are all my previous guesses wrong? The relationship between Su Lang and Emperor Gujun Zhou is not what I thought, but a closer relationship. No, that's not right. Emperor Gujun Zhou is indeed Su Lang who sent people to investigate. He didn't know Su Lang before that. So, now that Su Lang is here, it is estimated that he is going to talk to Emperor Gujun Zhou. According to the similarity between their secret techniques, they are likely to become their own. No, if that's the case, it would be difficult for me to kill Su Lang. It's a pity that I didn't get the news in advance, otherwise I can go to intercept. It seems that we can only try to destroy the relationship between Su Lang and Ji Yujun. It would be even better if Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou could catch Su Lang and give it to me directly. There is a secret in Su Lang's body. Thinking of this, Shangjuku immediately began to think of a solution. But after deliberation, there is only one way that can probably be achieved, and that is to use profit to sow discords and try to buy off Emperor Gujun Zhou. If you want to buy Emperor Gujun Zhou, ordinary treasures will definitely not work. Only the pages of eternal life or the equivalent. Shangjuku squinted his eyes and smiled. You can try a cost-free method. Shangjuku immediately began to act. He wrote a letter in an instant, letting the intelligence network reach the hands of Emperor Gujun Zhou as quickly as possible. Letter. Shangjuku first expressed his deep hatred with Su Lang and his determination to kill Su Lang. Immediately, he expressed his willingness to give a piece of eternal life in exchange for a complete Su Lang. In the end, he took the initiative to apologize for setting up an intelligence network on Emperor Gujun Zhou's site, and said that he would withdraw the intelligence network. Shangjuku is not certain that it can be replaced by Su Lang. But he was confident that Emperor Gujun Zhou would be more interested in Su Lang, or greedy. Chapter 2779. Arrived in the Frosty Universe. The words, eternal life remaining page, the details, the complete Su Lang, and other words in the letter will lead Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou into thinking. Even if Su Lang can't reach my hands, in the hands of Emperor Gujun Zhou, you will also encounter great trouble, maybe you will die. Of course, if he gives up everything, he will probably survive, but this is not his character, he even dares to kill my clone. Shangjuku thought while waiting for Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou's reply. Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou had already learned that his subordinate Li Hong and others had brought Su Lang to his territory. He is sneering. Suddenly received a subpoena from another subordinate. Shangjuku's letter. This guy. Want to exchange Su Lang. And even willing to pay a broken page of immortality. Although it is a broken page of immortality, it is also a hope of detachment. He is willing to. His letter seems to have exposed the characteristic of Su Lang's, very valuable. Otherwise, just a clone's hatred should not be worth the exchange of the page of eternal life. Then, the guy Shangjuku deliberately. Want to lead me to attack Su Lang. Su Lang is indeed worth a lot. He does have a secret and it is worth exploring. I originally planned to attract him and concoct it. After reading the contents of the letter, Emperor Gujun Zhou showed a sneer and wrote a reply while waving his hand. It roughly means that you are very interested in this transaction, but you need to think about it. In addition, let Shangjuku withdraw the intelligence network, and the two will contact directly. Emperor Gujun Zhou received a message again, and when he saw it, it turned out that Su Lang had arrived in the xianxia universe. Finally here, it really made me wait for a while. Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou sneered in his heart. Although he gave Su Lang 2 choices, one was to apprentice, but to trade, but he would not choose either. He wants to seize everything from Su Lang, and then behead him, forever. This is a decision made at the beginning. After receiving the letter from Shangjuku, he became more determined to kill Su Lang. Since Shangjuku is also very interested in Su Lang. Then he searched for Su Lang first, and then traded the intact Su Lang to Shangjuku, to see if he could actually exchange it for an immortal page. Ji Yu-jun's figure flashed, and appeared blankly in the hall of meeting guests. Su Lang also followed Li Hong and the 6 others to leave the space-time passage of the universe, skimming the void of the universe, and flew towards the goal. At this time, Su Lang has been silently replaced by the deity. Under the leadership of Li Hong, Su Lang came to a supercontinent that was extremely accommodating. This continent, like the Dudu continent, is both eternally powerful, using countless planets and continents for casting. Perhaps, only such a continent can carry the eternal power of the 9 universes. Ordinary life planets and continents are just insignificant pellets for the 9 universe power. This xianxia universe is pretty good. It deserves to be the nest of the eternal power of the 9 universes. Su Lang unfolded his mind and looked at the various prosperous cultivation civilizations along the way, and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Li Hong and others on the side felt contemptuous, as if they had seen a dumpling. They didn't even know that, in the eyes of Su Lang, the cultivation civilization on Frost Yao continent really only deserved the word good. Because of the cultivation civilization in Su Lang's body, although the level of combat power is not as good as that, if the number of civilizations is large, it will completely defeat the Frost Yao continent. A huge icy blue tower appeared in Su Lang's divine mind. Every layer of this huge tower can become a huge life continent when placed in the void of the universe. On the top of the tower, an incomparably terrifying breath radiated the entire Frost Yao continent. But this momentum is just grand and magnificent, without pressure. For the creatures on Frostbite continent, this actually gave them a deep sense of security. Chapter 2780, Beyond Everyone's Expectations. Senior 9 Universes Eternal. Single quote. This momentum is really amazing. Single quote. Su Lang squinted slightly as he thought, and then a small smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. What about Jojo Eternal? Anyway, it can't kill him. Lord Ji Yu-jun is waiting for you at the top of the tower, please. Li Hong stood on one side, bent slightly, and extended a hand to invite Su Lang to move forward. The other 5 people did the same action. Su Lang nodded and took a leisurely pace. Tisk tusk, you can pretend. Single quote. That's pretending to be in front of Master Gujun, ridiculous. Single quote. Li Hong and others looked at each other. Their expressions on the surface remained unchanged, but their hearts were slanderous. Soon they followed. Su Lang step by step, came to the top floor in a blink of an eye. This huge tower has the effect of preventing the prying of divine consciousness. At this point, Su Lang saw the true face of Emperor Gujun Zhou. This is an old man with an ordinary face, but his hair is black and shiny, and his eyes are not muddy. He was looking at Su Lang with a smile. In Sha Su Lang, I met Senior Ji Yu-jun. Su Lang raised his hand to hold his fist and said with a smile. Sure enough, it shows talent. By the way, the old man's weapon has just been promoted, and it is contained in this pool. The old man can't move a single step, so he didn't come to pick you up. Ji Yu-jun Jody laughed, and immediately pointed to the looming blue blade in a cloud of water vapor. Ji Yu-jun, the old man with such a brilliant smile, didn't he think I would worship him as a teacher? Single quote. Su Lang thought in his heart, and smiled politely on the surface. It should be, there is no reason for seniors to pick up juniors. Boy, very sensible. Then, you choose to see me because you want to worship me as a teacher. This is very good. I won't let you lose out with me, at least to ensure that you avoid detours and break through to the 9 eternal realm as soon as possible. Emperor Ji Yu-jun nodded and laughed. Even, I can help you find the page of immortality, and ask for that opportunity for detachment. Emperor Ji Yu-jun Zhou stopped, raised his hand while stroking his long beard, while smilingly waiting for Su Langya to bow. The words that Yu Yangli said that he Gujun did not have the qualifications to teach Su Lang would only say it because of a momentary struggle of spirit. Really, the situation should be that after learning that he can worship him Ji Yu-jun as a teacher, he shouted true fragrance. In addition, Su Lang did not defend himself and chose to meet directly in the xianxia universe. Emperor Gujun Zhou was almost determined that Su Lang was here to apprentice. Except for Emperor Ji Yu-jun Zhou. Li Hong and others who followed up to the top floor and stood aside also thought so. Su Lang's words exceeded everyone's expectations. Senior Ji Yu Jun joked. The junior came this time to complete the deal with the senior. As for the inheritance of seniors, juniors have already learned, and there is no way to erase them. Therefore, you can only choose to use the remaining techniques of the same value or the heaven, material and earth treasures to exchange. After the transaction is completed, the matter is completely closed. Su Lang looked relaxed, and laughed while shaking his head. The scene was suddenly silent, almost silent, and the needle drop could be heard. Do you know what you are talking about? Being able to worship Master Gujun as a teacher is an opportunity that many eternal powers dream of. How dare you abandon it like a shoe? Children Su Lang, you really don't know how to praise, don't know what it is, you don't know what to do, so don't hesitate to kneel down to admit your mistake to Master Gujun. Li Hong and the others stared, with disbelief in their hearts, and uttered a stern rant. But Su Lang turned a deaf ear to what they said, just looking at Emperor Gujun Zhou with a smile. Emperor Gujun Zhou waved his hands at Li Hong and the others, and the latter six immediately closed their mouths. The atmosphere at the scene fell into extreme silence again. But Su Lang still smiled without saying a word, not affected by the surrounding environment, not even a trace of pressure. Chapter 2781. This Su Lang really has a big secret. I think you are a craftable material, so I will make an exception and promise to accept you as a disciple. But since you don't want to, but choose the second solution, then the second one. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou still had a smile on his face, but he was the kind that didn't smile. In his heart, he was very angry and shameful. He thought that Su Lang would worship him and be a respectful disciple who served him respectfully. But I never expected that Su Lang would refuse so straightforwardly when he spoke to that level. However, he had no intention of giving Su Lang a good end. Therefore, this account will be recorded together, and finally calculated. Thank you Senior Ji Yu Jun for understanding. These are the eternal techniques that Sha is willing to give. Senior Ji Yu Jun can choose 7 books at will. Su Lang smiled, waved out a lot of eternal exercises. These exercises were originally created by him using the fragment repair function. They are all very high level, but they do not cost much. For Su Lang, it is okay to be able to use these exercises to understand this period of cause and effect. It doesn't matter if Ji Yu Jun Jodi turns against him. It's a big deal to write down this hatred and kill him later. The mere 9 universes are eternal, so great. Various exercises were originally floating in the air. There are treasures, warm jade, golden branches and jade leaves, and so on. All kinds of bright jewels bloomed from above the exercise books, making Li Hong and others' eyes bursting, and they couldn't remove it anymore. The original eternal technique. Single quote. It turned out to be the original eternal technique, and so many. Single quote. These eternal techniques are not simple, it seems they are all high-level eternal techniques, secret techniques. Su Lang, this soil bun, where did so many original exercises come from? Single quote. This guy, I'm afraid that he won the inheritance of the eternal power of the 9 universes. Single quote. Hey, if I can get the originals of these eternal techniques, after successfully practicing, I will be able to greatly increase my combat power. Single quote. I want it so much, I want it so much. Single quote. All kinds of shocked, surprised, unbelievable, and greedy thoughts appeared in the hearts of Li Hong and others, causing them to be speechless. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou was also shocked. If he talks about the original exercises, he has, but there are definitely not so many, and the level is not as good. Su Lang, this guy really has a big secret. Single quote. HMPH, these secrets, I must get my hands. Single quote. Emperor Ji Yu Jun thought so, and smiled on the surface. Little friend Su Lang has so many eternal cultivation techniques. I don't know where to learn from. Maybe I know it. Oh, the juniors have no teacher. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, then closed his mouth and said nothing. No teacher. Single quote. Absolutely fake. Single quote. But it may also be that the power that preached his spiritual path has long since fallen. Single quote. Maybe, I can test him again. Single quote. Ji Yu Jun Zhou's thoughts flickered like a storm, and immediately said, so that's it, Su Lang's skills are very valuable. But the old man is very old and doesn't have much energy to practice more exercises. Quote. How about replacing Su Lang with a treasure of heaven, material and earth, or the core of the universe? Quote. The shocked Li Hong and others stared at Su Lang again, to see what good things this guy could bring out. Emperor Ji Junzhou also looked at Su Lang with a smile. We need to see what kind of natural resources this Su Lang can produce. Is it infinitely valuable, or even he will be shocked. Senior doesn't need exercises, want other treasures. If that's the case, the younger generation will exchange it with the natural treasures. Su Lang was noticed by everyone, and he still smiled calmly, then collected the original exercises with a wave of his hand, and turned to take out a large number of natural treasures. These treasures of heaven, material and earth are all high-quality goods he left behind specially. All of them are rare and exotic treasures above the eternal realm of the 8 universes. There are even several treasures of the 9 eternal realm. A small part was won from Xianxia, and most of them were fortified with the eternal treasures of the 8 universes. Moreover, all these strange treasures that Su Lang took out were all strengthened, and the quality became even more advanced. Chapter 2782, Sing Black Face, Red Face. After seeing these natural treasures, Li Hong and others were dumbfounded, their eyes were about to fall out. Even Emperor Ji Junzhou couldn't hide his surprise, really. Single quote. This kid's possessions are so rich. Single quote. This must have gained all the mantle of a certain senior 9 eternal martial artist, and it may even be multiple 9 eternals. Single quote. Su Lang, my luck is too bad, but it's now in my hands, hee. Single quote. Emperor Ji Junzhou looked at those cherished eternal grade materials, and his thoughts moved forward. As an eternal warrior of the 9 universes, materials of the same level are really rare. First of all, there are few treasures in the eternal realm of the 9 universes, and there are few warriors. It is difficult to exchange and trade. The difficulty of obtaining the treasures of the 9 universes is very, very high. Over the years, Emperor Gujun has collected not many eternal treasures of the 9 universes. It was only in this lifetime that the weapon was promoted to the eternal top level of the 8 universes. How could he not be pleasantly surprised when he saw these treasures that Su Lang took out? After the surprise, it was a strong greed. These treasures, every 3 treasures is worth a secret technique. Senior chooses 21 of them, and we are both cleared. Su Lang pointed at the dozens of rare and exotic treasures in front of him, and said with a smile. 3 kinds are worth 1 secret technique. Is this a bit missing? I have the 7-character secret inheritance, each of which is of infinite value. Can the 3 be worth it? Emperor Ji Junzhou frowned and shook his head. In my opinion, all of this is almost the same. Li Hong and others immediately echoed loudly. How cherish the 7-character secrets, these heavenly materials and earth treasures together can barely equal the value. Friend Su Lang, you have also practiced the 7-character secret. You should know how powerful the 7-character secret is. That is, you are really bullying people by changing these 3 materials to another one. Friend Su Lang, these materials are actually equivalent to the 7-character secret. After you exchange it, you have to swear not to reveal any content of the 7-character secret. In my opinion, these eternal techniques were originally combined with these heavenly materials and earth treasures to be worth the value of the 7-character secret. Li Hong and the 6 others spoke up one after another, raising the price of the 7-character secret while belittling Su Lang's treasure. The words in it are simply outrageous. Listening to these people's speeches, Su Lang sneered repeatedly in his heart. Are you talking here? Emperor Gujunzhou coldly scolded Li Hong and the others, and immediately nodded to Su Lang. Taoist Su Lang, the 3 kinds of materials for a secret technique are indeed less, add a little. Seeing Emperor Gujunzhou sang a blushing face, Su Lang sneered even more. The acting skills of this group of people in the secret road were almost stretched to the extreme. Of course, this group of people also have unscrupulous elements, so they are so exaggerated, even if they are seen, it does not matter. After the performance of Emperor Gujunzhou, Li Hong and others, they looked straight at Su Lang. Everyone, although the 7-character secret is powerful, it's like that in my eyes. These eternal treasures of heaven and earth that I have given are things you can't find if you want to find them. I have suffered a lot from trading 3 kinds of heaven, material and earth treasures for a secret technique. Su Lang said indifferently, and his tone suddenly became indifferent. if Senior Gujun would not agree to such a good condition, then there is no point in continuing to talk. These words are very tough. So that Emperor Gujun Zhou, Li Hong and others were dumbfounded. What happened? Single quote. Su Lang turned down so hard. Single quote. How dare he be so tough, he simply doesn't put Master Gujun and me in his eyes. Single quote. Damn it, this sun is really damn, I don't have any eyesight. Single quote. Damn, this sun must be cured. Seeing his arrogant and indifferent appearance, I really want to slap him. Single quote. All kinds of inconsistent thoughts appeared in the hearts of 6 people including Emperor Gujun Zhou and Li Hong. Among the 6 people including Li Hong, some couldn't bear it, and wanted to scold him with a green expression. Chapter 2783, Yu Yangli's Choice. Ji Yujun stopped the person and said, "Little friend Su Lang, you know the truth of thinking twice before acting. It's better to think about it. I can suffer a bit. A little loss. Do you still think you have suffered? What about your face? No more." Su Lang raised his eyebrows and went back without fear. The hypocritical smile on Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou also disappeared, turning into indifference. If you don't want to trade, just say it. What can I say? You didn't force me. Su Lang curled his lips and said with a sarcasm, I call you senior, you really rely on the old to sell the old, and treat me like a soft persimmon. The chill on Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou's face grew deeper and deeper. You really are a guy who doesn't know good or bad. Su Lang, you have to understand your current situation, you toast and not eat fine wine, think about your fate. I really don't know good and bad people. Li Hong and others all spoke up, yelling at Su Lang, and the last bit of skin was torn. These words are also their true thoughts. In their opinion, it is such a great honor to be able to cling to Emperor Gujun Zhou. But Su Lang is so ignorant of promotion, he is simply stupid. They didn't know that a solitary Emperor Zhou was really not qualified to let Su Lang apprentice. Even if it is beyond the existence of the endless universe, it is not qualified. But they are frogs at the bottom of the well, and Su Lang's heritage has long exceeded their imagination. Are you sure you think about it? Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou looked cold, and reached out his hand to hold the teacup in a playful posture. I naturally thought it over. The value of the 7-character secret is there. Su Lang nodded calmly, however, I can still give you some treasures, but it has another meaning. This word came out. Emperor Gujun Zhou put down the teacup and said with a smile, what do you mean? This is a sign of Su Lang's softness. What else could it be? But Su Lang's words broke his mind. Gujun Taoist fellow, the treasure of heaven and earth that I gave separately is given by Yangli. Su Lang smiled slightly and said calmly, Yu Yangli, what the censored do you mean? When Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou heard Yu Yangli's name, his brows were frowned. What do you mean specifically? Let Yu Yang leave him alone. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and after waving his hand, Zhu Yangli was released. The figure of Yu Yangli appeared in front of 6 people including Emperor Gujun Zhou and Li Hong. 7 Eternal Realm, the eternal power of the 8 Eternal. It deserves to be the one I chose, it's really extraordinary. Emperor Ji Yujun saw Yu Yangli's details at a glance, and a trace of pride rose in his heart. Li Hong and the other 6 people discovered the strangeness of Emperor Gujun Zhou, looked at each other, and spoke. Master Ji Yujun really has eyes like a torch, and the selected inheritance disciple far exceeds the same level. This kind of talent must have the talent to impact the 9-universe eternal realm, the lonely master is wise. Yu Yangli's achievements today are all created by the 7-character secret on Lord Ji Yujun. The 7-character secret inheritance is really powerful. Li Hong and other 6 people, each one a flattery, photographed Gujun Zhou Emperor in the clouds. In Su Lang's smile, Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou said, the treasure of heaven and earth you gave is for Yu Yangli to recognize my ancestor and return to my ancestry, and respect me. Well, that should be what it meant. Su Lang still laughed and said nothing. And Yu Yangli took a deep breath. Junior Yu Yangli, I would like to thank Senior Gujun for the gift of inheritance. The junior is willing to repay this grace with the treasure of heaven and earth. Hear, hear. Ji Yujun and Li Hong nodded slightly. But Yu Yangli did not finish. He continued. After repaying this kindness, the younger generation will make it easier for the older generation to have nothing to do with you. The expressions of Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou and others changed drastically, as if they had eaten flies. Shit. Chapter 2784, even if there are 10, I am not afraid. You actually want to sever my kindness. Yu Yangli, don't forget who selected you from the micro-ends and bestowed the inheritance to come to this step. White-eyed wolf, Yu Yangli, you are really a white-eyed wolf. Emperor Gujun Zhou gritted his teeth and yelled coldly, while Li Hong and the 6 others yelled at each other, glaring at each other, wishing to peel off Yu Yangli's skin. Senior Ji Yu Jun, I haven't fully decided this matter yet. Standing on Su Lang's side, Yu Yangli looked at Emperor Gujun Zhou without fear. However, after seeing your words and deeds towards brother Su Lang, I finally fully understood my choice. Emperor Ji Yu Jun really gave him the inheritance. However, it only left the inheritance, without any precepts and deeds. It is completely stalking. Yu Yangli was frightened. Go had been in the Yilong universe for so many billion years. Isn't it because he didn't care about Emperor Gujun Zhou? What Ji Yu Jun Zhou had done to Su Lang before has allowed Yu Yangli to fully understand what kind of person Ji Yu Jun is. This made him extremely disappointed, and the image of the master in his heart collapsed. Su Lang is really good to him, all kinds of instructions and eternal cultivation techniques, without the name of a teacher and apprentice, but there is the truth of a teacher and a student. He made up his mind to use enough heaven and earth treasures and lonely Jun-en to cut his righteousness, and then followed Su Lang. Su Lang naturally raised his hands in favor, and Yu Yangli's share of heaven and earth treasures, he also came out. The cost is not high anyway. Yu Yang's resolute words were said, and Ji Yu Jun and the others were even more dark, almost intent to kill. Yu Yangli, are you sure? Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou took a deep breath and asked word by word. He is the eternal power of 9 universes. Even in the countless natural universes in the endless universe, it is the handful of people standing at the top. But Yu Yangli chose to follow Su Lang instead of him. This is humiliation, severe humiliation. It was like a slap in his face. I'm sure. Yu Yangli bowed his hands and gave the last salute. His figure disappeared from the original place. This was taken into the universe of life by Su Lang. Su Lang has more than 50 lives, but he has only 1 life. In order to prevent Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou from suddenly starting his hand, he naturally had to put it away. It made Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou almost furious. You are going against me. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou's voice was as cold as ice. You think you can't escape from my hand? Su Lang, if you go your own way, you will definitely die. Now you have one last chance. Take Yu Yangli and admit your mistakes together so that you can hold on to your life. Kneel down, you kneel down for Master Gujun, you idiot. Li Hong and the others were filled with righteous indignation. Their outstretched hands almost poke Su Lang's nose. Ji Yu Jun, you thought I came to Xianxia universe by myself, didn't you think about the result? I'm telling you the truth, don't say you are a 9 universe eternal, even if there are 10, I am not afraid. Su Lang was calm and undaunted, and a sneer was outlined at the corner of his mouth. Now I give you one last chance and promise my terms, otherwise it will be enmity with me. Su Lang, you are so arrogant and arrogant. I won't show you some color today, you really treat yourself as a person. After hearing Su Lang's words, Emperor Ji Yu Jun instantly became angry and stood up, staring at Su Lang with cracked eyes. Endless killing intent erupted from Emperor Gujun Zhou, covering a range of tens of thousands of light years. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou is angry. Who dared to provoke Lord Gujun Zhou? He is dead. Master Gujun Zhou calms down his anger, and his servant is willing to die for you and fight against the thief who is disrespectful to you. A large number of practitioners knelt down on the ground, quarreling with each other and fighting spirit. And among the tall towers, facing the eruption of Emperor Gujun Zhou's killing intent, Su Lang remained calm, even with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. This look immediately made Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou more and more angry. Chapter 2785, The atmosphere is dignified and tense. Su Lang has been disrespectful to you many times, so let me wait and kill him. Su Lang, you are dead, you asked for it. Li Hong and others cried out their eternal imperial soldiers sonically. The sword, light and sword shadow enveloped the entire chamber, cold like a wave, blades like a forest. The atmosphere of the scene was dignified to the extreme, like a bowstring about to break. Su Lang, the client, looked like an outsider, still looking at Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou and others with a smile, as if watching an actor's performance. This reaction, the Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou, who was already furious, calmed down, squinted his eyes and stared at Su Lang. This kid, Facing such a mortal situation, he is so unhurried. Single quote. Does he really have any whole cards that can escape from my hand and is not afraid of me chasing him? Single quote. No, no matter how powerful he is, he only has the power of the 8 eternal realm, and he can never fight the true 9 eternal realm. Single quote. This person is mostly pretending. Even if I guess wrong, he really has a whole card, it's just that he is righteous. Single quote. A lot of thoughts appeared in the mind of Emperor Ji Yujun, and his vicissitudes but bright eyes were once again full of killing intent. What are you staring at me? Do you think you can stare me to death with your eyes? The corner of Su Lang's mouth outlines a disdainful smile. His eyes are full of playfulness. If you want to do it quickly, don't waste my time, can you? He almost vomits blood to people like Ji Yujun and Li Hong. This Su Lang is so arrogant. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Emperor Gujunzhou had a hideous complexion, his aura skyrocketed, and the blue sword light gathered around him, containing extremely terrifying power. Sword. Come and try to see if your sword is powerful or mine is powerful. Su Lang glanced at the countless blue sword lights of Emperor Gujunzhou, waved his hand in disdain, and condensed a broken sword. In the current state, it is definitely impossible to fight against Emperor Gujunzhou. But Su Lang has decided to use death instead of playing this Gujunzhou, so he is not afraid at all. You sword light. Really good. Emperor Ji Yujun saw the extraordinary of Su Lang Po Yijian, and sneered, however, you, the caster, are too low level. Emperor Ji Yujun was ready to emit his countless blue sword light. Su Lang was also ready to test the eternal power of Gujunzhou Emperor. A strong temporal and spatial fluctuation suddenly came from not far away, and it contained several breaths of the 9 eternal realm. This sudden situation, let the two parties in the chamber that are going to fight to stop at the same time and look out. Who is it? Why can they easily enter my upper universe? Emperor Ji Yujun exclaimed in his heart, and a strong sense of crisis arose. These people here are probably related to Su Lang. It might even be Su Lang's backing, so this kid would be so arrogant and unscrupulous. Emperor Ji Yujun couldn't help but glanced at Su Lang, his pupils shrank slightly. Li Hong and others looked at each other even more, and the vest suddenly oozes a layer of cold sweat. But none of them knew. Su Lang was also a little strange. I wonder why the 9 eternal eternity came to the xianxia universe, and why the Emperor Gujunzhou was so wary. It is here. 3 silhouettes flew beyond the top of the giant tower. One person was dressed in a green robe, with fluttering robes, and handsome. Wearing a gray robe and a curtain hat, one person is full of mystery. There is another person, wearing an ice blue long dress, with a graceful figure, attractive curves, and a beautiful face. She is a stunning girl. And these 3 are all eternal warriors of the 9 universes. Stand in the air outside the top of the tower. The beautiful girl in the ice blue long skirt stepped forward and said, "The Emperor Sha Li, a member of the Xuanyu Alliance, is here to visit Emperor Gujunzhou." Chapter 2786. This woman has influenced my sword. This woman. It was the Emperor Li Xuanzhou who had been sent by Shang Juku to find him before, but he had not found it. Li Zan took the entire universe to leave, went to the Xuanyan universe, and joined the Xuanyu Alliance. Today, together with the 3 eternal powers of the 9 universes, they found the Frost Obsidian Universe region, the Emperor Gujunzhou. When Emperor Li Zanzhou arched his hand and spoke, Emperor Ji Yujun suddenly understood that he had guessed wrong. The 3 Li Zan are here to visit. And from beginning to end, he didn't look at Su Lang more. In other words, the possibility of having a relationship with Su Lang is actually very small, almost zero. Emperor Ji Yujun, Li Hong and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Humph. Single quote. I thought it was Su Lang's patron. Single quote. So these 3 have nothing to do with Su Lang at all. Single quote. It's scary. Fortunately, these 3 have nothing to do with Su Lang, otherwise they will be in big trouble. Single quote. Li Hong and other 6 people had various ideas in their hearts. It turns out to be Taoist Li Zan. These 2 fellow Taoists are also members of the Xuanyu Alliance. I don't know how to call them. Emperor Gujunzhou arched his hands at Emperor Li Xuanzhou and the other 2, and said with a smile, "Let's pray for everything. It's in Kudamatsu." Yuanshan. The handsome man in the green robe and the man in the gray robe and hat hugged Ji Yujun, with good manners. Gujun Taoist friend. Emperor Li Xuanzhou smiled and said, uninvited, please forgive me. Where? The visitor is a guest, please sit down, please sit down. Emperor Ji Yu Junzhou waved his hand, and a set of case tables and futons made of eternal realm materials appeared in the wave of his hand. Emperor Li Xuanzhou, Wan Qixing, and Song Yuanshan nodded one after another, and immediately prepared to sit down. Master Ji Yu Jun, seniors, all retire first. Li Hong saw that several 9 universe eternal bosses were preparing to discuss, so he clasped his fists and retired. Well, you guys step back. Emperor Gujun Zhou nodded, and immediately said with an apologetic expression to the 3 of Li Zan, 3, please sit down and wait. There is also a kid who doesn't know how to etiquette. Let me take care of it. Then he stared at Su Lang with a cold face, and the killing intent spread. Li Hong and the others retreated, while sneering at Su Lang constantly, their eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person. By now, it was completely certain that Li Zan and others had nothing to do with Su Lang. So, Su Lang is doomed to escape. How Ji Yu Jun, Li Hong and others sneered, how the killing intent was diffused, Su Lang laughed and didn't say anything. So courageous. Emperor Ji Yu Junzhou was even more angry when he saw that Su Lang looked down on human expressions so much. If you want to do it, hurry up. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and finally said, it's Harp, are you still a man? Kneel me down. Gujun Emperor Zhou's eyes were cracked, and the blue sword light appeared again, densely packed, like a school of fish on the seabed. The powerful 9 universe eternal realm aura permeated the time and space where the entire tower is trembling crazily and distorting. Let me see how capable you are and how many days I can surpass you. Su Lang gave a chuckle, and pointed his right hand into a sword, breaking a sword with pure white sword light like a poisonous snake, tearing through time and space. Originally, Li Zan and others didn't care much about the fight between Emperor Gujun Zhou and Su Lang. 1 9 universe eternal realm to clean up an 8 universe eternal realm is a matter of breathing. But at this time Su Lang showed the broken sword light, but it attracted the attention of the 3 of Li Zan and others. Just when both shots are about to attack, Emperor Li Xuanzhou suddenly said. This slow sound immediately relaxed the atmosphere that had solidified to the extreme. Friend Li Zan, is this? Emperor Gujun Zhou frowned slightly, maintaining his supernatural powers, turning his head to look at Li Zan and the other 2. This woman has also affected my sword. Su Lang also looked at Emperor Li Xuanzhou faintly, and complained in his heart. You still don't know the purpose of our trip. Our trip is to invite fellow Taoist Gujun to join our Xuanyu alliance. Emperor Li Xuanzhou smiled. In addition, the warriors who are expected to be eternal in the 9 universes are also among our invitations. Chapter 2787, Recruitment of Emperor Li Xuanzhou. Song Yuanshan also clasped his fists and said, this junior is not bad. I don't know any conflicts with Taoist Gujun. If it can be resolved, I will try my best to resolve it, how about? Wan Qixing also nodded, indicating that he had the same meaning. You want me to let him go? Emperor Ji Yu Junzhou frowned. You know, this Su Lang has humiliated me many times, and I won't cry without seeing the coffin, I won't let him go. More importantly, he didn't say. That is, Su Lang possesses many secrets, and even Shangjuku is willing to exchange the eternal residual pages. Now the world of great controversy is about to come. In the endless universe, all forces are crazy to increase their strength. This is to be able to protect yourself in troubled times. This Su Lang has the potential to be promoted to the 9 eternal realm. He is a rare talent. Emperor Li Xuanzhou smiled and said, if you don't share the enemy, it can be resolved. A world of great competition. I have indeed heard of it. Emperor Ji Yu Junzhou is not a blind and deaf person, he has also heard the saying about the world of great controversy. At first he thought it was a rumor. But then the page of eternal life appeared more and more frequently, and he gradually became convinced. Going to remote cosmic regions to search for the nascent natural universe and to search for materials with innate characteristics is for the possible great controversy. If the world of great controversy really comes, it will be a terrifying battle than ever before. Even he must be treated with care. In a world of great controversy, the more we are, the greater the strength, the better we can protect ourselves and strive for more benefits. Our leader once bluntly said that if we can dominate in a world of great controversy, members of the alliance will get at least 3 pages of eternal life. Wan Qixing went on to say, as we all know, the feasibility of getting a page of immortality is not high, but but if you have 3 pages, there is enough hope. Therefore, the purpose of our Xuanyu Alliance is to absorb all the masters of the 9 universe and quasi-9 universes that can be absorbed. If Taoist Gujun and Su Lang can clear up the past, and join the Xuanyu Alliance, I am willing to pay a certain amount of compensation. Song Yuanshan nodded and looked at Emperor Gujun Zhou with a smile. Make up. Do you get a commission for every person you collect? After listening to Song Yuanshan and the others, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. Moreover, those who join the alliance are also treated well. Emperor Li Xuanzhou nodded. After all, interest is the easiest way to connect people. A few fellow Taoists. This Su Lang is indeed a little extraordinary. But that's all. The eternal warriors of the 8 universes don't know how many are stuck in the level and can no longer advance. Pulling him into the Xuanyu Alliance is a suspicion of making up for it. Emperor Gujun Zhou looked at Li Zan and the others with flickering eyes, clasped his fists and said, Sha is willing to give you some compensation, please give up Le Salong's idea of joining the alliance. Su Lang is a man with a big secret. If you are in the same league, you won't be able to start. To recruit people into the alliance, there are also minimum mission requirements. Just after entering the league in Sha, there is an urgent need to complete mission targets. It's hard to find the strong in the 9 universe eternal realm, and it's not easy to find the genius of the 9 universe. In the Xuanyu Alliance, in addition to the bottom, there are more people pulling people around. These 2 fellow Taoists have already completed the mission targets, so they are willing to take them out for such a trip. Also ask Taoist Gujun to give me a better face, and I will definitely give Taoist Gujun satisfaction. Emperor Li Xuanzhou sighed and said sincerely. After listening, Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing nodded and agreed. This Su Lang and I have a deep hatred. Unless your excellency can give me a complete page of immortality, I won't talk about it. Furthermore, your excellency also said that Xuanyu Alliance is not the only team recruiting members from outside. A ray of light flashed in the eyes of Emperor Ji Junzhou. Otherwise, I can't do the things that I have said before. Chapter 2788. Gujun, you are nothing but that. Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing suddenly frowned slightly. Emperor Li Xuanzhou was taken aback, glanced at Su Lang, and finally shook his head and said, forget it. A quasi-9 cosmic genius is incomparable with a real senior 9 cosmic powerhouse. The reason she offered to solicit Su Lang was just to try, and she had also fought for it at this time. Since Emperor Ji Junzhou refused to let people go, it had to be forgotten. Everyone present didn't know that Su Lang had no idea of joining the alliance. Thanks for understanding. Emperor Ji Junzhou smiled at the 3 of Xuanyu Alliance and turned to look at Su Lang. But he saw that Su Lang was thinking about something while touching his chin. Little bastard, kneel down to me, you. The countless azure blue sword lights between Emperor Ji Junzhou's wave of his hand suddenly burst out. But these sword lights did not mean to kill Su Lang. Because Emperor Gujun Zhou wanted to capture Su Lang alive and squeeze out the secrets from him. But seeing these sword lights turned into countless azure blue silk threads, woven into a tight net, covering Su Lang's body up and down. Emperor Li Xuanzhou and the others all thought that Su Lang would definitely be arrested. Emperor Ji Junzhou thought the same way, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. The world is dead, break a sword. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, and he threw out his fingertips. Under the profound meaning of the world's dying, the sword light of the broken sword is as dazzling as the blazing sun, exploding fiercely in the blue sword net. The azure sword net shook slightly, and immediately stabilized, showing no signs of loosening. But let Gujun Zhou Emperor, as well as Li Zan, Song Yuanshan, and Wan Qi behave. Su Lang has only the aura of 8 celestial levels. However, this move that broke out caused the sword net of the senior 9 universe eternal realm to tremble. Emperor Li Xuanzhou had a trace of regret in his heart. This is the first time she has seen a talent like Su Lang. The pure white sword light in the azure sword net quickly faded, revealing Su Lang with his usual face. Although the universal nirvana upright directly emptied all his cosmic power. But his secret of recovery is not a display. Just the secret technique of innocence, without using the cosmic domain dominating secret technique, can instantly restore a large amount of cosmic power. This kid, can issue such a powerful attack. Although it's just a sword net set up at random, it shouldn't be something he can shake. The key is that this kid's resilience is so strong, it's outrageous. Single quote dot. Emperor Ji Junzhou was surprised and sneered on the surface. Su Lang, you are really weak, you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Ji Jun, you are nothing but that. I will surpass you soon. Su Lang chuckled and said, now, if you don't want my life, then I will go, and I will kill you if I have a chance. With that said, he raised his eyebrows. It was obvious that Emperor Li Xuanzhou and the others were gaping. This Su Lang is too arrogant. As an eternal warrior of the 8 universes, trapped by the eternal warrior of the 9 universes, what can you say? What's gone? Why did you have a chance to kill Ji Jun? Do you want to go? You can go. I must let you taste the most painful punishment in the eternal realm. I want to strip your crystal wall universe one by one, so that you will suffer endless pain and despair both physically and mentally. The Emperor Ji Junzhou was full of anger. He naturally didn't think that Su Lang could escape. Talking, he raised his hand and pinched frantically, and the blue sword light that besieged Su Lang suddenly turned into a crimson color. An incomparably permeating breath came from these sword-light silk threads, as if to crush people into meat. What he didn't know was that he didn't need to kill Su Lang as fast as he could, then he really couldn't even trigger Su Lang's death substitution. You don't want to believe the truth. Su Lang looked around at the red sword-light thread around him, smiled disdainfully, and immediately activated the clone replacement and clone withdrawal functions. Su Lang exchanged positions with a clone that had been prepared a long time ago, and took the clone back into the mysterious black space. Chapter 2789, The Embarrassed Ji Jun and the Other 3, the red sword net became empty. How could he suddenly disappear from my sword net? Even in the real 9-universe eternal realm, it can't be done so easily. Emperor Ji Junzhou stared at his sword net with stunned eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. Ah, what happened? Then why Su Lang suddenly disappeared? This is false. The 8 eternal realm can be easily escaped in the hands of the 9 eternal realm. I have lived for so many 100 million years. This is the first time I have seen you, the first time I have seen you. This Su Lang is really a talent. Emperor Li Xuanzhou, Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing were also stunned, staring at each other. The trace of regret in Emperor Li Xuanzhou's heart became intense, and even Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing had the same psychology. If Su Lang can enter the eternal realm of the 8 universes, it must be a very powerful one. Lost. Single quote. People are lost. Single quote. How is this possible? Single quote. It's impossible to escape from me in the eternal realm of the 8 universes. Single quote. Emperor Ji Junzhou widened his eyes, looking at his hands. His eyes were full of disbelief and self-doubt. This kind of weird secret technique must have a lot of limitations. Su Lang, this guy can't run far, I have to hurry up. Suddenly, Emperor Ji Junzhou's expression shook, and a wave of residual aura, and energy condensed between his waves. Eye of Hollow Che, the Emperor Ji Junzhou suddenly activated his supernatural powers, using the breath, fluctuations, and energy in his hands as the medium to search where Su Lang was. His secret technique is only effective within a certain range, not as good as Tongyu's divine orb. The secret technique is invalid. How could there be no reaction at all? Su Lang can't run that far, he is just an eternal realm of 8 cosmos. Emperor Ji Junzhou exclaimed, the unbelievable in his eyes has reached the extreme. What? I didn't find it. Then Su Lang escaped completely. Even Taoist Gujun can't search for his secret technique. Emperor Li Xuanzhou, Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing were all extremely surprised. 3 fellow Taoists help me. Emperor Gujun Zhou did not hesitate, immediately clasped his fists to the 3 of them, and handed over Su Lang's breath, fluctuations, and energy. My cultivation is shallow, so I don't have to try. Emperor Li Xuanzhou shook his head and refused. I'll give it a try. Song Yuanshan waved his hand to take in Su Lang's breath, fluctuations and energy, and began to cast the spell. After a while, he also twitched his mouth and gave up silently. This sun is so cunning. Can't you find it? Wan Qixing frowned, ingested Su Lang's breath and other things from Song Yuanshan's hands, and began to perform secret techniques. He only determined Su Lang's general direction, east-south. Other than that, there is no more detailed information. Wan Qixing shook his head, also very shocked in his heart. They shot 3 9-universe Eternals one after another, and they were unable to pursue an 8 eternal realm. If this is said, I don't know how many people's jaws will be shocked. This. Single quote. How can this be good? Single quote dot single quote. It's a great loss to get out of Su Lang. Single quote dot single quote. I knew that this kid could escape this way, so I should promise Emperor Li Xuanzhou, let him join the Xuanyu alliance first, and then slowly deal with him. Single quote dot single quote. No matter how bad, you can get a lot of gains if you kill him directly. Single quote dot single quote. Now it's alright, this guy is not easy, if he grows up, the trouble will be big. Single quote dot. Emperor Jiyu Junzhou felt extremely regretful in his heart, but he was too regretful. What should we do now? Emperor Li Xuanzhou looked at the three of them and said hesitantly. The three of them were very embarrassed. Especially Jiyu Junzhou Emperor, he understated to clean up Su Lang, but it turned out that no one could catch it anymore. Emperor Jiyu Junzhou suddenly changed his expression and took out a jade card for communication. This communication jade card was used for direct contact with Shangjuku, and it was just handed over to Shangjuku. Jiyu Jun never expected to use it so soon. Chapter 2790. Very unhappy Shangjuku. Emperor Gujun took the jade card for communication, nodded to Song Yuanshan and others, and then began to check the information in the jade card for communication. The information in the jade card of the transmission came to the mind of Emperor Gujun-zhou. Shangjuku, Gujun Taoist friend, Su Lang's position has suddenly changed dramatically. What does this mean? Could it be that you teleported him to a hidden place? Want to protect it? Fellow Taoists know very well that Su Lang is the one I must kill. I am even willing to pay such a high price. Have you done this? Have you considered it clearly? Single quote dot. The words are full of unpleasantness. Tianchu Universe. Shangjuku is indeed frowning, very upset. In his opinion, if he succeeded in provoking, Emperor Jiyu Junzhou would definitely clean up Su Lang on the spot. There is no need to teleport Su Lang to such a far place, unless Jiyu Jun discovered an incredible secret from Su Lang. Or, if the provocation fails, Jiyu Jun chooses to protect Su Lang. No matter what it was, Shangjuku was very dissatisfied. Therefore, using Tongyu Mi Shinju to observe a huge change in Su Lang's position, he immediately sent an inquiry. Read the message of Shangjuku. Emperor Jiyu Junzhou was taken aback for a moment, then he was overjoyed. Shangjuku can locate Su Lang's position. Single quote dot single quote. Unexpectedly, he has such a powerful magical power. Single quote dot single quote. If I can't catch Su Lang by myself, the best way now is to get the Shangjuku together. Single quote dot single quote. But what should I say to Shangjuku? Is it straightforward to say that Su Lang got out of my hands? I still can't find Su Lang. Single quote dot single quote. Then he must laugh at me and chase Su Lang alone. Single quote dot single quote. This is really a headache. Single quote dot. Emperor Jiyu Junzhou kept thinking in his heart, but always couldn't think of a good way. Taoist Gujun frowned deeply, but what problems did he encounter? Our Xuanyu alliance aims to help each other. If there is a big problem, we can tell it, and we will solve it together. Song Yuanshan arched his hands and said. In fact, he also saw Su Lang's extraordinariness and became interested in Su Lang's secrets. But Song Yuanshan's move made Emperor Gujun-zhou alive. Friend Song Yuanshan is too polite. It's just a small problem, I can solve it. Emperor Jiyu Junzhou pretended to ponder for a moment, then bowed his hand to decline. Song Yuanshan didn't say much, he was just a little interested. Since it fails, it is not guilty to entangle Gujun Jodi, a member who will officially join the Xuanyu alliance. Emperor Jiyu Junzhou nodded, immediately picked up the jade card of transmission and began to transmit quickly. Shangjuku was getting bored. When he received the call, he couldn't help but his eyes lit up. But I saw it said, Shangjuku Taoist, Su Lang is not a son of man, he should be killed. However, I wanted to capture Su Lang alive, but he accidentally caused him to escape, and now he cannot locate his specific location. Now, it is a great surprise that Shangjuku Taoist can locate Su Lang. Single quote dot. The color of Shangju's curved surface changed slightly, and he continued to look down with a hint of doubt. Jiyu Jun, it's just that there are 3 eternal powerhouses of the 9 universes from the Xuanyu alliance. They also knew that Su Lang was extraordinary and were very interested. But there is only one Su Lang, and he only has deep hatred with you and me. Therefore, I want to cooperate with fellow Taoists to arrest Su Lang, reap the gains, share the exercises, and half of the rest. Single quote dot. After reading the subpoena, Shang Juku understood the meaning of Emperor Gujun Zhou. The Gaiji Yu Jun Zhou was already unable to determine the location of Su Lang, and it was difficult to hunt down. Then, he Shang Jukuda could act by himself, chase Su Lang alone, and get all the spoils. But Ji Yu Jun was not reconciled, and the words contained threats. If he doesn't agree with Shang Juku, then the three of Xuanyu Alliance will probably get involved. When the time comes, it won't be two people to carve up Su Lang. Read here, Shang Juku basically dispelled the idea of monopolizing Su Lang. Xuanyu Alliance, single quote. Another 9 Eternal Realm Alliance. Single quote. 9 eternity is so rare in normal days, but now even alliances have appeared. Single quote. It seems that the world of great controversy is really about to come, and even the old immortals who are hiding in the dark are running out. Single quote. Now, regarding Su Lang's matter, Xuanyu Alliance may be involved, I have to guard against it. Single quote. Or, join the Zhongyu Alliance created by Jingyunzi. Single quote. Shang Juku frowned and thought. At this time, Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou sent another message. Chapter 2791, The Moment to Chase Su Lang. News of Gujun again. Single quote. HMPH, look what he said. Single quote. Shang Juku snorted coldly in his heart, and when Shen Yan leapt into the jade card of communication, his expression suddenly became a little weird. Ji Yu Jun, friends of Shang Juku Taoist, now is the time when the world of great controversy is approaching. I have joined the Xuanyu Alliance. This is a large number of members. In words, I said everything about the welfare of the Xuanyu Alliance. Finally, he was invited to join the Xuanyu Alliance. This is the second invitation he has received recently. It was Na Jing Yunzi before. Invite me to join what Xuanyu Alliance? Nowadays, various large-scale eternal forces are indeed forming, such as Jingyunzi and others. Shang Juku murmured, the Jingyunzi and others are all small troubles, but the Xuanyu Alliance looks good. If you join the Xuanyu Alliance, you can also avoid being trapped by the Xuanyu Alliance people around Gujun. This is very helpful for chasing down Su Lang and getting enough benefits from Su Lang. Joining the Xuanyu Alliance does not mean to add, but to go through inspections. The intelligence network I have built for many years should work again. There was a flash of light in Shang Ju's repertoire, and his thoughts moved, and he immediately issued an order to investigate the Xuanyu Alliance. Countless warriors took action, pieces of information were called out, screened, summarized, and finally passed to Shang Juku's hands. The Xuanyu Alliance is a very active force. Therefore, it is not difficult to investigate, and the accuracy of the intelligence can be guaranteed. For the Xuanyu Alliance, Shang Juku soon had a relatively complete understanding. This is an alliance force established by the eternal top-level powerhouse of the 9 universes called Chu Yutang. The reputation of Xuanyu Alliance is not bad, and the benefits are also very good, so it has attracted many strong people to join. In that case, join this Xuanyu Alliance. Anyway, if you are not satisfied, you have another chance to withdraw freely. Shang Juku thought so, and immediately took out the jade card of transmission and sent a message of consent to Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou. Frost Yao Universe, in the High Tower Chamber. Shang Juku agreed. Emperor Ji Yu Jun looked at the jade card in his hand and smiled. He has promised Emperor Li Xuanzhou to join the Xuanyu Alliance. The members of the Xuanyu Alliance have indicators for pulling people. The more people pull, the stronger, the better the benefits. Therefore, Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou chose to invite Shang Juku to join the Xuanyu Alliance. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Gujun, Wan Qixing and Song Yuanshan, as well as Emperor Li Xuanzhou, all congratulated. Thank you, everyone. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou bowed his hand in return. Then, let's prepare first before going to the headquarters of Xuanyu Alliance. Then I won't bother to wait. Wan Qixing and others arched their hands, farewell. They knew that Emperor Gujun had to deal with Su Lang's affairs, and that Shuangyao and other cosmic regions also needed to prepare to join the Xuanyu Alliance. Go slow. Emperor Gujun Zhou nodded and watched Li Zan, Song Yuanshan, and Wan Qi travel through the void and disappeared after entering a fixed time-space tunnel. It's the time to chase Su Lang. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou smiled coldly, and took out the jade plate for communication and exchanged with Shang Juku. The two agreed to meet in a certain natural universe first, and then chase Su Lang from different directions. In this way, one person is responsible for catching up, and one person is responsible for waiting for the rabbits, and the greatest guarantee can be used to kill Su Lang. In addition to the two, the rest of the arrangement cannot be less. After some discussions between the two, they set off immediately and went to meet. Su Lang used his clone to replace the sword net from Emperor Gujunzhou, and ran directly into the high-level natural universe of the Yilong universe. This Yilong universe is also very good. The energy of the universe is a bit thicker than the universe of the fighting capital. Well, the environment here is pretty good, the scenery is pleasant and refreshing. Su Lang was sitting on a very tall dragon corpse, and there were a large number of dragons fleeing in the distance. He sank into the mysterious black space, observing the operation of the one-key training function and the one-key martial arts function. Both are operating at full capacity. Chapter 2792, Shangjuku meets with Ji Yujun. The reason why the Wushu villain ended the holiday. It was because Su Lang stole a lot of passages of exercises by stealing words on the way to the Xianxia universe. These incomplete passages are completely useless to others, such as Emperor Ji Yujun. But for Su Lang, the incomplete passages of these exercises can be directly turned into treasures with the fragment repair function, and restored into the perfect exercise original. Therefore, the little people Shiwu became busy again. I believe it won't take long for my combat power to usher in an upgrade again. Su Lang smiled, and immediately began to think about Emperor Gujunzhou. Regarding Emperor Gujunzhou, Su Lang did not regret offending this person. This person is the chief culprit in plundering the boundless universe. The real culprit, Emperor Yuanmingzhou or something, can only be regarded as a second invader later, and the damage to the boundless universe is extremely limited. Emperor Ji Yujun once plundered the entire Nine Desolate universe, and countless resources were taken away. Otherwise, the prosperity of the boundless universe must definitely be higher. The difficulty of practicing to a higher level in the boundless universe will also be greatly reduced. Secondly, the Emperor Gujunzhou was not enough to swallow an elephant, and he became greedy when he saw the natural treasures and the original techniques given by Su Lang. After he wants to squeeze Su Lang's value dry, he will send it to Shangjuku for processing. It's simply a black heart to the extreme. Fortunately, such a person can see clearly soon. Now, I don't know if this person has discovered where I am now. Well, it's probably impossible to find, but it's so far apart. Unfortunately, although I have opened the map to the Xianxia universe, the intelligence system has not kept up. It's time to let the treasure-hunting flying gliders fly out. While thinking about it, Su Lang flew the treasure hunt flying into the universe he had experienced, spreading everywhere. Treasure-hunting flying gliders are very common. There was no trace of aura on his body, and he was so plain that he couldn't even attract the attention of girls. Under normal circumstances, no one would have thought that this would be Su Lang's eyes. The treasure hunt flying has been released, but it will take a lot of time to get enough information. So, we need to do many preparations. Su Lang touched his chin, and immediately released a large number of 100 shadow clones between his waves. These avatars of 100 shadows appeared silently in the unmanned void of a large number of universes, and then sneaked towards the place with people. These avatars began to use Mingguang Wanji to create a large number of local indigenous subordinates. It will soon penetrate a natural universe. Su Lang also collected half-step eternal powers everywhere, turned them into his own subordinates, and immediately used the Avenue Empowerment function to help these people break into the eternal realm. These newcomers, in the well-ordered Xianxia universe, are immediately like bamboo shoots rising up, attracted by all forces. So, one infiltration succeeded again, and in the Frost Yao universe, there are a large number of time-space channels connecting the various universes, facilitating the movement of warriors and making it easier for the people of Su Lang to penetrate. Of course, the enemy is not a vegetarian. There are also accidents and abnormal situations are discovered. But this kind of situation is rare, and it is hardly worth mentioning compared to the many strange things that have happened in the entire natural universe. Su Lang's infiltration plan with the treasure hunt flying and the clone went quite smoothly. The intelligence of the eternal realm of the 9 universes is still difficult to inquire. After all, the eternal level of 9 universes is too high. Su Lang was not discouraged either, and setting up an intelligence network was not an overnight task. Emperor Gujunzhou and Shangjuku met in a high-level natural universe. Shangjuku Taoist Happy meeting. Ji Yu Jun Taoist friend, admire for a long time. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist is so polite. After some greetings, the two sides entered the topic. Shangjuku Taoist, you can locate Su Lang's location, I don't know where that kid is now. Emperor Ji Yu Jun asked with a smile. Chapter 2793, The Eternal Plan of the Two Great Nine Universes. There are many cosmic regions. Now his location is called Yilong Universe, and my clone has been there. Shangjuku waved a picture of the universe, pointing to the position of Su Lang, with a dangerous light in his eyes. Yilong Universe. The avatar of fellow Taoist has been to this Yilong Universe, and I have also passed by Yilong Universe. This kid dares to settle in Yilong Universe. I don't know if it is stupid or arrogant. Ji Yu Jun looked at the place where Shangjuku pointed, and nodded heavily. The direction of the Yilong Universe is exactly the southeast direction of the Xianxia Universe, which is consistent with the direction pointed out by Wan Kixing. Unexpectedly, fellow Taoist had also been to the Yilong Universe. This Su Lang can suddenly reach the Yilong Universe from the Xianxia Universe, it must have been arranged in advance. The universe where Su Lang was born is called the Dudu Universe, which is a high-level universe adjacent to the Yilong Universe. He killed almost all the eternal powers of the Yilong Universe before, and now considers it his second territory. Shangjuku laughed loudly. It is estimated that he has tried his best to stay away from us, but at most he will go to the Yilong Universe. I also know Dudu Joyu. I also found two newborn small universes in that place and collected some innate treasures. Then Su Lang is staying in the Yilong Universe right now, just like being forced to a corner by us, there is no more way to go. Emperor Ji Yu Jun nodded and said, of course, he can also choose to continue to flee to a strange place, but that will face more and greater risks. This is definitely not what he wants. No matter how he escapes, he can't escape from my Tongyu divine orb. Now that his position has been determined, let's start further layout. Shangjuku sneered, murderous in his eyes. Su Lang's supernatural ability to escape is very weird, so I have to guard against it. I deduced him in the worst case scenario. I think he still has a few layouts. In these suspicious locations, he will set up eternal powerhouses waiting for the rabbit. Of these places, the first is the Dudu Universe, and the other places are the places where Su Lang followed Li Hong and the others to the Xianxia Universe, where he stayed for a longer time. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou nodded, thinking and analyzing seriously. He really regarded Su Lang as a difficult opponent. Just do what you said. Shangjuku had no objection to Gujun Zhou's arrangement. With their plans to chase and kill Su Lang, traps began to be laid slowly. Even if they thought of Su Lang very well, they would never have thought that Su Lang's mobility had far exceeded their imagination. Anywhere I've been, no arrangement is required. Su Lang can dispatch the clone again and replace it. It's so unreasonable. In a blink of an eye, a large number of traps have spread. Emperor Gujun Zhou and Shangjuku also gradually approached the Yilong Universe. The cultivation base accumulated during this time can almost increase the number of Crystal Wall Universe to 13,000 Gai. Sitting in the Yilong Universe, Su Lang looked at the golden cultivator with a satisfied smile on his face. The exercises obtained from repairing fragments last time have been practiced again. Although it is not a very advanced eternal exercise, there are some benefits. Start the Crystal Wall Universe function and perfect the target Crystal Wall world. Su Lang had a calm expression and gave instructions to the system in his heart. The cultivation base accumulated for many days was instantly instilled into Su Lang's body. Immediately, the power of the fusion of the Time Avenue began to penetrate into the Crystal Wall world. The inner space of the Crystal Wall world has skyrocketed. After integrating the Time Avenue, a circular ring finally fills in the last flaw and becomes completely transparent. It was promoted to the level of Crystal Wall Universe. Under the inculcation of countless cultivation bases, the qualitative change of Crystal Wall world is very rapid. In an instant, it increased from 12,137 Gai to 13,323 Gai. The aura on Su Lang's body also increased layer by layer, and finally seemed to have broken through an invisible bottleneck. His aura suddenly soared and reached another level. Chapter 2794, Breakthrough, the Eternal State of the Eight Universes. 8 Eternal Realm, finally here. Su Lang slowly opened his eyes, and the two rays of light flashed like thunder, slowly dissipating in the air. Thoughts moved. The Properties panel appears. Realm level 8 Eternity. Attack level 8 Eternity plus. Defensive level 8 eternity plus. Shenfa level 8 eternity plus. Endurance level 8 eternity plus. Activated system functions, 1 key training function, level 57, 1 key martial arts function, level 57, 1 key clone function, level 56, 1 key treasure hunting function, level 55, 1 key alchemy function, 21, 1 key mixer function, 21 level, 1 key refining function, 21 level, 1 key synthesis function, 21 level, 1 key initiation function, 30 level, 1 key enhancement function, 15 level, 1 key decomposition function, no level. Finally the plus sign appears. This means that my daily combat power has reached a level that is infinitely close to the 9 universe eternal realm. Once the secret technique is used and the swallowing clone function is used, the combat power will reach the real 9 eternal realm without any problem. The most important thing is that my avatar and twin avatars have almost the same combat power as me, and the gap is very small. After combining the stars and clouds, they are the 2 fighters of the 9 universe eternal realm. Or the kind with their own wisdom. Su Lang squinted his eyes, feeling the majestic power in his body, and couldn't help being a little intoxicated. He would not be obsessed with the current power and become complacent. Strength, no matter how strong it is. But just as Su Lang intends to continue practicing. A strange wave appeared in his perception. It's the fluctuation of the induction array. An eternal powerhouse has entered the universe near me without authorization. Su Lang's expression moved, and he saw the appearance of the incoming person by sensing the image transmission treasure built into the array. But I saw one of them had a handsome face, the same feeling as Xianxia. Calling up the property panel, it is Shangjuku. This person is the deity of Xianxia, Shangjuku. The senior powerhouse of the 9 universe eternal realm is indeed powerful. But, is he the only one here? Su Lang narrowed his eyes, and immediately looked at the people in the rest of the universe. But I saw that in the adjacent universe of the Yilong universe, there were basically people breaking in, but these were only the eternal martial artists of the 8 universes. There are also several natural universes. I don't know if they were not discovered by the other party or what, no one broke in. There are strong people from all directions. And the exercises practiced by these powerful people are all of the Shangjuku 1 series. Could it be that only Shangjuku brought people to kill? Well, Tongyu Mi Shenlu is extremely rare. This kind of chasing technique is comparable to my treasure hunting ancestral glider, and naturally there are very few people who master it. This time it is likely that I ran away from Ji Yujun, and Shangjuku used Tongyu Divine Orb to determine my position. An abnormality was discovered, so I blatantly killed it. Of course, it does not rule out the possibility that Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou will also kill, and even they may join forces, although the possibility is unlikely. Su Lang felt his chin and thought, and then squinted his eyes. To confirm whether Shangjuku alone brought people to the killing, there is a simple way, and that is to directly explore the Shuangyao universe. Start the clone dispatch. With a thought of Su Lang, he immediately dispatched a clone to the Shuangyao universe. And it appeared directly in the old lair of Emperor Gujun Zhou, in the top of the tower. The moment the clone appeared, the divine mind was unfolded. Found no one around. Another treasure-hunting flying fly appeared in the hands of the clone. This treasure-hunting flying fly has absorbed the breath of Emperor Gujun Zhou. But the treasure-hunting flying glider did not pursue the action in the top of the tower, but made a rapid call on the spot. Ordinary treasure-hunting flying gliders do not have the ability to cross the barriers of the natural universe to find people. Therefore, it can be seen from the response of this treasure-hunting flying glider that Emperor Gujun Zhou is not in the Shuangyao universe. Chapter 2795, didn't plan to leave like this. It shouldn't be. Emperor Gujun Zhou is using the word, weapon, to keep his weapon secret. If there is no emergency, it is impossible to leave here. And he left by coincidence, just when Shangjuku came to attack and kill me. Could it be that Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou really joined forces with Shangjuku to kill me? Forget it, it doesn't matter where he goes, anyway, I have a deadly vengeance, anyway, I have to leave here to avoid Shangjuku, so I can just go and do a wave of Gujun Zhou Emperor. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and immediately showed a sneer, however, I still have to wait a while. I have just been promoted. I should try my new method with Shangjuku. Su Lang had already made a decision in his heart. You dare to kill my clone and take away the remaining pages of immortality that belong to me. I will kill you. Accompanied by the roar of shaking universe, Shangjuku's fastest speed traversed the barriers of time and space, and reached not far from Su Lang. Waves of intense time and space fluctuations came from all directions, up and down, right and left, and it was a master of the Eight Eternal Realm who moved slowly. Shangjuku, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At the moment when Shangjuku appeared, Su Lang spoke mockingly with his mind. Shangjuku ignored Su Lang's ridicule, and directly developed the strongest supernatural powers. The endless power of the crystal wall spurs the power of the natural universe, merges with each other, intertwines and entangles to form a translucent and semi-imaginary blue-black giant clock. The giant clock fell, enveloping Su Lang. The attack of the eternal realm of the Eight Universes followed closely. The horrifying fingers condensed by the power of the universe, sharp sword intent, domineering sword aura and other attack methods are slaying fiercely. This combination of offenses, it is based on the siege supernatural powers of the Nine Eternal Realm, supplemented by the ultimate moves of the Eight Eternal Realm, aimed at trapping Su Lang. Because Su Lang's mobility is really abnormal. To run directly from the Shuangyao universe to this Yilong universe, Shangjuku and Gujunzhou Emperor had to do this. They didn't know that as long as they didn't kill Su Lang with a single blow, leaving a trace of life, they would not be able to stop Su Lang from using the clone replacement. But if Su Lang was really killed with a single blow, it would trigger death substitution, and Su Lang would still run away. Unless Su Lang had completely wiped out the clones within half an hour, only his life would be left. Otherwise, no matter what, it won't work. If Su Lang actively does not want to leave, it will lead to a trapped situation. At this time, Su Lang didn't plan to leave like this. Shangjuku has worked so hard to hit here, how can he let him go back empty-handed? At least he has to give him a great gift. Therefore, swallow the clone. Stars and clouds together, Su Lang thought, leaving 6 avatars for death, swallowing 50 avatars. The other incarnations and Gemini incarnations are merged into one every 55. The remaining 1 avatar and the twin avatars become 200 shadow avatars, responsible for surveillance, vigilance and the like in each universe. The secret technique unfolds. Su Lang's aura surged wildly, soaring directly from the level that was infinitely close to the 9 universes to the real level of the eternal 9 universes. Then it was further improved, crossing the initial entry stage and reaching a higher level of combat power. The attack methods of more than a dozen 8 eternal realms penetrated the blue and black semi-imaginary clock, and they actually fell on Su Lang. Su Lang is now the real 9 eternity. The attack on the eternal realm of the 8 universes is simply not worth mentioning. What terrifying fingers, sharp sword spirit, domineering sword spirit, all collapsed and disappeared. Such a scene directly stunned Shangjuku and his subordinates. The combat power goes straight from the realm of the 8 universes to the 9 universes, and it's not a weak one. Shangjuku's eyes widened, his heart was full of stormy waves, and the other 8 eternal realm subordinates were even more dazed. The 2 avatars of Xing Kuanyan suddenly appeared on both sides behind Shangjuku. The deity of Su Lang and the clone form a triangle shape, surrounding the 9 songs of Shang. The battlefield situation changes rapidly. 1.5 steps from Su Lang's besieged Juzhou, Su Lang's 3 eternal powers of the Juzhou besieged Shangjuku. Chapter 2796, Great War Business 9 Songs. Well, what is going on? How can there be 3 9-universe eternal realm powerhouses here? Furthermore, these 9 universes are all like Su Lang. Could it be that these are Su Lang children's clones, his true identity as a super old monster hidden in the endless universe for countless years? Shangjuku and all of his subordinates were stunned by the sudden change. Because this scene before me is really amazing. A deep fear and anxiety arose in Shangjuku's heart. He felt that the situation had reached a very bad point. Although he is a senior 9-universe eternal, but the middle level among the 9 universes is higher. The deity of Su Lang and the 2 clones are both lower than the middle level of the 9 universes. Since even 3 9-universe level Su Langs have appeared, even more incredible things will probably happen. He has reached the point where he can hardly ride a tiger, he can't retreat even if he wants to. The Jade of Life breaking a sword. The 2 avatars of Su Lang simultaneously launched the strongest explosive secret technique, and the 2 eternal bodies bloomed with sharp light, condensing into 2 extremely bright sword lights. The infiltrating pure white sword light possesses the power of breaking a sword hundreds of thousands of times. Together, the two sword lights slammed crazy from both sides behind Shangjuku. Shangjuku was shocked, and when he reached out his hand, a lotus flower suddenly bloomed from his body, forming countless layers of solid barriers. This is the defensive treasure he refined with the eternal lotus. While unfolding the treasure of defense, the sword light fell on both sides of the lotus barrier. The force that caused the entire universe to tremble in time and space burst out. The barrier of the eternal lotus shattered layer by layer, and it turned out to be as vulnerable as paper. This is already the high-level power of the 9-universe eternal realm. Shangjuku's eyes were about to split, and his heart was horrified, and he thought Su Lang had such a terrifying explosive secret technique. Shangjuku desperately seized the opportunity and unfolded universal borrowing method Lixu, and his whole body became illusory, as if he were in another parallel world. This secret technique unfolded, and the eternal lotus around it gradually faded. But the power of two swords in one sword is really terrifying. The world borrows the law, the 9 calamities of extinction. Shangjuku was extremely severely affected, and had to start a burst secret technique to strengthen the effect of the void secret technique. A vast and majestic might bloomed from Shangjuku's body. The effect of the void secret art has been greatly enhanced. The sword light of the 2 avatars of Su Lang destroyed most of the defense barriers of Eternal Lotus, and even caused a lot of cracks in its body. However, the enhanced version of Shangjuku's void secret art still successfully made him blur under the sword light. Po Yiji and Zhongguang passed straight through the illusory scene of Shangjuku, and flew to the extreme distance of the universe. Master of the universe, Universe Flash, Su Lang's deity carries the Yutian sword to assist and move the secret technique. While turning the entire natural universe into the home, the body appeared directly outside the translucent cyan clock. The Yutian sword in his hand also cut out universal annihilation breaking sword in an instant. The entire natural universe has turned into Su Lang's home court, and the priority dispatching power of the natural universe's power has also fallen into Su Lang's hands. The series of secret techniques of Shangjuku, universal borrowing method, were all restrained by Su Lang. Moreover, Su Lang himself had practiced the universal borrowing method Lixu, secret technique, and reached the super easy level, directly surpassing Shangjuku himself. He was clear about the flaws in the void secret art. Shangjuku performed this series of secret techniques in front of him, which can be said to be a trick. Su Lang escaped from the cyan giant clock, unfolded the secret technique, and immediately forced Shangjuku out of the state of vacuity. When Shangjuku was in horror, the Po Yi sword that Yutian sword slashed out followed and fell directly on him. Chapter 2797. How could Su Lang be so strong? More cracks appeared on the body of the Eternal Lotus. These cobweb-like cracks directly penetrate the inside and outside of this defensive treasure. Boom wow! In the twin pupils of Shangjuku's sudden shrinkage, the Eternal Lotus body exploded, turning into countless fragments of powder and flying away. But Su Lang's attack broke the sword, but the power was still not exhausted. This sword was cut out with the Yutian sword as the main body, and added the profound meaning of the world's extinguishment, which consumed Su Lang's whole body's strength. In addition, the Yutian sword itself has the characteristic of knowing one strike, and its power can be increased by 5 times on the basis, and it has the characteristic of devouring power, absorbing the defense power of the Eternal Lotus. The superposition of various factors caused Su Lang's sword to be almost even stronger than the sword light smashed by the clone in the jade of the strongest secret technique. The remaining power is still not enough to break the sword and continue to kill Shangjuku. How could this sword light still have so much power? The world borrows the law, establishes the virtual, the universe turns. Shangjuku was horrified, and with the help of the eruption of the 9 tribulations of extinction, the secret technique of dodge was used again. The Yutian sword has the characteristic of being sure to hit with one hit, which is not comparable to the sword light of the clone. The secret technique of Shangjuku was originally suppressed by Su Lang's Zhou domain master, and it is even more impossible to avoid the sword light of Yutian sword at this time. His dodge was in vain after all, although forcibly changed to another position. However, the Po Yi Jian Chi that Yutian sword slashed, turned a corner like a life, and directly fell on Shangjuku's body. Jilin extinction. The surface of Shangju was pale, and once again used the secret technique, and it was an enhanced version of the secret technique. Jilin extinction can only leave one life after casting. A semi-imaginary mask appeared on the surface of Shangjuku's skin, covering his entire body. At the very moment, blocked the residual power of Po Yijian. The aftermath of the previous explosions has not dispersed yet another terrifying bombardment exploded in the universe. Around the battlefield, space and time are all distorted, forming irregular folds. These folds fractured and annihilated layer by layer, forming a cosmic void spreading tens of thousands of light years. This is because the power of Su Lang and Shangjuku is controlled properly, and the power that escapes is relatively small. Otherwise, it would be easy to make a million light-year space-time fault. The bombardment came quickly and went quickly. The defense supported by Shangjuku and the sword of Su Lang's broken sword were consumed at the same time. Shangjuku, you are nothing but that. The corner of Su Lang's mouth hooked, and the Yutian sword in his hand had been cut down at the fastest speed. His resilience is really amazing. After Universe Nirvana began, a lot of strength was quickly restored. This attack, although certainly not as good as the first sword. But Shangjuku was not at its peak, but fell to the bottom. This way is also a breaking sword used by the Universal Annihilation profound meaning, severely slashing towards Shangjuku. Jimming Renmaru. The Shangju repertoire shrank sharply, and while supporting the defense, a secret technique was once again unfolded. However, an extremely strange aura directly envelops the surrounding 8 eternal realm powerhouses. Master, no, my strength, Lord, please. Under this human pill, mystery, a powerful eternal statue of the 8 universes has no resistance at all, and is directly drawn from a huge amount of cosmic power and vitality. The breath of Shangjuku is also quickly recovering. The newly unfolded defensive barrier on his body suddenly became much stronger, and it happened to die with Su Lang's second attack. How could this Su Lang be so strong? Shangjuku's heart was full of fear, and his body had already seized the opportunity to sink into the ripples of time and space. He wanted to escape. 2 dazzling sword lights suddenly hit from both sides. But it was Su Lang's 2 avatars who used the Jade of Life to break the sword. Shangjuku was horrified, standing upside down all over his body, and countless cold sweat instantly soaked on his back. But in order to escape, he has missed the opportunity to resist. He could only stare at his eyes wide, and watched as the 2 sword lights fell on his body. Chapter 2798, Shangjuku's Defeat. The extremely strong explosion spread out around the body of Shangjuku, and the nearby large cosmic space and time annihilated, forming a cosmic void. Su Lang child, wait for me. Shangjuku roared incomparably bitterly, and he ran away from the battlefield. With severe injuries to his dying body by the desperate blow from the 2 clones of Su Lang. The Jade of Fate failed to kill the target, and Su Lang's 2 clones collapsed and dissipated. Unfortunately, it was the sword light of the clone that hurt Shangjuku. If it was a Po Yi sword that was slashed by the Yutian sword, this product has already triggered the Yutian sword's characteristic of breaking defense and death, and it will be over. But it doesn't matter. Shangjuku was seriously injured and was about to die. He couldn't run far. Now is the hunting time. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and between his waves, a black golden flying squirrel appeared in his hand. It was the treasure-hunting ancestral flying squirrel. The treasure-hunting ancestor glider took in the breath of Shangjuku, immediately locked its position and launched the pursuit. Su Lang sent 100 shadow clone to follow the treasure-hunting ancestor glider, and he turned his head to look at the surrounding eternal martial artists of the 8 eternal realms. These more than a dozen 8 eternal realms have been captured by Shangjuku's secret technique, one by one like a corpse. The crystal wall universe in its body has shrunk a lot and is about to collapse. Seeing Su Lang looking towards him, the eternal warriors of the 8 universes who were dying suddenly showed despair. No, Lord Su Lang, please. Forgive me. The little one is willing to be a cow and a horse for you, even if he pays his life. Please, Master Su Lang, Shah's slave knows a lot about Shangjuku, please forgive me. One by one, the eternal warriors of the 8 universes knelt in the void and pleaded, humbled like writhing maggots. There are also some eternal warriors of the 8 universes paralyzed in the void like their fate, with despair on their faces. Su Lang cut out the Yutian sword in his hand, and an ordinary sword light flew out, forming a flexible little sword. The small sword flies and shuttles like a flying needle, and in a blink of an eye it penetrates the eternal martial artist of the 8 cosmos. Ding! You get the eternal soul 1, the eternal Tao crystal 1, the eternal life universe 1, the eternal body 1. System prompts sounded one after another, and a large number of heaven, material and earth treasures suddenly poured into Su Lang's storage space. In a natural universe not far away, didn't Shangjuku have said that Su Lang will be sent to my side? Could it be that Su Lang has been directly killed by him? It's impossible, right? Su Lang is so cunning, he could not kill him alone. Or, Su Lang was rushed to other natural universes. But every natural universe around here has my hands in ambush, and I haven't received any news. What the censored is going on? Emperor Ji Junzhou was hiding in the time and space of the universe, frowning deeply, and various thoughts flashed in his heart. He wanted to go and see in Yilong universe. But he was worried that he would act rashly and undermine the plan he had set before, causing Su Lang to escape. There was a rush of news from the Jade card. Emperor Ji Junzhou's expression moved. Could it be that Shangjuku killed Su Lang alone? That way, I would suffer. Thinking in his heart, he took out the Jade card of communication and explored his spiritual mind, and his complexion suddenly changed. Ji Jun, single quote. Su Lang's combat power is far more than you and I expected. Single quote. He not only has the eternal mid-level combat power of the 9 universes, but also has 2 clones of the same level. Single quote. I suspect that he is an old monster who specializes in cultivating clones. He has hidden for countless years. He is probably older than us. Single quote. I fought a battle, fleeing and losing all my subordinates. Single quote. Seeing this, Emperor Gujunzhou's eyes burst open, his eyes protruding, full of incredible expression. Although Su Lang is very strong, he seems to be just a top-level master of the 8 universes. How could he defeat Shangjuku? 9 universe intermediate level combat power. How did Su Lang do it? Could it be that he is really an old monster who specializes in clones? Damn it, now that Shangjuku is defeated by Su Lang and can only escape, how should I choose? Emperor Ji Junzhou whispered in disbelief, and he almost doubted the world. Chapter 2799, Ji Junzhou Emperor killed 2. I lost. Single quote. But Su Lang is not feeling well. Single quote. His 2 clones are all dead, and the deity has fallen into the weakest state due to excessive use of occult techniques. Single quote. He must be regaining his strength now. Gujun, go and kill him. Single quote. From the words of Shangjuku, you can see how frustrated and angry he is, as well as the endless killing intent towards Su Lang. This is, both lose and lose. Yes, Shangjuku is so powerful, how could Su Lang defeat him so easily? Maybe, Su Lang's injury is more serious than that of Shangjuku. In that case, now is the best time to kill Su Lang. A gleam of light appeared in the gloomy eyes of Emperor Ji Junzhou, and it immediately turned into determination. Emperor Ji Junzhou immediately unfolded the power of time and space and set off toward the Yilong universe. Shangjuku kept running away, dripping blood crazily in his heart, almost asphyxiated with distress. This battle, he thought he could easily kill Su Lang, divide his wealth, and take revenge for the clone. Unexpectedly, he was once again defeated by Su Lang. This is the second time. Moreover, he was defeated by Su Lang with full firepower and all the cards thrown out. Now not only was he seriously injured and fleeing, like a bereaved dog, all his subordinates were also killed. Those 8 eternal realms are not worth mentioning in front of the 9 universe powerhouses, but they are extremely difficult to cultivate and can be masters on their own. The domain master of the ordinary high-level universe is just the eternal realm of the 8 universes. Now, 14 died directly. One day, I will kill you back and wipe you out. Shangjuku was full of hatred and roared uncontrollably. But he didn't stop the pace of fleeing, traveling through the natural universe one by one, hoping to escape back to his home as soon as possible, and then heal his injuries. All the power of the universe is restored. The secret technique of innocuous breath is worthy of being a secret technique deduced by the source of the technique. It is awesome. There is also the sword of life. After the enhancement and qualitative change, it is getting more and more powerful. Su Lang stood up from the void, his body was majestic, and he had already returned to his peak state. Su Lang was going to hunt down Shangjuku. An extremely powerful aura suddenly descended. This breath is Ji Jun. Su Lang's expression moved, stopped, and looked at the place where the breath descended. An old man has already appeared there, looking at the familiar shiny black hair and vicissitudes of life but bright eyes. It is the Emperor Gujunzhou. Unexpectedly, Emperor Ji Junzhou actually teamed up with Shang Juku to hunt me down. Being chased and killed by two senior 9 Universe Eternal Realm powerhouses is quite fascinating. Su Lang looked at Emperor Gu Junzhou with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Emperor Ji Junzhou was also looking at Su Lang. The said Su Lang has fallen into a state of extreme weakness. Does Su Lang look weak now? Could it be that Shang Juku was lying to me? He didn't fight Su Lang at all. No, the remaining traces on this battlefield are evidence of the war. They did fight to the death. So, Su Lang has recovered by himself. Hey, how is it possible? I rushed over as soon as I received the news. How could he recover to his peak state in such a short time? After seeing Su Lang, Emperor Gujun froze in the void, his wide-eyed eyes flashed like a frightening storm. Another possibility emerged in his mind. That is that Su Lang may be bluffing and scornful. Blazing. Very possible. Single quote. Maybe I can find out what he is now. Single quote. Emperor Ji Junzhou took a deep breath, and the color of thinking flashed through the suddenly shrinking pupils. Chapter 2800. Gujun, wash your neck and wait. Ji Jun, you also killed him. Su Lang sneered, you run so far, don't you worry about the danger of your lair. Emperor Ji Junzhou's eyes condensed immediately. Su Lang can go directly from the Frost Obsidian universe to the Yilong universe, and maybe he can return directly to the Frost Obsidian universe. Single quote. Damn it, if he is allowed to appear in the Frost Obsidian universe, I'm afraid my lair will suffer. Single quote. No, he must be stopped. Single quote. All kinds of thoughts flashed in the heart of Emperor Ji Junzhou, and then, without a word, he started directly. An extremely fierce sword light erupted from Emperor Gu Junzhou, and slammed into Su Lang's face, the speed reaching the extreme. Little Master has been waiting for you for a long time, quack. Accompanied by an extremely rampant voice, Xianxia's 8-sided shield blocked Gujun's sword light. At this time, the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao was attached with the secret technique of severance number respect, and the defensive power had reached the level of the 9 universes, clang. The incomparably harsh sound and the aftermath of the battle swayed away, plowing the messy universe around it again. An equally fierce sword light bounced back from the 8-sided shield of the sky, and slammed in front of Emperor Gu Junzhou. It can actually rebound the attack, and the ratio is so exaggerated, it's 80%. When the Emperor Gujun was horrified, he quickly deployed defensive methods to block the rebounding power of the 8-sided shield. In a huge explosion, the word secret, this universe, respect me. The force of the natural universe confines Su Lang. Ji Jun quickly pinched the tactics with both hands, and the strange waves on his body swayed away, which was the power of the secret of words. However, the power of the entire natural universe was mobilized, forming an extremely terrifying confinement, to block Su Lang's power and retreat. Master of the universe, Su Lang chuckled and directly started the cosmos domination secret art, give me the imprisonment of Gujun. Yilong universe has directly transformed from Gujun's home game into Su Lang's home game. Su Lang immediately seized control of the forces of the natural universe that had been swayed, and slew towards Emperor Ji Junzhou in the opposite direction. Emperor Ji Junzhou opened his eyes in anger, his mouth was dumbfounded, and the stormy waves in his heart almost spurted out of the 7 orifices. He was really horrified, too incredible. He could clearly feel that the secret technique used by Su Lang had the meaning of word secret. However, compared with Su Lang's domination of the universe, his own word secret is nothing short of a witch, and there is even a feeling that the secret of the word is a simplified version of the dominator of the universe. The secret of Su Lang's words and characters was learned from him. Now, he was actually surpassed by Su Lang, and far surpassed. This caused a lot of damage to the self-confidence of Emperor Ji Junzhou. He has always been proud of the 7-character secret of his creation, but now he has been beaten by Su Lang. Just when Emperor Ji Junzhou was horrified, the power of the natural universe mobilized by the cosmic domain's dominating secret technique has formed a strong imprisonment and has fallen on the Emperor Gujun. Emperor Ji Junzhou was very angry, full of breath and murderous aura. But he saw a large amount of white energy burst out of his body, forming a defense around him, blocking the power of the natural universe. A thin blue blade appeared in the hands of Emperor Gu Junzhou with a fierce wave. If a blade of light imitated to cut through the entire Yilong universe, it instantly slammed in front of Su Lang. It turns out that the knife is the weapon you are good at. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, flipped his right hand, and the Yutian sword slashed out. The pure white sword light bloomed fiercely, colliding with the blue sword light in the void of the universe. The time and space around was torn and annihilated again, forming terrifying cosmic holes. Seeing that the light of the knife was blocked, Emperor Ji Junzhou frowned, and directly slammed Su Lang with the knife. "Oh, don't worry, when I overturn your old nest, I will come back to kill you. Ji Jun, wash your neck and wait, I'll be back soon." Su Lang smiled coldly, once again cut out a sword light, and at the same time used a clone replacement. Jian Guang flew out. Su Lang exchanged positions with the clone in Shuang Yao's universe, and then retracted the clone instantly. Emperor Ji Jun held a thin blue blade, slashing the sword light before him, and continued to kill. However, Su Lang has disappeared. Emperor Gujunzhou stiffened all over, and his pupils trembled slightly. He knows that his lair is gone. Chapter 2801, Enter Frostbite. We must quickly let those who stay behind close the space-time tunnel, and then flee. If the Frostbite universe is divided into separate areas, then Su Lang's raiding speed will definitely decrease. Emperor Gujunzhou gritted his teeth, his eyes were cracked, his eyes were red, and he immediately gave instructions to the Eternal Masters who stayed in the Frostbite universe. And this is his last stop-loss method, but he didn't know that it was useless to Su Lang at all. Su Lang's 100 shadow clones and the treasure-hunting flying drifters had already penetrated the Frost Obsidian universe before. As long as the treasure hunt flying gliders and buying avatars have visited, Su Lang can go to any place without any restrictions. Su Lang's main goal is the Shuang Yao universe. He has already appeared in the Frost Yao universe, faster than the message sent by Emperor Zhigujun. The majestic fluctuations in time and space broke out without concealment. How can anyone be so bold in the Frostbite universe? Look at this movement, this person's cultivation is not shallow, it is terrible. HMPH. This child has violated the rules of the Shuang Yao universe, Master Ji Jun will definitely clean him up. Yes, no matter how strong this person is, can he still be better than Master Ji Jun? In the Shuang Yao universe, the unknowing eternal warriors looked at the place where the time and space fluctuations came, and were a little surprised at first, and then most of them showed sneer. Time and space are like waves of water being drained away, and a figure appears in front of several eternal warriors of the 7 or 8 cosmos who gather together. Among the previous discussions, these people are also the most disdainful. But now, feeling the violent 9 eternal realm aura on Su Lang, everyone was instantly paralyzed. 9. The 9 universe eternal realm powerhouse. How is this possible? How can the 9 universe eternal realm powerhouse come to our Shuang Yao universe? Yes, not to mention that we joined the Xuanyu alliance. Even before joining, there will be no 9 universe eternal realm powerhouses to kill. I've heard of this person from Li Hong. He is Su Lang. He should have only belonged to the 8 eternal realm. Damn, this person is not good, let's run away. The eternal warriors of the Shuangyao universe looked at Su Lang, who suddenly appeared, in horror. One of them stretched out his hand and pointed at Su Lang tremblingly, as if an ordinary person saw a ghost. Dead. Su Lang's voice reached everyone's ears. The Cosmos Domination secret art was activated, and the entire Shuang Yao universe became Su Lang's home field. Countless forces of the natural universe have been mobilized, forming a powerful attack and killing technique, which directly fell on these warriors of the 8 universes and 7 universes. Although it was only the power of the Zhou Territory Master secret technique, it didn't use other real attack methods. However, this kind of power is no longer what the ordinary 8 cosmos and 7 eternal realm martial artists can resist. At this time, Su Lang unfolded the secret technique, and the mobilized power of the natural universe moved with his heart, forming various attacks, which fell on each of the warriors. These warriors died on the spot. A large amount of wealth was collected into Su Lang's storage space as trophies, and piled up into continents of heaven, material and earth. Su Lang's heart moved and appeared in the 2nd place. There are also several eternal powerhouses gathering here. Seeing Su Lang appeared, these eternal powerhouses were shocked and terrified. Everyone was filled with the thought of running away immediately. But how can their speed escape the palm of Su Lang? A sword light flashed, everyone immediately separated and died completely. Any of their defensive secrets and dodge secrets have no effect. A large number of system prompts sounded, and countless trophies entered the storage space. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and his figure disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was in front of a wave of eternal warriors. Chapter 2802. Let's kill without leaving. A total of thousands of eternal powerhouses were killed by Su Lang. The message of Emperor Gujun Zhou reached the Xianxia universe. At this time, he stayed at the senior subordinates in the Frost Obsidian universe, and all of the eternal realms of the 7 universes and the 8 universes were dead. The Frost Yao universe and its attached high-level universe were completely eliminated by Su Lang. The remaining eternal strong men flee madly, crying and crying. Now finally got the order from Emperor Gujun Zhou. Unexpectedly, it was for them to escape quickly, as well as the order to block the space-time tunnels of the universe. Why is this so? Why Master Ji Yu Jun would let us run away? Could this enemy even be defeated by him? It's over, our Frost Yao universe is completely finished. Even Emperor Gujun Zhou can't save it. No, this is impossible, Lord Gujun is invincible, no one can beat him. Run away, that big demon is about to kill our universe. One by one, the eternal strong men fled in despair. But they looked panicked, and most of them were at a loss, because they didn't know where to escape. The other part has its own escape plan, and has a certain degree of confidence to be able to escape from this flesh and blood mill, so it flees madly regardless of anything. Whether at a loss or a plan to escape, none of them can be spared from Su Lang's hands. Everyone will be killed with one blow, directly dead. Not only the heaven, material and earth treasures collected in a lifetime belong to Su Lang, but also the countless creatures in the body, soul, and body all belong to Su Lang. It was also when Su Lang started to kill. Emperor Gujun Zhou has gathered his ambushes near Yilong universe, and is returning to Xianxia universe at the fastest speed. However, his speed is really too slow. It's completely too late. How could Su Lang's combat power be so powerful? According to the original plan, even if he can return to the Frostbite universe, my left-behind subordinates can still hold him back. However, he can explode with a combat power that is not inferior to me, and even I am even higher. Instead of trapping him, my left-behind subordinates have become the ants that he can easily kill. Now, most of my subordinates have been killed. Su Lang child, I must kill you, definitely. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou stopped in some despair in an unknown natural universe, and looked at the jade card of communication with less and less news in his hand. The whole person was already so angry that he was full of anger. However, he could only furiously and competently, and there was no way to stop Su Lang. I hate it, I must take revenge. Su Lang child, you wait. Emperor Gujun Zhou roared with a ferocious look, and immediately changed his direction, no longer heading to the Frost Obsidian universe and the nearby universe, but hurried toward the Suspended Scar universe. The Xuanan universe is the headquarters of the Xuanyu Alliance. There are a number of 9 universe eternal powers gathered here, with concentrated and abundant resources, and the most important thing is safety. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou knew that if Su Lang could defeat Shangjuku and die, his combat power was definitely stronger than himself. If he wants revenge, he must further strengthen his own strength. Shangjuku has similar ideas. After escaping from Su Lang's subordinates, when he was relatively safe, he immediately rushed to the Suspended Mark universe. This is of great benefit to him. Not only can he find a safer place to heal his injuries, but it can also prevent Su Lang from finding his lair, the Tianchu universe. His whereabouts have been locked by the treasure-hunting ancestor glider. Emperor Gujun Zhou did not know that Shangjuku was locked by Su Lang, and his whereabouts were equivalent to being indirectly controlled by Su Lang. Because Su Lang can find him in Shangjuku as long as he finds the Suspended Marks universe. Emperor Gujun Zhou and Shangjuku swiftly headed to the Suspended Eternal region. Su Lang also slaughtered the high-level cosmic regions ruled by Gujun, such as the Frost Yao cosmic domain on a large scale. As long as it is an eternal warrior who is completely controlled by Ji Yu Jun and has no value to subdue, then kill them all. If there is any value to subdue, just accept them all and use them as an infinite number of humanoid backup energy. Chapter 2803. The Grief of Emperor Gujun Zhou. I don't know. A few days later, Emperor Gujun first arrived at the Xuanyan universe and saw Wan Qixing and Song Yuanshan, but did not see Emperor Li Xuanzhou. You are so anxious, but what happened? Wan Qixing and Song Yuanshan saw that Emperor Gujun Zhou's state was not quite right at a glance, frowned and asked. This is a shame. I wanted to clean up that Su Lang before. Who knows that his combat power is so terrifying that it has surpassed me. Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou sighed bitterly, his eyes were bloodshot from shame, and there was still a hint of horror in his tone. Wan Qixing and Song Yuanshan looked at each other suddenly, their faces were stunned. Wan Qixing frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "What you said, but the Su Lang who escaped from the top of your tower." "It's that person." Emperor Ji Junzhou nodded in pain, and the knuckles of his clenched fists were turning white. "Friend Gujun, then Su Lang is just an eternal realm of 8 cosmos. Although his escape method is very good, but the cultivation base is just like that, it should not be worth mentioning to you, it can only be regarded as a small trouble at best." Song Yuanshan said in disbelief, "This level makes you so anxious, it looks like you are running for your life." Wan Qixing nodded his head in agreement, obviously not thinking that Su Lang could make Emperor Gujunzhou like this. "I am not in the mood to lie to you. That Su Lang is really powerful. All kinds of secret techniques make me overwhelmed." Emperor Gujunzhou sighed again, and immediately clapped his hands fiercely. "By the way, before me, Shangjuku had been defeated by Su Lang. He was seriously injured and had to run away immediately. This joke is not funny at all. Then no matter how strong Su Lang is, it's about the same as yours. Can he beat Shangjuku, which is also the upper middle level of the 9 Zhou dynasty, seriously injured and dying? This is too incredible, I really can't believe it." Wan Qixing and Song Yuanshan looked at each other, then looked at Emperor Gujunzhou with disbelief. "What I said is real. Shangjuku and I united against Su Lang and tried to besiege Su Lang. Shangjuku, as the first one to do it, will consume Su Lang, and then rush to my side to kill him. Whoever thinks, Shangjuku suffered a big defeat, and when he fled, he told me that Su Lang was already at the end of the battle. I just ran to kill Su Lang, but I never expected that Su Lang had recovered to his peak state in an instant. I have nothing to do with him. Perhaps he is also about to end the time limit of the secret art. He didn't entangle with me, and directly killed my Frostbite universe. Our battlefield is away from my old nest Shuangyao universe, separated by a large number of medium and large cosmic regions, but he was killed in the Shuangyao universe in an instant. Now, he killed all my Frost Obsidian Cosmos domain and its affiliated Cosmos domain. Su Lang child, he destroyed the home I built for countless years, and I will make him pay the price." At this point, Emperor Gujunzhou was already trembling, his eyes were splitting, and the thick resentment even Song Yuanshan and the other two were stagnant. From the mouth of Emperor Ji Junzhou, Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing had a clearer understanding of Su Lang. In addition to Su Lang's combat power beyond everyone's imagination, his resilience and mobility are also incredible. Anyway, the two of them are completely unable to recover from their weak state to their peak state in an instant, and they can also fight against the senior powerhouses of the 9 universes. It is even impossible to cross multiple medium and large natural universes instantly. This Su Lang is simply too exaggerated. Is this true, Taoist Gujun? You said Su Lang so badly, I think it's so fake. Yeah, I really can't imagine that Su Lang can be so powerful that it makes me feel unconfident. Wan Qixing and Song Yuanshan looked at Emperor Gujunzhou with hesitation and unbelief in horror. Chapter 2804, This Su Lang is really terrible. Now, Shangjuku should also be on the way to Xuanyu Alliance. He will not return to his lair, so as not to be chased by Su Lang and destroy his lair. It is estimated that it will not be long before you can see Shangjuku and confirm from him that what I said is true or false. Unfortunately, my lair has been completely destroyed by Su Lang, and none of the immediate subordinates are spared, they are all dead. Emperor Ji Junzhou sighed for the 4th time, and raised his right hand to cover the place where his left heart was. His old face was wrinkled unnaturally. Taoist Gujun has said so, it must not be false. This Su Lang is so terrible, who is he? I didn't look at him directly at the beginning. I never thought he was so terrifying. After listening to Emperor Gujunzhou's words, Wan Qixing and Song Yuanshan all took a cold breath, and their pupils couldn't stop shrinking. In their opinion, Gujunzhou and Shangjuku are about the same as their own. Then, Shangjuku was defeated by Su Lang, and it was estimated that it would be difficult for the two of them to go up alone. Emperor Ji Junzhou spoke again. Su Lang may be stronger. Emperor Gujunzhou took a deep breath and said, according to the information obtained from Shangjuku, Su Lang still has a variety of powerful eternal weapons in the Jojo Eternal Realm, but they have not been displayed in the previous wars. Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing swallowed a bit of difficulty at the same time. According to Ji Yujun's words, Su Lang defeated Shangjuku without doing his best. If this is done with all his strength, I am afraid that it will not be able to kill Shangjuku on the spot. More importantly, during the war, I found his martial arts aptitude was the most terrifying. He got my 7-character secret technique, and he has already practiced far more than me. If I use the 7-character secret to fight against it, I will definitely die. He looked gloomy and uncertain, and slowly said, "Fortunately, I still have the remaining secret techniques." Terrible. This Su Lang is really terrible. Yes, even if the combat power is so strong, the qualification is so terrifying. If this is to give him some time, I am afraid that he will not be able to reach the top level of the 9-universe eternal realm, and get a glimpse of the higher realm that has never been seen before. Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing looked at each other, exclaiming, while their eyes flickered. Su Lang is really as powerful as Ji Yujun said. Then why not talk to Su Lang and invite him to join the Xuanyu alliance? As for the contradiction with Gujunzhou Emperor and Shangjuku, as long as you pay a certain price, it should be resolved. The next words of Emperor Gujunzhou broke the illusion of Song Yuanshan and the other two. In my chamber, your attitude towards Su Lang has made him very dissatisfied, and a person like him, arrogant and evil, will repay him. Emperor Ji Yujun said in a cold voice, "So, you still don't want to recruit him?" Suddenly Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing were stagnant, and they sighed together. At the top of Gujunzhou's tower, they really had a bad attitude towards Su Lang. Even if Emperor Li Xuanzhou sent out an invitation to Su Lang, it was finally cancelled. This is enough to leave a gap between Su Lang and Xuanyu alliance. If you had to recruit Su Lang, the price to pay would be much higher. Moreover, Emperor Gujunzhou and Shangjuku may not compromise. After all, these two were beaten to death by Su Lang. One person was overturned by Su Langan, burned, killed and looted, leaving no piece of armor. Friend Gujun, don't worry. Our Xuanyu alliance is not accessible to everyone. That Su Lang comes from a weird background, he behaves viciously, and he has made enemies with Taoist Gujun. It is naturally impossible for us to recruit him. On the contrary, I will truthfully report this matter to the higher authorities and let the alliance contribute their efforts to obliterate this Su Lang. Song Yuanshan and Wan Qixing said each sentence. After hearing this, Emperor Ji Yujun nodded heavily, his face improved a lot. Chapter 2805, Upgrade 11 System Functions. In a certain high-level universe, Su Lang sat in a place with extremely abundant cosmic energy, set up an eternal spirit gathering formation method, while organizing the spoils, severely wounded the 9 songs of Shang, and destroyed the 14 eternal powers of the 8 universes. Destroy Gujun's frost obsidian forces, and kill 18 eternal realms of the 8 eternal realms. There are no number of eternal warriors of the 7 eternals in their lower levels. Su Lang finally calculated it, the eternal powerhouse killed, regardless of rank, should be around 1.3 million. Ji Yujun's high-level cosmic domains were all killed by him. Those who survived became Su Lang's never-betrayal servants. The number was about 200,000, and their level was not very high. After all, the higher-ranking ones are more or less related to Emperor Gujunzhou, who are sure to kill. Directly killed about 1.3 million eternal powerhouses. The resources earned this time are definitely enough to give me a big boost. Su Lang rubbed his hands with excitement, and immediately issued instructions to the system, store it in the origin of the universe. Ding! The storage is complete, and the balance is 82.2 billion universe origin. It's over 80 billion, it's really making a lot of money. I'll go after Shangjuku later and make another wave. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he thought, now, just upgrade the system functions. The system will upgrade me the 1-key practice, martial arts and clone functions. Ding! Consumes 10 billion cosmic origins, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 57, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 57, the number of clones is 57, and the number of twins is 57. The number of Su Lang's various clones is increased by 1, and the total number reaches 171. Ding! Consumes 10 billion cosmic origins, the 1-key training function is upgraded to level 58, and the training speed is increased to 0.3840 trillion times. Ding! Consumes 10 billion cosmic origins, upgrades the 1-key martial arts function to level 58, and increases the martial arts speed, 0.3840 trillion times. The speed of cultivation function and martial arts function is doubled. There are more than 50 billion. Then continued to upgrade system functions. Su Lang looked at the balance, ticked the corner of his mouth, and gave the order again. A series of system prompts sounded again. Ding. Consumes 1 billion cosmic origins. The one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 56, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders is 1920 trillion. Ding. Consumes 1 billion cosmic origins. The one-key alchemy function has been upgraded to level 22, which can make 7 eternity in its lower level pills. Ding. Consume 1 billion cosmic origin. The one-key refining function is upgraded to 22, which can refine 7 eternity in its lower level weapons. Ding. Consumes 1 billion cosmic origins. The one-key refining function is upgraded to 22, which can refine the 7 eternity in its lower levels. Ding. Consumes 1 billion cosmic origins, and the one-key synthesis function is upgraded to level 22. It can be synthesized with the same 7 eternal or lower level materials and medicines. The synthesis ratio is 5:1. By this time, the balance is still 47.2 billion. Su Lang did not hesitate to continue to consume 1.1 billion, upgraded the one-key empowerment function to level 32, and the number of various empowerments reached 1280. Finally, there is one-click enhancement. It also consumes 1.1 billion, the enhancement function is upgraded to level 17, and the number of enhancements reaches 17 times. This is all upgraded again. There are 45 billion cosmic origins left. In that case, choose 4 more system functions to upgrade. Just choose 1 key refiner, 1 key alchemy, 1 key synthesis, 1 key strengthening. Su Lang thought about it, and immediately gave instructions to the system to upgrade 4 functions at the beginning. 40 billion cosmic origins are consumed. The 1 key refining, alchemy and synthesis functions all reach level 23, and the 1 key enhancement function reaches level 18. There is still 5 billion in the balance, which is completely enough for the promotion of weapons, and some can be distributed to Chu Xiaobei and other women to help them cultivate. This upgrade is really cool. 11 system functions have been upgraded. Su Lang kept tweeting, his face was covered with a cheerful smile. Chapter 2806. The Eternal Emperor soldiers are promoted to the 9 universes. Practice the exercises. Although many of the exercises obtained this time have been practiced before, there are also some that have never been seen before. After practice, there are many benefits. While thinking about it, Su Lang selected an eternal level exercise technique, put it on 10 martial arts villains, and started practicing. Su Lang's gaze fell on his weapon again. At this time, the 1 key mixer function has been upgraded again, and all his weapons can also evolve to a higher level. With a gentle move from Su Lang's right hand, Yutian's sword suddenly turned from a hairpin into a small sword, and fell into his palm cleverly. Very happy mood swings came from Yutian's sword. Obviously, Xiaoyu also knew that Su Lang was going to upgrade himself again. Start the enhanced reset effect. Su Lang locked the Yutian sword with his divine mind and gave instructions. Ding. After resetting the enhancement, the current enhancement qualitative change effect will be lost. The current Yutian sword has 2 enhanced qualitative changes. The first time was an ordinary strengthening qualitative change, and the effect was an increase in overall power. The second time was a qualitative change of the knowing hit feature enhancement, the power multiplier increased from twice to 5 times. OK to strengthen reset. Su Lang did not hesitate and gave the order. Ding. Yutian sword strengthened reset successfully. With the appearance of the system prompt, the power of Yutian sword immediately returned to its normal level. System, evolve Yutian sword. Su Lang's heart moved, and he gave the order again. Ding. Consume the eternal soul 10,000, the origin of the universe 100 million, the eternal realm material non-mind universe core crystal 1000, dues Gu Yuan 10000. The Yutian sword evolved into the 7 eternal emperor soldiers. The system prompts just ended. Su Lang issued an instruction again. Start the 1 key enhancement function, target Yutian sword. Ding. Strengthening success. The system prompt sounded 10 times in succession, but it was not over yet. Su Lang was ruthless in his heart, and continued to strengthen the Yutian sword, until he finished 15 times of strengthening and then stopped. And now the Yutian sword has successfully entered the level of the 9 universe eternal realm. In addition, 3 opportunities to strengthen qualitative changes were also obtained. Start the enhanced qualitative change function, target Yutian sword. Su Lang did not procrastinate and gave the order again. Ding. Consuming eternal grade material Tianluo Fuyao Shi 11214. The Yutian sword has been successfully strengthened. Ding. Consume eternal grade materials to realize Zen Emperor GU 85755. The Yutian sword has been successfully strengthened and transformed. Ding. Consume the eternal grade material to return to Yuan Lei Fengjin 45898. The Yutian sword has been successfully strengthened. The first time the effect of the qualitative change was strengthened, the Nether Heaven sword's devouring power was strengthened. The current Yutian sword can absorb the enemy's attack to a greater extent and turn it into its own use. It is a magical skill for defensive counterattack. The second time to strengthen the qualitative change effect is the characteristic of Yutian sword's knowing blow, which is also 5 times the power. The third time to strengthen the qualitative change effect is to increase the overall power of the Yutian sword, making it directly from the level of entering the 9 universes from the beginning to the intermediate level of the 9 universes. The power of Yutian sword is considered to have raised a realm as a whole. In the 9 Eternal Realm Emperor soldiers, even the senior 9 Eternals, few people can possess. Like Gujun and his ilk, they are not the Eternal Emperor soldiers of the 9 universes, but only the 8 universes. The second weapon, the 8-sided shield. Su Lang inserted the extremely delighted Yutian sword into his hair bun, and immediately took out the 8-sided shield of the sky. After the same process, the 8-sided shield of heaven also evolved into the 7 Eternal Realm, with 15 external strengthening and qualitative changes 3 times. Su Lang still had a characteristic swallowing function, which caused the heavenly 8-edged shield to swallow the invulnerable characteristic. The effects of the 3 enhanced qualitative changes of the heavenly 8-edged shield are the anti-injury characteristic, the invulnerable characteristic and the indestructible characteristic are qualitatively changed. The defensive ability of Xianxia's 8-sided shield has also entered the middle and lower levels of the 9 Eternal Realm. Su Lang continued to promote the weapon. The Sword of Life, the Mirror of Reincarnation, the Nest of Civilization, and the 4 Incense Emperor soldiers have all increased rapidly. Chapter 2807, Raising the Boundless, these 7 eternal weapons. Su Lang also fully used the characteristic swallowing function, devouring some of the weapon characteristics that had just been captured. The characteristics of the Sword of Life swallowing are all related to reducing consumption and increasing power. The swallowing characteristics of the Reincarnation Realm and the Nest of Civilization are related to the power effect and range of influence. Heart-piercing lock originally has the characteristics of fatal penetration and killing the soul. At this time there is an additional weapon clone characteristic. The weapon clone feature allows the weapon to mobilize the natural cosmic energy and instantly replicate another self. For the piercing lock, it has 8 black jade chains. With the weapon clone feature, when launching an attack, 16 black jade chains can be displayed. Let's talk about the beautiful scenery. This weapon originally had the characteristic of ultimate rhythm, capable of stacking 3 attacks simultaneously. At this time, there are more occult characteristics. The invisibility feature, as the name suggests, can make Jinghua Shuiyu's attack more difficult to detect. Originally Jinghua Shuiyu's attack was a silent illusion weapon. At this time, getting the concealment feature is no different from adding more wings. In addition, Jinghua Shuiyu also has a chance to swallow characteristics. Because there is no suitable innate characteristics for it to swallow, it is temporarily empty. Then there are Qibao Miaoshu and Zijin Gord. The former has swallowed the characteristics of the instant method, and the speed of deploying the 7 treasures of light is greatly increased, and it can cover the opponent's weapon almost instantly. On the basis of invulnerability, the latter has swallowed the characteristics similar to indestructible, but it is somewhat similar to the 8-sided shield of Tianzhao. In fact, there are not many types of things like innate characteristics. Some similarities can be regarded as the same characteristics. These 7 weapons have similar characteristics, but they are normal. The avenue is simple, and the innate characteristics are not complicated. Normally, there are more innate characteristics, and the power is very strong. After devouring the innate characteristics for 7 weapons, Su Lang has completed 10 enhancements for these weapons, and all enhancements have been changed twice. The power of every weapon, or its special effects, has skyrocketed. These weapons have already entered the 9 Eternal Realm, although because of the material. These weapons are all at the beginning of the 9 universes. Of course, this is already very impressive. How many 9 Eternal Big Brothers do not even have a 9 Eternal Emperor soldier? But Su Lang owns 9 pieces. This isn't the limitless number yet. I don't know if Su Lang possesses so many 9 eternal level things that the other 9 Eternals know. Will it make his teeth broken with jealousy? Finally, it's the Infinity's turn. Su Lang returned the 9 weapons that had been upgraded to the storage space, and soon took out the Infinite. The last time Boundless was promoted, it had reached the advanced level of the 8 universes. This level can already be used in the battle of the 9 universe Eternal Realm, but the loss will definitely be more serious. Before dealing with Shangjuku and Ji Yujun, Su Lang had tentative thoughts in his heart, and he didn't sacrifice the Infinity. Otherwise, whether Shangjuku can escape or not has to be discussed. Su Lang locked the Infinity with his divine mind and gave instructions to the system. The system prompt appears again. Su Lang used his will to confirm the need to reset and strengthen, and the system automatically completed the strengthen reset of the Infinite. The breadth of the Infinity plummeted. Su Lang activated the system function again and began to evolve the parts of the infinite number. With the input of countless materials, every component in the Infinity has been upgraded. There are a total of 120,000 parts, and thousands of them have reached the 7 Eternal Realm. There are already tens of thousands of people who have reached the level of 6 universes. The lower level, as the level is lower, the number also increases. Su Lang has completed 10 enhancements and 2 enhancement qualitative changes without stopping. In the empty state of the Boundless, it already possesses the power of the lower level in the 9 universe Eternal Realm. Chapter 2808, The Loot is Cleared. Boundless, terrifying. If it is a full-time resident martial artist, I wonder if it can reach the advanced or top level of the 9 realms. Su Lang touched his chin and smiled satisfied. The weapon was completely upgraded again. It is once again sorting out all kinds of spoils, such as eternal weapons, eternal life universe, eternal body and so on. Previously, when it swallowed the characteristics of weapons in hand, Su Lang carefully screened the seized eternal weapons. Weapons with powerful innate characteristics were saved by his transfer of characteristics to special, tool weapons. Then all the captured Eternal Realm weapons were broken down into countless materials by Su Lang. Almost all of the artificially refined treasures were decomposed by Su Lang. Su Lang again began to pick and choose among millions of eternal life universes and more endless crystal wall universes. All valuable treasures were taken into his inner world by him. After being put into the living universe or the crystal wall world, crystal wall universe, it merges with the original living planet and continent. Countless worlds in Su Lang's body upgraded crazily. Each world has become extremely rich, and the practice of the practitioners in it has become easier and easier. Masters have emerged in large numbers, and generations are stronger than generations. Eternal life universe and eternal body after selection. Su Lang distributed it to his companions and subordinates, allowing them to upgrade their crystal wall universe. After the division, what is left is stored in the remaining division body for spare use. In the end, the eternal body that became an empty shell was thrown into the nest of civilization. After the nest of civilization is swallowed, countless evolutionary spores will be produced. At present, the warriors evolved from the spores produced in the nest of civilization are all gifted in the ordinary natural universe, and they can be called Tianzhao. Under the acceleration characteristic of spore in Su Lang's time avenue acceleration, the creatures that come from these spores are progressing very terribly. A large number of martial arts experts will be born and develop into an extremely powerful cultivation civilization. So far, the spoils are almost handled. I am now capable of killing Ji Yujun and Shangjuku. With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, the perception sharing function was launched. The sights of the treasure-hunting ancestral glider and the clone appeared in front of them. But seeing them still chasing, it can be seen that Shangjuku is still advancing. In this direction, I don't know if it is Shangjuku's lair. If it is really his lair, then I can catch up and kill him, and earn him a fortune. Well, although you can quickly catch up with Shangjuku with Xing Kuanyan he clone, there is no need, let him lead the way first. Su Lang paid attention to the vision of the clone and the treasure-hunting ancestral glider, and he began to rest. But soon he was bored everywhere with perfect leaning to occupy the avatar, doing things to pass the time. Emperor Gujun Zhou was still waiting for Shangjuku to come in the Xuanyu alliance. Now he has contacted Shangjuku and knows that Shangjuku is coming here. There is also Song Yuanshan who is waiting together. As for Wanqihong, he left to report on the situation. Still not here. It seems that Shangjuku is really hurt, and the speed has become so slow. Emperor Ji Junzhou was holding the jade card for communication in his hand, his brows frowned slightly. Will Su Lang catch up? Song Yuanshan pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. If he dares to catch up, then he will hit the blade of our gun. It is possible. Then Su Lang child seems to like buying his home. He should really want to go to Shangjuku's lair to burn, kill, and looting. Now there is no news about Su Lang from Shuangyao in the nearby universe. Presumably he has already left there, and Shangjuku is seriously injured. He is likely to pursue Shangjuku. A hint of thought flashed in the eyes of Emperor Ji Junzhou, and he nodded slightly. If this is the case, no matter how strong he is, he will die in our hands. Song Yuanshan smiled. When the time comes, you will be able to take revenge on fellow Taoists. Chapter 2809, Leader of Xuanyu Alliance. The strength of the Xuanyu Alliance cannot be shaken by Su Lang children. If he really catches up, that's the way to die. Emperor Ji Junzhou smiled coldly, and immediately said, however, I need to invite Shangjuku sooner, so Su Lang can't catch up with Shangjuku. Fellow Taoist said well. Song Yuanshan nodded in agreement, and then turned to look into the distance. Look, friends, Wan Dao brought someone here. Not far away, 5 figures suddenly appeared. Among them are Wan Kixing, a gray-haired old man, a middle-aged man, a young beautiful woman, and a boy with braids. The braided boy faintly headed. However, its external image is a bit strange. He looked like a boy, 7 or 8 years old, but he wore a very solemn and generous robe, and his face was very serious. The other 3 people, the gray-haired old man, the middle-aged man, and the young beautiful woman, have good auras, and they are all powerful in the 9 eternal realm. Song Yuanshan waited for someone to fly closer, and immediately held a fist at the boy. Free gift. The boy-like leader nodded and looked at Ji Yujun. In Sha Gujun, I have seen the leader. Emperor Gujun is neither humble nor overbearing, and bows his hands. Taoists don't need to be polite. All of you are honored to take the position of the leader. Now Taoist Gujun has joined our Xuanyu Alliance, and is a member of the Xuanyu Alliance. Your trouble is my trouble. The leader of Xuanyu returned the courtesy sternly, and said solemnly, at present, I already know about Frost Yao's universe, then Su Lang, I will never let him get better. Although the leader of Xuanyu also wanted to recruit Su Lang, this super talent, or super old monster. But first, there was a rift with Su Lang, and second, the Xuanyu Alliance was in the stage of income growth. If a member of the alliance encounters trouble, not only does not help, but also helps its enemy deal with this member of the alliance, then the alliance will do its best. For Su Lang, the leader of Xuanyu must speak up. Thank you, Lord Leader. In the future, I will be lonely and loyal to the League. Emperor Gujunzhou looked at the solemn and serious Xuanyu leader, holding his fists in a confession. I said no need to be polite. Gujun Taoist, this is some benefits distributed after joining the League. I still have things to take care of. For Su Lang, Song Yuanshan and Wan Kixing will help you solve it. Leader Xuanyu waved his hand and said, with Shangjuku, there are 7 of you, and you should be able to deal with Su Lang. 7 people can deal with him alone. Emperor Ji Junzhou nodded, he didn't believe it either. There were 7 people on his side, so why didn't he turn Su Lang? I'll go ahead, waiting for your good news. Leader Xuanyu nodded, his figure gradually faded away. There were 3 people left in the same place, Ji Yujun, Wan Kixing, Song Yuanshan, and the gray-haired old man. Then came some greetings in recognition. The gray-haired old man was called Tongding Emperor, the middle-aged Han dynasty was called Fanmeng Emperor, and the young beautiful woman was called Fengfen Emperor. Trouble you all this time. Then Su Lang has a lot of secrets, and there are a lot of benefits. After killing him, I will divide it up later. Now, please come with me. Emperor Gujunzhou promised to give benefits, bowed his hands to everyone, and immediately began to lead the way to respond to Shangjuku. Even if there is no benefit, we have to kill Su Lang. That is, people who dare to move our league, simply don't know how the dead words are written. Everyone laughed and followed. The injury must be stopped and dealt with. Shangjuku found a place full of energy in the universe, spit out a mouthful of scarlet turbidity, and stopped. The battle with Su Lang has already hurt his roots. Especially after using that Jilin Misheng secret technique, his life is in jeopardy. If it hadn't been for the last use of Jaime Renmaru to absorb the vitality of his subordinates, it would be uncertain whether he could escape here. Chapter 2810. Why did you stop here? Now I escaped for so long in one breath. His state is a bit unstable again. Fortunately, the distance to escape now is far enough, and it is also very close to the headquarters of the Xuanyu Alliance, which is considered a safe zone, so you can relax. Sitting in a remote and hidden universe, Shang Juku took out countless healing medicines from his body and began to heal himself carefully. The size of the 9-universe eternal realm is really too big, and his injuries are too serious. In addition, his healing medicine is only in the 8 eternal realm, and the quality is not very good, so the recovery speed is relatively limited. Shang Juku gradually recovered 30% of his injuries, barely possessing some combat power. Stabilize. Su Lang hasn't chased him, so he should have given up chasing. However, you still have to go to the Xuanyu Alliance, it is safer there. Shang Juku thought so in his heart, and immediately prepared to set off on the road. A black golden flying squirrel suddenly appeared not far away from him. Immediately afterwards, a young man also appeared silently, without causing any temporal and spatial fluctuations. Shang Juku was stunned by this scene. Su Lang. His eyes burst open, his vellus hair stood upright, and even his hair was about to rise into the sky. Oh, lying noisy, why did you stop here? I still expect you to take me to your lair. Go and go, just as if I didn't see you. Su Lang leaned over the doppelganger, looked at Shang Juku in astonishment, then waved his hands hurriedly and even turned around. Shang Juku was dumbfounded, and immediately felt severe humiliation. The first thing Su Lang catches up with him is not to attack, but to be astonished, then pretend not to see him, let him lead the way. The endless shame turned into a raging flame, which filled Shang Juku's whole body, erupting from almost every pore. He dare not do it. Although the breath of Su Lang, in front of him is not very strong, it is Su Lang, and you can't look at the surface. Shang Juku, who had only recovered from his injury, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and immediately began to escape. Strong time and space fluctuations came from one after another, like a large mountain collapsed in a calm lake, setting off a strong time and space tsunami. Ji Yu Jun. Shang Juku felt a familiar breath, and suddenly he was surprised. He saw Ji Yu Jun and 5 other people appearing, each of which is the eternal power of the 9 universes. Friends in business, we are late. Ji Yu Jun flew to Shang Juku's side and bowed his hands. These are all masters of the Xuanyu Alliance, come to help me and wait for Su Lang. Friends of Shang Dao, I have kept you waiting. With us, Su Lang will definitely die. Ha ha ha, this is the advantage of joining the league. If one person has difficulties, everyone will help. Wan Kixing and others flew to Shang Juku's side, smiling and arching their hands. 6 eternal powers of the 9 universes. Haha, it's safe, completely safe. Shang Juku looked at the eternal powers of the 9 universes around him, he was immediately relieved, and he hurriedly responded one by one, thanking everyone for their help. Some things will be said later, let's kill this Su Lang first. Emperor Ji Yu Jun stared at Su Lang all the time, his eyes were vicious, this son will destroy my lair, I must kill him personally. The people who were paying attention to Su Lang were distracted, and they all turned around immediately, staring at him firmly. Today is your death date. With the 6 of us here, no matter how many means you will have to die at my feet. Wan Shixing, Song Yuanshan and others' eyes flashed cold, killing intent revealed. They all knew many of Su Lang's methods and understood that Su Lang was not as weak as it seemed. However, they are now 7 people. Even if not counted as Shang Juku, there are 6 eternal realms of 9 universes. This is definitely a super lineup that is difficult to appear once in a trillion years. Such a powerful team, against a Su Lang, will definitely catch it. Chapter 2811. This dog is really good at hiding. Facing the blazing killing intent of Wan Kixing and the 6 others, Su Lang suddenly sneered. Every one of you is no longer young, why are you so naive? A faint smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. I don't even know if I am a clone, just say I'm dead. The gray-robed old man, the young beautiful woman and the middle-aged Big Han were taken aback. Indeed, the opponent has only a weak 9 universe level aura, it doesn't look like the deity. Su Lang, you deceived the other fellow Taoists, but you can't deceive us. You old cunning man, what you like most is to hide your cultivation base and pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. At first you killed my clone, and then you fought with me. Which one was not like this? Finally, if you weren't sent by the deity, how could you chase me so tightly? Tongding Taoist, fellow Taoists, this Su Lang is telling lies, he wants to wait for an opportunity to escape, don't believe him. Shang Juku stood palely from the side, his voice clenched his teeth and said with a powerful voice. This dog is really good at hiding. Everyone, don't believe his plan, this is his deity. Emperor Ji Jun Zhou is also a heavy nod. At first, he did not stop Su Lang carelessly, and finally caused the tragedy of the destruction of the old nest. Hearing the words of Shang Juku and Ji Jun, the originally hesitant Emperor Tongding Zhou and others also firmed up their ideas. They knew that Su Lang was not easy, and it was easier to accept it now. In the reaction of the seven of them, it was a little funny in Su Lang's eyes. He is obviously just a clone. The other side is waiting, like a big enemy, terribly jealous. You really give people the feeling of being bitten by a snake for 10 years and afraid of the ropes. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and he said playfully, everyone, stop talking nonsense with him, kill him. Shang Juku's eyes are blood red, and his voice is low, and he said in an angry voice. Ji Jun nodded his head heavily, this person's status is so good, be careful that he escapes. When I first came to this universe, I had already started imprisonment. Now the entire natural universe is temporarily banned, and it is impossible to cross the barriers of time and space in a short time. The gray-robed old man Tongding Emperor Zhou smiled coldly. I saw a cold brilliance flashed through the surrounding time and space. Wan Qixing felt the time and space around him, trying to shuttle through the barriers of time and space, but found that he could not do it in a short time. I also used time and space barriers. This kind of confinement, even I myself can't actively open it in a short time. The middle-aged man laughed loudly, look where this Su Lang child is fleeing this time. This guy is pretty handsome. The young beautiful woman stroked her lips, smiling charmingly, after killing, I want his body. The crowd seemed to be talking. In private, they are still using methods to confine the space and time of the natural universe to prevent Su Lang from escaping. These imprisonment methods are really good. Su Lang laughed and clapped his hands, it's a pity, it's still useless for me. He can directly take the clone back into the mysterious black space. Any imprisonment is useless. Death is imminent, still stiff. Everyone, kill him and avenge our dead Wu Shu. Emperor Ji Jun Zhou coldly snorted, pinched in his hand, and the blue thin blade emerged, and countless small threads grew from the blade handle to connect with his arm. Man and blade become one. An extremely powerful aura bloomed from his body, and he reached the intermediate level of the 9 universes. Zhengming, Wanxixing, Song Yuanshan and others sacrificed their weapons one after another, and all kinds of great sounds suddenly sounded crazily. The movement is quite large, but the quality of the weapons is not very good. They are only the weapons of the 8 eternal realm, and at most they are infinitely close to the level of the 9 realms. Chapter 2812, The Awkward Atmosphere Spread. Just this little strength, huh? Su Lang smiled faintly, and shook his head disapprovingly. Emperor Gujun Zhou unfolded a secret technique, holding a weapon that had been stored for countless years, and slaying Su Lang fiercely. The other 6 people, including Shang Juku, all rushed up. Do you really think you can stop me? Then let you see how wrong you are. Su Lang looked at the people who had been killed, and took back the clone with a sneer. The clone appeared directly in the mysterious black space. Ji Jun Zhou Emperor's attack was the first to fail, and the others were shocked. Some of them shifted the direction of their attacks, and some suspended their attacks and switched to defense. The scene became silent. Su Lang never appeared again. They shifted the direction of attack, attacked loneliness, turned offense to defense, and defended loneliness. An awkward atmosphere spread. Ji Jun, Shang Juku, Wan Qixing, Song Yuanshan, all looked at each other, their mouths trembling slightly. Run. Ran away. Su Lang, just ran away like this. We obviously spent a lot of time arranging imprisonment methods, how could he just run away like this? Everyone, look at me and I look at you, communicating in an awkward atmosphere, everyone is very unbelievable. Fake it, it must be fake. The old man Tongding took a breath and suddenly said categorically, he must have been hiding, anyway, I didn't feel any temporal and spatial fluctuations. But, where can he go? Where can he hide? Song Yuanshan frowned and said, my surveillance supernatural power has not found any clues at all. I'll take a look. Shang Juku, with a pale face, stood up, and then took out Tongyu to search for the God Pearl. He hadn't doubted whether Su Lang in front of him was the deity before, so he didn't use Tongyu Divine Orb to confirm. At this time, I was looking for Su Lang before I took it out. Under the crowd of the other 6 people, Shangjuku took the Tongyu Divine Orb and began to check Su Lang's trail. As a result, at this look, I was immediately confused. Because Su Lang was actually in a high-level universe far, far away. In the absence of a fixed time and space tunnel, it will take a long time to cross with the footsteps of the 9 eternal realm. Su Lang, this guy ran that far again. This is when the natural universe is imprisoned here. Shangjuku's face turned paler, and his hands holding Tongyu Mi's divine bead trembled. Ji Yujun, Song Yuanshan, Wan Qixing and others knew that the situation was not good. And the one that ran far away. Such an enemy, how can we fight? Oh my god, we can't touch him, but he can attack us magically, how are we going to live? Everyone's eyes widened, they looked at each other, and their hearts were a little hairy. The location has changed, Su Lang's position has changed. Shangjuku suddenly yelled, his position appears in our natural universe. Everyone was horrified and confused. Now believe that I can break through your imprisonment at any time. However, since you have worked so hard to keep me, then I will play with you. Accompanied by Su Lang's clear voice, an extremely terrifying shadow enveloped Shangjuku and others. When the crowd went away, they could see an unimaginable magnificent giant. Li standing in the void of the universe. The size is second, the key to this giant is exuding the high-level aura of the 9 universe eternal realm. This is the boundless number. How is it possible? How could this boundless number become so powerful? The last time I saw this boundless, it was only capable of entering the 9 universe eternal realm and entering the first level, but now it has reached the advanced level. This is impossible. Shangjuku recognized the behemoth in front of him, his eyes burst out, and his eyes were about to fall out. Chapter 2813. It's Su Lang, he's back. The gap in the same realm is very large, especially at the level of the 9 universes. In the 9 universes, the first level, the intermediate level, the advanced level, and the top level, almost every level can be regarded as a separate small realm. As for the boundless, with such a powerful force, the span during this period is really terrifying. Shangjuku didn't know. During the time he was fleeing, Su Lang improved all his weapons again. Moreover, the avatars and twin avatars that were annihilated by the Jade of Fate are all reunited. In the boundless number at this time, Su Lang swallowed 55 avatars and reached the intermediate level of the 9 universes. The avatar and the twin avatars are also conjoined with stars and clouds, forming 2 intermediate level clones of the 9 universes. There are also 119,997 eternal powerhouses of different levels in the boundless. In addition, the infinite space itself has no load status, and it has the power of the middle and lower levels of the 9 universes. The combination of various factors has directly advanced its power to the advanced level of the 9 universes. The rest of the people also recognized that this was the humanoid weapon in Gujun and Shangjuku's intelligence, Wuyin. It's Su Lang, he's back. Damn, he never wanted to leave, just want us to understand that he can leave at any time. Now, he is going and coming back, he must have a fight with me. This guy's boundless number is so powerful, far beyond the description in the intelligence. Fortunately, at this level, if the 7 of us work together, we may not have the power to fight. Old Tongding narrowed his golden eyes, and a cold light flashed. The Emperor Fan Mengzhou next to him nodded slightly, agreeing with Tongding's point of view. The others took a deep breath and moved closer to each other, but there was no immediate sign of fleeing. They all believed that the 7 people on their side are not weak. I didn't even run. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, looked at Shangjuku, and sneered, last time I cut your clone, you are not afraid that even the deity will be folded here this time. Shangjuku snorted coldly, and just about to refute, he felt an extremely powerful suction acting on him, pulling him up. His face was suddenly full of horror. This is the gourd, Shangjuku was never expected, he just snorted coldly, which triggered the magical power of the gourd. This suction is super terrifying. It has definitely reached the realm of the 9 universes. Although it has not entered the intermediate level, it is not far away. But he himself was seriously injured, and his combat power was less than 30%. Jilin extinction of life. World borrowing method Lixu. At the time of extreme horror, Shangjuku once again launched the strongest self-harming secret technique in an attempt to break away from the suction of Zijin Gourd. Su Lang's attack came too suddenly. Unexpectedly, Shangjuku's reaction was still slow, and his body was almost turned into a thin line by the purple gold gourd suction. Save me! The only hope of Shangjuku fell on the rest of the people. However, he was desperate to find that Ji Yujun and the others stared at Su Lang as always, with very alert expressions, as if preparing to fight. They don't know that the battle has started. The despair in Shangjuku's heart suddenly burst, flooding his body and mind. The young beautiful woman Fengzhou Emperor frowned suddenly, and a burst of pink-purple light broke out in her eyes. She saw Shangjuku being sucked away, her expression changed drastically, she was shocked. Illusion. We are illusionist. Wake up quickly. Emperor Feng Dizhou's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately performed a secret technique, Vanxiang Reverse Fantasy, Zhuwan Shengji. She was originally an eternal powerhouse who was proficient in illusion and turned to the root of illusion, only then could she quickly perceive the illusion of Jinghua Shui Yu. Various illusions and magical powers are unfolded, and they are in opposition to Jinghua Shuiyu. Jinghua Shuiyu itself was only close to the intermediate level of the 9 universes. Although Su Lang controlled it, the illusion still suffered a little damage. With this trace of damage, Ji Yujun and other scheming, vigilant generations woke up. Chapter 2814. Grasp the 9 songs of the Shang dynasty, Thorn Fengfeng and Emperor Zhou. We are illusionist. Damn, what kind of illusion is this? I was hit without realizing it. Everyone was horrified, and immediately afterwards, they saw Emperor Feng Dizhou was casting a spell to involve a thin line in the distance. The thin line is still gone. Shangjuku was arrested. At the same time I cast the spell that awakened you, and I want to rescue Shangjuku, it is too late. Emperor Feng Dizhou showed upside-down eyebrows, frowning, his eyes were both unwilling and fearful. Ji Yujun and others understand that they have been recruited silently. And Shangjuku, who was seriously injured, was taken away directly. Among them, only Shangjuku can directly locate Su Lang's deity. When Shangjuku was arrested, no one could pursue Su Lang anymore. They will fall into a more passive situation. This Su Lang is so cunning that he sneaked on. However, Shangjuku should be able to resist the gourd's killing for the time being. Everyone, go. The eyes of Ji Yujun and others flickered, and they exchanged full of fear, and their fighting spirit gradually rose. Su Lang tossed the purple gold gourd in his hand, listening to the screams from Shangjuku. A sneer was drawn at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent had too many people, he would have to fully expand the Jinghua Shuiyu to confuse him. He would not only catch Shangjuku, but also give the others a few swords. Ji Yujun, Feng Fen, Song Yuanshan and others looked at each other and nodded. Kill. There are a total of 6 9 universes of eternity, one by one holding powerful eternal emperor soldiers, and they all fight to Su Lang. Tian Jun Ju Zan, sudden sword-splitting universe. Junhong Guan Shinpo, a powerful eternal power of the 9 universes, one after another displayed their stunts, and killed Su Lang fiercely. The entire natural universe began to tremble violently. Countless sword lights, thunder lights, twisted ripples, and torn rifts are densely packed with void. All kinds of terrifying supernatural powers spill a little bit of power, and they can kill low-level eternal warriors. Desperate eternal prison array. Natural universe listens to orders and blocks the enemy. Seeing the 6 people killed, Su Lang's thoughts moved, the cosmos domination secret art was unfolded, the formation was automatically opened, and he was deeply stationed in the universe. The natural cosmic power of the entire universe was moved by it, forming a road of obstacles, blocking the front of Ji Yujun and others. A further self-reliant desperate eternal prison array unfolded, enveloped the entire battlefield, and the 2 chi of Zan and Huang spread, killing 6 people frantically. The attacks of the 6 eternal powers of the 9 universes such as Ji Yujun severely fell on the barrier formed by the forces of the natural universe and the desperate eternal prison array. There was a terrifying explosion. The aftermath of countless battles is like a ferocious world-destroying tsunami, tearing layers of solid time and space, forming a mottled cosmic void. The desperate eternal prison array severely tore through gaps, and it is about to be broken by the 6 powers. But during this period, Su Lang wasn't watching. Jingling bell is banging. A total of 16 black jade chains suddenly burst out of the 2 chi of the formation, the black and yellow, and the speed was so fast that they fell directly on Emperor Feng Dizhou. 9 Eternal Realm Emperor Soldier. Emperor Feng Dizhou's pupils shrank suddenly, and his whole body stood upside down. It was too late to defend himself. The only thing she can do is to stimulate the defenses she has prepared in advance. Chang Chang. 3 extremely tough metal barriers appeared out of thin air, and there were a lot of energy barriers inside. Even if Feng Di is good at illusion and not good at defense, this carefully prepared barrier has reached the intermediate level of the 9 universes. The 16 Moyu chains were only slightly stagnant, piercing most of her barriers. She was about to be penetrated by chains in every part of her body, hanging in the void, and could no longer resist. The Emperor Feng Dizhou couldn't contain himself with panic. All kinds of self-inflicted secret techniques at the bottom of the box broke out without hesitation. Chapter 2815. Fight with the 6 Emperors. Feng Di's aura surged, and the strength of several body barriers next to him was also greatly increased. The 16 chains of the heart-piercing lock pierced through 1, 2, and 3 barriers like a poisonous snake, and were finally blocked before the last barrier. But Feng Di's footsteps also stopped completely, being dragged in place by Chuan Xin Shuo and Zan Huang Chi. The whole desperate eternal prison array was torn apart, a terrifying rift by the other 5 people. Although the formation was hit hard. However, with its invulnerability characteristics and its own ability to kill, Ji Yujun and others also failed to take advantage. All of the unique skills they displayed, most of their power was consumed. Killing Su Lang at this time was the end of the battle. It happened in this very short time. The Yutian sword and the Sword of Life had already been lifted high by the infinity at the same time, and they were cut down at this time. It's the 9 Eternal Realm Emperor Soldier again. Moreover, both of them are 9 Eternal Emperor Soldiers. 3 pieces. No, 4 pieces of 9 Eternal Emperor Soldiers. How could Su Lang have so many powerful weapons? As soon as the 5 people including Ji Yujun rushed out of the desperate eternal prison array, they saw the Yutian sword and the Sword of Life that had been cut down, and they were all horrified and suspicious of life. All they used in their hands were the 8 Eternal Emperor Soldiers. In Su Lang, one person has 4 9 Eternal Realm Emperor Soldiers. At the same time, everyone was panicked. Because they are in poor condition at this time, if they are slashed by the long sword like a galaxy waterfall, they will die if they don't die. Everyone is praying that Su Lang is not going to cut himself. The sword light of Yutian sword was severely cut down. This is the sword light that was cut out in an instant with the profound meaning of the world's destruction. The goal, the middle-aged Han Emperor Fan Mengzhou. Po Yiji and Zhongguang killed the middle-aged man at the fastest speed. The reason why this middle-aged man must be killed first is because Su Lang has used the attribute panel to see that this person's defense is the weakest. At the moment when the sword light came, what kind of swordsmanship is this? How can it be so powerful? The crystal wall is annihilated, open. There are no neighbors, far away. The middle-aged man, Emperor Fan Mengzhou, trembled all over, and his eyes were horrified. Under his instinct to survive, he successfully carried out 2 secret techniques. The former is a self-harming explosive secret technique that is performed at the expense of its own foundation. The latter is based on its eternal Emperor Soldier at the top level of the 8 universes as a carrier, and it is a defensive secret technique used. But seeing Emperor Fan Mengzhou's aura soaring to the sky, a golden red short ruler burst out, blocking the sword light of Po Yijian. Shui Bai Zhongguang stood fiercely on top of the golden red short ruler, and burst into a trembling explosion. Countless black thunder-like cracks were torn in the surrounding time and space, forming cosmic voids. Block me! Emperor Fan Mengzhou trembled all over, his eyes were bloodshot, and countless noises came from his body crackling, exploding all kinds of light. His golden red short ruler exploded crazily under the power of a broken sword, and it was about to fall on his heart. But just a few minutes away, as the effect of the secret technique became stronger and stronger, it finally barely blocked it. It's blocked. Emperor Fan Mengzhou's complexion was stiff, and fears arose in his heart. Flash-shaped universe step, he immediately expanded his body skills, wanting to escape the attack of Po Yiji and Zhongguang. At the moment he stepped away, the sword light of the broken sword was like a Tarsus maggot, clinging to his body, without a trace of it falling down. Emperor Fan Mengzhou opened his mouth, and fear rose again in his heart. His golden red short ruler could not stop the sword light for long. He saw that Ji Yujun and the others had already recovered their anger, with murderous intent on their bodies, arrogant, and 4 attacks to Su Lang. A ray of hope flashed in the eyes of Emperor Fan Mengzhou. With the current state of Boundless, it is certainly not possible to receive 4 simultaneous blows. But an incredible scene happened. However, the golden long sword cut out by the infinite was slashed directly on its own head. The golden blade is deeply embedded in it, madness restores its strength. Chapter 2816. Come, don't show mercy. The Boundless has restored 2 layers of power. Moreover, in Wuyin, Su Lang, the 2 9-universe clones, and a group of masters all took the recovery pill and started the recovery secret technique. Some of the weaker eternal warriors were directly replaced by substitute warriors. Coupled with the self-recovery characteristics of infinity, under the integration of various recovery methods, the infinite has once again recovered from the 2-layer strength to the 7-layer strength. The unbelievable Ji Yu Jun and the other 4, holding the 8 Eternal Realm Emperor soldiers, slashed in front of the infinity. Master, I've been waiting. Come on, don't be merciful. Accompanied by an extremely arrogant voice, a small round black shield suddenly appeared, propped up a transparent and thin cover, directly blocking the attack of the 4 people including Ji Yu Jun. 4 attacks exploded on the mask together, and after waves of mighty power interweave each other to form a turbulent flow. The time and space around is like a boiling pan, crazily twisted and exploded, and then turned into a battered whole. Under the protection of Xianxia's 8-sided shield, it was unscathed, but the newly recovered energy was consumed again. His shield has also reached the 9 Eternal Realm. How could it be possible? Emperor Gujun looked at the heavenly 8-edged shield blocking the combined premium of the 4 of them, and he was stunned. The other 3 people also stared wide, their pupils shrunk like beans, full of deep horror. A 4-color torrent suddenly blasted out of the 8-sided shield of the sky. This is the effect of its anti-injury feature. This anti-injury power is 80% of the power of the 4 people including Ji Yu Jun. The torrent of mighty power like the starry sky tsunami formed an extremely terrifying attack, slaying towards Ji Yu Jun and the others. Hurry up, don't be straightforward. The expressions of Ji Yu Jun and the others changed drastically, and they immediately scattered and dodged. They didn't have the 9 essences to defend the Emperor, so they didn't dare to fight with them. Everyone unfolded various dodge secret techniques, just evading the anti-injury power of the 8-sided shield. Who said, I am going to attack you? Su Lang smiled coldly, seeing Ji Yu Jun and the others in shock. His spirit suddenly fell on Emperor Fan Mengzhou. Emperor Fan Mengzhou had tried his best because of Su Lang's breaking sword, and he had used the self-harm burst secret technique. In addition, Emperor Ji Yu Jun Zhou and others chose to dodge. After he reacted, it was too late to dodge desperately. Emperor Fan Mengzhou could only watch the counterattack power of Tianfang's 8-sided shield getting closer. Despair and powerlessness made him feel like falling into an ice cave, chilling all over. Amidst Su Lang's sneer and the horror and eagerness of the Lone Army and others, the counterattack power of Tianjia's 8-row shield hit Emperor Fan Meng's body severely. A terrifying explosion appeared. Emperor Fan Mengzhou was like a camel about to be crushed. What's more, it's not straw, but the 80% power of Gujun's 4 people. Help me. Emperor Fan Mengzhou made a hysterical cry for help. Ji Yu Jun and the other 4 turned around vigorously, desperately trying to rescue Emperor Fan Mengzhou. Suddenly a large number of cracks appeared on the golden red short ruler, which was about to explode. Master, if there is an afterlife. Although there is not much possibility of self-destruction to hug Emperor Fan Mengzhou, Jin Hong short ruler still made this choice. Silently, a colorful light fell on it. Jin Hong short ruler immediately found that it was difficult to control his own power. It was controlled. Just the time when this thought flashed. The anti-injury power of Tianjia's 8-sided shield can completely defeat Emperor Fan Meng's defense. Breaking a sword, drove in, sneered, and cut into the body of Emperor Fan Mengzhou. Ah, I don't want to die. Emperor Fan Mengzhou let out a miserable cry, but stopped abruptly. In the trembling pupils of Ji Yu Jun, Tongding and others, the scene of the golden red short ruler disappearing out of thin air and the death of Emperor Fan Mengzhou was reflected. Chapter 2817. Today is your death date, Su Lang. A powerful and incomparable eternal power of the 9 universes, just died like that. No matter how many backhands Fan Mengzhou prepared, it didn't work. He fell completely. No. It shouldn't be like this. Emperor Fan Mengzhou is the 9 universe eternal realm, an existence standing at the top of the endless universe realm. How could he die? Song Yuanshan, Wan Qixing, Tongding Zhou Emperor, and Feng Dizhou Emperor who was dragged by the heart-piercing lock were full of disbelief. At the same time, the fear and hatred for Su Lang instantly soared to the extreme. Kill Su Lang. Revenge for Emperor Fan Mengzhou. He has continuously displayed such high-intensity attacks and defenses, and his state is definitely on the verge of his limit. He can't stop us, I still have 4 people to fight. Su Lang child, do you consume more energy than the 4 of us? Today is the death date of your Su Lang. Kill this dog. At the same time of horror, the 4 of Ji Yujun also recovered their anger, and they attacked again as if they were full of energy. They shouted fiercely one by one, but in fact they played very wretchedly. The 4 scattered one after another, no longer using explosive attacks, but using siege and expendable means. They plan to fight Su Lang attrition, although now the breath of Boundless has returned to its peak again. But in the eyes of everyone, Su Lang manipulates many 9 Eternal Emperor soldiers, and the consumption is absolutely the most terrifying. As long as you insist on it for a period of time, Su Lang will die. The domain of Ding Realm. Emperor Tongding Zhou suddenly seemed to melt into the void of the universe, and a strange power instantly spread for countless light years. In Su Lang's spirit, what Emperor Tongding Zhou transformed into was an illusory, huge square giant tripod like the universe. Within the scope of this giant tripod, the power of his cosmic domain ruler secret technique has been more than offset. This freed Ji Yujun, Song Yuanshan, and Wan Qixing from the suppression of the forces of the natural universe, and they could burst out even stronger powers. It's a good secret technique. However, it doesn't help much either. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and now it was equivalent to using the Cosmos Domination secret art to trade against the opponent's 9 Cosmos powerhouse, which was simply a blood profit. As for the self-recovery of the infinity, it didn't matter, it would be a big deal. Tian Junhua Hong Zan. With a fierce wave of the blue thin blade in his hand, Ji Yujun Zhoudu, countless crescent-shaped knives flew out, suddenly covering the entire field of vision. Wan Qixing, Song Yuanshan sword gasification silk, spear shadow like a forest, are all mysteries of killing type. The 3 of them themselves are also preparing for defense while performing secret techniques. Regarding Emperor Feng Fenzhou, he also paid attention every moment, so as not to repeat the mistakes of Emperor Fan Mengzhou. Everyone changed their strategy, consumed Su Lang cautiously, and a trace of confidence rose in their hearts. There are still 6 of them now. Shang Juku and Feng Dezhou Emperor were trapped, but neither died. In this way, Su Lang's power can be consumed all the time, and Su Lang's mind can be distracted. There is also the Emperor Tongding Zhou, who also turned into a Ding realm, fighting against Su Lang. There are 3 of them free to take action and act at will. Su Lang was lonely and widowed, and he controlled so many weapons, even if he didn't use the self-harm burst secret technique, it would not last long. Su Lang has too many pills. At this time, the 1-key alchemy and 1-key synthesis functions have been upgraded to level 23. It can refine the eternal realm of the 8 universes and synthesize the treasures of the 9 universes from the treasures of the 8 universes. There are more functional assistants such as material conversion and 1-key strengthening. It is not difficult for Su Lang to refine the 9 eternal realm pills. The attacks of Ji Yujun and others became gentle and long. In a short period of time, the energy consumption of the infinite has been reduced. This made Su Lang's recovery pressure less. It's not good to use any strategy. I have to fight a war of attrition with me. Su Lang's mouth was filled with 9 universes eternal perfect quality restoration pill, and he muttered vaguely. After the muttering, he swallowed the pill, and then put a handful of it in his mouth. Chapter 2818. Keep going, we can win. Gujun Jodi and the others worked so hard to use all kinds of attrition methods, constantly attacking the infinity, in order to deal with the anti-injury ability of the 8-sided shield of the sky. Emperor Gujun Zhou and others also specially sent a set of 7 Eternal Emperor soldiers to absorb and rebound attack power again. Then the attack they issued, Bakang might be bounced back by the 8-sided shield of the sky, and then bounced back by their Imperial soldiers, like playing table tennis. The percentage of their Imperial soldiers' rebound is too low, only about 30%. They can only evade or remove the remaining heavenly 8-edged shield rebound power, but they can only resist it if they can't. Except for the counterattack of Tianjia's 8-edged shield, Su Lang himself was not idle. He urged the Sword of Light slashed on the infinity, instilling strength for the infinity, and once again replaced a large number of warriors stationed in the infinity. With the support of countless pills, in the consumption of Emperor Gujunzhou and others, the energy of the infinity has not decreased, but increased, more and more. Suddenly, the Emperor Gujunzhou, Song Yuanshan, Wan Qixing and others were a little confused. What happened? Isn't it because the four of them are consuming Su Lang? Why is the energy of the infinity more and more? Is this consuming Su Lang on his own side or Su Lang on his own side? According to the information I got, not long ago, Su Lang's combat power was only weak at the 9-universe level. Now he is relying on secret techniques and pills to forcefully hold on. If we are frightened by him, we will be caught in his tricks. Emperor Ji Junzhou's expression condensed, and he said very solemnly. Su Lang is just looking back. Wan Qixing also encouraged, keep on going, and after this period of time, he will be fully exposed. Everyone, don't give up. Among the broken desperate Zhou prison formation, Emperor Feng Dizhou shouted anxiously. She is now desperately resisting the heart-piercing attack. If the pressure of Ji Yujun and others on Su Lang is too light, Su Lang will most likely kill her first. Everyone, work together and continue to kill Su Lang. Hold on, we can win. Song Yuanshan took a deep breath, wielding the spear in his hand, countless sharp guns slammed Su Lang like stars. The others also firmly maintained their attacks, silently waiting for the moment when Su Lang broke the power. Su Lang smiled faintly, perseverance is really good. Ji Yujun and others want to spend a while. Su Lang is very happy. After all, the real situation is that he is consuming Gujun Jodi and the others, not the other party is consuming him. It's better to spend a while, and then easily solve it. Emperor Fengdezhou and Shangjuku can't be killed yet, otherwise they will scare the other four. A massive war of attrition continues. Fengdi and Shangjuku were trapped separately and tried hard to persevere. Gujun Jodi, Song Yuanshan, Wan Xixing, and Tongding Jodi joined forces, and countless supernatural powers spread across the battlefield. One piece of time and space annihilated, forming a void. In some places, a flash of light from the universe-white world appeared. If it were an ordinary eternal powerhouse of the 9 universes, it would definitely not be able to hold it. But the boundless number just stood there, playing casually, taking a step back and losing. The breath of boundless is still recovering. Continuously. Although in the consumption of Ji Yujun and others, the recovery speed of Wuyin was not fast. But it was also enough to make Ji Yujun and everyone else be frightened and dry. The breath of infinity gradually recovered to 80%. The Emperor Ji Yujun and the others once again felt panic and retreat. Why is its breath still rising? It should be stopped, otherwise it doesn't make sense. Damn it, it won't hold up after a while. What to do? Su Lang has not been consumed now, but we have been consumed a lot. My pill is almost finished. Wait, we are all reaching the limit, what about him? He must be more anxious than us. If we can't, let's retreat, and find the leader to go out. Su Lang will undoubtedly die. Don't retreat. So many of us chased Su Lang and killed one person, and the others fled in despair. What a shame it is, I will not be able to look up in the future. Yes, we can't retreat. My Wanmu has been in my life. Once I fight to death, I never retreat. Chapter 2819. What we see is fake. The mentality of Emperor Ji Yujun and others began to be unstable. Some people want to retreat, some want to keep going. But none of them found out. A group of invisible ripples mixed in the residual energy of the fighting power, acting on them. This is Su Lang secretly launched the mirror flower water moon. Ji Yujun and others who wanted to retreat accounted for the majority, and most of the discussions expressed that they wanted to retreat first. But under the influence of Jinghua Shuiyu, the senses of Ji Yujun and others have been severely affected. What they heard, Jinghua Shuiyu made up according to Su Lang's meaning. All in the end became, want to die, and occupied the majority. If Feng Di hadn't been dragged by the heart-piercing lock, Su Lang's move might not work. But Feng Feng has been unable to protect himself. She didn't have enough energy to explore Jinghua Shuiyu. Ji Yujun and the others were confused, so they all stayed, ready to die for a while. The powerful 9 universes gritted their teeth, bit the bullet and launched an attack, continuing to consume Su Lang. They discovered that the rising breath of infinity suddenly stopped, and immediately turned down. Look, the breath of the boundless ship has begun to drop. We are right, then how could Su Lang alone consume the 4 of us? HMPH, everyone, hold on again, then Su Lang will fall by himself. Everyone should be more careful, and be prepared to kill, lest Su Lang children escape. Gujun, Wan Kixing and others were happily continuing to consume Su Lang, and at the same time, they were also preparing means of interception and killing so as not to let Su Lang escape. They didn't know that the scene they saw was fake, it was illusory. This is all the ghost of Jinghua Shuiyu. Ji Yujun and others consumed it for a while. The breath of Su Lang Wubian has been completely restored to its peak state. However, in the eyes of Ji Yujun and the others, the breath of infinity had dropped a lot, and only about 30% were left. Wait a while, Wan Kixing yelled, Su Lang is probably going to run away, everyone is ready to intercept this dog. This time he must be broken into pieces. Hey, his boundless number is not bad. I have a way to erase the weapon spirit, and then take the boundless number over. I want his white long sword, it is really the strongest sword I have ever seen. Everyone was excited, and even started thinking about dividing the spoils. These people are almost consumed by me. Su Lang's mouth twitched, it's time to do it. Ji Yujun and others are also ready to do something, but they are preparing to intercept Su Lang who want to escape. Su Lang and Wu Bian seem to be one body, holding up the Yudian sword like a galaxy. Waterfall with both hands, and suddenly cut it down. The movement of the boundless space in Yudian sword was so loud that even Jinghua Shuiyu couldn't cover it up. Emperor Fengdeizhou was the first to feel the same as he was proficient in illusion techniques. No need to remind her. Everyone in Ji Yujun also felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. They saw the real scene one after another. The infinite number in its heyday raised the Yudian sword and slashed at its own side. What we saw before was fake. Su Lang's battle strength has not fallen. That is an illusion. We were all deceived. Damn, Su Lang, who has 30% combat strength, is actually at his peak state. How could this be? The Emperor Gujunzhou and others were terrified with horror, their hairs standing upright, and their hearts were full of incredible, even panic. It was time for a thought flashed in their minds. A pure white sword light that penetrates time and space instantly fell in front of everyone. Block. Wan Kixing's face was twisted and his eyes were blood red. The interception method that was brewing before quickly turned into a defense, and stood in front of you at the moment of the moment. Song Yuanshan, Tongding Jodi, and Gujun Jodi also worked together, desperately throwing out their trump cards, and resisting Su Lang's sword. Chapter 2820, Cut Gujun, Wan Kixing. Boom. A terrifying explosion suddenly appeared. At the center of the explosion, a group of cosmic holes expanded rapidly. The edge is like a mirror cracking rapidly, and there is no resistance. Suddenly Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou's angrily and frustrated voice came from the bombardment center of Po Yijian. Want to pray, Matsumoto Chen, you guys, you left me alone. Ah, you must not die, Su Lang, I want to surrender, I want to surrender. I want to surrender to you, I want to kill Wanshi to do them. Su Lang, spare me. My subordinate Dusho Emperor Zhou is the former domain master of your Dudu Zhouyu. We are related, we can make peace. Emperor Ji Yujun Zhou roared in panic and resentment, and immediately turned into a desperate howl and begging for mercy before he died. Su Lang would not be merciful at all. Wan Kixing, Song Yuanshan, and Emperor Tongding Zhou withdrew, and Emperor Gujun Zhou could hardly resist Su Lang's breaking sword. The vast and fierce sword light is like a broken bamboo, directly cutting through all the defenses of Emperor Gujun Zhou. Ji Yujun's blue thin blade Emperor soldier trembles constantly, trying to explode, but is firmly controlled by Qibao Miaoshu. No, Su Lang, please. Emperor Gujun Zhou's eyes violently burst, and his canthus roared. But he could only watch Po Yiji and Zhongguang completely break through his defenses and pierce his body. Ding! You get Eternal Soul 1, Eternal Tao Crystal 1, Eternal Body 1, Eternal Emperor Soldier Lore Blade 1. But Su Lang did not care. Because he still has 3 people to kill. With a thought in Su Lang, the 2 stars Kuanyin he clone flew out of the infinity. Immediately, the 2 avatars of a deity began to confine the heavens together. Wan Kixing, Song Yuanshan, and Tongding Jodi, who were about to escape into the ripples of time and space, were shrouded in gray-white Nianfeng spaces, completely isolated from the outside world. His clone has come out. It's stronger than in the intelligence. What magical powers this gray space is, Ji Yujun and Shang Juku never mentioned it. Can't escape. Isn't it possible that Song Yuanshan, who has been in the endless universe for countless billions of years, is going to die here today. No, I am not reconciled. Since I am not allowed to escape, then even if I die, I will make you pay the price. The three of Wan Kixing and others were not counselors, they were all masters who had killed them all the way. Seeing that they couldn't leave, they immediately began to fight back. The 3-9 Cosmos powerhouses all consumed the last details, burst out self-harming secret techniques, holding weapons, and resolutely cut them down. Doppelganger takes orders, the Jade of Fate is broken. Su Lang did not intend to continue playing the consumption game with them, and directly ordered the clone to start the secret technique of Jade Smashing of Life. 2 intermediate-level clones of the 9 universes unfold the ultimate secret technique, and at the same time emit a sword light. This is a high-level attack from the 9 universe. Wan Kixing trembled all over, panicking to the extreme. The 4 of them barely blocked the Infinity's breaking sword. At this time, facing such a powerful piercing sword of Su Lang clone, he was still in the state of the end of the force. How can this stop him? Something more desperate happened to him. A group of colorful rays of light suddenly bloomed, covering his weapons. He suddenly felt that he had lost part of his control over the weapons that had been with him for hundreds of millions of years. Wan Kixing's heart was full of despair. He wanted to dodge and escape with a weapon that was difficult to drive, but he couldn't do it at all. The white sword light flashed and slammed into his body. The supernatural powers that Su Langxing Quanyun clone used at the cost of his life completely acted on Wan Kixing's body, and nothing was wasted. Wan Kixing's eyes dimmed on the spot and he was dying. Another avatar of Su Lang appeared, holding the Yudian sword into Wan Kixing's body. Break the defense and die. Perfect plunder trigger. Ding. You get the Eternal Soul 1, the Eternal Daojing 1, the Eternal Body 1. Another senior powerhouse of the 9 universes has completely fallen under the sword of Su Lang. Chapter 2821. Cut Song Yuanshan again, Tongding Jodi. Song Yuanshan's experience was almost the same as Wan Kixing's. Facing Su Langxing Quanyun clone's broken sword at the cost of his life, he couldn't resist it at all. After doing my best, I can only watch my fate. But this is clearly his life. Xing Quanyun he cloned a sword of life, destroying all its defenses in an instant, killing him to the point of hanging by a thread. And this, or Su Lang deliberately. The purpose is to let another clone kill it with the Yudian sword, triggering death and perfect plunder when breaking the defense, so that all its resurrection methods are invalidated. Su Lang, who killed Wan Kixing's clone, immediately cast Zhou Shan after cutting out a sword, then swung out another sword, and slashed into Song Yuanshan's body. No. Forgive me. Song Yuanshan trembled all over, and his eyes faded, and he fell. Ding. You got the Eternal Soul. The third system prompt appeared, representing that the fourth 9 Eternal Realm died in Su Lang's hands. Tongding Emperor Zhou, it's your turn. Su Lang faintly looked at the old man he trapped with the Nianfeng space, his tone indifferent and ruthless. I have many treasures and secret skills here. I can give it to you, give it all to you, you will kill me. Emperor Tongding Zhou was also extremely afraid of death, or not reconciled to fall like this. He still wanted to transcend the endless universe. He gave in and begged for mercy. If it is useful to beg for mercy, I will not kill Emperor Fan Mengzhou. Su Lang sneered, then stretched out his right hand and shouted, come on. Under the effect of the system function, item transfer, the Yudian sword directly appeared in the hands of Su Lang's deity. As soon as the sword appeared, Nianfeng's space is annihilated naturally. Good chance. Broken tripod hanging upside down. When Emperor Tongding Zhou saw the Nianfeng space disappeared, he was immediately overwhelmed with ecstasy, directly launched a self-harming explosive secret technique, and began to escape. This universe cannot travel through time and space at this moment. Su Lang opened his mouth, saying every word, every word. The power of this natural universe was immediately moved, making time and space extremely strong. Coupled with the imprisonment that Ji Yujun and others had placed in order to prevent Su Lang from escaping from the beginning. The old man Tongding was immediately hindered, and there was a slight lag in his figure. This stagnation is trivial, but in the battle of the 9 Eternal Realm, it is deadly. Su Lang snorted coldly, and severely cut the Yudian sword in his hand. The world is dying, breaking a sword. The boundless space, the 7 treasure tree, and Jinghua Shuiyu all moved together, and all kinds of attacks crashed down. The old man Tongding was stiff, standing upside down all over his body, panicking in his heart. He is already poor and at a loss. No matter he doesn't want to die, he can only stare wide-eyed, watching the attacks fall on him in despair. A series of extremely terrifying attacks exploded on the old man Tongding. The boundless ship suppressed its power, the Qibao Miaoshu controlled its weapons, and the mirror flowers disturbed its senses and restrained everything with a broken sword. I don't know how many crystal wall universe annihilated and disappeared from Emperor Tongding Zhou. In endless despair, Emperor Tongding Zhou ushered in his own ending, and ended his life in Su Lang's hands. The fifth eternal power of the 9 universes, falling. Now there are 2 lambs left to be slaughtered. Shang Juku trapped by the purple gold gourd, Emperor Fengdezhou trapped by the heart-piercing lock. Su Lang turned his gaze to look at Emperor Fengdezhou, who was firmly bound by the 16 chains of the piercing lock. My lord Su Lang. I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please go around me. Emperor Fengdezhou watched as he watched the 5 9-time veteran powers being hacked to death by Su Lang one by one. He was already terrified to the extreme. Chapter 2822, Destroy the Flowers, Kill Emperor Fengdezhou. Su Lang is definitely a super old monster who doesn't know how old it is. Only such an old monster can possess so many eternal emperor soldiers of the 9 universes, so many incredible secret arts, and be able to fight 1 against 7. As the arrogant female emperor of the 9 universes, she was completely shattered in front of Su Lang, now humble as a maidservant. Even so, Su Lang did not intend to let her go. Since you choose to fight to death, you must have the consciousness of death. While Su Lang inserted the sword of life into his back, he swallowed a lot of medicine. He restored a lot of cosmic power. Su Lang, the leader of the Xuanyu Alliance, has a close relationship with me. If you kill me, he will kill you to avenge me. He is the true eternal high-level powerhouse of the 9 universes, not something you can resist. You let me go, I can mediate the Xuanyu Alliance for you. In panic, Emperor Fengdezhou began to threaten Su Lang to survive. Before, didn't you think that the 7 people who work together can kill me? Su Lang sneered disdainfully, feeling that his strength was almost restored, and his smile gradually turned cold. Do you think the leader of Xuanyu can kill me? He can. The leader will definitely not let you go. Emperor Fengdezhou was speechless by Su Lang, and the panic in his heart was gradually overwhelmed by more fear. Su Lang did not hesitate to raise the Yudian sword, and controlled the weapons such as the piercing lock, and attacked together, under the force of Yudian sword and piercing heart. The last thin layer of defense of Emperor Fengdezhou was like paper, and it was broken with a poke. Emperor Fengdezhou let out a shrill scream, and immediately lost his voice. Now you. Su Lang faintly took out the purple gold gourd, sneered while shaking it a few times. Shang Juku. From the beginning, he dispatched his avatar, Shang Ku Han, to Suiyu and Dudu Zhouyu to kill him in order to seize the remaining pages of eternal life. At this moment, it's time to end the grievances. Holding the gourd, Su Lang swallowed a large amount of pills again, waited for the power of the universe to recover, and then started to kill people. Continuously beheading 6 senior 9 cosmic eternal powers, the consumption is really too great. Even the sword of life was completely drained and needed a good rest and recovery. Under the action of the elixir and the secret technique of breathing innocence, Su Lang's cosmic power rebounded rapidly, and gradually returned to its peak state. But just when he was about to kill, a ripple in time and space suddenly came. Su Lang frowned, and a cosmic flash entered the body of infinity. More than 100,000 eternal strong men have regained their strength, and their tension has reached the extreme. Weapons such as the Yudian sword, xianxia 8-edged shield, and heart-piercing lock also returned to their respective positions, ready for a fierce battle. A figure emerged from the ripples of time and space. This is a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe with black edges. He has a deep breath and makes people feel like an abyss at first sight. Tai Jingyan, single quote dot. Su Lang opened the opponent's attribute panel and took a look. I'm another senior 9 eternal realm powerhouse. Single quote dot. This Tai Jingyan was stronger than Ji Gujun and the others. This can be easily seen from the fact that there are many more founding eternal techniques in Tai Jingyan's practice. Tai Jingyan looked at Su Lang with a smile, and then turned his gaze to the purple gold gourd, the 7 treasure tree, and the mirror flower water moon. Curious weapon. It should be an incense imperial soldier cultivated on the basis of incense avenue. However, the Xianxia imperial soldier cannot be promoted to the eternal realm. I didn't expect you to achieve it. The incense fire emperor soldiers of this level are even more terrifying than the innate eternal emperor soldiers. Tai Jingyan pointed to Su Lang's incense emperor soldier, and he was amazed, and his eyes were full of amazement. You know me. Could it be that you also came to kill me? Are you from the Xuanyu Alliance? Su Lang frowned slightly, and the opponent's combat power was probably at the advanced level of the 9 universes. He now has 2 stars Kuan-Yin and his clones have cooled down. Fighting alone, it is more difficult to kill each other. Chapter 2823, Jing Yunzi reappeared. Friend Su Lang misunderstood. Of course, it's also presumptuous first. Introduce yourself first, I will startle Yunzi. I heard the name of Taoist Su Lang by chance, and I admired him. I saw it today, and it really deserves the reputation. Tai Jingyan laughed, touched the short beard on his chin, and nodded. Su Lang sneered, then you walked through a large number of natural universes alone and found me here. Friends of Taoism, calm down. I'm looking for a fellow Su Lang to discuss something important. Tai Jingyan's expression remained unchanged, still smiling. Something? Then tell me straight, I'm still busy. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, his tone still indifferent. I went down to look for fellow Su Lang, because I wanted to invite fellow Taoists to join the Cloud-Startling Alliance. Now that we have entered the world of great controversy, the Lingshu fragmented domain and even the rest of the universe will have eternal wars at any time. Taoist Su Lang is alone, and now he has offended the Xuanyu Alliance. It's better to join our shocking Cloud Alliance and report to the group for warmth. You don't have to worry about being revenge anymore. Tai Jingyan nodded with a smile, and then gradually became solemn. Jingyan Alliance. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, a ray of light flashed under his eyes. His cultivation was so fast that he had reached this level, but he didn't know much about the distribution of power at this level, the name of the strong, and so on. And the most important thing is that he doesn't know enough about Page of Eternal Life in the white world of universe. Join a force. Not only there are resources and manpower, but also various secrets can be learned faster. The prerequisite for everything is not to be subjugated. Nor can you directly join in without knowing a certain force. In your battle just now, did Shangjuku participated? Tai Jingyan looked around the chaotic battlefield around him, and suddenly said a little strangely, I feel his remaining breath. His gaze fell on the purple gold gourd in Su Lang's hand. It is obvious that Shangjuku is locked in this gourd. Shangjuku did participate in the war, but he was defeated by me at this time, and his wealth and life are all in my hands. What, does fellow Taoist Jing Yunzi want to save him? Su Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. The reason I know Shangjuku is because I have invited him to join the Jingyan Alliance before. But he said he would consider it, and in the end he considered going to the Xuanyu Alliance. Therefore, Shangjuku has nothing to do with me. On the contrary, there is some suspicion. Taoist Su Lang can deal with him. Tai Jingyan shook his head hurriedly, clearing the relationship between himself and Shangjuku. For Tai Jingyan's one-sided words, Su Lang would naturally not believe it easily. He unfolded the mystery of stolen words and searched part of the memory of Shangjuku in Zijin Gourd. Immediately found the memory of Shangjuku and Tai Jingyan meeting. Read it from beginning to end. Su Lang found that Tai Jingyan did not lie, but Shangjuku did not immediately agree and chose to consider it. Finally, Shangjuku joined the Xuanyu Alliance. Friend Jing Yunzi is quite honest. Su Lang nodded slightly, trusting Jing Yunzi more. I have always treated people with sincerity. Because of this, the alliance I created has grown in a very short time. Now there are 17 eternal powers of the 9 universes in our league. All kinds of resources are very rich. Jing Yunzi laughed and said, join our Jingyan Alliance, whether it is to avoid vengeance or practice, it is the best choice. He looked at Su Lang expectantly. But Su Lang smiled without saying a word, and did not respond to him. Our alliance management is loose and free enough to not give people a sense of restraint. Jing Yunzi smiled a little awkwardly. Even in the league, there is no position of leader. Everyone is worthy of being a fellow Taoist. Su Lang still smiled faintly, but did not speak. Chapter 2824, I'll go there. I also owe you fellows to praise me, and I will temporarily act as the presiding officer when something happens. If members of the alliance cannot participate in the meeting because of something, they only need to explain the situation. Occasionally, I can't get out of it. After I explain it to everyone, the rest of the Taoists will choose a temporary leader from each other. Jing Yunzi coughed slightly, smiled, and talked about the advantages of the alliance. It really made Su Lang's eyes bright. The most annoying thing about him is that someone on his head looks at him through his nostrils. This shocking Yunzi alliance has a taste of great harmony, with loose management and good welfare. Join in, there is nothing to worry about, at most when the shot should be shot, depending on the situation. Jing Yunzi spoke again. Your combat power is very strong. Look, you have killed so many 9 universe powers in this battle, and even the universe is about to become the universal white world. If you join the alliance, your strength will be one of the best, and your right to speak will definitely be huge by then. Jing Yunzi said solemnly, pointing to the natural cosmos void with white light shining around, almost torn by the white world of the universe. Su Lang looked at the void around him. Only then did they discover that white light appeared in the void of the vast universe, and they had begun to connect with each other. It must not be long before this natural universe will be gradually swallowed by the universal white world, turning into another forbidden place for living beings. This universe is about to turn into a universal white world. Those old monsters hiding in the dark must be very happy. The so-called world of great controversy may not necessarily be the result of them. Su Lang sighed slightly in his heart, but that was all. Weakness in the endless universe is the original sin, and this is true for the natural universe. You don't have to make a decision right away. You can think about it, and then decide whether to join the Jingyan alliance. Jing Yunzi saw that Su Lang was still silent, so he said helplessly. Su Lang returned to his senses, and raised his eyebrows. You are not afraid that I am the same as this Shangjuku? Thinking about it, and then I went to another force. If this is true, then it will be missed. Jing Yunzi smiled bitterly. I still hope that Taoist Su Lang will join in, now this world is too messy. Su Lang smiled slightly. I'll go to Jingyan alliance with you, first inspect to see if it's worth joining. But, you deity go. Jing Yunzi was surprised at first, and then asked in a little astonishment. In this situation, wouldn't it be common to send a clone to find out how it became the deity when he got to Su Lang's place? Seeing Su Lang's smile but silent expression, Jing Yunzi understood it all at once. Confidence. Su Lang is self-confidence. Taoist Su Lang is so powerful. I don't know how many people were killed in this battle. Even if I am right, there is a high possibility that I will fall. Jing Yunzi smiled suddenly. In that case, I will lead the way for fellow Taoists. He made an invitation. Su Lang nodded. However, please wait a moment for fellow Taoist Yunzi, I will deal with this Shangjuku. Jing Yunzi's gaze suddenly fell on the purple golden gourd again. The incense emperor soldiers of the 9 eternal realm are really amazing. He has already returned to his peak state. Purple golden gourd, refine. With a thought, Su Lang instilled a large amount of cosmic power into the purple gold gourd, turned it into a terrifying power, and began to refine Juku. Su Lang, you must die. I want to kill you. The faint screams of Shangjuku came. Zijin gourd also trembled slightly under the dying struggle of Shangjuku. With indestructible and invulnerable characteristics, even if the Zijin gourd is only at the primary level of Jojo, it is not afraid that Shangjuku will burst it. What's more, Shangjuku was originally a seriously injured body. Chapter 2825, The Death of Shangjuku. Dare to struggle. Su Lang smiled coldly, waving his hands, and the 16 Moyu chains of piercing heart lock suddenly got into the purple gold gourd. But in the space inside the purple gourd, countless purple-red slime adhered to Shangjuku's body, and the slime was burning with flames. Shangjuku struggled and wailed endlessly. Suddenly, 16 chains fell from the sky, and got into his body like poisonous snakes. No, what the censored is this? Suddenly, Shangjuku was tortured by the heart-piercing lock even more painful. And the greatest pain comes from the pain in the soul. Under normal circumstances, the soul of the eternal strong is difficult to be injured alone. Almost all of them are as glorious as the crystal wall universe, and they are all damaged. It is very difficult to torture the soul alone. But the heart lock is an expert in this area. The key is that the heart-piercing lock also has the characteristic of killing the soul. This makes its torture effect even more terrifying. Even a veteran JoJo eternal powerhouse like Shangjuku could hardly endure the pain of being tortured and let out a scream. Taoist Su Lang is really a good method, even the 9 eternal realm can't hold it. Jing Yunzi on the side heard the screams coming from the Zijin gourd, and couldn't help feeling sigh. Su Lang snorted softly, this person treats me badly first, and starts with me first. I just tortured him, not too much. Not too much too much. Jing Yunzi smiled and said, friends can even keep him as a tool to vent their anger, and use him out to torture him if he is unhappy. Su Lang rolled his eyes and smiled, I'm not the kind of incompetent person. I will torture anyone who provokes me. There is no need to keep Shangjuku as a tool person. Jing Yunzi nodded and said, my idea is wrong. The practice of keeping people to vent their anger is an expression of incompetence and rage. This guy is very good at talking. Single quote. I'm so yin and yang, cynic, and he's not angry. Single quote. Could it be that he is so kind to me because he really sees my fighting strength? Su Lang thought about it for a moment, and then threw his distracting thoughts aside. No matter how to guess. It's better to go to Startled Cloud Alliance to see how fast it comes. Anyway, it won't die, I'm afraid of wool. Su Lang watched Shangjuku in endless pain, melting like a candle, almost non-human, and its aura was about to be completely annihilated. Okay, go and die. But his voice fell to Shangjuku's ears, almost like a natural sound. Under the torment of the heart-piercing lock, Shangjuku felt like he had been tortured for countless years. The pain he suffered in his entire life did not add up to that this time. Finally, are you going to be free? There was a burst of light in Shangjuku's eyes, and the blade of Yudian's sword reflected in his eyes. The sharp blade enters the flesh, the front chest enters and the rear chest emerges, and the blade is raised high. Ding! You get the Eternal Soul 1, Eternal Tao Crystal 1, Eternal Body 1, Eternal Life Universe 1. The 7-9 cosmos powers that besieged Su Lang aggressively, all fell. This sun is really strong. Single quote. An almost imperceptible cold light flashed through Jing Yunzi's eyes. Although he came later, he knew very well about Su Lang's lineup in this battle. Falling fellow Taoist Yunzi, let me see if Jingyan Alliance is as good as you said. While smiling, Su Lang took in weapons such as the Yudian sword and the piercing lock. Don't let fellow Su Lang down. Jing Yunzi laughed and stretched out his right hand to invite, please. Su Lang nodded slightly and stretched out his hand. Jing Yunzi unfolded the power of time and space, opened the time and space barriers of the natural universe, and led the way ahead. Su Lang followed immediately, but his attention has fallen into the storage space. 7 people were killed in this battle. All the wealth of the 7 eternal powers of the 9 universes fell into his hands. 7-9 universe powers. Su Lang licked his lips with excitement. How many cosmic origins and treasures can I harvest this time? Chapter 2826. Consume 200 billion of the origin of the universe. Su Lang gave an order to store the origin of the universe. Suddenly the system prompt came out. Ding. After saving, the balance is 247.3 billion universe origin. After listening to the system prompts, the excitement in Su Lang's eyes couldn't help but grow stronger. A total of more than 200 billion universe origins, a number that ordinary eternal warriors would never even dare to think of in their entire lives. It deserves to be the great power of the 9 eternal realm. Living long enough, there are enough universe origins to search. With these cosmic origins, I can upgrade the system functions again. Su Lang smiled, and immediately checked the various system functions he had mastered. He chose the clone dispatch function and the 1 key practice function. Ding. Consume 100 billion cosmic origins. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to 58, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 58, the number of clones is 58, and the number of twins is 58. Ding. Consume 100 billion cosmic origins. The 1 key training function has been upgraded to level 59, and the training speed has been increased to 0.7680 trillion times. The avatar dispatch and 1 key training have been upgraded again. The balance has more than 47 billion cosmic origins. Su Lang did not hesitate to give another instruction: improve 1 key treasure hunt, 1 key mixer, and 1 key empowerment functions. Ding. Consumes 10 billion cosmic origins. The 1-click treasure hunting function is upgraded to level 57, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders is 3,840 trillion. Ding. Consuming 10 billion universe origins. The 1 key refining function is upgraded to 22, which can refine 7 eternal and lower level weapons. Ding. Consumes 10 billion cosmic origins. The 1 key empowerment function breaks through the limit and is upgraded to level 33, and the number of various initiations reaches 1340. 3 more system prompts appeared. The balance of the system is more than 17 billion. The rest of the system functions need 100 billion to upgrade again. Unconsciously, the levels of various system functions are so high. The cosmic origin that improves the system's function consumption is also scary. The general 9-universe eternal realm will be stunned when they see it. Su Lang couldn't help sighing when he looked at the system function after his promotion. All this is very worthwhile. To trade some of the origins of the universe for so many such abnormal and unreasonable abilities is simply something that others dream of. If any system function is known to others, I am afraid that I will drool with envy. Now there are close to 20 billion left, so let's keep it for later. Next, let's break down the weapons of Emperor Yu Gujun and others. Su Lang touched his chin, and Shen Min directly locked in the storage space, a powerful 8 Eternal Realm weapon. Most of these 8 Eternal Realm weapons are at the top level, only one step away from the 9 Eternal Realm. But this step is the difference between heaven and earth. Any one of these weapons is not enough to compare with the 9 Eternal Emperor's soldiers, such as the Yudian sword in Su Lang's hand. Although these weapons also have innate characteristics. But the effect is not what I want, so I don't bother to swallow the innate characteristics. In the future, we will have more suitable innate characteristics, which will be devoured by weapons a few times. While thinking about it, Su Lang issued a lethal order to the system: activate the 1-key decomposition function to decompose the target. The 1-key decomposition function is activated. In the storage parts, pieces of the 8 Eternal Realm weapons have come to the end of their lives, shattered and restored into piles of heaven, material and earth treasures. These 8 Eternal Realm Emperor soldiers decompose a lot of materials. It can only be said that the refining methods of Ji Yujun and others are really too rubbish. The materials used in this weapon can give me 2 pieces of Eternal Emperor soldiers of the 8 Eternal Realm. Su Lang looked at the continent made up of piles of heaven, material and earth treasures in the storage space, and couldn't help but sneered. After disassembling the weapon, Su Lang then decomposed the remaining refined products, such as the formation plate, other weapons, and treasures, into a clean one. So he got a lot of material again. Chapter 2827. Taoist Su Lang is really hard. Everything that can be decomposed is decomposed. Su Lang couldn't find anything that could continue to decompose, so he stopped. Don't say, this decomposition function is really addictive. A faint smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and immediately began to deal with the rest of the spoils. The most eye-catching thing is that there are 7 corpses in the 9 Eternal Realm. A complete eternal body in the 9-universe Eternal Realm is definitely one of the most rare treasures in the endless universe. But Su Lang alone got 7. And each one is more perfect. Start, transfer the Eternal Life universe and the Life world in the Crystal Wall universe. Su Lang took a deep breath and began this extremely vast project. He left several clones, avatars and twin avatars, plus the 3 obtained by just upgrading the one-click clone function. After using the buying clone, there are also nearly 1,000 buying clones. These 100 Shadows clones helped Su Lang transfer the life continents and planets within the eternal body, with exceptional skill. Follow the old rules. It must be Su Lang, a treasure land with a sufficiently high level. The rest of the land will be temporarily set aside, whether it is used as a spare, or left to Chu Xiaobei and others, it will not be wasted anyway. Su Lang gradually transferred all the eternal bodies of the 9-universe Eternal Realm. His body, each of the more than 60,000 crystal wall universes and worlds, has the largest and most prosperous continent that the current cell space can withstand. Countless intelligent creatures live on every continent, especially after accepting the wise creatures remaining in the world of the 7-9 Eternals such as Gujun Jodi. The creatures in Su Lang's body have skyrocketed. Therefore, the incense aspiration power obtained is more and more terrifying. Every minute and every second, countless wise creatures knelt under Su Lang's feet and worshipped, offering their most pious aspirations. The land of reincarnation and the nest of civilization did a great job. Presumably, I can't use multiple levels, and my incense emperor soldiers can upgrade again. Su Lang felt the majestic aspiration coming from the cells in his body, and there was a ray of expectation in his eyes. After processing the eternal body, Su Lang's gaze fell on that secret technique. Although Emperor Ji Yujunzhou and others did not see their complete inheritance in the body world, or other places, they only remembered it in their minds. But this can't help Su Lang. He had long used the secret of the word thief to steal the remaining profound meanings of some exercises, repaired and perfected them with fragments, and formed the most perfect original of the exercises. Of course, the situation was urgent during the war. Except for Shangjuku and Fengdeizhou Emperor, most of the others had only stolen a part of their exercises. Despite this, the total number of part of the exercises of the 7-9 universes eternal realm adds up, and the number far exceeds all the inheritance of 2 or 3 9 universes. Tian Jun Huahong Zan, Ding Realm Domain, Tian Jun Ju Zan. There are also Sudden Sword Split Universe, Junhong Guangshinpo, Jiaming Renwan, so many, so good. Su Lang flipped through the storage space and used fragments to restore the original exercises, and the corners of his mouth gradually sketched out a satisfied smile. He activated the one-click martial arts function and began to practice these newly acquired techniques. Seeing the 10 martial arts villains busy in the mysterious black space, Su Lang couldn't help feeling happier. Just count the 3 classics of the alchemy array and enrich your 3 knowledge. Also, the one key pill alchemy function can't be idle. This battle consumes a lot of pill, so I have to replenish it. Fortunately, there are enough trophies in material conversion function, so there is no need to worry about the type and quality of materials. The color of thinking flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately took out some alchemy classics and read it. Friend Su Lang is really hardworking. Even on the way, I didn't forget to study the exercises and classics, it makes me ashamed to wait. Jing Yunzi saw Su Lang take out the alchemy books out to read, and suddenly smiled and exclaimed. Chapter 2828, The Alchemy Villain is already working. Haha, you really can talk. Su Lang smiled faintly, did not say much, then put the alchemy classics back into the storage space and took out the second one. Jing Yunzi on the side was stunned when he saw this scene. Didn't Su Lang just take out the previous classic? Why did you turn it over and put it back, and also changed it? Could it be that he has already studied the classics? Single quote. The reason why I took it out is to review it. Single quote. Hiss, Su Lang is really amazing, he never forgets to learn from the past and learns the new, no wonder he can be so powerful. Single quote. A hint of surprise flashed in Jing Yunzi's eyes, and immediately lowered his head slightly, his eyes covered by shadows. Su Lang flipped through another book and changed to the next. I have to say that the collection of the eternal powers of the 9 universes such as Gujun Zhou is really rich. Alchemy Dao Qi Dao Zhen Dao in all aspects of the classics, can be said to have everything. Even if they are not interested in learning, they have collected too many pill formation classics in the long life. This wave is over. Single quote. There is no shortage of medicines and formations from 1 universe to 9 universes in eternal realm. Single quote. Su Lang looked at the classics in his hand while drawing a faint smile. While he was reading, the alchemy villain has already been working. It moves very fast, and a furnace of elixir is finished in an instant. Each part of the material can produce multiple pills, and the quality is all perfect. After these pills are refined, Su Lang separated a trace of mind, activated the one-key synthesis function, strengthened the function, and raised the pill to a higher level. It's not just the 9 universe realm pills he used himself. There are also a large number of elixirs of the 8 universes, 7 universes and even lower levels used by their subordinates. All kinds of medicinal herbs were abundant, and piled up into big mountains in Su Lang's storage space. If Jing Yunzi sees these pills of Su Lang, make sure to look stupid directly. These medicinal pills can almost be supported by the kind of wars they had before. A few more times, however, the pill, you are prepared for it, and you can refine more. System, practice it for me, practice it fiercely. Seeing more and more pills, Su Lang smiled with excitement. Under the leadership of Jing Yunzi. While practicing the exercises, Su Lang studied the classics of the pill, then he came to a hidden, fixed-time space tunnel. At this time, the space-time tunnel is in a deserted natural universe. Around the huge hole, based on a large number of eternal treasures, a huge magic circle is constructed, which continues to absorb the energy of the universe to maintain the existence of the space-time tunnel. But there are a lot of black thunder, flashing and wandering around the entrance of the cave. These are very dangerous space-time rifts. This fixed space-time tunnel is a bit unstable because it is very old and has not been maintained much. Around the root of this fixed-time space tunnel, there have been many white worlds due to the war, which makes it even more unstable. Even the warriors of the 7 Eternal Realm may not be able to get out after entering. However, for me, it is naturally a piece of cake. Jing Yunzi pointed to the tunnel full of cracks in time and space, and explained with a smile. Su Lang stared at the jade slip in his hand and nodded faintly, not paying attention to the danger of the time tunnel. This Su Lang, is he so relieved of me? Jing Yunzi was dumb, then smiled and shook his head, and said, I'm going in first. Fellow Taoist, remember to follow. Well, let's go. Su Lang nodded, and put away the jade slip in his hand. Jing Yunzi smiled, turned and flew into the space-time tunnel. Su Lang followed closely and flew in comfortably, not afraid that this was a trap. Sure enough, there was some instability in the time tunnel. Even Su Lang saw a distorted white light, exuding a very dangerous feeling. It was the light of the universal white world. Jing Yunzi and Su Lang flew out from the exit one after another. This tunnel can no longer be used. Jing Yunzi looked back at the tunnel exit with regret. The universe white realm has already swallowed it. Chapter 2829, Into the Polar Rainbow Universe. This is Lingshu Fragmented Domain, normal. Su Lang smiled faintly. Let's go, take me to see Jingyan Alliance. But I would like to ask fellow Su Lang to wait a moment. At this time, the space-time tunnel is no longer accessible to the 7 universes and 8 universes. I have to seal it. Jing Yunzi nodded, turned around and placed strict restraints in front of the time tunnel. Su Lang has no objection. He could also see that the restrictions set by Jing Yunzi were nothing to the 9-universe Eternal Realm, and even newcomers could easily open it. Therefore, there is no meaning of closing his retreat. Sorry to keep you waiting. After Jing Yunzi arranged the restraint methods, he smiled at Su Lang. Jingyan Alliance is not far ahead, please. Su Lang nodded and followed Jing Yunzi up, then came to a prosperous high-level universe. This is the resident of the Jingyan Alliance, and the name is Ultra Rainbow Universe. The Extremely Rainbow Universe is a young, high-level universe. And it's still a rare twin high-level universe. The two high-level universes are adjacent to each other, at the center of the universe, as the core of the entire universe. Jing Yunzi took Su Lang to move on, and by the way introduced the details of the Extreme Rainbow Universe region Jingyan Alliance. While listening, Su Lang was also observing. The Extremely Rainbow Universe developed very well. Moreover, in the universe, all the worlds advocate the right way, suppress the evil way, and the cultivators help each other, and the atmosphere is very good. This is only a small part of the universe in the Extreme Rainbow Universe. Jing Yunzi said, Taoist Su Lang can go around when he is free. In our Jingyan Alliance, from top to bottom, there is such a happy atmosphere. Su Lang smiled, if Taoist fellow Jing Yunzi doesn't mind, I want to put out some small things instead of eyes. As far as the scene is concerned, it is good, but it is also possible that Jing Yunzi made it specially for people to see, which is very easy for the 9 Eternal Realm. Therefore, to see if this Extreme Rainbow Universe is really like this, you have to check it out yourself. The little thing that replaces the eyes. Jing Yunzi was stunned for a moment, and immediately revealed his enlightenment. Yes, of course. He also took out the universe map of the Extreme Rainbow Universe and gave it to Su Lang. Su Lang accepted the map and nodded with a smile. Jing Yunzi dared to let him check it with such confidence, then this Jingyan Alliance and this Extremely Rainbow Universe should be no problem. Su Lang would not be polite, and immediately released a large number of treasure-hunting flying gliders, penetrating into the natural universe of the Extreme Rainbow Universe one by one. Countless treasure-hunting flying gliders have spread across a large number of natural universes. With the help of these treasure-hunting flying eyes, Su Lang observed the situation of the entire Extreme Rainbow Universe region Shocking Cloud Alliance more clearly. The basic law of survival remains the same, but people are much more kind before. It looks like this Shocking Cloud Alliance is on the right path. Also, this kind of atmosphere can make people who join the alliance feel more at ease. Especially now that the world of great controversy has come, this kind of peace of mind is becoming more and more important. Su Lang thought in his heart, and followed Jing Yunzi to cross a barrier of natural universe. The flow of time is many times faster. This is entering the upper universe. This Isahongyu, and there is a high-level universe called Ajejo, next to it. Jing Yunzi introduced, among them, the Ultra Universe, is only open to the 9-universe Eternal Realm, and the Hongyu is open to everyone in the Alliance, and it is also a place for guests. Having said this, Jing Yunzi paused, with a smile on his face. Not long ago, I ran into an eternal powerhouse of the 9 universes. He has traveled in the endless universe for many years and has a rich experience. He is now living in my Rainbow Alliance. Experienced, very rich. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. How do you call that senior, whose experience can't even match you? Chapter 2830, Into the Cloud Alliance. Naturally it can't be compared. That colleague calls himself the Master of Public Purity. From him, I heard a lot of news that I had never heard before. Jing Yunzi shook his head. If you are interested, you can also ask some questions you want to know while he is still living here. He generally won't refuse. There are such strange people unexpectedly. Su Lang nodded, ready to meet this Master Yu Jing. Friends of Taoism, please come with me. I will take you to Jizhou for a tour. Jing Yunzi smiled, and once again spread the ripples of time and space, leading Su Lang to another high-level universe, Jizhou. Jizhou is the core of the shocking Cloud Alliance. The hub of the entire alliance is here. Many members of the 9 universe eternal realm choose to stay here. While Jing Yunzi said, she took Su Lang around. The center of the shocking Cloud Alliance is actually similar to the alliance he established in the Dudu universe. Only in terms of management, Su Lang is monopolizing the power, so it is too loose in this shocking Cloud Alliance. I have various halls of exercises, cultivation halls, and convalescence halls set up for eternal power. There is a very complete variety. Jing Yunzi smiled and looked at Su Lang, especially the Gongfa temple in it, which is very popular with eternal power. Haha, not bad. Su Lang smiled faintly. Jing Yunzi's all these things were left by him. When he was still on the blue star of the boundless universe, he established an exchange house, which was called the Real Welfare. The most valuable aspect of this shocking Cloud Alliance is that it has loose management, intelligence channels, and an eternal level of communication platform of the 9 universes, which can shelter from wind and rain to a certain extent. The rest is really unattractive. Jing Yunzi showed a smile. Then, did Taoist Su Lang decide to join me Jingyan Alliance? Join. Su Lang nodded and immediately asked, do I have to pay anything? You don't need to pay anything to join the alliance. It's just that when the alliance is in crisis, we can take action together and work together to tide over the difficulties. Of course, if Taoists are willing to make some useful contributions to the alliance, they can get many treasures issued by the alliance. Jing Yunzi saw Su Lang agree to come down, and suddenly his face was surprised. He took out 3 jade plaques and handed them to Su Lang. Su Lang holding the jade card, although he saw the role of the jade card, he still pretended not to understand. The 3 jade plaques are the Identity Jade Plaque, the Communication Jade Plaque, and the Jixin Jade Plaque. The Jade Identity card can represent your identity, and the Jade Communication card can directly contact me or other people. The Jade Identity card is the place where all the eternal powers of the 9 universes of the shocking Cloud Alliance can communicate. Jing Yunzi explained, both the Jade Identity card for communication and Jixin require activation of the Jade Identity card. Yeah, I get it. Su Lang has his own understanding of this. The Identity card is the account number, the Communication Jade card is a private chat, and the Jixin Jade card is a group chat. Jing Yunzi nodded. Family Taoist now allows this Identity Jade card to recognize the master even if he has officially joined the alliance. Su Lang immediately performed the Jade card recognition ceremony. He has checked this Jade brand many times without any problems, so he is very happy. Friends of Taoism are really refreshing people. Jing Yunzi laughed and said, I have seen many eternal warriors, and they are the most straightforward and refreshing Tao friends. You are also very straightforward. Su Lang smiled slightly, put the jade card in his hand into the storage space, and said, then, there are just some questions I want to ask Master Jing. See you later. Okay, please. Jing Yunzi smiled and stretched out his hand. Su Lang nodded, turned around and stepped into time and space, and the ripples disappeared. It's great to add another one. Jing Yunzi looked at Su Lang's disappearing figure with a bright smile on his face. Chapter 2831, Long Night Mountain Black Garden. Su Lang came to the Hangyu universe. At this time, his treasure-hunting flying gliders have covered all the major places in the universe. For here, he is as familiar as his own home. Master Yu Jing, Long Night Mountains. Su Lang squinted his eyes, and there was a sight of a treasure-hunting flying glider in front of him. In the picture of his vision, there was a mountain range with rising black energy. Master Yu Jing, Hu Jing Yunzi said, lives here. Master Yu Jing is not from the Jingyan Alliance, but stays here temporarily, not necessarily leaving at any time. Su Lang intends to ask for more information about the pages of immortality in the white world of the universe soon. According to what Jing Yunzi said, this person is easy to talk, so just ask. Su Lang thought in his heart, taking a step forward, and the whole person disappeared from the place as a golden light. Outside the Xianxia mountain range where black energy is rising, a treasure hunting flying swiftly digging up the earth's elixir. Suddenly a golden light fell from the sky, fell to its side, and turned into Su Lang. Treasure hunting flying darts excitedly held the elixir he dug up, and ran to Su Lang as if offering treasures. Su Lang smiled slightly, waved his hand and collected the treasure hunt flying into the mysterious space. He unfolded his spiritual mind and probed into the interior of the Xianxia mountain range. A black courtyard appeared in the field of vision. The courtyard is very simple, but it can't be seen through with spiritual thoughts, and it reveals a trace of mystery. Even my divine mind can't see through. Well, this seems to be a portable cave built by the eternal, God-chasing jade. You can collect so many God-seeking jade. The age of this Master Yu Jing is really, as Jing Yunzi said, it is very long. Su Lang thought in his heart, taking a step under his feet and appearing on the edge of the Xianxia mountain range. I have heard of the Taoist friend's name for a long time, and I am here to visit. Su Lang arched his hands towards the black courtyard and said. It turned out to be fellow Su Lang. An old hoarse voice came from the Xianxia mountain range, friends of Taoism, please come into the courtyard. It's disturbing. Su Lang smiled and nodded, stepping across the entire Xianxia mountain range into the black courtyard. Su Lang felt like he had come to a new world isolated from the world. Spiritual thoughts can also be used freely without restriction. An old man wearing a black and white robe walked out of the room and looked at Su Lang with a smile. This person doesn't seem to be very old, he is about 60 years old as a mortal. But the old ancestor Suiyu gave people a more serious sense of aging. Su Lang thought, and immediately called up the other party's detailed information. It turned out that this was a powerful person of the 9 universes, advanced level, similar to Jingyunzi. But this person has a lot of exercises. And most of them are at the founding level, and the rest are also at the consummation level. This Master Yu Jing was the person Su Lang had seen since practicing, and besides himself, the person who mastered the most exercises. Taoist Su Lang, he is really a talent. Master Yu Jing looked at Su Lang and said with a smile. Fellow Taoist is absurd. Su Lang shook his head slightly. Neither, nor. This is the first time I have seen someone as good as Taoist fellow Su Lang. Master Yu Jing smiled and shook his head. A set of tables and chairs appeared between the waves. Come, sit down and say. It just happened to bring some rare spiritual teas, and tasting with fellow Taoists. Su Lang sat down at the table and brushed his long sleeves, leaving 2 teacups and 1 teapot on the table. None of the 3 things is a magic weapon. But it is directly carved from the jade of the 9 eternal realm, so it seems extremely luxurious. The Master Yu Jing, who was sitting on the other side, saw him, and an intangible light flashed in his eyes. Su Lang took out xianxia again. This is a kind of spiritual plant bud of the eternal realm of 9 universes. But his true identity was obtained by Su Lang using the material conversion function, 1 key synthesis function, and 1 key enhancement function. When Master Yu Jing saw this tea, he immediately became interested. Chapter 2832, Visiting Master Yu Jing. What kind of tea are you? I haven't seen it before. If it is a general eternal state spiritual tea, there is still a chance to cultivate it in the body world alone. But it is too difficult for the spiritual tea of the 9 eternal realm to be cultivated, and the probability is almost 0. Master Yu Jing looked at the spirit tea that Su Lang took out, with a strange smile on his face. I cultivated this tea myself. In the entire endless universe, this is the only one. Su Lang smiled, brewed the xianxia with a kind of spring water in the eternal realm, and gave a cup to Master Yu Jing. Then I have to taste it. Master Yu Jing smiled brilliantly, caught the tea with both hands, took a sip, his eyes brightened. Master Yu Jing shook his head and looked intoxicated. Haha, it's good if you like it. I will send some fellow Taoists later, and keep it for a while. Su Lang smiled faintly. Actually, when I came to visit fellow Taoists this time, there were some questions that I wanted to ask fellow Taoists to help. The reason why Su Lang did this was to show off his strength. By the way, pull the relationship, so that the Master Yu Jing has nothing to say. Su Lang felt that the time had come and put forward his intentions. If you have any questions, please ask fellow Taoists. Master Yu Jing smiled generously. I will answer every question when I am old. I know everything I can say without saying anything. I'm relieved with your words. Su Lang smiled and finally got to the point. Actually, what I want to know next is the secrets of the endless universe, the white world of the universe, and the page of eternal life. A lot of people have asked me this question. Actually, I don't know much, and it's not necessarily accurate, but I must tell fellow Taoists everything I know. Master Yu Jing smiled upon hearing this. Next, I will tell fellow Taoists about this, please. Su Lang nodded and smiled. Let's start with the endless universe. Master Yu Jing took a sip of tea and said, how much do you know about the endless universe? Not much. I only know that the endless universe is composed of countless natural universes. There is not even a more accurate concept of how many natural universes it is made up of. Su Lang touched his chin and said slowly, from getting out of the boundless universe, initially contacting the universe, and now passing through the universe one after another, walking in the endless universe. Su Lang didn't use much time. Judging from the timeline of his deity, it was only about half a year. Therefore, there is not much knowledge about the endless universe. The endless universe is indeed composed of a large number of natural universes. Master Yu Jing said, but in fact, the total number of this natural universe is fixed and countable. There is a fixed number, and it's countable. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and he knew this for the first time. The endless universe has a definite number and a boundary, and its mystery is greatly reduced. It is not truly endless, but countable. Master Yu Jing said solemnly, the most important thing is that the total number of natural universes in the endless universe is about 40,000 Gai. Siwen Gai. The crystal wall world inside the ordinary 9 eternal realm is 20,000 Gai. These 40,000 Gai are not much more than the number of crystal wall worlds of the eternal powers of the ordinary 9 universes, and it has only doubled. When Su Lang heard the words of Master Yu Jing, his expression suddenly moved, and the color of thought flashed in his eyes. Just as you thought, fellow Taoist. This endless universe may be transformed by a power that transcends the 9 universes. Master Yu Jing took a sip of tea and said, the place where we live is his inner world. We live in the inner world of a strong man. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Then we also have an inner world, and the strong in the inner world also have an inner world. Isn't this an infinite doll? Chapter 2833, Su Lang's question. Unlimited Matryoshka. Friends of Taoism mean that one world is surrounded by another world, the cycle is endless, there is no end. It looks like this at first glance, but it's not. The wise creatures in our body are weaker than us, and the creatures in these wise creatures are weaker than them. Until the creatures in a strong person can't reach the level of condensing the inner world, this cycle ends. If the creatures in the body are similar in strength and belong to the same level, they will basically break through and form another independent cycle. Master Yu Jing smiled. It's as if we don't allow the eternal strong to live in our inner world for a long time. If we have to, we need not only cooperation, but also some effort. A cycle of infinite Matryoshka. When you reach the level of the emperor, it won't work any further. Su Lang nodded, pointed his finger at the sky and said, so, this is the case down, what about up? Go up, above the 9 universes. This level of power, I have a name here, that is the eternal detachment. After years of observation, I have judged that the eternal power of the 9 universes will become a detached one, gain true eternal life, and will abandon everything except self-will. His true will break away from the eternal body and live forever in another form. And this eternal body is still alive, and transformed into this endless universe. The universe within the body is endless, and when it disappears, there will be a new life. Fellow Taoist should have noticed that the 9 universes has already abandoned his body and no longer takes the path of the great 1,000 worlds. I don't know exactly what path to take, but there will be no such thing as still living in the body of the other strong people. Therefore, the infinite Matryoshka model, proposed by fellow Su Lang, started in the realm of the great emperor and ended in the realm of eternity. Master Yu Jing said so much in one breath, he moistened his mouth with tea. Abandon the eternal body. So, how did the eternal strong get detached through the pages of eternal life? Why must the detached person abandon the body? Isn't there another way of promotion without abandoning everything except the will? What the censored is the page of eternal life, and what is the universe-wide realm? After successfully crossing the universe-wide realm, where will you arrive? Su Lang frowned and asked all the questions in his heart in one breath. If you are eternally detached, you must abandon your body. So when he gets promoted, doesn't he have to abandon his companions who accompany him all the way? According to the speculation of Master Yu Jing, after the eternal strong is detached, he wants to keep his body. And this body is probably like a vegetable, anyway, it has no will. For example, in this endless universe, there is no planetary will at all, and the world consciousness is governed by the universal consciousness. The eternal warriors fight and make trouble at will, without any interference. In short, after being detached, he can no longer control his body. For Su Lang, this is very difficult to accept. He couldn't accept that he had completed the detachment, but left Chu Xiaobei and others to fend for themselves in the old body. He will ask Master Yu if there is a second way to go. Let's talk about how the eternal warrior is detached first. The way to detachment for the eternal strong is to find the page of eternal life. To assimilate yourself, you should know this. And this is just the first step. After assimilation, one must enter the universal white world, traverse the endless long road, and complete detachment. And at this next step, I only know that according to the different fits between the page of eternal life and the martial artist, how far you can go after entering the universe-wide realm is also different. The higher the fit, the farther you can go and the easier it is to detach. And what exactly is this fit? This is something that countless eternal powerhouses don't know. Master Yu Jing paused when he said that, took a sip of the tea, and did not wait for Su Lang to ask questions, and continued to speak. Chapter 2834, The Secret of the Page of Immortality. I have done a lot of research on the fit between Page of Eternal Life and Eternal Warrior. Friends of Taoism also know that I have a more kind personality and have a wide range of contacts, so I was able to borrow several pages of Eternal Life for research. In this research, I spent countless hours, comparing and pondering with a large number of pages of immortality and its former master, the Transcendence Loser. Master Yu Jing finished his tea in one breath and said, "Finally, I found an interesting phenomenon." "What's the phenomenon?" Su Lang handed the teapot to Master Yu Jing and asked curiously. "The mysterious character on the page of immortality. A character should correspond to a major life experience. There are a large number of characters on the page of immortality. If the life experience corresponding to these characters is closer to the experience of the assimilation, the better the fit." Master Yu Jing held the teapot and poured himself a cup, and said, "In this way, the success rate of detachment will be higher, life experience. In other words, this is equivalent to a resume. The eternal strong person who gets this resume, if the whole life experience is similar to it, will be able to assimilate better, and thus be easier to detach from it. No wonder it's so difficult to detach from the endless universe." Su Lang took out the remnant page of eternal life, shaking in shock. Everyone has his own life. This is true even for mortals with a lifespan of less than 100, let alone the eternal strong who can live the same life as the universe. It is almost impossible for an eternal strong person to match all the life experiences recorded on a page of immortality. It turns out that Taoist Su Lang also has an eternal life page. Although it is only a broken page, it also has great research value. It would be even better if a Taoist friend can borrow me to study, and by the way, tell him the main life experience of his previous master. Master Yu Jing looked at the remnants of the eternal life page in Su Lang's hand, and smiled. "If there are new discoveries, I will definitely inform fellow Taoists without omission. It's useless for me to hold it anyway, let me lend it to you. It's just that I don't know the life experience of the former owner of this broken page. I didn't want to know this when I killed him." Su Lang smiled generously and handed the leftover page to Master Yu Jing. To him, the complete page of immortality is still useless, let alone this incomplete. Fortunately, I kept a mindful mind and didn't directly use this eternal life page. "Then thank you, fellow Taoist." Master Yu Jing nodded, and took the eternal life page with both hands and put it away. Each page of immortality is equivalent to a life history. So, where do these pages of immortality come from, and whose life experience is on it? Su Lang suddenly changed his expression and asked curiously, "This problem?" Master Yu Jing pondered, "Do fellow Taoists know the third page of immortality?" Blank eternal life page. Could it be that someone who is strong got a blank page of immortality and formed his own life experience on it? Su Lang was surprised and suspicious. After that, these pages of immortality once again fell into the endless universe for various reasons. My guess is this: if you get a blank page of eternal life and form your own life experience, it is a 100% fit with the page of eternal life. Master Yu Jing expressed his desire. In this way, I will be able to succeed in detachment and obtain true immortality. Unfortunately, this kind of detachment probably means abandoning your body. Su Lang sighed slightly. Going back to the previous question, where will you arrive after detachment? Is there a second way to reach it besides the page of eternal life? Where can you reach after detachment? The old man who is not detached also wants to know. As for the second way, if you can get a blank page of eternal life, it is already the best way to detachment. A better road. The old man has lived for so many years and traveled all over the endless universe. I have never heard of it. Master Yu Jing smiled dumbly, shook his head, and said, if you have to say one, maybe you can forcefully cross the white realm of the universe with the power of the realm of eternal transcendence in the realm of the 9 universes. Su Lang's heart suddenly moved. Chapter 2835, The Fourth Way of Detachment. Does the eternal realm of the 9 universes possess the power of eternal transcendence? Sweeping everything directly with the strongest force is equivalent to proving the Tao with force. Yes, strength is everything. It is difficult to prove Tao with strength, but it does exist. For others, this is absolutely impossible, but for me, there is a chance to do it. Su Lang thought in his heart. He was a little expectant and a little excited. Since the blank page of immortality is not perfect, the detached person will lose his body. Then choose the last path and truly prove the Tao with strength. Prove the position of eternal detachment, and obtain the eternal life of the real body and soul. Everything you care about, and you are not willing, will continue to have it. The road to detachment, a blank page of immortality, is enough to be vague. Other routes, you can only think about it. For me, the best way to detachment is the complete page of immortality. As long as you get a page of immortality that is more suitable for you, there is still a probability that you will truly live forever. Master Yu Jing seemed to notice Su Lang's imagination, and shook his head with a wry smile. Well, I just think about it. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Finally, please tell fellow Taoists to talk about the universe white realm. What exactly is this thing like? Master Yu Jing pondered for a moment, and said, Universal white realm, the only way to a place of transcendence. There are dazzling white lights everywhere, and you can't see anything with these universal white lights. At the same time, the entire universe white realm will cause great harm to the creatures that enter it. The deeper into the universe white realm, the more terrifying this kind of damage. If the page of immortality is assimilated, it will be immune to the harm of the universal white world to a certain extent. Into the white world of the universe, the strong who want to surpass can only judge the direction based on the strength of the damage. To move toward a place where the damage is stronger is to walk the path of detachment. It is worth mentioning that after the strong who assimilated the pages of eternal life stepped into the white world, there will be no retreat. If they are not detached, they will die in the universal white realm, and the pages of immortality on their bodies will once again flow into the endless universe through the universal white realm. And the warriors who have not assimilated the pages of immortality have a chance to escape the white world of the universe. Master Yu Jing smiled at Su Lang. At our level, I can barely step into the white world of the universe. The battle of R9 universe eternal realm warriors can easily destroy the natural universe and cause the white light of the universe to appear. As long as you are fully prepared and take a look at the universe white realm and retreat, it is generally no problem. Thank you fellow Taoists for solving my doubts. After listening to Master Yu Jing's answer, Su Lang smiled and nodded. Now he has a deeper understanding of the white world of the universe, the pages of immortality, and the road to transcendence. I also found the path I wanted to take. The fourth type except for the remaining pages of eternal life, the pages of eternal life, and the pages of blank eternal life. Prove the way with strength. You are welcome. Master Yu Jing smiled and shook his head. I am useless to be old, I only know this. Friends of Taoism are too humble. I take the liberty to ask another question. Su Lang arched his hands and said with a smile, you should be more clear about the power distribution of the endless universe, right? I don't know what is going on now. Is the power distributed? Actually, before this world of great controversy is about to come, there are no large eternal forces. After all, apart from the page of eternal life, the advanced eternal powerhouses have nothing to need. The strong are more willing to hide in the grassroots universe where the time flow is the slowest and wait for an opportunity. For example, I have been hiding in the basic universe and studying the pages of immortality for many years. Now the world of great controversy is about to come, the generations who are aspiring to detachment have been born and hugged, and I also ran out to try my luck. Master Yu Jing immediately smiled and shook his head. Unfortunately, Jing Yunzi has no ambitions. The establishment of this alliance is only for self-protection, so I did not join here. Su Lang nodded and asked, except for the startling Cloud Alliance and Xuanyu Alliance, what other forces are there now? Chapter 2836, Great Forces at the Level of the Nine Universes. Master Yu Jing was a little surprised. As a powerful nine-universe eternal realm power, regarding the secrets of the universe white world and page of eternal life, I don't know that it is normal. But it's a bit strange that I don't even know how many powers are worth mentioning in the endless universe. Su Lang's experience shouldn't be so shallow. However, he was astonished in his heart. On the surface, Master Yu Jing still kept a smile. There are actually quite a few forces in the nine universes in the endless universe. However, most of them are a single power ruled by the eternal warriors of the nine universes. There were three forces created by the combination of the eternal powers of the nine universes. These are the three powers, namely the sacred demon cult, the Ming secret universe and the dragon territory. These three forces have separated the three territories of the endless universe, and each enjoys the cultivation resources in their own territory. And the natural universe beyond the territories of these three powers can only be regarded as Okrak. But after the Lingshu fragmented domain appeared, their focus has all shifted to this side. At present, they are located in the three directions of Lingshu fragmented region, southeast and north, occupying a large area. Since the Lingshu fragmented domain appeared, they have been fighting each other continuously for the page of eternal life. Speaking of this, Master Yu Jing couldn't help taking a sip of tea, and squinted his eyes intoxicated before continuing to speak. Holy Demon Cult, Ming Secret Universe Region, and Jilong Universe Region are all just on the surface. There are too many old monsters hidden in the endless universe. They don't need any training resources at all, so they are all hidden in the basic universe. After countless years of accumulation, there are more powerhouses hidden in secret than on the surface, and the strength may be stronger. Now that the world of great controversy has come, these strong behind the scenes have run out. In order to better fight for the page of eternal life, or for other purposes, they have formed new forces one after another. It's like the Xuanyu Alliance, like this shocking Cloud Alliance, both belong to the latter. Jing Yunzi is a great power that retired a long time ago. His purpose of forming a force is to protect himself. Master Yu Jing finished a cup of tea in one breath and poured himself another cup. In order to protect yourself, to keep a group warm. Actually, I am very puzzled, why didn't he leave Lingshu fragmented domain directly? Su Lang frowned and said, leaving the center of this storm is a better way to protect yourself. Here is his foundation. The Lingshu fragmented domain is the most prosperous place in the endless universe, and this cosmic domain is the topmost among the Lingshu fragmented domain. Master Yu Jing said, furthermore, I guess he may not have any idea about detachment, but he is too conservative. In the Lingshu fragmented realm, in addition to the three old forces such as the Holy Demon Sect, the Xuanyu, and the Shocking Cloud Alliance, there is also a force that is not weaker than the first five. This force is called Theotibadan Sect, and it is newly established. It is relatively mysterious and does not attract many people, but each one is very scary. The master of Zhangjun Sect is called Amoya Zhou Emperor, and his strength is one of the strongest I have ever seen in my life. Master Yu Jing smiled and said, actually, with the talents of fellow Su Lang, it is very likely that he will be invited by the Kangjun Sect, and there will be better development than Jingyun Alliance. This is indeed true, but I like to be free. There are few people, unity, and close eyes on each other with forces like the Tibetan sect. I would be very uncomfortable. Su Lang smiled faintly. Jingyun Alliance is very appetite of my appetite and will not interfere with any of my personal affairs. Taoist Su Lang is really a man of temperament. It's a pity that I just want to enter the true Tibetan sect. They rejected me, saying that I am not strong in combat. Master Yu Jing smiled, and when he looked at Su Lang, his eyes showed envy. Friends don't need to mind. That's not their vision. As the saying goes, there is an old family, like a treasure. Su Lang shook his head, and said, as the profound nine-universe powerhouse like you Jing Taoist, it is their loss for them to shut you out. Chapter 2837, Occupy the Dojo, Practice. Friends of Taoist can really speak. Master Yu Jing laughed, but I still have a few nails in this old ship. I am from Men Erching myself. Haha, I just don't accept the old Ji Fuxing, I am 1,000 miles away. Su Lang picked up the teacup and took a sip. The situation of Lingshu fragmented domain has not yet been completely determined. The Xuanyu Alliance, the Jingyan Alliance, and the Kangjun sector all still in the process of being formed. In addition, some forces are still being established. Of course, the situation will become clear soon. When the time comes, fellow Taoists will see the opportunity to act. As Master Yu Jing said, he poured out the last bit of tea from the teapot and drank it. Thank you fellow Taoists for solving your doubts today. This is the tea that I promised to give to fellow Taoists before. If it is not enough, just come to me and ask for it. Su Lang nodded, stood up, put a box on the table, and immediately bowed his hand to Master Yu Jing. Then, I will leave now. Friends of Taoist walk slowly. If you have free time during the recent period, let's talk more. Master Yu Jing stood up and bowed his hand in return. The old man will not stay in the Shocking Cloud Alliance for too long. It will not be easy to see you again after this walk, sure. He also likes to chat with well-informed predecessors, which is an easy thing to benefit from. Su came out of the black courtyard beyond the Changye mountain range. He once again unfolded the power of time and space, crossed the barriers of the natural universe, and came to Te Extreme Universe. Extreme Cosmos is the core of the Shocking Cloud Alliance. There is a treasure lands dedicated to the cultivation of 9 cosmos powerhouses. Su Lang is already familiar with this place. Take one step directly and come to an extremely vast dojo. The dojo is built in the void, continuously absorbing the cosmic energy around it, and condensing it into a large amount of energy crystals. The members of the Shocking Cloud Alliance can take these energy crystals at will, and use them to reverse the origin of the universe and cultivate their own crystal wall world. Now there is no one in this cultivation dojo. Countless energy crystals are piled up on the square, no one cares about it. In this regard, Su Lang is not surprised. The cultivation way of an eternal warrior depends on whether his foundation is strong enough. It may seem common to lay the foundation, but it is actually very difficult. Especially to build the foundation of the 9 universes' eternal realm, even with the guidance of the 9 universes' eternal power from a young age, it is extremely difficult and extremely difficult. So most of the 9 universe eternal realm powerhouses, after this step, their potential has been exhausted. They need to consume more of the core of the universe to smash the crystal wall world. The cost of this is not something that the dojo in front of him can support. This dojo is more of the face project of the Jingyan Alliance. But for Su Lang, this dojo was just right for cultivation. In Su Lang's view, the speed at which this dojo gathered cosmic energy was still slow. There is no one left or right. Just ask Jing Yunzi to come over and treat him as the dead man's cave. Su Lang touched his chin, and immediately took out the jade card of transmission and sent a private message to Jing Yunzi. In the blink of an eye, I received a reply. Jing Yunzi agreed, and this is Su Lang's cave mansion from now on. In this way, you can freely arrange your own formation. With a smile on Su Lang's face, with a thought, a large number of formations appeared. Arranging the United Spirit Gathering formation is simply his most skilled job. An incomparably huge spirit gathering formation technique envelops the entire dojo. The ready-made formations combined with the formations arranged by Su Lang immediately made the absorption of cosmic energy many times faster, allowing Su Lang's one key cultivation multiplier to be perfectly displayed. And after setting up the formation, Su Lang also gave the formation a formation self-regeneration function, allowing it to grow slowly by itself and become more powerful. Su Lang also arranged the Desperate Eternal Prison Array, to serve as a defensive array. Incidentally, he could also cover up the situation in the dojo. Su Lang sat down in the center of the dojo, and then, there was nothing to do. There are cultivators who are in charge of cultivation, martial arts are in charge of those who practice martial arts, and pill cultivators are in charge of alchemy. What else? Chapter 2838, Group Chat in Jixin Jade Pie. Some boring. Su Lang took out the Group Chat Jade Medal. Use the Identity Jade card To print this, group chat Jade card, and combine the two to activate immediately. Look at what the shocking Cloud Alliance's internal skirts are talking about. Su Lang curiously explored the Jade plaque with his spiritual thoughts, and immediately saw a large amount of information. These messages are distinguished by different colors, and each color represents an eternal powerhouse of the 9 universes, that is, the core member of the Jingyan Alliance. Red, orange, green, blue and purple. Hey, why is there no yellow color? Su Lang looked at the various colors of the Jade card, and suddenly he was a little strange. He looked at the content of these subpoenas and found that most of them were small talk. But you can also get some information from it, such as where the page of eternal life appeared, what people were fighting, and what happened. This allowed Su Lang to have a clearer understanding of the situation in the endless universe. A new message appeared in this skirt. Dear friends, I just got a big news next time. A total of 9 eternal powers of the Xuanyu Alliance have fallen, and they have fallen completely. The message was purple, with a deep horror in its tone. This message, it was like a huge rock falling into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Friend Liang, are you kidding me? A red message came out. How hard is the 9 eternal warriors to kill, let alone 5 of them fall together? A green message appeared. Taoist Liang, I think you are quite stable, why would you make such a joke? I'm not kidding. Emperor Lu Ming sent a message. This message was sent after I confirmed it many times. I have heard about this too. It is said that the Xuanyu Alliance sent 5 strong men to join the other 2 9 universes to besiege and kill one person, and the whole army was wiped out. A black message emerged. Not 5, but 7. 7 people besieged and killed one, and the whole army was wiped out by the counter-kill. My mother, who is that person? How could he be so powerful? Is it possible that he is the kind of top powerhouse of the 9 universes who has lived for countless years? Hey, it's an old monster again. The endless universe is really scarier than I thought. Fortunately, I joined the shocking Cloud Alliance and I feel a little bit safer. Everyone, who knows the name of the strong man who was besieged and what he looked like, hurry up and let us see, so as not to provoke his old man. Yes, right, this is reasonable, hurry up and send it. Pieces of news kept popping up, and the focus of discussion became the topic of Su Lang's anti-killing of the 7 powerhouses. Moreover, many people have transformed themselves in Jixin Jade cards, each with a very rich expression. Su Lang also smiled dumbly. Seeing the awe of these 9 universe eternals, my heart is quite refreshing. I used my own channels in Xuanyu Alliance to learn about that person. It is said that that person is called Su Lang, and on the surface there is only the fluctuation of the realm of the 8 eternal realm. This person looks young and handsome, the key point is that he has no sense of time. He doesn't look like an old monster. I really didn't expect him to be so strong. A white message came out, that Su Lang looks like this, you can see for yourself, recognize it, and remember it. The white message turned into a figure of a person, exactly what Su Lang looked like. It looks so young. Yes, it's mainly temperament, which is completely different from the other eternal warriors who seem young but are incomparably vicissitudes of life. Haha, this is the characteristic of Su Lang, it's still pretty easy to remember. When everyone saw Su Lang's appearance, they couldn't help but talk for a while. Su Lang was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect his youth to become a feature. A golden message suddenly appeared. I haven't had time to announce one thing. Taoist Su Lang has already joined our shocking Cloud Alliance. Chapter 2839, You shot, Su Lang will undoubtedly die. It's Master Jingyan's message. What? Su Lang, fellow Taoist, unexpectedly, he has joined our Jingyan Alliance. Hey, this is really a surprising news. By the way, Taoist Su Lang must also have a jade medal for collecting news. I haven't said bad things about Taoist Su Lang before. Ha ha ha, I didn't talk nonsense, I only admire Taoist Su Lang. When the 9 eternal warriors saw the news of Jing Yunzi, they were all shocked and immediately rejoiced. A strong like Su Lang is very rare in the 9 universe level. With Su Lang in the shocking Cloud Alliance, this big tree becomes stronger and stronger, and it becomes easier to catch the cold. Taoist Su Lang is watching Jixin Jade card. Jing Yunzi preached, please ask Taoist Su Lang to say a few words. Everyone was in an uproar again, and there were more colorful messages. I wanted to get the news, so I quickly activated the Jade card of Jixin. Among these messages, most of them admire Su Lang. Seeing this, Su Lang also smiled dumbly. He didn't expect that he would make the members of the Shocking Cloud Alliance boil before he showed up. Insha Su Lang, thank you for your praise. Su Lang sent 2 messages and turned into his body. Immediately, he found that his figure was yellow, and the color was quite dark. Friend Su Lang appeared. It's really admirable to slay the 7 eternal super ruthless people of the 9 universes with one person. Taoist Su Lang, younger sister Han Jin, I don't know when you will be lucky enough to have an interview with Taoist friends. In the illusory space of Jixin Jade Brand, a personal figure appeared, and saluted Su Lang in surprise. Zai Sha is cultivating. Su Lang preached, if you have time, you must talk to the plains. Friend Su Lang is still cultivating. I'm so strong, and I still practice nonstop, really a role model for our generation. Yeah, I'm so ashamed, I'm going to practice, and I must visit Taoist Su Lang when I have time. Everyone admired again, and Su Lang was a little embarrassed. Jing Yunzi ran out and said, if that's the case, then everyone should practice quickly. The troubled times are approaching, and strength is the kingly way. After practicing, we haven't reached the end yet. Friend Su Lang, look forward to our meeting. Everyone retired one after another, and soon returned to quiet in the Jade Card of Jixin. Su Lang's private transmission of Jade Pi immediately heard movement, and again, without stopping. Sure enough, the communications from the members of the Shocking Cloud Alliance were asking Su Lang to take care of them. Su Lang was idle and bored anyway, so he just started chatting with everyone. After receiving Su Lang's reply, the members of the alliance were very pleasantly surprised, and immediately started chatting enthusiastically. Just when Su Lang was chatting with everyone in Jingyan Alliance. In the Xuanyu Alliance, the atmosphere was oppressive. The news that the 7 eternal powerhouses of the 9 universes have fallen at the same time spread like wildfire, and the higher-level eternal powerhouses all know about it. In a white hall, an eternal strong man of the 9 universes stood on the smooth, mirror-like ground with an ugly face, all staring at a boy with braided hair above. This boy is the leader of the Xuanyu Alliance who appeared with Song Yuanshan and others before. At this time, the face of the leader of Xuanyu was also extremely ugly, and his 2 small hands were tightly held together, still faintly shaking. 7 members of the 9 universe level. How much effort did we take to recruit these allies, and now we have died so many. Su Lang killed 7 of us all by himself. This is a great shame to our Xuanyu Alliance, and it also makes us sweep the ground with majesty. If we don't move, we will be laughed at. Yes, Lord, please take us to kill that Su Lang and find the face of Xuanyu Alliance, otherwise we will not be able to lift our heads in the future, and it will be difficult for the Alliance to recruit strong players. My lord, what are you still hesitating about? If you take action, Su Lang will undoubtedly die. Now Su Lang must be seriously injured, the best time to kill him. Chapter 2840, There is a chance to kill Su Lang. The eternal powerhouse of the 9 universes looked indignant and wary. Many of these people are friends of Song Yuanshan and others, and they want to kill Su Lang immediately. Their strength is similar to Song Yuanshan Wanshishing and the others, but they dare not act rashly. After all, it was really terrifying that Su Lang could kill 7 people with one person. Even though they speculated that Su Lang was already seriously injured at this time, they did not dare to act rashly. They can only count on the leader of Xuanyu to make a move. The leader of Xuanyu doesn't look the same as a child, but he is a powerful figure of the 9 universes. To slay Su Lang, only the leader of Xuanyu can stabilize. Although the leader of Xuanyu was also very angry, he didn't seem to have the intention of making a move immediately, which made everyone anxious. Don't miss this great opportunity. Yeah, if you miss this opportunity, it will be even harder to kill Su Lang again. My lord, what are your concerns? The eternal powerhouse of the 9 universes asked incomprehensibly. You don't know something. Su Lang, he has joined the Jingyan Alliance. The braided boy sighed, if we go to kill Su Lang at this time, we will definitely go to war with the Jingyan Alliance. Is this really a good time for you? Suddenly there was silence in the hall. Immediately, it seemed like a scoop of cold water was spilled in a boiling oil pan, and life became boiling in the hall. Su Lang joined the Shocking Cloud Alliance. How long is this? How could his movements be so fast? Damn, this person is too cunning. He turned his head and found a backer. That Shocking Cloud Alliance is censored it too, dared to take in Su Lang, censored it. What to do now? The Jingyan Alliance is not weaker than us at all. The world of great controversy is about to come. At this time, the war with the Jingyan alliance will only make the rest of the power cheaper. This matter has to be carefully considered. An eternal martial artist of the 9 universes shouted in astonishment, and then gradually calmed down. What do they need most? It is the page of eternal life. The rest must be put aside before the page of eternal life. If you go to war with the shocking Cloud Alliance now, you will definitely suffer a great loss. Then how can you fight for the page of eternal life? Although everyone is unwilling, they can only suppress anger. It's a pity that we didn't succeed in soliciting Su Lang. If Su Lang joined our Xuanyu alliance, there would be no such thing. A Miaoman woman sighed softly and said with regret, "This woman is Li Xuanzhou Emperor." When everyone heard it, they sighed in their hearts. They all knew what had happened in the Xuangyao universe, and knew that Su Lang had once joined the Xuanyu alliance. Because of Emperor Ji Yu Junzhou, this didn't happen. Friend Li Zan, you are not to blame for this. I only hate that Su Lang hides too deeply. Everyone can't see his true combat power. We are really down with blood mold, and we are burdened by Emperor Gu Junzhou. It was Emperor Gu Junzhou who went to provoke Su Lang. Everyone was talking again, and many people began to anger the dead Gu Junzhou Emperor. The world of great controversy is coming soon, and no one can escape this battle. At that time, we will have a chance to kill Su Lang. Now you guys do something as soon as possible to restore the majesty of the Xuanyu alliance and recruit more powerful people. After the leader of Xuanyu finished speaking, he waved his big hand and disappeared from the same place. Hateful, Su Lang kills my friend here, and I will make him pay for it by that time. Well, this son is very threatening, and there are feuds with me, and it must be eradicated. Go back and accumulate strength. The crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s. Behind the main hall, in a spacious closed room, Su Lang can kill the 7-9 universes eternal. Very good, very perfect chess piece. A smile appeared on the face of the boy with braids, his expression different from before. Chapter 2841, Turbulent Undercurrent. Although Su Lang killed 7 people in Xuanyu alliance. But in the eyes of the braided boy, this does not seem to be a loss, but rather happy because of Su Lang's appearance. At present, there are not enough eternal top powerhouses in 9 universes. It's still relatively suspended for the world's white world to collapse and form a white world vortex. With this Su Lang, he can be regarded as a high-level eternal martial artist of the 9 universes. Jing Yunzi will also train Su Lang, and Master Yu Jing has probably been in contact with Su Lang. Su Lang is young and energetic. After learning the secrets of the page of eternal life, he will definitely have thoughts, and he is not afraid that he will not be fooled. It's just that if he can get stronger in a short time, that's even better. The braided boy smiled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashed all over, and he didn't know what abacus he was doing. In the extreme universe, inside a closed underground retreat hall, as the boy pressed down. Well, just press it down. It is absolutely impossible for a war to break out in advance. Only when the time is right can we go to war. Before that, I can also send benefits to the members of the Jingyan alliance. Especially Su Lang, who has great training value. We must make them stronger and play a greater role in the war. Jing Yunzi thought about it, and immediately flicked his right hand, and a pile of paper appeared in front of him. If Ji Yu Jun and others were resurrected, they would have passed out again in shock when they saw this pile of papers. Because this is a stack of pages of eternal life. Most of them are complete, only a few are incomplete. The page of eternal life. I have saved so much. Unfortunately, if it is not a blank page of eternal life, even if the person and the book page fit together, the chance of detachment is very low. Blank eternal life page. Only a blank eternal life page can ensure the completion of detachment. Jing Yunzi's right hand slid across the entire stack of pages of immortality, his eyes full of determination. To blank the page of eternal life. They, or he, have tried too many methods and made too many plans. After countless efforts, I found the right way. Now the 3 new forces have been established. I am shocked by the Cloud Alliance. I am responsible for absorbing those who act conservatively and hesitate. The Boys Xuanyu Alliance is responsible for absorbing those who are ambitious but are more vigilant. The Zhangjun sect on Moya is responsible for absorbing people with huge ambitions and extreme behaviors. These people are often the strongest group of people. Finally, Master Yu Jing, relying on his prestige and connections, will definitely be able to enter the 3 old forces in the end. It depends on which force you enter: the Holy Demon Cult, the Ming Secret Universe region, and the Dragon Evil cult. The best one is the Holy Demon cult. The three big powers are corrupt and degenerate, and they just want to preserve the endless universe so that they can always stay high. Among them, the Holy Demon Church is more aggressive. There are many generations who expect to be detached. With the secret promotion of the Master Yu Jing, the Holy Demon Church is gradually turning to our camp. Jing Yunzi thought about it, with a smile on his face. That is a confident smile. Everything is going smoothly according to plan. Sacred Demon Cult, Ming Secret Universe and Dragon Universe will also be my chess pieces. The ultimate winner, only me. Jing Yunzi took a deep breath and collected all the pages of immortality used as bait. He took out the jade plaque and sent out a message. Dear friends, tomorrow TAE will preach in the universe, and interested Taoists can come and take a look. Single quote. The news turned into a golden light. Appears in Jixin Jade brand Unreal Space. The entire Shocked Cloud Alliance is boiling. My lord is going to preach again. It's great, I got a lot last time, and I don't know what I can realize this time. You must not miss the preaching of the Tai leader. He is one of the wisest people I have ever met, and only Senior Yu Jing can compare with him. Everyone quickly put down what you are holding and prepare to listen to the preaching of the leader. The eternal powerhouses were so excited that they shared the great news with each other. Chapter 2842, the successor of Shangjuku, in the practice dojo. Because Chu Xiaobei and others broke through in retreat, they couldn't come out and play together. So Su Lang has been very boring looking through this and that. Naturally, I saw the news in Jixin's Jade Pie at the first time. Jing Yunzi wants to preach. A preaching by a powerful person at the advanced level of the 9 universes may be useful to me. If you have nothing to gain, you can also join in the fun and get a familiar face to lay the foundation for the future collection of the younger brother. Su Lang thought so, with a bright smile on his face. But his deity will not go. Because I have to hurry up and practice here. So he plans to use Xing Quan Yun He clone to go. In the distant Tianchu universe, an eternal formation in the void of the universe stretches for tens of thousands of light years, forming a forbidden area that ordinary people can never approach. Inside the formation, a man in a white single shirt with loose long hair lay in the void. This long-haired man is another clone of Shangjuku, Shang Kuiyan. Shang Kuiyan and Shang Quhan are said to be the clones of Shangjuku, but they are not entirely true. Because they are independent lives. It was only later refined and nurtured by Shangjuku using the supreme magic method to form his own clone. And these two clones are also the tools he has worked so hard to forge. There is an instinct in Shang Kuiyan's body, that is, after the deity dies, he will come into this formation. The deity was able to maintain a trace of true spirit in the original plan. Use this array method that spends countless heavens, materials and treasures and time and effort to arrange. Shangjuku can take that trace of true spirit as the core, absorb the energy of the formation and the stored memory, and resurrect like bones and raw meat. Shangjuku never expected that he could not even leave a trace of real spirit in Su Lang's hands. Yes, it is. He has fallen completely. The other clones cast from their own flesh and blood souls were also dead. Shang Kuiyan, a clone made of foreign objects, also failed to keep the true spirit, and fell. However, its original layout still played a little role. Shang Kuiyan, who had lost his spiritual intelligence, relied on instinct to come to this formation. Immediately, the formation method was automatically activated, and the resurrection process began. In the surrounding formation, a peculiar torrent of energy was poured into his body. These energy torrents carry the backup memories of Shangjuku, and they are very complete, from birth to death. With the infusion of energy and memory, a ray of light gradually appeared in Shang Kuiyan's ignorant eyes. But this divine light is very slack, because there is no real spirit as the core to condense memory and restore the soul. Seeing the resurrection will fail. The array light shines again. Again, countless energies merged into Shang Kuiyan's body. At the same time, there is a slight sigh in these energies. If I really get to this point, I don't know if I am resurrected, it's still not me. Even if he is resurrected, it is not his Shangjuku, it is just another person who has his memory. When Shangjuku deployed this method, it was actually very clear. But this is his last resort, his last hope for revenge. If you can't get revenge yourself, then take revenge through the hands of other. The second phase of the formation started. A very weak real spirit was awakened from Shang Kuiyan's body and began to contain the memory of Shangjuku. This trace of true spirit is the true spirit of the original owner of Shang Kuian's body, and it was also specially left by Shang Juku. The faint real spirit absorbed a lot of energy and all the memories of Shang Juku, and the divine light in his eyes became more concentrated and bright. The formation completely ran out of energy and disappeared in smoke. I live, I'm Shang Juku. Shang Kuian was suspended in the void, with a hint of joy in his eyes. I am not Shang Juku, just a fake who thinks it is true. Damn Su Lang, actually forced me to this point. What should I do now? With my current strength, if I seek revenge, it would be death. No, I must find a place to restore my cultivation first. Shang Juku recalled the memory of being beheaded by Su Lang. His eyes and face were full of shame and anger, but more still powerless. Su Lang defeated their entire 7-9 Eternal Eternals by one person. Chapter 2843, Go to Jingyan Alliance, temporarily suppress thoughts of revenge. Shang Juku began to plan where to go next. Anyway, this Tianshu universe can't stay. After all, Su Lang could come over at any time. A picture emerged in his mind. At a table by the window of a restaurant, a middle-aged man smiled at him. Jing Yunzi. Jingyan Alliance seems to be a small force, but it is definitely okay as a temporary foothold. This Jing Yunzi is also very easy to talk about. I apply for joining with my current cultivation base, and I will probably succeed. Well, that's it. Go to the Startled Cloud Alliance in dormant for a while, restore the cultivation base, and then find a way to seek revenge from Su Lang. Shang Juku immediately set off and began to pack the properties of the Tianshu universe and the nearby universe. If it's not possible, he even wanted to pack up the entire Tianshu universe. It was also when Tai Jingyan was preparing to preach, and Shang Juku's resurrection. The three old forces in the endless universe are also undercurrents. In a seemingly ordinary natural universe, a vast expanse, with black as the main color, and luxurious buildings decorated with gold, full of a lot of void. But this building is very empty and deserted. Because this is the basic universe. And the time flow rate of this universe is the slowest even in the basic universe. For the average eternal warrior, this is the place most reluctant to stay. But for some old monsters, this is their favorite place. Many years have passed since the time of a breath was placed in the rest of the high-level universe. Put the deity here, and then use the clone to go out and act. This is their way of survival. These superpowers, known as old monsters, are immortal. A sleeping master of the 9 universes came out of the retreat and gathered together. In a wide hall, 13 human figures sit opposite each other, forming a circle. These 13 people are the 13 powerhouses at the core of the Holy Demon sect, and everyone is the advanced powerhouse of the 9 universes. Their remaining lifespan is too short. Under normal circumstances, one would not dare to leave this basic universe at all, and could only condense the clone to go out, but how could the strength of the clone be comparable to the deity? They are a group of people imprisoned by life. The trend of the coming of the world of great controversy has become more and more obvious, and the frequency of the page of eternal life has become higher. Those who want to transcend the endless universe and get rid of the curse of living with the universe, have long been ready to move. Everyone discuss, what should the holy demon cult do? An elderly man in a robes with long eyebrows broke the silence. What is there to discuss? I don't think those guys can make a big storm. Our holy demon cult, as well as the Ming secret universe and the Dragon universe, have ruled the endless universe for how many epochs, and when has there been a problem? Even if this is a world of great controversy, I don't believe they can shake our position. At that time, we will use the congenital eternal domain treasure to stabilize the eternal domain on the periphery, contain the universe white world, and let them fight each other's blood in the battlefield dedicated to them in the Lingshu fragmented domain. A big man with a height of 3 meters, his muscles swollen and hard as a rock said. That's bad. This time is different from before. The coming of the world of great controversy means that a blank page of eternal life may appear. That's a chance to be 100% able to transcend the endless universe, gain immortality, and get to the next level. A young-looking man in Qingpao said, no one wants to give up this resource, and I don't want it. In the past, we were the most sticky, because the chance of detachment was slim. Even if it is a complete page of immortality, the chance of success in detachment is very slim. Instead of dying in vain for the sake of detachment, it is better to live in this universe, and then use your clone to live out all kinds of lives in those high-level universes. But it's different now. Once you get a blank page of immortality, it means you can break all the cages and gain complete freedom and greater strength. A middle-aged man with thin body, high bulged cheekbones, and sharp sword eyes said loudly. Chapter 2844, Controversy. I suggest to continue to maintain the previous purpose. The war in the world of great controversy will definitely break out, it depends on which side we are on. The Ming secret universe and the Dragon universe are our natural allies, so why bother to seek distance? A man with a short beard in a gray robe said, as long as the three of us work together, we will be able to curb the expansion and deterioration of the universe-wide realm and preserve the countless universes of the endless universe. I agree with the purpose of changing the past. Don't talk about other things. In the endless universe, for so many years, too many universe-wide realms have appeared centered on the Lingshu fragmented realm. And our sacred demon cult, Ming's secret universe and Jilong universe seem to be in the same camp, but there are too many sorted ones, but they seem to be in harmony with each other. The three of us, each one is afraid that the other party and those who hide their heads and reveal their tails will unite to seek the other two transformation jewels and become the only master of the endless universe. In this way, the three great treasures of the innate cosmic realm that our tripartite forces have mastered, the Hanging Manghuan Zhou, Hongmanghuan Zhou, and Chaos Huan Zhou, cannot be brought together at all, nor can they exert their greatest power at all. In the past, the damage to the Lingshu fragmented realm was not too great. If we use a Wajo bead in a single family, we can curb the expansion of one of them in the universe-wide realm. But this time the situation is different. A single Wajo bead may not be able to contain the universe-wide realm. It is difficult for the three of us to truly unite until the last moment, but when we are forced by the situation to gather the three treasures temporarily, I am afraid it is too late. At that time, even the endless universe will be destroyed. What is the point of our persistence? A plump young woman looked like ice and said with a slight sigh. The current situation of the endless universe, the Ming secret universe and the Dragon universe must also be very clear. Our three parties will not wait until the last moment to temporarily unite. An old woman in red shook her head and said, as long as the three of us work together, we can stop those people's plans, preserve the endless universe, and protect ourselves. I don't agree with continuing to stick to it. My lifespan is running out. Even if I use my clone to live outside, I am not as happy as I used to be. I would rather fight for it before I die. If you get a blank page of immortality, wouldn't it be a big profit, ha ha ha. A plain-looking man laughed. It's better to stand with the Ming secret universe and the Dragon universe. An old man with a short stature said, we are also the three major forces that have ruled the endless universe for countless years. Why are you so unconfident to deal with those who hide their heads and show their tails? I think it should be changed. No, it's still the safest as before. That's right, how many times there have been Lingshu fragmented domain wars, this time is nothing more than a bigger one, we can still get through it. Joke, it can't be better this time. Everyone quarreled with each other. Among the 13 powerful people, the ones who agreed and the ones who opposed each accounted for half, and they were unable to make decisions for a long time. In addition to the holy demon, people also held a meeting to discuss the affairs of the two major forces of the Ming secret universe and the Dragon universe. But the strong of these two forces are more determined. Most of them chose the same as before, when the Lingshu fragmented realm war started, using the innate eternal realm supreme treasure eternal pearl to curb the expansion of the universe-wide realm. In the past, because this time the situation is more urgent than before, the people in the Ming secret universe and the Jilong universe are considering whether to combine the three. It was also at the gathering of the three major cosmic domains such as the sacred demon sect. In the high-level universe, a day passed in a blink of an eye. Tai Jingyan also officially announced that Chen Shi was preaching at Jizhou Kaiyu Tianshan. Time is almost up. Chapter 2845, these are all the little brothers of the future. It's finally time to join in the fun. System, start Xingquanyun. Su Lang's heart moved, and he issued system instructions. The avatars and Gemini avatars who lost in the war before had already cooled down. Therefore, the system function is activated, and the incarnations of the deity are merged. A star Kuan He clone appeared, and its aura fluctuated to the intermediate level of the 9 universes. Su Lang unfolded the system functions and leaned over the Xing Kuan Yun He clone. Feel good. Su Lang manipulated the Xing Kuan Yun He clone and stretched out, and then hurried towards Kaiyu Tianshan. Said to be on the way. In fact, it is just one step. With one step, he came outside Kaiyu Tianshan. Many people have already arrived here. Because Tai Jingyan does not limit the cultivation of the people who listen to the lecture, there are not only the eternal warriors of the 9 universes, but also the eternal warriors of the 8 universes. As for the 7 eternal realm, they are not qualified to come, even if there are no restrictions. A group of eternal strong men gathered together in 2s and 3s, looking in the direction of Kaiyu Tianshan from time to time to see if Tai Jingyan had come. It's Senior Su Lang. What? Senior Su Lang is here. Senior Su Lang is here, my god, he's really young. Yes, there is no trace of erosion over time. How did fellow Taoist Su Lang do it? It's really amazing. It's hard to believe that such a young eternal warrior can kill 7 senior 9 universe eternals with one enemy 7. Senior Su Lang, admiring your name for a long time, it is really extraordinary to see you today. Friend Su Lang, there is a friend below, with a beautiful appearance, and she is already at the top level of the 8 realms. She admires you very much. Are you interested in accepting disciples? An eternal warrior turned his head, and his surprised and joyful eyes fell on Su Lang one after another. Many people stepped forward and smiled and surrounded Su Lang's side. Everyone's faces were full of admiration, and some even stepped forward to get close to Su Lang, who planned to give gifts to Su Lang directly. In the distance, many beautiful and immortal women were watching Su Lang, with brilliance in their eyes, with a trace of eagerness. A young and fierce powerhouse like Su Lang is absolutely rare in the endless universe. If he can climb his thigh, he will not worry about it in the future. And for an enthusiastic eternal warrior, Su Lang was also smiling brightly in return of courtesy and dialogue. Of course, he pushed all those who came directly to give gifts. I appreciate your kindness. Su Lang bowed his hands to the crowd and said with a smile on his face, today is the day when the leader of Tai Jingyan preached. Let's get together another day. He happens to be short of manpower. These people are all the little brothers of the future. The warriors stationed in the boundless number are the stronger the better. And now, apart from his clone, the remaining fighters stationed in the military are not very powerful. If everyone in the Shocking Cloud Alliance can be recruited, the Infinite will be able to burst out even more terrifying power by then. A golden light fell from the sky, and it fell on the top of Kaiyu Tianshan, and it was Tai Jingyan. He fell. Kaiyu Tianshan suddenly descended rumblingly, and huge colored stone pillars rose up around it. Kaiyu Tianshan disappeared, replaced by a vast colorful stone forest. Please take your seats. Tai Jingyan stood on a stone pillar in the middle, smiled and handed over to everyone, and even paused for Su Lang. The leader is so approachable. Haha, where can I find such a good senior? I just met him. Stop talking, I'll be seated soon. Everyone talked about it, and immediately began to take their seats. People are very conscious, and those with low strength automatically sit on the periphery. The stronger, the closer to the center. Su Lang sat on one of the 3 stone pillars adjacent to Tai Jingyan, in front of many 9 universe intermediate level powerhouses. But no one is dissatisfied with this. Everyone knew that Su Lang's strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Chapter 2846, Su Lang's Doubts. Wait until everyone is seated. Now the preaching begins. The topic I'm going to talk about today is how to split the world of crystal wall cells with the least amount of core origin of the universe. As everyone knows, Jing Yunzi looked around at the crowd, his expression was calm, his voice was calm, and he began his preaching. His themes are very common, but also extremely important. This is especially true for the many warriors present here. Because at the level of 8 universes and 9 universes, the vast majority of warriors have already reached their end, and they must slowly open up a path before they can move on. If you can get the experience of Jingyunzi, you will definitely be able to blaze a path of becoming stronger faster and move to a higher level. After Jing Yunzi started preaching, almost everyone was excited, then held their breath, and started to listen to the lecture with full concentration. Only Su Lang was a little disappointed. Su Lang touched his chin and sighed in his heart, my crystal wall cell world is too much, and I have only completed less than 1/3 of the path of spiritual practice. He still chooses to listen carefully and make a note of it. What if it's useful in the future? Even if you are useless, you can teach it to your partner and subordinates. Therefore, it is not entirely a trip in vain. Following Jing Yunzi's Jinsheng Yuzhen preaching, every sentence of Zuji with the meaning of the word spread to everyone's ears. An eternal strong man is fascinated by his ears, and dare not be distracted by the slightest. What he said, I knew it before. Hey, did he make a mistake in the previous sentence? What I'm talking about now is somewhat conscious, it's a new knowledge. Su Lang supported his chin while listening, thinking and confirming, his thoughts kept flickering. Jing Yunzi is indeed a profound person. Even if Su Lang had practiced so many exercises, after listening to Jing Yunzi's sermon, he could still gain so much. And this also made Su Lang realize that Jing Yunzi is very different from the rest of the 9 Universe Eternal senior martial artists. Jing Yunzi's profound knowledge can be said to be far superior to the martial artist of the same level. The 2 senior martial artists of the 9 universes next to each other listened very carefully, and from time to time they showed Mingwu's surprise. The age and experience of this person's survival are very terrifying. It is estimated that only the Master Yu Jing can be better than him. Such a strong man really doesn't have a trace of ambition for the page of eternal life, as the Master Yu Jing said. Does he really just want to keep 1 acre of land in the battle? Or, in other words, he is the person who supports the protection of the endless universe and opposes the expansion of the universe and the white world to seek transcendence among the 2 big camps of the endless universe. But it shouldn't be. If he really has this idea, why should he go it alone instead of joining the 3 old forces? Su Lang thought in his heart, unable to resolve a trace of doubt. Would you like to spy on his thoughts by stealing words? No, it's not good, it's easy to be discovered. It's better to be refreshed and just ask. But if you just ask, the answer you get may not be the truth. After the sermon is over, find an opportunity to see if you can explore him. Su Lang silently made a decision, even if he continued to listen to the lecture. He used his knowledge to confirm each other and derive a higher level of mystery. Jing Yunzi's sermon finally ended at a certain moment. Many warriors present were still immersed in the endless mystery, and they were unable to return to their senses for a long time. This preaching ends here. Everyone, digest it first. Taimu still has some important things to deal with, so let's leave first. Jing Yunzi got up and bowed his hands to everyone. Su Lang, as well as a few masters who had digested the content of the sermon, also stood up and bowed their hands in return. Jing Yunzi disappeared from the place and went to work. Su Lang's figure also flashed, and after leaving everyone's spiritual consciousness range, he withdrew his perfect possession and withdrew his clone. Su Lang sat on the smooth, mirror-like jade ground, holding a wooden sign emitting a faint light in his hand. Chapter 2847, All-Round 9-Plane Combat Power. This wooden sign. It was the original exercise method he created after listening to Jing Yunzi's preaching, combined with his own knowledge. This Su Lang original technique. In this aspect of splitting the world of crystal wall cells, it is definitely more powerful than Jing Yunzi's method. When the number of empowerments is refreshed, I will instill it to the people below. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui. All need it. He looked at his mysterious black space. During the period of Jing Yunzi's preaching, the cultivator has accumulated a huge amount of cultivation base, and it is time to perfect the crystal wall universe in a large amount. The 59 level 1 key training function, 7,680 billion times the training speed, is awesome. Su Lang smiled excitedly, rubbed his hands, and immediately issued instructions. System, start the crystal wall universe function for me. Countless cultivation bases suddenly poured into Su Lang's body from the cultivation villain. The huge amount of cultivation is like a Tianhe, blending into the power of the great avenue of time, pouring into the crystal wall world one by one. Immediately, these forces merged with the thousands of avenues of space in the crystal wall world, completely perfecting the entire world into a crystal wall universe that can condense the power of the universe. Compared with the ordinary eternal warrior of the 9 universes, Su Lang's speed in perfecting the crystal wall universe is simply abnormal, and he can perfect the crystal wall universe on the order of tens of millions in an instant. The cultivation base is completely exhausted, but the number of crystal wall universe has also increased by more than 5,000. That is, more than 5,000 trillion crystal wall universes. Su Lang has obtained the fruits of countless millions of years of hard work by the rest of the eternal strong. The number of his crystal wall universe has reached 18,530. It's not far from the true 9 universe eternal realm. Su Lang's heart moved, and a panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Attack level, Jojo Eternal. Defensive level, Jojo Eternal. Shenfa level, Jojo Eternal. Endurance level, 9 universes eternal. Spirit level, Realm of Universality Plus. Mastering the exercises Unlimited Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra. 10,000 laws return to one infinite profound meaning, eternal grade, Super Yi. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 59, 1 key martial arts function, level 58, 1 key clone function, level 58, 1 key treasure hunting function, level 57, 1 key alchemy function, level 23, level, 1 key mixer function, level 23, 1 key refinement function, level 22, 1 key synthesis function, level 23, 1 key empowerment function, level 33, 1 key enhancement function, level 18, 1 key decomposition function, no level. Finally, all attributes have reached the level of the 9 universes. The spirit level has also reached the advanced level in the realm of Wani, which is better than Jing Yunzi. Cultivating for a few more days, with the function of spiritual cultivation, my soul will be able to go to the realm of extreme nirvana. As long as the bottleneck is reached, using the function of Te Extreme Nirvana Soul, you will be able to break the barrier in one fell swoop and succeed in an instant. I don't know if there is a strong soul in this endless universe that has reached the realm of extreme nirvana. Su Lang glanced at his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction, with some expectations for the brand new soul realm in his eyes. The eternal body is the foundation, and it is necessary to give priority to improvement. I will work harder. If you practice for a few more days, you will be able to reach the 9 eternal realm. At that time, my combat power will definitely undergo a qualitative change again, and the overall combat power will skyrocket. And before that, I can improve other aspects, such as exercises, weapons, and formations. Su Lang silently calculated in his heart, even if he put his attention on the villain Shiwu. Ding! Audi Ni Linglu has reached the super easy level. It is also a large amount of exercises and secrets that have been incorporated into Su Lang's body and soul. This exercise is also the last one of the many exercises he got in the last war. The rest of the exercises will be completed by the way when you accumulate your cultivation base. Chapter 2848, Stealing Mystery Volume. I have practiced millions of exercises again. It's a pity that most of the profound meanings of the exercises are repeated, almost useless. That is to say, the exercises of Gujun, Shangjuku and other 9 universe eternal realm great abilities performed by themselves are effective. It's also time to use the source of the exercise technique to deduce and update the secret techniques such as Sipo Yi Jian, and Breath Without Evil. By the way, the secret of word stealing is a very useful ability. You can use it as the core to deduce more concealed and more effective secret techniques. Su Lang touched his chin, and after making a decision, he immediately started to act. System, activate the source of exercise function. Su Lang issued an order in his heart, give me an update on Broken Sword. Ding! Po Yi Jian, deduction is being updated. Numerous hidden meanings emerged in Su Lang's body, melted into a colorful sphere, and began the deduction process. The colorful Upanishad spheres became clear and transparent, and finally exploded fiercely. Numerous brand new Upanishads merged into Su Lang's body and soul, turning them into instinctive abilities. The deduction is over. The brand new Pui sword is stronger. Su Lang pointed his hands together to form a sword, and a white light shined through. He felt the profound meaning and power of breaking a sword after the update, and smiled with satisfaction. The restraint effect of the current broken sword is too terrifying. The defense of the powerhouse at the same level can display a 12th effect in front of it, which is very good. Even if he does not use the secret technique, if Su Lang launches a broken sword, he will have a great chance to directly slay the warriors at the primary level of the 9 universes. He, that's cool. Su Lang flicked his fingers with a smile, extinguished the sword glow, and immediately continued to order the deduction and update of other secret techniques. In addition to breaking a sword, the source mystery of the exercise method also includes the Master of the Universe, Joe Flash, Jade Fragment of Fate, Breath Without Evil, and No Respect. Start the source of exercises function. Following Su Lang's order, the source secret techniques of the 5 great exercises have all been updated and evolved. Among the secret techniques of the 9 universe eternal realm, these 5 secret techniques are the top 1 in their respective fields. Now, it's time to deduce the secret of stolen words. I have to say that Emperor Gujun Zhou's aptitude is quite good, but he is a bit too greedy. Su Lang's mind came up with the mystery of stealing the word secret, and immediately ordered the activation of the source secret technique of the practice. After a short deduction process, Almost in the blink of an eye, the secret technique was successfully deduced. Countless secrets have gathered in Su Lang's mind into a brand new secret technique, stealing mystery volume. As opposed to stealing the word secret, Su Lang only retained the ability to steal thinking and thoughts, and abandoned the rest of the complex functions. Therefore, this secret technique has become purer and more terrifying. The mystery volume now, it will be effective if it is used against a strong man like Jingyunzi. If you add Jinghua Shuiyu to secretly guide, the effect will be even stronger. However, the current Jinghua Shuiyu is only at the primary level of 9 universes, and it is far worse when it is used on the powerhouse of Jing Yunzi's level. Next, I will upgrade all the weapons. It just so happens that the materials obtained by killing Ji Yujun and others have not been used much yet, so I just refined the pill. Su Lang thought to himself, and then began to upgrade his weapons. As usual, the first upgrade is the main battle weapon Yudian Sword. The current Yudian Sword is of the 7 Eternal Realm, and its combat power is at the intermediate level of the 9 Eternal. Weapon characteristics are that the sword must hit, break the defense and die, knowing one blow, and devouring power. The total number of enhancements is 15 times. The enhanced qualitative change effect is the power consumption increase, the knowing blow increase, and the overall power increase. Now the one key mixer has reached level 23. It's time to evolve the Yudian Sword to the 8 Eternal Realm. Su Lang sat on the glorious and translucent jade ground, placed the Yudian Sword horizontally on his knees, and gently swept his palms across the snowy sword. The sword's body trembled slightly, and Ling Xiaoyu let out a faint cry. Start the weapon evolution function, strengthen the function with one button, and strengthen the qualitative change function. Su Lang issued instructions suddenly, and it was 4 orders at once. Chapter 2849, Upgrade 10 Eternal Emperor Soldiers. The number of enhancements of the Yudian Sword is reset, the effect of the enhancement qualitative change disappears and the 7 Eternal Realm is restored. Ding. Consumes Eternal Soul 100,000, Universe Origin 1 billion, Eternal Realm Materials. The Yudian Sword has evolved into the 8 Eternal Emperor Soldiers. Ding. Strengthening is successful, Yudian Sword +1. Ding. The first enhancement qualitative change is completed, and the power swallowing feature has been increased. Ding. The second enhancement qualitative change is complete. The system prompts one after another. After more than 20 system prompts, it was quiet. On the basis of the 8 Eternal Realm, it has been strengthened 18 times, and it has completed 3 strengthening qualitative changes. The direction of strengthening qualitative change is the same as before. Its combat power was successfully promoted to the advanced level of 9 universes. It seems that it has only crossed a small level, but in fact the increase is very terrifying. It should be known that when he was fighting against the 7 powerful enemies of the 9 universes, Su Lang had all his whole cards exploded before reaching the advanced level of the 9 universes. 9 universe advanced level. To control you, the consumption becomes even greater, and you have to take drugs, or you will be squeezed dry. Su Lang stroked the sword body of Yudian Sword, feeling the excitement of Xiaoyu. A slight smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. With a thought in his mind, Yudian Sword turned into a hairpin and inserted it into the bun. It is the 8-sided shield of the sky and the sword of life. The current combat power of Tianjia's 8-sided shield is the middle and lower levels of the 9 universes, and the sword of life is the first level of the 9 universes. Give me. Su Lang issued an order again and began to upgrade the 2 weapons. Both the heavenly 8-edged shield and the life sword have been strengthened 18 times, and they have completed 3 strengthening qualitative changes, which have been greatly improved. The former reached the advanced level of the 9 universes, only slightly weaker than the Yudian Sword. The sword of life is slightly weaker than the 8-row shield of the sky, and it has reached the advanced level of the 9 universes. Tisk Tusk, 3 high-level weapons of the 9 universe. Although the consumption of materials is terrible, it is totally worth it. Moreover, there are so many materials harvested this time, and both the realm of reincarnation and the nest of civilization can evolve. The incense aspirations collected recently can also evolve 2 weapons. In addition, the remaining materials are completely enough to strengthen all weapons 15 times, and complete 3 strengthening qualitative changes respectively. Su Lang rubbed his hands in anticipation, and then continued his weapon promotion career. The Mirror Flower Water Moon and the Heart-Piercing Lock evolved to the 8 Eternal Realm, completing 18 enhancements and 3 enhancements in qualitative changes. The combat power levels of the two weapons reached the level of the heavenly 8-edged shield, only slightly weaker than the Utian sword. The state of reincarnation and the nest of civilization evolved to the eternal state of the 8 universes, complete 15 enhancements, 3 enhancements and qualitative changes, and reach the middle and upper levels of the 9 universes. On the basis of the 7 eternal realm, the purple golden gourd and the 7 treasure tree have completed 15 enhancements, 3 enhancements and qualitative changes, reaching the intermediate level of the 9 universes. Su Lang would definitely not forget the infinite. The 3 core parts of the infinity have reached the level of the 8 eternal realm. The remaining parts have also been promoted. Su Lang completed 15 times of strengthening, 3 times of strengthening qualitative changes, 1 time to increase self-recovery ability, and 2 times to increase the overall power. In an unloaded state of the infinite, it has reached the advanced level of the 9 universe eternal realm. The key is that after the self-recovery characteristics are strengthened and qualitatively changed, to a certain extent, it can fight on its own. Of course, the fighting intensity cannot be too high, otherwise it will be difficult to last. Finally strengthened, family is almost completely hollowed out. Su Lang looked at the brand new infinity, and he was excited and relieved again. After reaching the 9 universe eternal realm, every point of improvement will cost a huge price. If it weren't for Su Lang's 1 key synthesis, material transformation, 1 key enhancement and other functions, he could make the most of all resources, and he would not be able to upgrade so many weapons at all. Chapter 2850, Repair the Desperate Eternal Prison Array. All weapons have been upgraded. Su Lang received 6 9 Horizon high-level weapons, including the Utian sword, and the remaining weapons were all 9 Horizon intermediate or upper middle level weapons. These weapons alone can make countless people envy and jealous. If these entire 10 weapons are taken out together, I don't know how many chins will be shocked. The improvement in weapons has come to an end for the time being. When we have enough materials, we will strengthen all weapons to the top level of the 9 universes. Now, it's time to improve the tactics of the formation. The formation is used well, it is also a very terrifying help. As Su Lang put his weapon away, he thought about it, and took out a formation. This array is full of cracks, it is the broken, desperate eternal prison array. In the previous battle, without this formation, it would be much more troublesome to deal with Ji Yu Jun and others. The 1 key refining function could not be upgraded. All kinds of materials are almost consumed. But it doesn't matter. The system, start the 1-click decomposition function. Su Lang issued an order in his heart, and the formation suddenly fell apart and turned into countless raw materials. Because of the damage of the array, the material obtained after decomposition is definitely less than during refining. If these decomposed materials are used to refine the formation again, the strength of the formation will be weaker. Su Lang is definitely not willing to do this. So he thought of a way, that is, insufficient materials, use soil to make up. Yes, it is to use those extra planets and continents after filling the crystal wall universe, placed in the divided body or in the infinite storage space. These lands, left after being picked by Su Lang, in fact, in the eyes of low-level warriors, many of them can be regarded as treasure lands. Under 1 key synthesis, 1 key enhancement and other functions, these low-level mud can gradually become high-level treasures. Finally, it's the turn of the material transformation to appear again. No matter what materials are needed to refine the formation, you can use this function to transform it. He intends to convert all the previously unwanted planets and continents into useful materials in one go. However, before that, he chose to use the 9 places of Tao, and first upgrade it. Of course he is not the only one who works. It's the avatars acting together. An avatar of 100 shadows was dispatched, a full-scale toolman of the eternal realm of 10,009 universes, and began working for Su Lang. The tool man of the 9 universe eternal realm, how powerful it is. With a wave of a big hand, a large amount of land quality has turned into a spiritual world. But this project is a bit huge. After all, the smallest units of engineering quantities are planets and continents. Fortunately, Su Lang was boring and tight anyway, so he just went to work to kill the time. After Tai Jingyan finished preaching, he went to deal with the affairs of the alliance. Although the Jingyan alliance is relatively loose, it definitely needs to be managed, otherwise the thin and thick ones will be unclear and all messed up. What Jing Yunzi is dealing with is to review newcomers who are about to get started in the near future. The entry gate of Jingyan Alliance is not high. But the audit is definitely needed. Jingyunzi needs to guard against spies from the three ancient forces. These spies don't have to be turned away. Instead, they need to collect some in order to better dispel the suspicion of the three ancient forces. Jing Yunzi knew that what he did was not perfect, but there were definitely no major loopholes, only minor shortcomings. These shortcomings may raise some suspicions. But this is not a big problem. If people can't find any problems, then that is the biggest problem. As long as the real clues are not discovered by those spies. The Taoists who are going to join the alliance this time, I have already taken it outside the temple. An 8 Eternal Realm martial artist flew into a large hall and reported to Tai Jingyan, who was sitting behind the case. Let you fellow Taoists come in one by one. Jing Yunzi showed joy and said kindly to the warrior who reported to him. Chapter 2851, Su Lang rises to fame. Outside the hall. One by one, the eternal power of one party, gathered together in 2s and 3s, waiting to be passed on. One of them, a young man in a gray-purple robe and a tall hair bun, hurried in. This person is the Shangjuku after the resurrection. Finally caught up, otherwise, it will take a lot of time to wait until the next opportunity. Shangjuku breathed a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face. After the resurrection, when the decision was made, he rushed over according to the coordinates left by Jing Yunzi without stopping, without a breath of breath along the way. Standing in the corner, Shangjuku looked around, looking at the eternal realms of the 8 universes, and a sorrow and hatred rose in his heart. He shouldn't have stood with these people. He is a higher level 9 universe eternal realm martial artist. Nowadays, it's really a tiger. In fact, Shangjuku also thought about contacting Jingyunzi directly, but he could not predict Jingyunzi's attitude. If Yunzi was shocked and fell into trouble, wouldn't he be in danger? Therefore, he intends to stay anonymous, join the Jingyan Alliance, and contact Jingyunzi after recovering some strength. All this is for safety. If it weren't for joining the Jingyan Alliance, the deity had to come. He wanted to create a temporary incarnation. After joining Jingyan Alliance, I will recover my strength well. This clone was originally prepared for resurrection. It has laid a perfect foundation in advance and will recover quickly. After the power recovers, try to find a way to seek revenge from Su Lang. That guy is very strong. Maybe I can use the knife to kill someone. Thoughts surged in Shangjuku's heart, and a thick hatred almost sprayed out of his eyes. Some people's small talk reached his ears, and he was shocked. Have you heard that? An 8 eternal realm woman said excitedly. There is a super eternal strongman named Su Lang who killed the Xuanyu Alliance with one enemy 7 and killed the entire 7 great 9 Eternals. 9 universes eternal realm great power. Even if it is new to the level, I still need to look up and worship. Someone was horrified and said in disbelief, but that Lord Su Lang killed 7 people. You are really ignorant. Let me talk about this. In that battle, Master Su Lang was 1 against 7, and his opponents were all the powers of the intermediate level of the 9 universes. Among them are the prestigious Wan Kixing of the Xuanyu Alliance, Emperor Tongding Zhou, and Emperor Fengdi Zhou. Except for the other powerful ones, they are not unknown people, but... A handsome man with a folding fan in his hand opened the folding fan and talked about the conversation that he had spent many times with others. Everyone understood the vast scale of that battle and the terrifying level of combat power. A total of 7 9 universes intermediate level powerhouses broke out, working together to besiege Su Lang, but they were still beheaded one by one, and the battlefield was now turned into the universe white world. Su Lang's miscellaneous things are so highly respected. I'm waiting for the 7 people, they have completely become his stepping stone. I am not reconciled, I must avenge this grudge, I want Su Lang to die. Listening to the impassioned narration of others in Shangjuku, endless humiliation and hatred erupted in his heart. Another sentence fell into his ears, making him look stiff, and his vellus hair suddenly stood up. You only know the battle, but you don't know the latest news. I learned from my own channel that Lord Su Lang has joined our Jingyan Alliance a few days ago. Now Su Lang is in the extreme universe, maybe we will be able to see the heroic appearance soon. A middle-aged man laughed and said that he knew more than everyone in the room. The surrounding eternal warriors suddenly appeared surprised, and immediately talked. Master Su Lang has also joined the Jingyan Alliance. It's great, I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. Jingyan Alliance has a strong like Su Lang, and it will surely survive the world of great controversy, and even reap many benefits. This trip is really right. I must visit Master Su Lang. If I can visit him, it will be a bigger opportunity. Chapter 2852, The Horror and Bitterness of Shangjuku. Each eternal warrior was talking excitedly, with shock, surprise, awe and admiration in his eyes. Su Lang actually joined the shocking Cloud Alliance. Damn, I came all the way, failed to inquire about the news, and missed such important information. That stray fought with me and is very familiar with my fighting methods. Although my aura is completely different from the deity, it can be very dangerous from time to time. No, this shocking Cloud Alliance can't stay, I can't get caught up in a tiger's mouth, I must leave. Shang Ju's curved face was horrified, moving his trembling legs, and slowly retreated outside. The people around were shocked, and no one noticed his expression. But just as Shangjuku retreats, leader invites Taoist Yanling to enter the hall. A long trailing sound resounded throughout the hall. Friend Yanling, who is this? Why haven't I heard of this name? I have never heard of this name, Emperor Yanling Zhou, who is it? Being the first to be called into the interview by the Lord Leader, it must not be an unknown person, maybe I am ignorant. Where is this person? I want to see what he looks like. Everyone talked a lot, and while they were whispering, their eyes were shooting everywhere, looking for Emperor Yanling Zhou. The person involved, the Shangjuku under the pseudonym of Emperor Yanling Zhou, was suddenly stiff in place. It was neither advance nor retreat. Go now, I'm afraid it's too late. And if I choose to run away, it will definitely arouse greater suspicion. Shangjuku's vest blew out a lot of cold sweat, swallowed hard, and then bite the bullet and walked forward. He was noticed by the eternal martial artist of the 8 universes. He is walking inside. He is Emperor Yanling Zhou. This person really looks good, but his breath is indeed very strong. I am not his opponent. In my opinion, this person must be a powerful person at the top level of the 8 universe eternal realm. It is very likely that he will enter the 9 universe level, so he will be the first to be called. It's really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon who came to join Jingyan Alliance this time. Each eternal warrior watched and looked at Shangjuku, constantly communicating. Many people have envy in their eyes, but they don't know that Shangjuku's heart is full of regret at this time. Brother Yanling, I've seen you a long time ago, why are you so slow? Come here. The person who came out to pass the pass, saw Shangjuku coming over, and immediately went up to pass the pass. This person had met with Shangjuku before, because he was responsible for signing up, and it was because he saw that Shangjuku had a good cultivation and strong aptitude, he was the first to call him, in order to form a good relationship. However, he couldn't think of breaking his head, Shangjuku hated him at this time. Just thinking about something, Shangjuku tried to control his expression and followed. Along the way, he kept checking himself secretly to see if there were any flaws. After the inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. He still didn't notice the aura of his deity. Because the deity of Shangjuku has completely fallen, he is actually just another person who has a complete memory of Shangjuku. As long as you don't use Shangjuku's various cultivation methods, it should be no problem. Shangjuku took a deep breath, followed the person in front of him around a corner, and saw a somewhat familiar middle-aged man, Jing Yunzi, who had invited him before. When I saw Jing Yunzi again, I was already a human being. Shangjuku couldn't help sighing in his heart. This is Taoist Yanling. The passerby held his hand at Jing Yunzi. In Sha Yanling, I have seen the leader of Jingyan. Shangjuku calmly bowed to Jing Yunzi. Well, fellow Taoist is really a kind of talent. Jing Yunzi took a deep look at Shangjuku, and then smiled. The leader has praised it. Shangjuku said very modestly, the juniors are dull. Chapter 2853, Jing Yunzi's Eye of General Cause. You don't want to belittle yourself. With your foundation and aptitude, as long as the resources are abundant, entering the 9 eternal realm is just around the corner. Jing Yunzi said generously, family Taoists have chosen to join the Jingyan Alliance. In terms of resources, I will definitely support them. I would like to thank the leader for the first time. Shangju expressed his gratitude and bowed his hands in a salute. Tai is busy with his affairs today, so I won't talk more with fellow Taoists. I'll talk about it another day. Come here, take Taoist Yanling around and find a good place to stay in the cave. Jing Yunzi nodded, and immediately called a person, and went down with Shangjuku. Past, it scares me to death. If Jing Yunzi found out, he would probably hand me over for Su Lang. Now that I'm hiding it, I have to be more careful, stay simple, or simply go to the rest of the universe under the Surprise Cloud Alliance. However, you can't behave too abnormally. Shangjuku thought in his heart, gradually letting go of his clenched fists. Jing Yunzi, who was sitting behind the long table in the main hall, showed a meaningful smile. The Eye of Tongyan is really easy to use. The person before was a clone of Shangjuku, or in other words, Shangjuku himself. He was resurrected with the help of his clone. HMPH, very good, properly cultivated, will soon be promoted to the level of the 9 universes. After the start of the Great War, he, full of hatred, will definitely attack Su Lang desperately, making the war even more fierce. Of course, you can't let Su Lang discover him before this, otherwise he will undoubtedly die. Jing Yunzi touched the short tiger's whiskers, and had already made a choice to deal with Shangjuku in his heart. He had already guessed the purpose of Shangjuku, which was to first restore the cultivation base with the help of the Jingyan Alliance, and then show his identity. Jing Yunzi didn't plan to expose it, and she wanted to support it. Anyway, he didn't use those resources. It was used to cultivate Shangjuku, so that the war would burn faster and more prosperously. It was totally worth it. Jing Yunzi continued to observe the others who wanted to join the alliance. He possesses a magical power called the Eye of the Cause, which can see the origin of the target to a certain extent. It is precisely because of this that he will discover the true identity of Shangjuku. Using the Eye of Tongyan, Jing Yunzi observed the eternal powerhouses of the 8 universes one after another. Among these people, there are really 3 spies from the ancient forces. Most of these spies came from the Ming Secret Universe and the Dragon Universe, and they were specially cultivated clones or dead men. Jing Yunzi put a lot in according to the previous plan. As for the ones that weren't put in, basically, it is because of its poor disguise. Jing Yunzi couldn't let him go, otherwise he would be thought to be releasing water, which would arouse suspicion. For these people whose disguise is too bad, although Jing Yunzi showed a very unhappy appearance, she didn't take them seriously, so she blasted them away. He was expressing his stance, expressing that he had no intention of being an enemy of the 3 ancient forces, and that he only wanted to manage his 1-acre 3-part land. And this move has indeed greatly reduced the doubts of the people of the 3 ancient forces. Jing Yunzi completed the testing of all newcomers. Many of these 8-planet-level newcomers want to find a 9-planet powerhouse to cling to. Everyone's first choice is naturally Jing Yunzi himself. But Jing Yunzi was not interested in this at all, and didn't accept a little brother, which showed that he had no intention of centralizing power. The eternal warriors of the 8 universes have shifted their targets. And after the story of Su Lang slashing the 7 eternal powers of the 9 universes was spread, everyone regarded Su Lang as one of the top figures in the Shocking Cloud Alliance. Many people asked Jing Yunzi to help contact him, and saw Su Lang. Jing Yunzi agreed. Anyway, he didn't care how many hills there were in the Shocking Cloud Alliance, he only cared whether the final battle was fierce enough. Su Lang is instructing the clones to transform the treasure lands with the 9 lands of Tao. Then use the material conversion function to convert it into the materials needed for refining the formation. Chapter 2854. Do a hand-in-hand party. He felt a wave of temporal and spatial fluctuations in the distance. Sweeping the mind, it was suddenly discovered that Jing Yunzi was flying over with a group of people. Friend Jingyan, I didn't expect you to come to me so soon. Su Lang flew out of the practice dojo and greeted with a smile. Anyway, the clones are all working in his inner world, and they are not afraid of being discovered. The name of Taoist Su Lang is like a thunderous ear. No, Jingyan Alliance has just accepted a lot of newcomers, and many of them want to learn from you. Jing Yunzi laughed, pointing to the 20-odd 8 eternal martial artists behind him and said, Junior meets Master Su Lang. A group of eternal warriors of the 8 universes held their fists in a timely manner and saluted respectfully. Although these people have their heads down, their eyes are filled with awe, longing, and admiration. Su Lang nodded to the eternal warriors of the 8 universes, feeling very happy in his heart. This drowsiness came to deliver the pillow, he just lacked the powerful subordinates. These 20 or so 8 cosmic eternal realms, after stationed in the infinity, will surely be able to display dozens of hundreds of times more combat power. These juniors will ask you to take care of them. Jing Yunzi said, I have some things to do on my side, so I'll leave first. Waiting for Su Lang to nod, then he was about to leave. Leader, wait a moment, Su Lang stopped Jing Yunzi and said, I have a problem here. I don't know if the leader can solve it for me. Jing Yunzi said boldly, as long as I can do it, I will do it desperately. Su Lang waved his hand to expand the Nianfeng space, enveloping himself in Jing Yunzi. This was not to fight Jing Yunzi alone, but to avoid people's eyes. Jing Yunzi also knew what Su Lang meant, and calmly waited for Su Lang to speak. Ashamed to say, at this point in my practice, my main practice is not enough. Su Lang said apologetically, so, I also hope that the leader can help me find a better major practice. He is now using the main practice of Emperor Gujunzhou, Wuliang Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra. But till now, I always feel that this technique is almost meaningless. Su Lang did not practice many exercises as his major, and he was not very good at creating a copy of it. That's why he would do a hand-to-hand party and ask Jing Yunzi for it. Su Lang stared at Jing Yunzi closely to see how he chose. Jing Yunzi was also taken aback when she heard this, but she didn't expect it to be the demand. In his eyes, Su Lang is already the leader of the 9 Eternal Realm. The exercises that can make Su Lang more satisfied must be very awesome. He originally meant to cultivate Su Lang. Okay, this is just a small problem. He smiled happily. I will give you my major practice, as long as you don't dislike it. Don't dislike it, don't dislike it, Su Lang said with a smile on his face. Then, fellow Taoist, wait a moment, I will burn the exercises. Jing Yunzi nodded, and immediately took out a jade slip of eternal level, and began to burn quickly. As Su Lang's eyes rolled, an invisible wave was unknowingly from him. This wave of concealment effect is extremely against the sky, and it is the magical power that Su Lang used together with Mirror Flower Water Moon and Stealing Mysterious Scroll. He had doubts about Jing Yunzi before. At this time, I was worried that Jing Yunzi was doing tricks in the exercises. To be safe, and to test the power of the new supernatural powers, Su Lang acted. That silent, unknowingly supernatural power filled the entire Nianfeng space, and also enveloped Jing Yunzi. The two supernatural powers unite and play a huge role. Jing Yunzi's defenses in this regard were perfect, but he could not stop Su Lang from detecting it. Su Lang saw Jing Yunzi's many thoughts and thoughts. The most common among them are the thoughts of majoring in exercises, which account for most of them. Apart from the other are the rest of the thoughts. Inside these thoughts, some are about the entire blank page of immortality, some are about Su Lang, and some are about Shangjuku. Chapter 2855, Thoroughly Shocking Yunzi's Secret. Because I have just seen Shangjuku, the impression is strong. Moreover, Jing Yunzi also had some plans for Shangjuku, so he had many thoughts in his mind. A small part of these thoughts was seen by Su Lang. Su Lang was shocked when he saw Jing Yunzi's incomplete thoughts. Jing Yunzi really isn't as simple as it seems. Even, the entire Jingyan Alliance is a conspiracy. Me, as well as many people who have joined the Jingyan Alliance, are pawns in Jing Yunzi's eyes. In addition, Jing Yunzi was in the same group with Xuanyu Alliance, Zhangjun Sect, and Master Yu Jing. Even, the four of them, the boy of the leader of Xuanyu, the boy of the master of the Tibetan sect, the middle-aged Jing Yunzi of the Jingyan Alliance, the old man and the master of the Jing, are all clones created by the same powerful mind and special magical powers, and chess pieces. This great power, I don't know the title, I don't know the age, I don't know any information, I only know that there is such a person. Hey, I didn't expect it, I never expected that the people who contributed to the entire world of great controversy turned out to be the same person. Does this mean that he is fighting the three ancient forces with one person? It's amazing, really amazing. Su Lang looked at the thoughts and thoughts that had accidentally flashed through Jing Yunzi's heart, and a turbulent sea was set off in his heart, unconsciously. He has entered the storm of a world of great controversy and has become censored in the eyes of others. If you don't know it, you might be taken advantage of. Now that you know the other party's plan, it's easy to handle. Su Lang decided to frighten Yunzi's wool to his heart's content. Jing Yunzi is that mysterious and powerful clone, there are definitely many good things. In addition, the eternal warriors of the entire Shocking Cloud Alliance are all excellent settlers of the infinite. It would be great if the entire Shocking Cloud Alliance could be brought under his command. Su Lang knew that Jing Yunzi would not let this happen. Can only say, do your best. Su Lang silently made a decision in his heart, and immediately looked at another piece of information. Three ancient powers, mastering the three treasures of the innate cosmic spheres of the endless cosmos, the magnanimous cosmic bead, the cosmic bead and the chaotic cosmic bead. These three treasures can stabilize the large natural universe, suppress the universe, and even heal the natural universe eroded by the universe. It's just that the three ancient forces are not in harmony with each other, each has its own defenses, and it is difficult to truly unite together, and it is impossible to entrust the three treasures to the hands of one person. The three ancient forces want to preserve their ruling territory, but it is difficult to truly unite together. That's why I was taken advantage of, and gradually formed a faction against them, that is, those who seek detachment. At present, the world of great controversy is coming. If the three major forces still cannot truly unite and suppress the war, then the entire Lingshu fragmented realm is likely to be beaten completely, forming a vast universe of White Realm. The rifts formed in the universe White Realm in the rest of the world, such as the rift between the Yilong universe and Dudu universe, will also deteriorate drastically. At that time, the endless universe is likely to be torn into countless parts, and then linger for a while, and finally completely dying out under the power of the universal white world. The three ancient powers, the Holy Demon Cult, the Ming's secret universe, and the Dragon Territory, what choices will they make? Su Lang thought in his heart, planning to find an opportunity to explore the situation of the three ancient forces. His attention was attracted by Jing Yunzi's other thoughts, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Emperor Yanling Zhou, Shang Juku, is this guy not dead? It shouldn't be. Yutian sword and perfect plunder work at the same time. And Shang Juku's backhands will not work. How could he not die? Shang Juku is definitely dead, but Jing Yunzi's speculation is correct. This Yanling Zhou Emperor and Shang Juku are extremely closely related. Su Lang touched his chin, thinking in his heart, look for a chance to see what this guy is. The major exercises you want have been burned. Jing Yunzi smiled gently and handed the jade slip to Su Lang. Chapter 2856, Taihong Boundless Sutra. A smile appeared on Su Lang's face, and he reached out to take Yu Jian over. This exercise is called Taihong Kangmang Sutra. It's the best practice major I have. Even what I am practicing now is this exercise. Jing Yunzi smiled and introduced, Dao friends look first. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me at any time. Leader Jingyan really has seen the most generous Taoist friend in this next life. Su Lang laughed and admired, but a sneer flashed in his heart. Tai Jingyan is generous and generous. But he has his own purpose, and he is the kind of unwholesome kind. Fellow Taoist praised it. Look, look, Jing Yunzi shook his head and said, pointing to the jade slip. Su Lang nodded slightly and looked at the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip is a very precious treasure, enough to perfectly carry the information of eternal level exercises. Under Jing Yunzi's gaze, Su Lang probed into the jade slip with his spiritual thoughts, and suddenly saw the profound meaning of a huge amount of exercises. At first glance, it was more than one level better than Gujun Zhou's major practice. Su Lang showed surprise in his eyes, and a brighter smile appeared on his face. How is it? There was a smile on Jing Yunzi's face. Okay, very good. Su Lang couldn't help but nodded, looking so excited, almost eager to start cultivation on the spot. Friends are satisfied, I am also happy. Jing Yunzi smiled happily and nodded, the Taoist will understand for a while. If you have any questions, you can directly contact me, or you can contact me by sending a jade card. Su Lang pretended to be addicted to the jade slips, and nodded in disbelief. The smile on Jing Yunzi's face became more brilliant. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the group of 8 Eternal Realm martial artists and said, Dear fellow Taoists, you will stay with Taoist Su Lang in the future and behave well. The eternal warriors of the 8 universes saw that they had succeeded in becoming Su Lang's subordinates, and they were immediately happy. Friend Su Lang, let's say goodbye. Jing Yunzi bowed his hand to Su Lang and disappeared directly after receiving Su Lang's response. Only Su Lang and a group of eternal martial artists were left in place. All 8 Eternity had originally thought that Su Lang would definitely be there for a long time to comprehend the exercises, and they were all prepared to wait for a long time. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and put away the jade slip. Although the eternal warriors of the 8 universes were surprised, they immediately surrounded them and gave a deep salute to Su Lang. Everyone spoke in unison, and the momentum was huge, and Su Lang was able to support the battle. Everyone, exempt the ceremony. Since you wait to come to my hand, Then do your duty and I will not let you down. Su Lang looked around at everyone and nodded in satisfaction. There are a total of 24 eternal martial artists of the 8 universes, all of whom are at the intermediate level or above. Placed in remote areas such as Dudu, it is enough to become the master of a high-level universe. At the time, the domain master of the Dudu universe, that is, the ancestor of Shu Ning, Do Shuzhou, was a warrior of the middle and upper levels of the 8S. It is a pity that he has long been made into an incarnation by Emperor Gujun Zhou. With the death of Ji Yujun, he also fell completely. Thank you, sir. I'll wait for adults to avoid hot water, to be born to death, to put their brains on the ground, and to kill them. The eternal warriors of the 8 universes were naturally impassioned, and they all wished to be crushed by Su Lang. Everyone is serious. Follow me, safety first, and the rest are in the back. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. If it is a strong enemy that I can't deal with, I will definitely not let you go up and die. These words came out. Everyone was immediately moved. Under normal circumstances, in the eyes of the eternal power of the 9 universes, the eternal realm of the 8 universes is very weak and is a tool that can be used at will. But here in Su Lang, they felt a different place, which gave them a lot of goodwill from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone looked solemn and saluted Su Lang deeply again. Chapter 2857, Fragment Repair, Looking for Clues. These pills are for you to use first. When I am not busy, I will teach you the exercises. Su Lang smiled, and 24 pills flew out between the waves, accurately falling into the hands of every 8 eternal realm martial artist. These elixirs have just emerged. Suddenly a large number of Taoist rhymes arose, forming all kinds of strange Taoist anomalies. However, a group of eternal martial artists of the 8 eternity realm directly showed stunned, unbelievable expressions. This is an eternal pill of perfect quality. Hey, the key level of this pill is definitely the top level in the 8 eternal eternity, but I am too ignorant, I don't know what effect this pill has. I'm a little bit shallow about the pill. This is an elixir that can help us accelerate the splitting of the crystal wall universe, and has assisted in perfecting the crystal wall universe. It turned out to be the most cherished pill in this eternal state. It's incredible. Master Su Lang is simply too grand. I met a good senior this time. The adults are so kind to me, I must always follow the adults and repay the kindness all the time. Stormy waves rose in the hearts of eternal warriors, and all kinds of thoughts surged into immortality. I sincerely admire Su Lang. Junior Xie Salong, Senior Kindness. Master Su Lang, if you have anything, please tell the little girl to your heart's content. One by one, the eternal martial artists of the 8 eternity realm congratulated them with excitement, wishing to run over and hug Su Lang's lap. Wealth touches people's hearts, and money makes ghosts grind. And better prospects are more attractive. This large sum of wealth was smashed down, revealing the supreme welfare, and immediately more than 20 eternal warriors of the 8 universes were enough for one use. But Su Lang was not satisfied with this. What he needs is the most loyal subordinate. Therefore, these 24 people need to be carefully screened to see if there are any nails inserted by others. But this matter has to be ranked behind. What Su Lang is most concerned about right now is to major in exercises. Everyone, get up first. Many of you are stuck at the bottleneck. I hope you can enter the 9 universe level as soon as possible. Su Lang hovered in the void, with his hands behind his back, and said lightly. The juniors have insufficient concentration, making seniors laugh. Let's practice hard. Senior, let's retire first. If you have any instructions, call us directly. All the 8 eternal warriors knew that Su Lang had his own things to do, so they retired very sensibly. But they did not go far. Instead, he just stopped not far away, put his portable cave mansion away, and began to swallow pill cultivation. As for Su Lang's side, then he returned directly to the practice dojo. Sitting in the endless cosmic energy, Su Lang stretched out comfortably, and then took out the jade slip. Su Lang glanced roughly at the exercises in the jade slip. The profoundness of the exercises and the powerful effects after cultivation are indeed the only things he has seen in his life. At first glance, the content of the exercises does not have any problems, almost approaching the perfect level of the original exercises. Su Lang would not pin his safety on Jing Yunzi's kindness. Especially after knowing that Jing Yunzi had a ghost in her heart, she didn't dare to trust him. Therefore, the Taihong Kangmang Sutra should be practiced, but we must carefully check to eliminate all hidden dangers. This matter is very difficult for others. Who is Jing Yunzi, one of the 4 avatar chess pieces of the super behind-the-scenes boss? If he does tricks, the method is mysterious, and it is by no means an ordinary 9-level master can see through. But for Su Lang, this matter is very simple. All the problems can be solved perfectly by using the fragment repair function. Start the fragment repair function. Su Lang used his spiritual thoughts to lock a section of the profound meaning of the exercises and activated the system functions. Ding! The Taihong Boundless Sutra has been repaired. Along with the appearance of the system prompt, a Gong La Original appeared in the storage space. Su Lang took it out, probed it with his spiritual mind, and compared it with the content of the exercises recorded by Jingyunzi. He found a slight difference. Chapter 2858, Change Major Exercises. Jing Yunzi really did tricks. Su Lang's eyes condensed, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He carefully compared the 2 exercises and conducted a rough insight, but he could not find any hidden dangers in a short period of time. If it is so easy to discover hidden dangers, then Jing Yunzi won't have to be confused. The technique for repairing fragments is definitely not a problem, so I will practice the original technique in the future. But just in case, it's better to confirm it several times. Su Lang thought in his heart, and then very carefully selected dozens of profound meanings from the jade slips of the exercises, and repaired them with the fragments of the exercises. The dozens of original exercises obtained as a result are exactly the same as the original one. Su Lang completely affirmed that the exercises after the restoration were perfect and could be practiced with confidence. The technique is okay. Su Lang's expression relaxed, and he ordered, "System, change the main practice method to Taihong Kangmang Sutra, for me." Ding! Taihong Kangmang Sutra was placed successfully. The one-key cultivation villain gave a slight pause, and immediately began to practice at a faster speed. This technique is really extraordinary. Su Lang's eyes were filled with joy. As expected, he is the master of the mysterious and powerful technique behind the scenes. This, Taihong Kangmang Sutra, is dozens of times better than Wuliang Liu Juntian Chaos Sutra, and it is already another level of major practice. The magnification of the one-key practice function has also invisibly increased dozens of times again, which is equivalent to more than 10 consecutive levels. Jing Yunzi's wool is really fragrant. Su Lang looked at the cosmic energy that was used wildly around him and was almost torn apart, and a satisfied smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. He has already made a decision and continues to alarm Yunzi's wool. Anyway, Jing Yunzi won't turn his face before the outbreak of the battle. As long as it is not particularly excessive, Jing Yunzi will definitely be satisfied. As for the security issue, let alone worry about it. It just so happens that the Shocking Cloud Alliance can be used to avoid the wind and waves outside and prepare for the big battle. During this period, both the accumulation of strength and the collection of intelligence are very important. Su Lang's attention shifted to the surrounding energy gathering formation. With a thought, he used the one-key formation function to upgrade the surrounding energy formation. Otherwise, this formation will be somewhat insufficient. The formation is barely enough now. But in order to be more secure, let's add a self-regenerating formation. Su Lang murmured a few words, and immediately applied the self-evolving function to the spirit-gathering array, allowing the array to evolve to a higher level. Anyway, there are already a lot of materials synthesized and transformed with land, and there is no problem in supporting the self-regeneration of an energy-concentrating array. Su Lang sat on the ground and continued to cultivate. By the way, work with the clones to transform useless planets and continents into eternal-level materials. Hongyu Universe, Changye Mountains, in the Black Courtyard. Tai Jingyan, who had left Su Lang, was sitting opposite to Master Yu Jing. A pair of tea sets was placed in front of the two of them, the water mist in the cups, and the rime of Taoism flowed. Su Lang's tea is really good. I don't know how he was nurtured. Master Yu Jing took a sip from his teacup, enjoying the deliciousness of the tea, very intoxicated. You are the first to be created and the most experienced of the 4 of us. Even you can't understand the origin of this eternal grade spirit tea, then Su Lang is a person with a secret. Jing Yunzi looked at the teacup in front of him. Unfortunately, my general cause can only see his general origin, and I don't know the rest. There is nothing wrong with the origin. The rest, don't care about it. I have seen too many people with secrets in my life, but the ending is nothing more than living with the universe and dying with the universe. Su Lang is very extraordinary, but no matter how extraordinary, he is just a censored without knowing his own situation, and a tool that is about to be sacrificed. Master Yu Jing looked a little indifferent, and said with some vicissitudes of life. Chapter 2859, that must be foolproof. Our plan is bound to succeed. At that time, I will wait for unity, return to the deity, and detachment. Jing Yunzi said lightly, and Su Lang is just a tool, a chess piece, and he is at the mercy of others without knowing it. Su Lang, what did you do? Master Yu Jing took another sip of tea and asked indifferently. Of course it is to nurture him as much as possible, and take some insurance by the way. It just so happened that he asked me for a better major practice today, so I gave him the major practice I practiced myself. Jing Yunzi picked up the teacup and smiled. What the deity gave to Su Lang is what I gave to Su Lang. That must be foolproof. Master Yu Jing also smiled. Using the deity's means, it is impossible for Su Lang to find out. By the time he can find out, it will be too late. However, this backhand shouldn't be used. Jing Yunzi nodded, and then said again, Su Lang is a little bit mysterious, but his combat power can't be as good as mine. That's best. Master Yu Jing drank tea and said, I will leave for the Holy Demon sect in a while. Are you sure it's the Holy Demon cult? Jing Yunzi asked. It seems that I guessed right. The connections I have established have the greatest impact on the sacred demon sect. Master Yu Jing nodded. Moreover, the position of the Holy Demon cult has been somewhat unstable, so I have to try the Holy Demon cult first. Say it's a try. Actually, you have a lot of confidence, right? Jing Yunzi smiled. That's how you are. Even if you are 100% sure, you won't speak in a positive tone. I'm just more stable. Master Yu Jing sighed. In the battle that Lingshu fragmented domain first formed, the deity is a lesson from the past. Jing Yunzi's expression sank slightly. Now the three ancient forces have no more followers. Be cautious. Master Yu Jing stood up and drank the tea. Then, I wish you every success. Seeing this, Jing Yunzi also stood up and drank the tea. His figure gradually faded away. If you haven't finished drinking, you can't waste it. Master Yu Jing picked up the teapot on the table and collected the entire yard into the inner world, and immediately took a step forward, crossing the universe in time and space. While the undercurrent is surging, Su Lang kept accumulating cultivation skills and transforming materials. Finally, the layout and self-development materials of the desperate eternal prison array were all collected. You keep working. Su Lang gave orders to the clones. On the other hand, he used the one-thought array function to lay out the basic array of the desperate universe. Because after slaying Ji Yu Jun and others, he obtained a large number of the three classics of the pill array and read them. Therefore, the desperate eternal prison array setup this time is more complete, and the power is more powerful. After refining the formation, Su Lang activated the self-regeneration function of the formation method, allowing the new desperate eternal prison formation to further evolve. Finally, I'm almost busy. Now cultivation, martial arts, alchemy, formations, and material transformation are all fully automatic. You don't need to worry about anything. That's great. Su Lang let out a sigh of relief and immediately stood up. He still has one thing left to deal with. That is to see why Shangjuku, which should have completely fallen, still appeared. Shangjuku, this person, must be completely erased. The matter of revenge, can it not be overnight? In addition, Jing Yunzi is very clear about the identity of Shangjuku, but he kept his income from Jingyan Alliance and kept it from me. This is to cultivate the 9 songs of Shang, fortunately, to fight me to death in the world of great controversy, to strengthen the overall intensity of the war. Hehe, Jing Yunzi, you can calculate this and that, I will let you eat an appetizer today. Su Lang smiled coldly in his heart, then unfolded the power of time and space, and crossed the barriers of the universe into the rainbow. The period during which the material was previously transformed. The treasure-hunting flying gliders are not idle. They are all over Hongyu and Jizhou, monitoring all movements. Those newcomers who had just joined the Shocking Cloud Alliance, their whereabouts all fell into the eyes of the treasure-hunting flying gliders. This of course also includes the Shangjuku. Chapter 2860, Who Do You Want to Die? It was at the time of Su Lang's action. Somewhere in Hongyu, in a sea of cosmic energy, a luxurious palace stands on the clear sea bottom. Shangjuku, who just settled here, took out the origin of the universe and prepared to practice. When he left the Tianchu universe, he searched for the cultivation resources as much as possible. He even slaughtered a lot of universes, condensing eternal blood pills, used to reverse the origin and core origin of the universe. As long as the existing universe originates from the core origins, it will refining those murderous condensing things. It's settled now. Then Su Lang never thought that I had already entered this shocking cloud alliance. Furthermore, Jing Yunzi didn't see through my disguise. Even if he saw me by accident, he would never see it. What's more, in his eyes, I should be completely dead. HMPH, Su Lang, wait, I must let you die. Shangjuku first breathed a long sigh of relief, then showed hatred and cruel expression, clenched his fists and vowed that his revenge would be revenge. A wave of time and space suddenly appeared in this ocean. Who? The place I chose is very ordinary. Why would anyone come here? Could it just pass by? Shangjuku frowned, and immediately unfolded his mind to look at the place where the time and space fluctuations were coming from. Who do you want to die? A hand was placed on his shoulder. Shangjuku. Shangjuku thunderously thundered, his body tightened and his hair was about to stand upside down. Endless panic and unbelievable arose in his heart, because even if he doesn't look back, he can see clearly the appearance of the coming person with his spiritual thoughts. Su Lang, surprisingly. How? How could it happen? How could he find me? Impossible, this is impossible. Jing Yunzi didn't even notice my disguise. Shangjuku screamed hysterically in his heart, his pupils shrunk like mung bean eyes, and they were still trembling constantly. He was really frightened. It turns out that this is the case. This is not a resurrection at all. Shangjuku is deceiving himself and others. Su Lang turned to the front of Shangjuku, who didn't dare to move, and said playfully. He has seen through the details of the Shangjuku in front of him. Because the name on the opponent's property panel is another person, Su Lang immediately understood that this so-called resurrection was just that this person had a complete memory of Shangjuku. The real Shangjuku had been beheaded by Yudian sword. Senior Su Lang. Junior is a victim. It was Shangjuku that made me like this. Please forgive me, I am willing to be a bull and a horse for you, let me spur you. Shangjuku swallowed in horror, and said tremblingly. I don't want to spur you. Su Lang sneered, besides, didn't you still want to take revenge before, how come you have become a victim now? Shangjuku was even more frightened. He realized that Su Lang could see through his thoughts. It should be known that his disguise is also very clever in the eternal territory of 9 universes. But even so, it was easily seen through by Su Lang, which was really horrifying. Late. The younger generation is affected by those memories. Don't you have a deep hatred with Shangjuku? You can treat me as Shangjuku and stay by your side as an object of venting your anger. Shangjuku shivered and knelt on the ground. Just beg your mercy, don't kill me. This cowardly move is completely different from what a senior 9-universe powerhouse should do. Because the true spirit of the Shangjuku was originally a weak one. Take you as an object of venting. Do you think I would be so boring? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled disdainfully. No, please, spare the little ones. The little one is just a badass, please let me go. The Shangjuku is extremely stern and pleading, humble like a dog with a broken waist. Now I won't kill you. Su Lang smiled playfully at the corner of his mouth. I also want to take you to see Jing Yunzi, and then it will be up to you to behave. Chapter 2861, Unbelievable Shocking Yunzi. Yes. Shangjuku didn't know what he should do, but he had no choice but to agree first in fear. Let's go, self-righteous guy. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately carried Shangjuku like a goose, stepping into the ripples of time and space. Jing Yunzi is processing a large amount of information recently received from various channels to ensure that its plans will not be affected. 9 high-level cosmic domains in the East 37th latitude, 4 eternal martial artists of the 9 cosmos, have joined the Zhengjun Gate. Haha, this is really good news. Now the 9 eternal martial artists in the Lingshu universe are basically in line. It's just that, whether it's joining me Jingyan Alliance, Xuanyu Alliance or Kangjunman, it's all on my side. At present, there are no unknown variables in the entire Lingshu fragmented domain. There is only the 3 ancient forces, which needs to be further explored. But the Master Yujing is here, and the sacred demon cult will almost certainly be able to change its position. After reading the information, Jing Yunzi showed a smile on his face. There was Master Yujing from the Holy Demon Cult, and his Jingyan Alliance could completely enter the state of full-speed development. It is to cultivate the strong in the alliance, make them stronger and more useful. Like Shangjuku and Su Lang, people with deep hatred of blood are a better choice. It's time to find Shangjuku and help him return to the Nine Eternal Realm. Jing Yunzi thought so, stood up, and planned to go out. He was suddenly taken aback. Because of the transmission of Yupai Su Lang's information. Jingyan Taoist friend, in the League of Sha, I found a man with a ghost in his heart. Unfortunately, he is also one of Sha's enemies. Therefore, I would like to invite fellow Taoists to show up and discuss how to deal with it. Above, the entire content of the information is communicated in a timely manner. A man with ghosts in his heart, and it's Su Lang's enemy. Could it be that Su Lang found the successor left by Shangjuku? How is it possible? I just gave him a major in the exercises for a while. In such a short period of time, how could he find Shangjuku who just joined the alliance? Then, his so-called enemy should be the rest, right, it must be so. After reading the message, Jing Yunzi's expression froze, and a lot of shocked thoughts emerged in his mind. Immediately after his analysis, he felt that the enemy Su Lang found should not be Shangjuku, but the rest. I want to see who else Su Lang has feuded with. Jing Yunzi touched his chin, and immediately replied with the jade plate of transmission, Dao fellow Su Lang, I happen to be okay here. See you in the conference hall of the Alliance. Send message. He went directly to the chamber of the League. After waiting for a while in the chamber, there was a ripple of time and space. Should it be some ordinary eternal warrior of the 8 universes? Jing Yunzi looked at the ripples in time and space, and several thoughts flashed in his mind. The appearance of 2 figures directly shocked Jing Yunzi's heart. The people here are Su Lang and Shangjuku. The appearance of Shangjuku was completely beyond Jing Yunzi's expectation. Shangjuku, how could it be Shangjuku? Jing Yunzi couldn't believe it, some couldn't accept it. After some analysis, he has completely ruled out the possibility that Su Lang would discover Shangjuku. However, the truth is like a slap in his face. The person Su Lang brought was Shangjuku. How could this be? How did Su Lang know that Shangjuku had entered the Jingyan alliance? How did he see through the disguise of this Shangjuku? The real Shangjuku has completely fallen, and I only confirmed his identity by seeing this person's life history through the eyes of Tongyan. What about Su Lang? How can he see through the disguise of Shangjuku, lock the position of Shangjuku, and catch it directly? Shocking storms seemed to rise in Jing Yunzi's brain. Chapter 2862, Kill right here. He thought he had a very thorough view, nothing more than a super genius who grew up in a remote area. The talent is strong and unparalleled in the world. However, the heels are just like that, there is no strong background and backing. In Jing Yunzi's heart, Su Lang's image was clouded with mist. He felt that Su Lang was a little out of his control. Jingyan leader, Su Lang pushed the Shangjuku forward. This person is my enemy, and he is also a man with ghosts in his heart. Spare. Senior Su Lang is forgiving, Senior Jingyan is forgiving. The 2 battles of the Shangjuku show a sorrowful expression, as though a mouse being stared at by a cat in horror. Is this person the enemy of fellow Taoist? Jing Yunzi pretended not to know anything. I wonder what deep hatred he and fellow Taoists have. Actually, he is one of the successors left by Shangjuku. Shangjuku is dead, he is censored for revenge. Unexpectedly, this person's disguise is quite good, but the leader didn't even notice it. Su Lang sneered in his heart when Jing Yunzi started acting. He explained it indifferently on the surface, and finally expressed his doubts, alluding to Yunzi's failure. It's my mistake. Jing Yunzi's expression remained unchanged and said, I didn't expect him to be related to Shangjuku, otherwise I would never let him enter the league. With perfect control of his expression, Jing Yunzi's heart felt uncomfortable. In his eyes, Su Lang is a pawn, an excellent pawn, and an object that must be cleaned up in the end. On the surface, he and Su Lang are in the same group, but in fact they are on opposite sides. For the fake Shangjuku in front of me, Su Lang saw through his disguise, but he was surprised that Yunzi did not. Isn't this a judgment? It means he is shocked that Yunzi can't compare to Su Lang. Although in secret, Jing Yunzi also saw the clues of the Shangjuku, but on the surface it was impossible for him to say it, unless he was going to tear his face with Su Lang. No matter how uncomfortable Jing Yunzi was, she could only swallow this breath secretly. So that's the case, then I'm relieved. Su Lang listened to Jing Yunzi finished speaking, and said with a smile, now let me deal with this fake Shangjuku, how about it? Jing Yunzi said simply, Taoist Su Lang, please feel free. Then I must kill him. Su Lang laughed, this guy hates me to death, I can't keep him. Shangjuku was frightened suddenly. No, don't kill me, I'm still useful, please. But no one cares about him, no one even looks at him too much. This person should be killed. Friend Su Lang has the right idea. In addition, it was my negligence that caused him to enter the league. This person has a ghost in his heart, maybe he will make some moths. Now fellow Su Lang sees through his disguise and pulls it out. This is a great achievement for the entire alliance. Jing Yunzi said with a serious face, but he was quite unhappy in his heart. Because Shangjuku was trained by him to make trouble for Su Lang. Just now, I plan to find Shangjuku to help him upgrade to the eternal level of Jojo. But now, to personally agree to let Su Lang kill Shangjuku, the key is to praise a few words against his will. Otherwise, it will conflict with his previous enthusiasm and personality, which may make people suspicious. It's great to have a leader. I will kill him to death, and I will never leave behind any other kind. Su Lang smiled brightly, by the way, it would be troublesome to bring this person back, so let's kill it here. Jing Yunzi's heart was stagnant, but on the surface he smiled and nodded. Su Lang not only wanted to kill Shangjuku, but also in front of him, which made him really uncomfortable. But he must act well. Su Lang must not be allowed to know that Shangjuku was deliberately put into the alliance, and he must not be allowed to guess his intentions. Then I will do it. Su Lang turned his head to look at Shangjuku, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2863, It must be very appetizing to Yunzi. Jing Yunzi sighed slightly aggrieved in his heart, and laughed loudly. Senior Su Lang, Master Su Lang, the villain is also a victim. Senior, the villain knows many exercises and classics of Shangjuku, I am useful, don't kill me. Please, I can be your dog, I will bite whoever you let me bite. Shangjuku wailed and begged for mercy, humble like a dog about to be slaughtered. Su Lang did not feel pity because of his miserable begging for mercy. Because this fake Shangjuku's mind is filled with all the memories of Shangjuku. The resurrection was also affected by the methods used by the deity of Shangjuku. Regarding Su Lang's murderous vengeance, this guy will never forget. Even if it is temporarily suppressed in order to survive, there will still be a great possibility of secretly turning back in the future. Su Lang looked at the fake Shangjuku faintly begging for mercy, and pointed his hands together to form a sword, condensing a burst of sword energy. The Shangjuku screamed desperately, and then flashed with the sword light, and stopped abruptly. The system prompt sounded, and a large number of trophies entered Su Lang's storage space, making his reserves a little more abundant. Lord, look, how did you handle it? Su Lang pointed at the corpse on the ground and asked with a smile. Good kill. Jing Yunzi nodded his head heavily, and immediately stood up. Now that this disaster is also aside, I still have important things on my side. Although he was still tensed, he felt angry when he looked at Su Lang, so he didn't plan to stay any longer. Leader is busy with something, I will go back by myself, no need to send it. Su Lang showed a daze, smiled and put the corpse away before disappearing. You still want me to send you off? Jing Yunzi gritted his teeth again, but his complexion remained the same, and he was still tense. He turned around and walked into the ripples of time and space, shuttled to his private cave, his face instantly darkened. Damn chess piece, even if you were unintentional, I will remember you. At that time I will definitely let you die miserably miserable. Jing Yunzi took 2 deep breaths and slowly calmed the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. This appetizer must suit Yunzi's appetite. Su Lang's figure appeared in the practice dojo, with a smooth smile at the corner of his mouth. And the reason why I said it was an appetizer this time. It is because Su Lang has only started to cook dinner now. The entire Jingyan alliance was actually Tai Jingyan, or the mysterious power behind him that was established to sacrifice chess pieces. Those eternal warriors in the Jingyan alliance can completely gather a wave. My reputation is in the Shocking Cloud alliance, it's the kind of thunderous. It is a very simple matter to ask for contact and friendship with members of the alliance. After getting familiar with them, their defenses become weaker, and I can use Jingguashuiyu, pill medicine and other methods to gradually gather them. Su Lang thought in his heart, and quickly made a relatively simple plan. But now there is a question before him. That is the question of standing in line. In a world of great controversy, no one can be alone. Which camp you should stand in requires careful consideration. The current big camp of the endless universe is the camp of the three ancient forces. Then they gathered in the Lingshu fragmented realm, hoping to use the pages of immortality and tearing the natural universe to form a universal white realm to complete the detachment. According to Jingyunzi, or the deity of Jingyunzi and the other four people, the predictions made after countless years of experimentation and demonstration. In a large enough universe, the eternal realm of super high-intensity battles at multiple points and multiple places will cause the white realm to collapse and form a white realm vortex. And the whirlpool of the white world will attract more pages of immortality, among which it is very likely that there will be blank pages of immortality. This plan of Jingyunzi's deity presupposes a sufficiently large universe-wide world. This means that the Lingshu fragmented domain will greatly expand, and the entire endless universe will gradually collapse, and will eventually be swallowed by the universe-wide realm. Chapter 2864. Su Lang's plan is prepared with both hands. The natural universe, as well as countless intelligent creatures, will usher in the end. Su Lang is not a good person, but he doesn't want to see this scene. However, he is also very interested in the blank pages of immortality. Although he chose to open up a path of surpassing providing the way by force, that no one has ever walked through, there is no need to use a blank page of eternal life. But for this mysterious thing, it is necessary to have the clearest and complete understanding. The general immortal page is formed from the use of the blank immortal page. What about the blank page of immortality? How come? Appeared out of thin air? It must be impossible. Therefore, Su Lang hopes to pick the fruit of victory from Jingyunzi's deity and get a blank page of immortality for research. However, in this way, the battle of great controversy must be carried out, and the endless universe is bound to be damaged. If you stand on the side of the three ancient forces, it doesn't matter that their purpose is to maintain their rule. If they win, it's a fact that they can preserve the endless universe, but it's also a fact that they won't get a blank page of eternal life for research. In addition, how can I join the three ancient forces? They are old and rotten, and they are very xenophobic. Even if I fully disclose Jingyunzi's plan to them, they may not easily believe it. The key point is that their combat power is also very good. They are big bosses who have lived for countless years. It's hard to impress. Finally, the sacred demon cult among the three ancient powers is somewhat unstable in its own position. It is difficult for the three major powers to truly unite, and the three major transformational universe beads cannot be collected, and they cannot prevent the deterioration of the Lingshu fragmented domain universe white realm. Su Lang kept thinking in his heart, frowning slightly. He loosened his brows and made a decision. Since it's hard to choose, then I won't choose, just make two-handed preparations. I will make arrangements for both camps, and finally make the final decision depending on the situation. A gleam of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. If you can achieve both, then it will be the best result. He starts to act. Su Lang's heart moved, all the clones put down their work and appeared in front of him. At present, the clone function has reached level 58, and the total number of clones has reached 174, all of which are true eternal levels of the 9 universes. This amount, it has reached several times the number of 9 eternal warriors of the Shocking Cloud Alliance. Su Lang ordered again in his heart. Part of the avatar in front of him and the twin avatars fused together to form a more powerful eternal martial artist of the 9 universes. Find me the 3 ancient powers. Su Lang waved his big hand, and the avatars of stars and clouds disappeared from the original place and were dispatched to the rest of the universe outside of countless natural universes. There was no movement in the whole process, and there was no sound. Except for Su Lang himself, no one knew about it. Su Lang gave another order in his heart. One avatar unfolds the avatar of 100 shadows, transforming one into 100, forming 100 avatars of the top level of the 8 universes. Su Lang sent the remaining clones to continue to work, then took out a jade card from the collection and joined the group chat. At this time, the information space of Jixin Yupai is relatively quiet, and there are few speakers. Are you interested in discussing Taoism with Su Mupanming? Su Lang's yellow message appeared in the collection space, instantly making the entire collection space completely quiet. It was like a stone dropped into a calm lake, causing a lot of waves. Senior Su Lang has spoken. Senior, this is looking for people to discuss the Tao and exchange ideas. Hey, if I could talk to Senior Su Lang, it would be an honor, but it's a pity that my strength is low. Me too, I'm afraid I won't be able to seize this opportunity. Each eternal warrior was very excited at first. But when they thought that Su Lang was a big boss who killed the 7 grade 9 celestial intermediate powers with 1 enemy and 7, they didn't have the confidence to talk to Su Lang. Chapter 2865, I agree with this matter with both hands. Sumu's Taoism doesn't require high levels of cultivation. As long as the power of the 9 universe eternal realm, you can come to me. Friends of the eternal realm of the 8 universes, if you have any questions, you can come to me to solve your doubts at any time. Those who come will never refuse. Rows of yellow messages representing Su Lang appeared in the collection space. All the eternal warriors suddenly cheered. Senior Su Lang never refuses to come. I guess it must be the power of the 9 universes first, and the eternal realm of the 8 universes has to wait a while, but even so this is a great opportunity. I have already accumulated a lot of questions in my heart. At the level of Senior Su Lang, I will definitely be able to build a house and solve my doubts. I must seize this opportunity. I'm going to talk to Senior Su Lang to exchange ideas. The eternal warriors cheered and decided to go to Su Lang to discuss the Tao. The 2 high-level powers of the 9 universes, as well as some intermediate-level powers of the 9 universes, also spoke in the collection space. Taoist Su Lang, I just happen to have some problems in Sha, and I hope I can exchange experience with Taoist friends. So is Li, I have a problem here that has bothered me for a long time, and I will come to find Taoist Su Lang to discuss the truth later. Ha 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 ha, so many people are looking for Taoist Su Lang to discuss the truth. It is better for Taoist Su Lang to directly hold an exchange meeting for the big guys to get together. These great powers of the 9 universe eternal realms spoke one after another, and the atmosphere of the conversation became more heated. This matter, I raise my hands in favor. The golden message representing Jing Yunzi also emerged, expressing support. In the private cave, Jing Yunzi looked at the Jixin Jade Medallion, his eyes flickered. He didn't know whether Su Lang had the purpose of gathering people's hearts in addition to discussing the Tao. But even if it did, Jing Yunzi would not stop it. Because in the final battle, facing the temptation of detachment, everyone will be enemies in the world, friendship. Human heart, there is basically no use for eggs. Su Lang, a great master, asked someone to discuss the Tao, and almost all came to him. This allowed many members of the alliance to be promoted. It happened to echo Jing Yunzi's desire to cultivate members of the alliance. Su Lang, you can help me improve the combat power of the members of the alliance. Jing Yunzi sneered, I will thank you very much, ha 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 ha. Jing Yunzi, if you haven't stopped it now, there will be no chance in the future. Su Lang smiled coldly when he saw Yunzi's words in the collection space. Su Lang is still very confident about his method of gathering people's hearts. Relying on 1 key alchemy refining equipment to refine arrays, 1 key empowerment and other functions. With the help of secret techniques such as stealing mystery volume, mirror flower water moon, Ming Guang Wanji, it is simply too easy to gather a warrior of the same level. As long as those eternal warriors tasted the sweetness and got on the boat, it would not be easy to get rid of Su Lang. There are more and more news in the collection space. But the rest of the eternal warriors heard the news and came in one after another to speak. Among them, the one who asked the most was when to look for Su Lang's Tao. I won't talk much here. Su Mo is waiting at the training dojo before Jizhou, everyone can come over at any time. After Su Lang sent the message, he put away the jade card of Jixin and began to make preparations for discussing the Tao. He didn't intend to go out with the deity himself, but to send a clone. After all, with so many people coming, he himself talked and exchanged one by one, how troublesome. It's much easier to talk about the Tao with a clone. After all, the clones also have perfect intelligence, and their key knowledge reserves are exactly the same as Su Lang himself. The clone that was sent out, it's better to use buying clone. The top clone of the 8 universes is already high enough. If you use the 9 universe level clone, it would be too high profile. In addition, it is best to establish a formation, separated into small rooms. Let the avatar expand the thought confidence space to form a 2-person world, and further isolate it. In this way, it will be difficult for them to infer how many clones I have. Su Lang pondered in his heart. After making a decision, he immediately began to arrange the formation. Chapter 2866, Arrange the formation, taste tea and talk about Taoism. The layout method is too simple for Su Lang. Every thought is full of formations. The formations are connected to each other and complement each other to form a shielding formation of the 9 eternal realm. The formation of this level, coupled with the thought space of the clones, is enough to ensure that those who come to discuss the Tao cannot see elsewhere. Just finished these. There was a wave of time and space fluctuations in the distance. It turns out that someone can't wait to come over. Hi, what kind of formation is this? Unexpectedly, it can quickly absorb the energy of the universe on such a large scale. I have been here before, and the previous formation is absolutely incomparable with the present. Now this is Senior Su Lang's cave mansion. These formations will definitely be arranged by him. It's great, I just dabble in the realm, this time I must ask Senior Su Lang for more advice. I don't know what Senior Su Lang did to collect so much cosmic energy, is it just to reverse the origin of the universe? Now Senior Su Lang must sense that we have come, let's go up. The Eternal Warriors were shocked by the great gathering of spirits arranged by Su Lang, sucking in cold air, and after some discussion and venting their horror, they flew forward. Everyone moved quickly. In a blink of an eye, he came to Su Lang's dojo. Junior Shi Ling, meet Senior Su Lang. Junior Xiao Xiaoyao, meet Senior Su Lang, younger generation. Those who came first were the ones who couldn't wait, and relatively speaking, their cultivation bases were slightly lower. Therefore, most of them call themselves juniors. This time I invite you to come and discuss the Tao, I hope you can gain something. Su Lang's approachable voice reached the ears of warriors. Now, please join us. Listening to Su Lang's gentle voice, some tense eternal warriors have relaxed a lot. They looked at the big formation ahead and found that the big formation was more than just a gathering of spirits. But to say what can be seen, most people's formation attainments have not yet reached this level. Only a few warriors who love the way of formations and have studied for a lifetime can see that it is a perception shielding formation. I'm talking about it. A warrior named Xianxia, who had just entered the realm of the 9 universes, flew into the big formation with a slight gesture. Enter the big array. There was a mist in front of him. He walked forward and found that a short table was placed in the surging mist, and a young man with a smile was already sitting behind him. Xianxia looked overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. He realized that Su Lang in front of him was only the top level of the 8 universes, and he immediately understood that this was a clone. Taoist Su Lang wants to talk about Taoism alone with many fellow Taoists, and he can only use the technique of avatar. Single quote. But this avatar technique is really powerful, it is actually the top level avatar of the 8 universes. Single quote. I don't know what level of the avatars of Taoist Su Lang and the other fellows are. Single quote. Xianxia thought with shock in his heart. He guessed that there must be more than one, and not a few. Because of the powerhouses at the same level as him, as well as the powerhouses stronger than him, many have not come yet. After they came, Su Lang would definitely not use a low-level clone to discuss the Tao, that would be rude, perhaps. Single quote. There can be dozens of avatars like fellow Su Lang. Single quote. This is amazing. Single quote. Xianxia thought this way, but never expected that as long as Su Lang was willing, he could create more than 17,000 such clones. Please sit down. Friend Xianxia. Su Lang, the clone, pointed to the futon in front of Xiaoji. Friend Su Lang actually knows his name. Xianxia was surprised, and immediately surprised, because he felt valued. He sat down on the futon before leaving. Of course I know. Su Lang smiled slightly. Do you not know that fellow Taoists are not unknown people? Xianxia smiled happily, and exclaimed, talking to Taoist Su Lang is really like a spring breeze. Not much else. Come on, taste tea, talk about Tao. Su Lang also smiled brilliantly, and between waving his hands, a pot of spirit tea appeared on the desktop. Chapter 2867. Everyone has a share. This spiritual tea is not as good as the one given to Master Yu Jing. But it is also made with one-click synthesis and enhanced functions, a unique eternal spirit tea. As soon as the spiritual tea came out, suddenly, there is a peculiar Taoist rhyme flowing, which is refreshing and clear. Good tea. Friend Taoist, this is the first time I have seen this tea in my next life. Xianxia looked at the xianxia in front of him in shock. He had never tasted this level of tea. Therefore, he suddenly aroused a trace of restraint. You needn't be polite, fellow Taoists. I have a lot of this tea, even if I drink it. In addition, I also have a pill for enlightenment. Wait later, if a fellow Taoist gains insight, he can take the pill at will, and take advantage of his epiphany to gain more insights. Su Lang smiled faintly, and put another box on the table, but the box couldn't hold the breath of the medicine. The box opened automatically, revealing a fist-sized, crystal-clear pill inside. The pure and incomparable pill breath suddenly rushed to his face. Shan Wei's pupils were slightly enlarged, and he swallowed involuntarily. The exercises of the eternal realm are extremely difficult to practice. Even those with superb understanding have spent countless hours to comprehend, and it is easy to get stuck somewhere and unable to make progress. But Su Lang's pill is specifically for enlightenment. Shan Wei can feel that if he can eat one, the countless questions accumulated in his heart will be solved. Why would Su Lang take out such a treasured pill so easily? Friends of Taoists do not need to worry too much. I have a lot of pills. Every fellow Taoist has a share. Su Lang saw Shan Wei's worries, and smiled faintly. The gift of this medicine to fellow Taoist is just for a good relationship. Shan Wei didn't seem to hear clearly the other words with Su Lang, and only noticed the 4 words, everyone has. Everyone. Everyone has. Single quote. The pill that is so cherished is of infinite value, and it can be met but not sought. Taoist Su Lang actually wants to give it to everyone who comes to discuss the Tao. Single quote. Hi, Taoist Su Lang, he is not only extremely powerful in his cultivation, but he is also a huge wealth in the 9 eternal realm. Single quote. The key is Su Lang Taoist fellow is generous and makes people hate that they have not met earlier. Single quote. Fortunately, I did not miss the opportunity to make friends with Su Lang Taoist friend. Shi Han was at a critical moment in his cultivation, and he failed to come. What a great loss. Single quote. Shan Wei's heart was filled with a lot of thoughts, so that the expression in his eyes was slightly distracted, as if he was unconscious. Friend Shan Wei. Su Lang smiled in his heart and sent out a serious reminder on his face. Sorry, fellow Taoist Su Lang, I think things are gone. Shan Wei recovered and smiled haha. Su Lang nodded slightly. Let's start discussing the Tao now. What topics do you want to discuss? It's better to discuss the topic of refining tools. The greatest interest in this next life is to refining tools. On the refining tool, I have a little bit of it. I plan to promote my weapon to the 9 eternal realm a long time ago. It's just that there are too many difficult and complicated questions. Today, I have troubled Taoists to help me figure out a solution. Shan Wei said very politely. In fact, he didn't deliberately want to talk about what he is best at. It was that he had seen Su Lang's clone, formation, and medicine, and he knew that Su Lang's secret techniques were endless and his combat power was terrifying. If he doesn't care about the topic of refining tools, he feels that he has nothing to grasp at all. He never expected. Refiner. This topic is good, and I happen to have some accomplishments on this subject. I only promoted my weapon to the intermediate level of the 9 universe eternal realm yesterday, and I can share some experience with fellow Taoists. Su Lang said with a smile, and then saw Shan Wei's expression stagnate in front of him. His lips twitched, it seemed that his tongue was knotted and he couldn't speak. 9 universe intermediate level weapon. Shan Wei was so shocked that he lost his voice, his face was full of unbelievable expressions. Chapter 2868. I'm ashamed of it if I haven't discussed it yet. An intermediate level weapon of the 9 universe eternal realm. This is an extremely rare weapon in the eternal level of the 9 universes. As everyone knows, many warriors at the intermediate level of the 9 universes are still using the weapons of the eternal realm of the 8 universes. Shan Wei possessed a weapon of the 9 universe eternal realm. Even if he had just entered the level, it was one of the few in the Shocking Cloud Alliance. Su Lang has just been promoted to an intermediate level weapon of the 9 universes. This not only highlights Su Lang's wealth once again, but also means that Su Lang has a more advanced refinement attainment than Shan Wei. Unfortunately, I still want to talk to Taoist Su Lang about the way of refining tools. Single quote. My attainments are nothing in front of Su Lang. Single quote. Su Lang is also the 9 eternal realm. Why is he so much better? Single quote. Fighting talents, secret techniques, formation tools, Dao Dan Dao. What else he can't do? Single quote. Shan Wei's heart is extremely complex, horrified, shocked, envious, inferior, and more of awe. Su Lang is far stronger than he thought. On Dao and Dao. Before it was discussed, he was ashamed of himself. Yes it is. 9 Universe Intermediate Level Weapon. This is it, the eternal weapon I use to manage the world in my body. Su Lang smiled faintly, stretched out his right hand and slowly opened it, and a mirror appeared on the palm of his hand, which was the Mirror of Reincarnation. The Mirror of Reincarnation, the Eternal Emperor of the 8 Universes. It has 15 enhancements, 3 enhancements and qualitative changes, and its combat power has reached the middle and upper levels of the 9 universes. At this time, as soon as the Mirror of Reincarnation came out, the extremely convergent but still an abyssal aura was suddenly filled with Xianxia's senses. Really an eternal emperor soldier at the intermediate level of the 9 universes. Single quote. The point is, this weapon is not for combat. Single quote. Will Taoist Su Lang give priority to upgrading these auxiliary weapons? No, he will definitely give priority to upgrading combat weapons. Single quote. Xianxia looked at the Mirror of Reincarnation, his entire face was full of amazement. This means that he has at least 2 Eternal Emperor soldiers of the 9 Universe Eternal Intermediate level. He couldn't help but shocked. A person owns 2 Eternal Emperor soldiers at the intermediate level of the 9 universes. This is something that only appears in his dream. But now, it really appeared in front of him. He can't imagine. Su Lang possesses 10 9 Universe Eternal Emperor soldiers. Among them, the 6 Eternal Emperor soldiers, including Yudian Sword, are the advanced level of the 9 universes. Su Lang would not show it either. After all, no matter how to show his muscles, he still had to keep his whole cards. Looking at the Mirror of Reincarnation in Su Lang's hand, Xianxia was speechless, as if a storm was stirring in his mind. He didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Su Lang broke the silent atmosphere. Look, soon, you must also try to promote the weapon again. Su Lang put away the Mirror of Reincarnation and smiled. Perhaps, my experience here will be useful to you. Xianxia suddenly woke up and said hurriedly, useful. Useful. Definitely useful. Senior Xie Salong. The slightly stiff and sluggish expression on his face turned into a smile and became vivid. Since it's not as good as Su Lang, then you have to admit it. Xianxia admitted, and quickly accepted this fact, and was very happy because he could get Su Lang's guidance right away. For a long time, he has been unmatched in terms of instrument and Dao. No one talks to him about Dao, let alone teaches him. Therefore, the speed at which his attainments of the instrumental path improves is extremely slow, and it may not be possible to improve a little in a million years. He saw the light of hope that quickly improved his refinement skills. How could he not be excited? Whether it's useful, you have to talk to know. Su Lang laughed. Furthermore, the Taoist's refinement skills are not weak. Who said I can't get anything from it? Senior is too modest. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Don't belittle yourself, come and drink tea. With a smile on his face, Su Lang poured himself a cup of tea and pushed the teapot to him. Chapter 2869, Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan. You're welcome. Xianxia poured a cup cautiously, held it in the palm of his hand, and immediately raised his own question. Next. That's the beginning of the discussion. In the refining device, in terms of the breadth of knowledge, Su Lang will surpass Xianxia, but in terms of depth, it is somewhat inferior. After all, Xianxia is the refiner who personally refined the 9 Eternal Emperor arms. The highest level of Su Lang's learning classics is the 8 Eternal Realm. But he learned a lot of refining knowledge. It can be considered that the foundation of the Eternal Realm of the 8 universes has been laid extremely solid, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the world is number 1. Xianxia first entered the realm of the 9 universe craftsmen, and most of his knowledge still belongs to the 8 universe level. So many of his problems actually arise because of the lack of knowledge in the tools and methods of the 8 universe eternal realm. These questions. For Xianxia, it was puzzling. But in Su Lang's hands, he could easily untie it within a few breaths. After answering 2 or 3 questions one after another, Xianxia already admired Su Lang's art and skill, and completely claimed to be a junior. Xianxia is just a microcosm of many people who come to discuss Taoism. Everyone who came to discuss the Tao, no matter what topic they were talking about, was convinced by Su Lang's profound knowledge. Within the large formation of the cultivation dojo, in each grid, the field theory is continuously carried out. All those who came to discuss the Tao gradually developed a deep admiration and affection for Su Lang. Even many people already have the heart to defect. And this wave of people talking about Taoism is only the first batch. One after another, many eternal warriors continued to come. Most of these later eternal warriors have a higher level of cultivation than the first batch. However, under Su Lang's various guidance, he was quickly convinced. Among them, there is no lack of Juzhou intermediate a level of power with Gujun, Shangjuku and others. However, these warriors Su Lang used avatars to receive them, until the two eternal high-level powers of the 9 universes came together. These two people were the two who sat next to Su Lang when Kaiyu Tianshan Jingyunzi was preaching. These two people, one is called Fang Gan and the other is called Le Zhengyan. They are also the only 9 universe high-level powers in the Shocking Cloud Alliance. Su Lang, who fought hard against the 7 people and killed them all, was also a high-level powerhouse in the 9 universes. But in the eyes of Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan, this is still open to question. They did not perceive the high-level aura of the 9 universes from Su Lang. In their endless years, they have never heard of Su Lang's name. And even at the intermediate level of the 9 universes, even 10 can't beat a high-level 9 universes powers. The two came to discuss the Tao. It was tentative. The two have come outside the practice dojo. This formation is very good. It is a united formation, which is jointly arranged with a large number of 8 eternal realms and 7 eternal realms. This arrangement method is more difficult than purely arranging the 9 universe eternal realm array. It seems that Su Lang is deliberately demonstrating his knowledge of the formation. It is indeed very good. I am not confident that he will be better than him. Fang Gan stared at the formation of the cultivation dojo and analyzed it carefully. His eyebrows were slender, his hair was loose, and he had an unruly temperament. Even you are not confident that you can be stronger than him. You are known as the number 1 person in the Shocking Cloud Alliance. Le Zhengyan was a little surprised. This Su Lang is really interesting. I don't have the ability. He dared to put down Heiko in the collection space, and he won't refuse anyone. Fang Gan smiled. Let's go, visit Taoist Su Lang and see how good he is. Walk around. It's been a long time since I was so interested. Le Zhengyan smiled and waved his sleeves forward. The two took a step forward and stopped before the formation. The formation suddenly opened automatically, revealing a handsome man who was Su Lang's deity. Two fellow Taoists, don't be unharmed. Su Lang looked at Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan with a relaxed expression and a smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 2870. On the secret technique of exercises. Good. For these two people. He pays more attention to it. After all, in the battle between Zhang Gujun and the other 7. His Xing Quan Yunhe clone used the Jade Fragment of Life, sacrificed his life, and burst out the high-level combat power of the 9 universes. If Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan can pull into their camp and station in the infinity, then there will be more combat power that can be increased. Very good, very good. Friend Su Lang, how has it been lately? Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan are also polite. Okay, everyone. Su Lang laughed, turned around and spread his right arm. Please, please. Friend Su Lang, please. Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan also made extended petitions, and the 3 of them entered the big formation together. The 3 of them came to a bamboo forest. In the verdant bamboo forest, there is a stone round table with 3 stone benches surrounding it. The breeze blows, the bamboo forest rustles, and the light and shadow sway along with it, which is quite artistic. It's the eternal class Qingfeng Enlightenment bamboo. Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan recognized the type of bamboo forest at a glance, and they were shocked. The dozens of plants in the middle are all 9 universe-level enlightened Qingfeng bamboos. Le Zhengyan looked around. His face was surprised. Dao fellow Su Lang, you are so accomplished in spiritual cultivation, incredible. Single quote. There are so many Qingfeng Enlightenment bamboos. Single quote. This is more effective than the general enlightenment pill. Single quote. Fang Gan didn't speak, but he looked around, stretched out his hand and touched the 9 universe-grade Qingfeng Enlightenment bamboo, secretly amazed. If you two are interested. Su Lang smiled and said, I can take a plant back later. This Qingfeng Enlightenment bamboo is of infinite value. Fang Gan said with a little playfulness, Dao friends are willing to give it to us. Some bamboos are not worth mentioning. Su Lang looked calm, pointed at the stone bench and said, sit down. The two nodded, sitting on the stone bench following Su Lang, the 3 of them formed a circle. Su Lang took out his spiritual tea again. The spiritual tea that I took out this time was of the same level as the one that was given to Yujing Master, but they were of different types, which would be of great benefit to the crystal wall universe of the eternal body. Fang Qian and Le Zhengyun's pupils shrank suddenly, and they faintly matched their eyes, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Spirit tea of this level. This is the first time they have seen it. Su Lang had already anticipated this, and smiled faintly in his heart. Even Master Yu Jing and Jing Yunzi have never drunk spiritual tea of this level, let alone Fang Gan and Le Zhengyan. Le Zhengyan said solemnly, such cherished spiritual tea, I can't make it. Fang Gan also nodded, Taoist Su Lang is really too polite. This is my way of hospitality. If friends come from afar, they must bring out the best treasures to entertain them. Su Lang looked serious, this is the spiritual tea that I cultivated by myself, you two must not refuse. Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan looked at each other again, turned their heads and nodded to Su Lang, and said in unison, then thank you fellow Taoists. I don't know if you two came to discuss the Tao. Su Lang opened the topic while pouring tea for himself, I don't know what to discuss. Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan smiled slightly. When they came, they had already figured out what they were going to talk about. On the secret technique of exercises. Fang Gan said while taking the teapot handed by Su Lang. Secret technique. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, okay. On the secret technique of Gongfa. Over the years, how many exercises he has practiced, it takes 10 million as a unit to measure. What level of exercises did he have not practiced, and what type of exercises did he have not practiced? Even the shame and shame exercises, if you have practiced it, don't know, you will lose 10,000 copies. When Fang Gan wanted to discuss the secret technique of the exercises, he kicked directly on the barbed iron plate with bare feet. Fang Gan didn't even know that Su Lang's strongest was the secret technique of the exercises. He thought that Su Lang had higher attainments on the left Tao, such as formation and alchemy. Since fellow Taoists should go down. Fang Qian smiled confidently, then, let's get started. Chapter 2871. This kid must be pretending. Su Lang nodded and smiled slightly. Sha is currently practicing a technique that can accelerate the perfection of the crystal wall universe. However, during the training process, I encountered a difficult point, so I asked Taoist fellow Su Lang for advice. As we all know, in order to complete the crystal wall cell world into a crystal wall universe, it must be filled with the origin of the universe. Fang Gan did not rush to explain his difficulties. He smiled and looked at Su Lang. He already has an answer to this difficult point. But it took a lot of time and hard work to realize it. The reason Fang Gan talked about this difficulty was to see if Su Lang could answer it. If it can't, then Su Lang is just a general in terms of cultivation techniques. If you can, just look at the time to comprehend the answer and how perfect the answer is. Su Lang touched his chin and made a thoughtful gesture. Le Zhengyan next to him was also lost in thought. He felt that this problem was very difficult, and for a while, he couldn't even find a clue. Fang Gan really has a problem. Single quote. Such a difficult topic, I don't know how many years it will take to solve it. Single quote. Su Lang sighed, although it's good, but even if it can be unlocked, it will definitely take a long time. Single quote. It seems that this topic has been discussed for thousands of years. Single quote. Le Zhengyan squinted at Fang Gan, and immediately prepared for a long-term discussion on the Tao. Fang Gan also had a leisurely look, holding a teacup and drinking lightly, without a trace of eagerness at all. Obviously, he also thought that Su Lang would not be able to solve this problem in a short time. This question of fellow Taoist Fang Gan. It can be easily solved with a very simple trick. Su Lang said faintly, and took a sip from his teacup. His movements were natural, like flowing water. Fang Gan, who was also drinking tea, suddenly stagnated. What? Single quote. He actually knows the answer to this difficult point. Single quote. No, I discovered this problem by accident. I asked many colleagues, but they didn't know it. Single quote. But Su Lang. He doesn't really know the answer, right? Single quote. A thick shock and suspicion rose in Fang Qian's heart, and after a pause, he continued half of the tea drinking action. He drank the tea, concealing his surprise, his expression gradually calmed down. On the side, Le Zhengyan looked slightly stunned, and his eyes fell on Su Lang's body involuntarily. He figured out a way so quickly. Single quote. It's impossible. For such a difficult problem, even if he is better than me, it is impossible to come up with a solution in such a short period of time. Single quote. This guy. Just kidding. Single quote. With horrified thoughts in Le Zhengyan's heart, his eyes fell on Fang Gan's face again to see what he did. Unexpectedly, Taoist Su Lang happened to have encountered this problem, and he also came up with a solution. Fang Gan laughed. Yes, in his opinion, Su Lang must have happened to have encountered this problem, and then happened to untie the answer. Otherwise, could it be that Su Lang immediately figured out a solution after hearing the problem? In his opinion, this is simply impossible. Fang Gan Taoist misunderstood. I also heard this question for the first time. Su Lang listened to Fang Gan's words and said with a smile, perhaps it's an analogy. With a flash of inspiration, he came up with the answer. Impossible. Single quote. This kid must be pretending. Single quote. Fang Qian thought decisively in his heart, and a trace of uncomfortable flashed in his heart. If you have solved this problem before, you will admit that it has been solved before. I have to say that the answer came up on the spot. What kind of pretense? He was calm on the surface, frowned slightly in his heart, and then sneered. What about the answer? Single quote. Whether you came up with the answer you came up with on the spot or the answer you came up with before, it still depends on the quality of the answer. Single quote. I have been studying for many years before I came up with the perfect answer. Let me see how far your answer can be. Single quote. Chapter 2872. Fang Gan, a shocked but unconvinced. Fang Qian thought coldly in his heart. On the surface he condemned the teacup lightly, and said with a smile. So that's it, Taoist Su Lang is truly peerless and intelligent. I don't know, what is Taoist's answer? As everyone knows, a small part of his thoughts has been seen by Su Lang silently and mysteriously. Friends of Taoism have a good reputation. The key to this question lies in the efficiency of the integration of the time avenue and the growth of the cell wall when the crystal wall cell world is transformed into the crystal wall universe. The specific difficulties and corresponding answers are divided into 17 pairs. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Now, I will talk about my own experience in detail. He didn't care about Fang Gan's sneer. As long as he told the perfect answer, Fang Gan couldn't laugh anymore. Then it will work. Fang Gan nodded and said solemnly. Le Zhengyan next to him also pricked his ears attentively. Then I will start now. These 17 pairs of difficulties and answers, the first one lies in the time and space of the crystal wall universe. Time and space are one of the basic rule avenues of the universe, and also the most advanced rule avenue. So the first difficulty is the integration of time avenues. Su Lang's expression was calm and confident, and the words in his mouth were not rushed or slow, and clearly organized, without any sloppy eyes. In other words, all dry goods. Single quote. Listen to Su Lang's explanation. At the beginning, Fang Gan still had some disdain in his heart. After waiting for Su Lang to finish speaking, he would point out Su Lang's shortcomings. Soon, all his thoughts were squeezed away by astonishment. Because Su Lang's explanation was even more detailed and perfect than the answers he himself had drawn over the years. Many of these details, after listening to Su Lang's explanation, he suddenly realized, like a divine enlightenment. After the consternation, it is endless horror and incredible. How can it be? Single quote. How could he have such a perfect answer? Single quote. He must have encountered these problems a long time ago. He must have been studying for longer than me. Single quote. This is the only explanation, and it also means that he can't be the answer he just came up with. Single quote. Fang Qian thought with horror, and then he felt uncomfortable. Because in his opinion, Su Lang is just pretending. This is already a real hammer. That's it. I didn't expect the answer to such a difficult question to be so simple and clever. Friend Su Lang is indeed very knowledgeable. Le Zhengyan whispered inaudibly, and immediately thought, I don't know if these answers are compared with Fang Gan's own understanding, who is stronger and who is weak. Single quote. He turned to look at Fang Gan. But seeing Fang Gan's face is already showing unconcealed surprise, occasionally a glimmer of surprise flashes in his eyes. Le Zhengyan already knew the answer. It seems that the answer given by Su Lang is more perfect than Fang Gan thought of himself. Single quote. If it's a temporary idea, as Su Lang himself said, then his understanding is terrible. Single quote. 10,000 steps back, even if Su Lang did not come up with the answer temporarily, but solved it before as Fang Gan said. Single quote. But the answers he gave, the main points of the explanation, are so perfect that people can't find any flaws. Single quote. Now, even Fang Gan is shocked by it, and he is shocked to judge him. Single quote. Le Zhengyan thought in his heart, his impression of Su Lang suddenly improved a lot. For this question, this is my answer. Su Lang smiled slightly. Perhaps there is something wrong, it's all about learning, and then I will invite fellow Taoist Fang Gan to speak. Talking about Tao and Tao is naturally arguing with each other. Fang Gan's own answer is not as good as Su Lang's, so how can he debate it? Friends of Taoism are too humble. The answer you gave is perfect. Thank you fellow Taoist for dispelling my doubts for many years. Fang Gan laughed, waved his hands and said, there is no need to debate this issue. Let's start the next topic. Chapter 2873. He is pretending, yes, pretending again. He thought to himself, fortunately, he didn't reveal that he had come up with the answer earlier. Rather, he was more humble, saying that he was trapped by difficulties, so please help Su Lang to solve his doubts. Otherwise, he will be even more embarrassed now. The next topic, I wanted to hear the views of fellow Taoist Fang Gan. Su Lang smiled slightly. If that's the case, let's the next topic. What are you going to discuss this time? Le Zhengyan laughed while drinking tea. I have benefited a lot from listening to the two talks, and now I can't wait to listen to the second scene. It's blunt, and there are still problems in the exercises that have not been resolved. After all, Fang Gan felt a little unhappy, and said with a smile, so I want to ask Taoist Su Lang to solve my doubts again. His previous question can be answered by himself, and this time, he intends to throw up a problem that he has not been able to solve for countless years. Fang Gan, fellow Taoist, let's talk about it first. Su Lang smiled faintly. I can't guarantee whether you can solve the puzzle. Then I will be brazen. Fang Gan nodded and said, during the battle in the Eternal Realm, it is very important to mobilize the power of the natural universe. A question about the power of the natural universe. Single quote. The Eternal Warrior repairs the crystal wall universe inside, and the power mobilization method of the natural universe outside. Single quote. So, this topic is on the same level as the previous one. Single quote. But because the Eternal Warrior majored in the crystal wall universe, his expertise in the power of the natural universe would basically be much weaker. Single quote. So, to some extent, these questions are more difficult. Single quote. Le Zhengyan thought on the side, his eyes turned back and forth between Fang Qian and Su Lang, watching the changes in their expressions. Seeing Fang Gan's expression seriously speaking, Su Lang listened solemnly, and the atmosphere of the discussion was not bad. Fang Gan finished speaking and started drinking tea. His theme is how to mobilize the most natural and cosmic forces at the least cost. Specifically, Fang Qian encountered hundreds of problems on this training theme. At this moment, Le Zhengyan was already shocked. Because he never expected Fang Gan to give so many questions. This may seem like a heartbreak, but in fact it already has a faint meaning of making things difficult. Le Zhengyan looked at Su Lang and found that he still looked relaxed, calm, and seemed to have no pressure at all. Le Zhengyan couldn't help being taken aback. Secretly, Su Lang, have all these problems been studied beforehand? Impossible. Fang Gan also had the same idea. With so many questions, he is still so indifferent. Single quote. Impossible, these questions are all I didn't want to understand. Single quote. In terms of difficulty, every question is stronger than the first one before, let alone the number 100 times greater. Single quote. Su Lang, himself is extremely young, and his cultivation time is definitely shorter than me. He can't study all of these issues. Single quote. He's pretending, yes, pretending again. Single quote. Fang Gan looked at Su Lang with a calm expression, his heart was very upset. Su Lang really played on the spot. The power of the natural universe discussed at this time. His attainments are also much higher than the average JoJo Eternal. The secret technique of the universe domain ruler, deduced by the source function of the exercise method, was created specifically to invoke the power of the natural universe. This secret technique is based on the essence of countless exercises practiced by Su Lang, fused together, sublimated and qualitatively changed, and finally came out. In the previous battle with 1 against 7, either Gujun Jodi, the creator of the secret of words, or Tongding Jodi, who specializes in the power of the natural universe, was overwhelmed by Su Lang's cosmic domain-dominating secret technique. Invisibly, Su Lang could see part of Fang Gan's thoughts by stealing mystery scrolls. For these problems, Fang Qian has been studying for countless years. At this time his attention was all on these issues. Most of the ideas that have emerged are also about these issues. Many of his research results over the years have been directly exposed under Su Lang's nose. Although Fang Qian did not solve these problems, he could also provide Su Lang with many research ideas and inspirations. Coupled with Su Lang's own profound knowledge in this area, it is even easier to come up with the answer. Chapter 2874. This has the answer. Su Lang was not prepared to ponder it slowly. Because he also has a super abnormal system function, that is, fragment repair. Some of the research results of Fang Gan's own research over the years are Gongfa fragments. Using system functions to repair them, you can get a complete copy of the exercises directly. And this exercise can basically solve all kinds of problems in its research direction. Even if not, then change some research results and continue to try to repair the fragments. Anyway, this function does not consume any cost at all, and unlimited repairs are possible. There are these ways. Su Lang naturally showed a confident smile. So many difficult problems, Su Lang, I'm going to see how many you can solve and how long it will take, ahaha. Single quote dot. While drinking tea, Fang Gan looked at Su Lang and laughed wildly in his heart. As for Su Lang, he propped his chin with his fists, thinking about life. But in fact, system, start the fragment repair function for me. Oh, this question is like this, the idea is good. Hey, this idea is okay, it can further enhance the speed of mobilization of the forces of the natural universe. Yes, not bad. After finishing the work, use the source function of the exercise technique to update the secret technique of Zero Domain Master. System, don't stop, continue to start the fragment repair, for me. Su Lang constantly activated the fragment repair function, while reading the new exercises in the storage space with his spiritual thoughts, and all kinds of thoughts were surging in his heart. Fang Gan was able to cultivate to the advanced level of the 9 universes, and his cultivation skills were still very impressive. Many of his special research ideas have brought a lot of inspiration to Su Lang. The most important thing is to make Su Lang's fragment repair function shine. Brand new exercises continue to appear in the storage space, and any one thrown out is a treasure of infinite value. A cup of tea time passed in a blink of an eye. It seems that Su Lang needs a lot of time to answer Fang Gan's questions. Single quote dot. Le Zhengyan looked at the brooding Su Lang, thinking in his heart, this time, I must think about it for many years. Single quote dot single quote. Ha 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 ha. Single quote dot single quote. Su Lang hasn't spoken up until now, so he's sure he hasn't delved into these issues before. Single quote dot single quote. Or, even if you have studied, it's definitely not as advanced as mine. This time I was able to win a round. Single quote dot single quote. However, if you want to pull back more, you can't give Su Lang too much time to get answers. Single quote dot single quote. I have to speak first and tell the results of the research. Su Lang will surely realize it by then, ashamed of it. Single quote dot. The haze in Fang Qian's heart was swept away, he became clear, and a smile appeared on his face. Su Lang, who was thinking about life, suddenly sat upright with joy, and directly jumped Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan off. What's there? Single quote dot single quote. Could it be that Su Lang has solved one of the problems? Single quote dot. Fang Gan looked at Su Lang with some suspicion, and suddenly felt a bit of a bad feeling in his heart. Le Zhengyan was also a little stunned. He thought that Su Lang would definitely have to think about it for many years, but as soon as his thoughts fell, Su Lang had results. Fang Gan narrowed his eyes to look at Su Lang. What's wrong? Of course there is an answer. Su Lang laughed. There is an answer. Fang Gan got Su Lang's definite answer, and he asked with difficulty. Su Lang smiled slightly. I do some research on the power of the natural universe. Fang Gan's heart was stagnant, and the corners of his mouth twitched indistinctly. Crystal Wall's cosmic direction has no shallow accomplishments, and the power of the natural universe also has advanced accomplishments, and the key is higher than him. How did you cultivate this? Father Su Lang, talk about it. Le Zhengyan heard some anxious voices. Which problem did you solve? Chapter 2875, hit the nail on the head, every word. Fang Gan also looked at Su Lang. He secretly said that it must be the easiest one. Although, he doesn't know which one is the easiest. Which one? Su Lang said with a look of astonishment, it's not one of them, it's all solved. Le Zhengyan couldn't help but squirted out the tea he had just drunk. You, what did you say? All untied, are you kidding me? Fang Gan said loudly, dumbfounded. Fortunately, he has finished drinking the tea, otherwise he would be scared, non-existent. The 101 problem, I have solved all of them. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly, which Taoist Fang Gan would like to hear from. The scene was silent. Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan stopped talking, and both became autistic. Since Su Lang dared to say that, he must have really solved all the problems. But that is hundreds of questions. Moreover, it was Fang Gan who didn't know how many years of painstaking research, but he hadn't overcome the super problem. Impossible, impossible, single quote. This is fake, if it's true, am I not a waste? Single quote. I have not solved the problem for hundreds of millions of years, and I have been solved by Su Lang's cup of tea. I don't believe it, I do not accept, single quote. Fang Gan sat on the stone bench, his body shook slightly, his hands holding the teacup clenched unconsciously, and his knuckles turned white. Hiss. Single quote. This Su Lang's perception is too scary. Single quote. How many years has he cultivated? He has such a profound knowledge in the power of the natural universe. Single quote. I'm compared with. Can't I be compared with that? Single quote. Le Zhengyan took a sigh of relief in his heart, and Su Lang was already completely discouraged. Fang Gan Taoist. Su Lang was half confused, and half a reminder voice came. I'm thinking. Which one should I listen to first? Fang hurriedly recovered. Now that I think about it, let's listen to the first one. Then I'm going to talk about it. Speaking of the first question, Su Lang nodded slightly, with a faint smile, began to explain the main points. Le Zhengyan ignored the horror and self-doubt, and quickly listened to it seriously. Fang Gan was extremely complicated in his heart, his eyes diverged slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Although unwilling to admit, unwilling to accept, but his body was very honest and began to listen carefully. The basic cultivation of the strong makes him unable to survive the opportunity to improve his own strength. The clear and slightly magnetic voice of Su Lang resounded in the Qingfeng Enlightenment bamboo forest. Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan sat upright on the stone bench, and the more they listened, the more they became fascinated. Su Lang's opinion really hit the nail on the head. Every sentence can be called micro-speech and big meaning, and every word is pearly. Just a few words contain an exaggerated amount of information, but it also makes people understand it at a single point and understand it as soon as they listen to it. Listen and listen. Not only Le Zhengyan had admiration for Su Lang, even Fang Gan, who was dissatisfied in his heart, was completely convinced, and he admired and respected Su Lang more and more. I don't know how many cups of tea I drank. Su Lang finally explained all the difficult points of cultivation that Fang Gan had accumulated over the years. That's my opinion. Su Lang filled his empty teacup with tea, and said lightly. But Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan were still immersed in the key points of practice, and their minds were full of enlightenment, and they were reluctant to withdraw from this hard-won state. Su Lang didn't care, and waited leisurely. I drank a few more cups of tea. Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan finally retreated from the state of enlightenment one after another. Divine light condensed in their eyes, reflecting Su Lang's smiling face. Thank you, Taoist Su Lang, for solving your doubts. Fang Gan stood up directly, and looked at Su Lang. Respectfully. The two talked about the Tao, and they got a lot of light, thank you. Le Zhengyan also stood up and saluted Su Lang and Fang Gan sincerely. Chapter 2876, I happen to have a little research. The purpose of discussing the Tao is to exchange experience and resolve each other's confusion. Su Lang smiled happily. Su can make the two of you gain something, and it's also very happy. Those are problems that have been perplexed for hundreds of billions of years, and now I can understand them clearly. I will remember this grace in my heart. Fang Gon made a long stroke again, and immediately said, however, there is one last question below, I want to ask Taoist Su Lang. Le Zhengyan couldn't help but glanced at Fang Gon in surprise. It's all this time, does this guy still want to talk? Single quote. No, he's not going to talk about the Tao this time, he's really asked. Single quote. Taoist Su Lang's understanding is against the sky, his knowledge is extremely profound, and he is familiar with all kinds of secret techniques from ancient to modern. Fang Gon wants to seize this opportunity to gain more. Single quote. This old boy is so good, I almost didn't react. Single quote. Le Zhengyan thought in his heart, and immediately decided to ask Su Lang about his own questions later. If you have any questions, just speak up. Su Lang smiled slightly, of course, I can't guarantee that it can be solved. Le Zhengyan's eyes fell on Fang Qian again. Fang Gon smiled and said, the next question is to create a technique. Creating exercises. Le Zhengyan asked strangely, are you going to create the top level of the 9 universes? As the high-level powerhouses of the 9-universe eternal realm, they are all powerhouses standing on the pinnacle of the entire endless universe. It is not difficult to create low-level exercises in a high-level building. Unless you want to create a method that is stronger than the current one. At the advanced level of the 9 universes, the techniques to be created must be at the top level. This is more difficult. To be honest, I have almost reached the limit now. I want to create a top-level Kung Fu secret technique based on the current practice of the secret technique of Kung Fu, integrating the old and bringing forth the new. Fang Gon sighed, it's just that there are too many difficulties. I originally thought I would give up and focus on the crystal wall universe, but now the mentor is in front. So your idea came up again. Le Zhengyan laughed and said, you old boy, you really will seize the opportunity. We have reached this point. If you want to go further, who doesn't try to seize every opportunity? The integration and innovation of Gong methods are particularly important to me. Fang Gon smiled bitterly and bowed his hand to Su Lang. If a fellow Taoist can help me realize this idea, I would like to become a teacher of Su from now on. Le Zhengyan's expression was shocked. Fang Gon, you are fighting for it. Fang Gon didn't reply. If you can go further and reach the top level of the 9 universes, what about becoming a disciple? Now it's a world of great controversy. Absolute strength can survive in this world and compete for the opportunity of detachment. Although Fang Qian has hope for this report, his expectation is not high in fact. In his opinion, Su Lang should be able to give himself some points, but not too much, not enough to make himself a disciple. Therefore, he simply made a promise. Fang Gon didn't know, Su Lang was already happy when he said this. It is too simple for Su Lang to integrate the exercises and form new exercises. Fragment restoration, synthesis of exercises, one-click martial arts, the source of exercises. All the exercises can be integrated and quickly mastered with one stop. Service. Fang Gon Taoist. Your question. Su Lang paused, poured a cup of tea faintly, and continued with Fang Gan's slightly nervous expression. I just happened to have a little research. Le Zhengyan was shocked all over. His eyes widened, and his pupils were slightly dilated, which contained a deep shock. On the other hand, Fang Gon grasped the edge of the table with both hands, staring at Su Lang. His mouth was a little dumbfounded and speechless. Both of them knew that Su Lang was a super modest person. Su Lang said that it was a little research, it must have been researched to a level beyond what ordinary people can do. Chapter 2877. Receive exercises and practice secretly. Fang Gon smiled in surprise. I'm relieved with your words. Don't worry too early. Su Lang smiled indifferently. Fang Gon Taoist, if you want me to help solve this problem, you will inevitably reveal to me the secret technique you practiced. Can you accept this too? Fang Gon hesitated immediately. The secrets of the exercises are very important to the eternal martial artist, and it is rare to share the secrets of the exercises with others. Because it is easy for others to see the flaws of one's own secret technique. Fang Gon hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. I can accept it. Le Zhengyan asked with a slight frown. My secret techniques are very special. If you want to practice, you need a special foundation for practice. In addition, in my prediction, the created secret technique will have no weaknesses. In this way, I can practice, but others find it difficult to practice, and after others learn about my practice, they can at best be able to guard me a little bit. If you want to target it, it's almost impossible. Fang Qian opened his mouth and explained all the reasons. If you didn't say it, Su Lang would definitely see it. It's better to say it by himself to show sincerity. Le Zhengyan nodded suddenly. In that case, let's start. Su Lang also nodded in a daze, but couldn't help but smile in his heart. It has the function of a gameplay melting pot. He can practice any exercise. The special foundation in Fang Gan's mouth does not have any restrictive effect on Su Lang. It's about my core practice. Although this exercise has various restrictions, it is difficult for others to practice, but the less people know, the better. Fang Gan said, arching his hands to Le Zhengyan, Taoist, sorry. Understand, I retire first. Le Zhengyan nodded. Zan even intends to leave temporarily. Friend Le Zhengyan doesn't have to leave. Su Lang smiled slightly. I have a secret technique that can form a temporary isolation space. Fang Gan smiled apologetically. Then Taoist Le Zhengyan will stay. Le Zhengyan arched his hands, sitting on the stone bench, and began to close his eyes and rest his mind. Fang Gan looked at Su Lang and signaled that it was time to start. A gray-white space came directly between. Su Lang waved his hand, enveloping him and Fang Gan. Fang Gan looked surprised, because he felt that he had been cut off from the outside world, as if he had appeared in another cosmic world. This is Nianfang space. People on the outside and inside can see each other, but they cannot perceive each other, nor can they interfere with each other unless the space is broken. If the Taoist's mind, you can also cut off the line of sight and completely disconnect from the outside world. Su Lang introduced faintly, you don't have to cut off your sight. Fang Gan smiled, and when he reached this level, he didn't need to speak or communicate at all, and he was not afraid of being read. Su Lang nodded slightly. You can now give me a look at the Taoist exercises, as well as the integration plans and goals he made. I plan to use Jiyu, Shenyu Gong, as the core. Fang Gan straightforwardly took out the exercises he had practiced and began to talk about his original plan. Su Lang listened indifferently, and his spiritual thoughts ran across the treasures that recorded the exercises one by one. Su Lang directly threw any exercises to the villain Shiwu wherever the spiritual mind passed. There are a total of 10 Wushu villains now. Even if they don't use the 10 hard martial arts, their training speed is extremely abnormal. You can practice the placed eternal exercises to the super easy level. Although Fang Qian said that he had a lot of exercises, he didn't know how many times it was compared to Su Lang. The main secret technique is only 30. Soon, all the martial arts villains will be trained. After taking out his own practice, Fang Gan then quietly watched Su Lang reading the exercises. He is ready to wait for a long time. Chapter 2878, 3 Steps to Create Exercises. Su Lang had probably encountered the problems in the 2 previous discussions on the Tao, and he had realized it. It is a real on-site start, temporary operations. It takes a lot of time to read dozens of difficult and obscure 9 universes and 8 universe eternal realm exercises carefully, and to understand the main points roughly. Then you have to study the exercises in depth, and even need to practice it, which requires more time. But the most difficult thing is to integrate all the exercises together, resolve all conflicts, introduce new ones, sublimate qualitative changes, and form a higher level of exercises. 3 big steps, one is more difficult than one, and one is more time-consuming. This time I am afraid it will take many years. Now is the time when the omens of the Great War comes, and I wonder if there will be enough gains before the Great War comes completely. Fang Qian thought in his heart, and then he closed his eyes and calmed down. Su Lang held a jade slip of Eternal Realm practice and read it carefully. In this jade slip, it is not recorded the practice, but the prototype of a practice created by Fang Gan himself. In other words, it is the idea of the exercise method, plus some scattered experiences and profound meanings. The purpose of creating this exercise is to serve the grand plan of the integration of exercises, so as to better integrate the rest of the exercises. But Fang Gan was clearly stuck in a difficult position, unable to break through, and the creation of the technique was at a dead end, unable to make progress. Start the fragment repair function for me. Su Lang issued instructions in his heart, and a complete exercise method appeared in the storage space, and it was the original exercise method. Su Lang accomplished what Fang Gan hadn't accomplished for countless years. Su Lang continued to use the repair function of fragments to perfect the prototype of exercise created by Fang Qian. It is even a complete eternal level exercise directly from the Gong method concept. Of course, the rudiments, ideas, and experiences of these exercises are in the minority. Most of them are the complete exercises that Fang Gan has practiced by himself. For these exercises, Su Lang directly used the exercises to synthesize, and the 10 books were merged into one exercise. In the end, I came up with 3 exercises in different directions. For these 3 exercises, Su Lang planned to wait for more than 30 basic exercises to be completed, and then they would also be practiced. In the end, practice all the exercises to one side to ensure that there are no omissions, and then you can use the source of the exercises to deduce the final results. At a certain moment, suddenly, ding, Jiyu Shenyu Gong has reached the super level. Ding, Dark Evil, Fantasy Heart Book, has been. Ding, 10 system prompts emerged one after another. A large amount of exercises and profound meanings directly integrated into Su Lang's body and soul, making him feel like he has been practicing for countless years. These 10 exercises are exactly the exercises that Fang Qian himself practiced. Now he has been trained by Su Lang. The key is to reach the super easy level, surpassing Fang Gan's own founding level. Next, practice 10 more. Su Lang's expression on the surface did not change. He still pretended to read carefully, but secretly gave the other 10 books to the little man Shiwu again. The 10 martial arts villains were busy again. Here, Su Lang began to feel the 10 exercises just completed. Fang Gan's style is both offensive and defensive, and focuses on defensive aspects. He integrates what he has learned throughout his life to create new exercises. It is to improve the level of the practice as a whole at the same time. Attacks, explosive secret techniques and other offensive methods are also pulled up to reach the same level as defense, or even a higher level. Only in this way can we gain more benefits in a world of great controversy. Otherwise, you can only defend your own interests by defense alone. In this requirement, for Su Lang, it is very simple. He only needs to control it in his heart when he activates the source of the exercise. Su Lang suddenly poured a cup of tea and drank it slowly. Because now the things he needs to do personally have been done, including repairing the fragments and combining the exercises. Just come down, you just need to wait for the exercises to complete. Chapter 2879, Complete, Eternal Flood. Friend Su Lang. Have you finished reading the exercises? Fang Gan looked at Su Lang, who was drinking tea, in surprise. Those more than 30 exercises can definitely not be completely read in a few cups of tea. Su Lang looked relaxed, as if he had already read it. I looked at it roughly and got some clues. Su Lang smiled faintly. When I drink tea, think about it. That's it, that's great. Fang Gan was surprised, but he was shocked. Su Lang has actually finished watching the exercises, and he has a clue so soon. True. Friends, don't worry, I think about it, and there will be results soon. Su Lang pointed to his head. A confident smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Fang Gan couldn't help being even more shocked. Su Lang is so confident. Could it be that the exercises I want to create are very simple for him? Impossible. My goal is to be at the top level of the 9-universe eternal realm. He was thinking about it in 1,000 thoughts, and there was a thick unbelievable in his heart. But the previous experience made him understand that Su Lang was not ranting. Su Lang is a humble person. I don't know how far Su Lang will do it. Can I advance the process of creating exercises by more than half? Fang Gan suppressed the horror in his heart and replaced it with a trace of growing expectations. In a blink of an eye, some time passed. The system prompt once again sounded 10 times in a row. This is already the 4th round 10 times in a row. It also means that the more than 30 exercises given by Fang Qian have all been completed, and Su Lang himself has completed 10 exercises with the repair of fragments. Oh, the practice is over again. It's so fast, it's worth 3,840 trillion times the speed of martial arts. The system, activate the 10 hard martial arts function, and continue to practice the exercises for me. While making a contemplative gesture, Su Lang gave instructions in his heart. The remaining exercises, including 3 combined success methods, are also less than 10. So he chose to use the 10 Heart martial arts function, practice one by one. The rest of the exercises are all done. Through training is over. Single quote. I have to say that Fang Gan's exercises are very mysterious, and are on a higher level than those of Gujun and others. Single quote. Furthermore, it's a magnificent way, bright and upright, overbearing. Single quote. This is what I am slightly lacking. Single quote. Now, it's a supplement. Single quote. Su Lang squinted his eyes, and the mystery of countless exercises emerged in his mind. In Fang Gan's eyes, he had completely mastered the exercises that he could only practice. And all go one step further, reaching the super ease level. The exercises are finished. Next, it's time for the source of exercises function to come on stage, system. Single quote. Activate the source of exercises function. Single quote. Using designated exercises to deduct the highest level exercises and secret techniques. Single quote. Su Lang locked in the exercises Fang Qian gave and the exercises he repaired with his divine mind, and immediately issued instructions. As soon as the voice fell, the system prompt sounded immediately. Ding! The source of the exercise is being deduced. The same as the previous deduction process. In Su Lang's body, countless deep meanings of exercises emerged, condensed into a colorful sphere. The sphere gradually became transparent, and then exploded. The deduced secret technique is directly integrated into Su Lang's body and soul, forming an instinctive method. Finished. Single quote. Eternal breath style. Single quote. Eternally powerful combat method with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Su Lang accepted the profound meaning of the new exercise and felt an extremely terrifying change in his body. His eternal body has been madly improved on the original basis. The defenses of the crystal wall cells of the skin on the body have increased exponentially, and the inner crystal wall universe has also expanded, and the cohesion of the power of the universe has been greatly enhanced. Because the soul and body of the eternal warrior were forged, Su Lang's soul has also been improved. It should be known that Su Lang's soul is now approaching the level of extreme nirvana. It can improve his soul, which shows the power of this eternal flood. Chapter 2880, Fang Gan, willing to worship. This exercise is really good. Single quote. Even if I don't have all the weapons, I don't need any other secret techniques. With this technique alone, I can hammer all the martial artists of the 9 universes who have entered the first level. Single quote. Facing a warrior at the intermediate level of the 9 universes, you can also fight for a while. Single quote. If I add my weapons, mysteries, etc., it's even more terrifying. Single quote. Su Lang is very satisfied with the improvement he has received. But he was not surprised. After all, this is the life's hard work of Fang Gan, the advanced level powerhouse of the 9 universes. If there is no improvement, then he would be surprised. Seeing Su Lang, who was drinking tea leisurely, Fang Gan suddenly stopped. With a contemplative look, his heart suddenly moved. Why did he suddenly stop drinking tea? Single quote. Looking like this, it's like thinking about something. Single quote. It seems that he has encountered a problem and is thinking hard. Single quote. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Su Lang, you are indeed exceptionally intelligent, but my exercises are not comparable. Single quote. I don't know when fellow Taoist will solve the first problem you encountered. Single quote. Fang Qian thought in his heart, as if he had regained a little confidence. The divine light in Su Lang's eyes condensed and was extremely bright. Then, he raised his head and smiled at Fang Gan. What happened? Single quote. Su Lang, did he solve the first problem so quickly? Single quote. Fang Qian's heart was stagnant, and the self-confidence that had just recovered a little became shaken again. Fang Gan couldn't help but ask, Dao fellow Su Lang, are you solving a difficult point? Solve a difficulty. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he waved his hand. No. It turned out not to be solved. Fang Gan felt regretful, and he was relieved again. The confidence in his heart began to gather again. I'm not solving a difficult point anymore. Su Lang laughed, but solved all the difficulties. Fang Gan suddenly looked dull, staring at Su Lang dumbfounded, and suddenly forgot to speak. In his heart, countless thoughts of horror emerged like a volcanic eruption. What? Single quote dot single quote. Not one difficulty is solved, but all the difficulties are solved. Single quote dot single quote. How is this possible? It's not true, but I haven't solved a difficult point for countless years, how can he? I'm not that stupid. Single quote dot single quote. But, Su Lang is eloquent, as if he has really solved all the difficulties. Single quote dot single quote. Then, doesn't this mean that the road to creating exercises has been paved? I will soon be able to create higher levels of exercises, the top level of the 9 universes is just around the corner. Single quote dot. Fang Qian was suffering the most severe horror in countless years. So much so that his expression is hard to control completely, and he involuntarily reveals shock, unbelievable, surprise and other complex feelings. Seeing this scene, Su Lang on the opposite side didn't bother him, and took a cup of tea to drink. Nian Feng's space outside, because it is not completely cut off the line of sight. Through the gray translucent space barrier, Le Zhengyan can see the expressions and every move of Fang Gan and Su Lang. Looking at Fang Gan with an extremely complicated expression, and Su Lang, who seems to have solved some trivial problems casually. Le Zhengyan has realized. Su Lang has helped Fang Gan successfully solve a large number of key difficulties, and there is no obstacle to creating exercises. But both Fang Gan and Le Zhengyan were wrong. That is, Su Lang not only solved all the difficulties of creating exercises, but also created them. Seeing Fang Gan's face stunned, Su Lang smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I was lucky. Master Su, I won't believe it, it can't be a fluke at all." Fang Gan recovered, stood up, and said dumbly, Can't you stop being so humble?" His address to Su Lang has become an honorific. This is the gift of a willing disciple from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 2881, Fang Gan Deduction Apprentice. Humility is a virtue. Su Lang smiled slightly. We must always remember, we must be humble and low-key. He revoked the Nianfang space. Well, Master Su, Fang Gan smiled and nodded. Fang Gan, you really want to worship Taoist Su Lang as a teacher. Le Zhengyan had seen Fang Gan's look and attitude a little humble before. At this time, I heard Fang Gan speak to Su Lang with a mouthful of Master Su, and suddenly asked in astonishment. Su Lang is indeed very extraordinary. He is definitely a powerhouse at the same level as himself and Fang. But this is a combination. If it were to discuss combat power alone, both of them would be real high-level powerhouses of the 9 universes. But Su Lang needs to go all out and use a lot of whole cards to advance his combat power to a high level. It should be understood that this is a world where strength is king. Friend Le Zhengyan, a man of his words. What's more, Master Su preached for me to solve the puzzles. There is already the truth of the master and apprentice. Now it is only confirmed. Fang Gan took a serious look at Le Zhengyan, then smiled and bowed his hand to Su Lang. Say yes, Master Su. Only he himself knows how difficult and obscure the difficulties are. In Fang Gan's heart, Su Lang was able to resolve all his difficulties and doubts in such a short time. His true identity and strength are certainly not as simple as the surface. Only if he has reached the top level of the 9 universes, and has been immersed at this level for a long time, can he be completely crushed in the attainments of the secret technique of the exercises. In Fang Gan's heart, Su Lang's image is mysterious and tall, far more than the appearance. He was even faintly in awe. He did not resist being a disciple in front of Su Lang. To tell you the truth, it's a bit close to telling the truth about the master and apprentice. Because I feel that I don't teach enough to call myself a teacher. Fang Gan, if you really worship me as a teacher sincerely, I can accept you and teach you more unimaginable things. Su Lang smiled slightly. This is a major event, you should consider it carefully. Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan's expressions became very serious. After all, apprenticeship is never a trifle. However, Fang Qian did not consider how long. I would like to worship Senior Su Lang as a teacher. Fang Gan's body was short, and he knelt down. I ask you one last time. We don't meet many times, so we don't know much about it. You only know that I have a strong knowledge of my cultivation techniques and secret techniques, but I don't know the rest, such as identity background, personal connections, and so on. Su Lang stood up, looked down at Fang Gan, and said lightly, even so, do you have to apprentice? Fang Qian's voice was sonorous and decisive. Please accept me, Master Su. Le Zhengyan on the side took a breath. He really couldn't believe that a strong man like Fang Gan was still willing to apprentice a teacher. Especially, Worship under Su Lang's door wall. Su Lang looked very, very young, and his combat power was not that strong. Then I will accept you as a disciple. Su Lang nodded slightly, but his heart blossomed with joy. Fang Gon is a high-level powerhouse in the 9 universes. And it is the kind that is expected to be promoted to the top level of JoJo. With this powerful thug, Infinity can definitely burst out even more terrifying power. Thank you, Master. Fang Gon knelt and bowed a salute, then knelt down again and poured tea, and respectfully offered it to Su Lang. Waiting for Su Lang to finish his teacup, Fang Gon respectfully knocked Su Lang 3 times. Tisk tusk. Single quote. It's so cool that the advanced powerhouses of the 9 universes kowtow to me. Single quote. Su Lang looked at Fang Gon, who bowed his head respectfully, and showed a happy smile. After Fang Gon kowtowed, he raised his waist and looked at Su Lang respectfully and solemnly. Good, very good. From now on, you are my disciple. With a smile on his face, Su Lang stretched out his hand and showed a force of strength to support Fang Gon. Fang Gon looked respectful and saluted, and immediately looked at Su Lang very much expectantly. Su Lang hasn't told him the answers to the previous difficulties. Chapter 2882, I'm really envious. Since you are my disciple, then I will definitely not treat you badly. For the previous exercise problem, I will not only solve the puzzles for you, but also directly pass you more powerful secret techniques. Su Lang nodded slightly, with a kind smile on his face that looked at the junior. More powerful techniques. Single quote. Master Su knows about my exercises, but even so, he said that there are stronger exercises. Single quote. Sure enough, the true level of Master Su is higher than I thought. I thought he was on the 10th floor, but he was actually on the 100th floor. Single quote. Before I was apprentice, I did have some gambling elements, now it seems that I'm right. Single quote. A lot of thoughts flashed in Fang Qian's mind for a moment. Yes, thank you, Master. Fang Gon bowed and saluted, and walked to Su Lang's side, standing solemnly, looking like a disciple waiting for his life. Now, I will. Su Lang was very satisfied that Fang Qian could bring in his new identity so quickly, and he was ready to instill the exercises into him immediately. Le Zhengyan called out suddenly. He originally wanted to call Taoist Su Lang, but now Fang Qian, who was his own generation, has become Su Lang's disciple, and his generation is instantly taller. In addition, Su Lang did have real talents, and even Fang Gon was willing to apprentice. Le Zhengyan also changed his name in an instant, calling Su Lang his senior. What's the matter with fellow Taoist Le Zhengyan? Su Lang looked at Le Zhengyan and asked with a smile. That one. Le Zhengyan chuckled. This time on the Tao, Fang Gon took the lead. The juniors haven't started here yet. You shameless man, if you want my master to give you pointers, just say it clearly. If you dare to talk about the Tao, you are also worthy to talk with my master. Fang Gon snorted and looked at Le Zhengyan with some playfulness. Le Zhengyan was choked into speech, his expression was a bit complicated. The two came together to discuss the Tao, but in fact they came to ask for advice, and one of them even went directly to the teacher. When I set off, I never expected Su Lang to be so awesome. Fang Gon. Su Lang raised his eyebrows suddenly and asked with a smile, where did you put the modesty I taught you before? Master taught me. Fang Qian smiled and bent over Su Lang. Friend Le Zhengyan, my new apprentice still has some doubts and didn't solve him. Why don't you wait for a while, and I will talk to you later. Su Lang nodded slightly, and then said to Le Zhengyan. Fang Gon is his own disciple. That relationship is much closer than Le Zhengyan is coming. Now that Fang Gan's problems have not been resolved, how could Su Lang run to help Le Zhengyan halfway? Even if you want to help, let him wait. Fang Gon couldn't help but feel happy after hearing Su Lang's words, and once again secretly worshipped the teacher and worshipped the right person. Okay, no problem, the junior is rude here. Le Zhengyan nodded repeatedly, apologetic on his face. Su Lang nodded, then turned to look at Fang Gon. Let's start now. Fang Gon took his command, and then glanced at Le Zhengyan, secretly saying that this guy wouldn't steal the teacher, right? Suddenly, a gray space came and pulled him in directly. It turned out that Su Lang once again expanded the Nianfeng space. But this time, even the outside view was cut off, and no existence could perceive what was happening in the Nianfeng space. Really? Le Zhengyan looked at the gray space close at hand, but could no longer see through, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, I'm very envious. Nianfeng's space. Don't be so formal. Su Lang smiled slightly, pointed to the opposite side of him, and then sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Fang Gan immediately sat down. He leaned slightly, stretched his neck, waiting expectantly for Su Lang to speak. Those questions about you, not only did I solve them all, but I also completed the last step and created the exercises you want. Su Lang said lightly, as if talking about a trivial thing. But when these words fell in Fang Gan's ears, it was tantamount to shocking the ears, and directly blasted into his brain, leaving his mind and eyes blank. Chapter 2883, Jingxin Ti can't control emotions anymore, frozen for a long time. He finally reacted, and his whole body trembled fiercely. What? Master, are you telling the truth? Fang Gan is too unbelievable. He couldn't believe his ears, and even felt that he was dreaming, otherwise he wouldn't be so dreamy. This is the original exercise. I call it the eternal breath style. You can read it for yourself. Su Lang smiled faintly, and threw the eternal flood breathing technique to Fang Gan while waving his hands. Fang's eyes widened and he hurriedly caught the original exercises. His whole body's attention was all attracted by the original exercises. He took a deep breath and probed his spiritual thoughts into the original exercise very nervously. Numerous slightly familiar, but most of them are unfamiliar and difficult exercises and profound meanings rushed out, as if to wash his soul once. Ah, this is really the exercise I want to create in my dreams. Fang Gan was trembling in surprise and trembling. He held the jade slip in his hand, like a greedy dry sponge, constantly absorbing water, and the whole person was completely wandering in the ocean of the profound meaning of the practice. The more he watched, the more excited he got, because every detail in the exercise is what he wants, and it is more perfect and higher than he expected. Such a technique, once the training is successful, my combat power will definitely increase significantly, and even directly enter the top level of the 9 universes. Great, today is really the luckiest day of my millions of years. Fang Qian murmured excitedly, his eyes condensed a bright divine light, and he bowed deeply to Su Lang. The disciple thanks Master for his grace. But if there is any dispatch, the disciple will never refuse. His excited voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. In his mind, Su Lang's image became more and more tall and mysterious, and it was hard to guess. After all, solving those difficulties is a stage, and creating exercises is a deeper stage. But Su Lang created the exercises silently. The key is also condensed the original technique. This is more perfect than the exercises recorded on other media, and it is easier to understand and learn, apprentice. Control your emotions. Su Lang smiled and looked at Fang Gan, then poured a cup of tea for meditation and handed it over. Fang Gan took the teacup with both hands and drank it, finally calming down. Now I want to tell you another thing, also about this technique. Su Lang poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. Fang Gan asked curiously. In his opinion, it would be a big deal to let Su Lang list them separately. This exercise, eternal flood breath style, I have finished practicing. Su Lang, holding the teacup, said slowly. After creating the exercises, he used the 10-heart martial arts function to start training on the spot, and now he just finished the training. Su Lang said this. Fang Gan was stunned again, dumbfounded, as if he was hit by 9 thunders on his head, and his whole body trembled fiercely. What? Single quote. Master has finished practicing this exercise. Single quote. Eternal flood breathing style, this is the top level technique of the 9 universes. Single quote. This is incredible, is this true? I'm not dreaming. Single quote. Master is definitely not ranting, which means that the level of master is definitely much higher than I think now. Single quote. Oh my god, what kind of boss did I worship as a master? I really have used up all my good luck in my life. Single quote. Fang Qian felt as if countless active volcanoes were erupting at the same time, and his horror was hard to conceal. The cup of meditation tea he drank before couldn't be restrained. Chapter 2884, What kind of monster is Master? He is already a member of the ranks of super old monsters in the endless universe. But Su Lang, at this time, in his heart, is definitely the strongest group of people since the birth of the endless universe, and one of the oldest old monsters currently alive. Fang Gan is very sure. The one standing in front of him now must be a clone of Su Lang, and his deity must be in a certain basic universe. Just when Fang Gan exclaimed wildly in his heart, "Why are you still so restless?" Su Lang waved his right hand, and a pill snapped. Threw it directly to Fang Gan's mouth. This is a pill of the 9 universes eternal realm. It is specially used for concentration and calmness. Its quality is naturally perfect. Fang Gan instantly felt the incomparably strong rhyme of pill Taoism. Feeling this Dan rhyme, he felt a little calm. But when he saw the level and quality of the pill, his eyes widened in a blink of an eye, and his eyes were about to fall out. This is the perfect pill for the 9 universe eternal realm. Fang Gan yelled in horror, completely unlike the demeanor that a 9 eternal power should have. But he couldn't help it, the pill that Su Lang gave was really scary. Fang Gan had seen the pill of the 9 eternal realm, but those were all relatively low-quality pills. Even the middle-grade 9-time eternal realm pills would be robbed of their heads. Fang Gan has never seen the ultimate 9-time eternal realm pill, let alone the perfect quality of the 9-time realm pill. Although I cherish this pill, I have a lot of it. Su Lang said faintly, "You just have to eat it. After eating, the effect of the medicine will help you maintain a calmer state." Fang Gan blinked, suppressing his unbelievable mood, and swallowed the pill in his mouth. The extremely pure and turbulent medicinal power rushed into his body and blended into every crystal wall universe. Gradually, his mentality eased, and he was no longer so shocked and hysterical. Of course, there is certainly no less joy. Creation of eternal flood breath style, and practicing the technique are not the focus of my talk. Su Lang's faint voice came again. The point I want to talk about is, I can teach it directly to you, so that you can master it in an instant, and the proficiency is beyond the level of the founder. Fang Gan suddenly pumped, because the strength of the medicine in his body and the sudden outburst of strong shocked emotions and bad clashes. Teach the exercise directly, the proficiency exceeds the level of the founder. Am I really dreaming? How could there be such a thing in the world? But, this is indeed true, my master. What kind of monster is it? Various thoughts flashed in Fang Qian's mind, but he was cleared by the power of the pill. He still looks quite calm on the surface. This kind of installation has no side effects on you. Su Lang's faint words continued to ring in the bamboo forest. Now, I am ready to instill the exercises into you. Yes, master. Fang Qian knelt on his knees in front of Su Lang as he moved his body. Master, I am not very strong now. During this time, you have to protect me. While talking, Su Lang covered Fang Gan's forehead with his hand. Master, what are you talking about? If your deity is a horse, you will surely sweep the endless universe. Even you, this clone, is also a powerhouse at the advanced level of the 9 universes, and can almost walk sideways in the endless universe. Of course, I will take care of Master's thoroughness, disciple. Never let Master be injured. Fang Gan was covered by Su Lang's hands and kept talking, but suddenly stopped. Because Su Lang has activated the function of instilling exercises, he has begun to instill eternal flood breath style. Chapter 2885. I should tell you something, accompanied by the function activation. Numerous exercises and profound meanings appeared in Fang Gan's mind, and a large amount of profound meanings merged into his body. He completely digested and absorbed the huge and incomparable information in the exercises and turned it into his own use, almost forming instinct. Su Lang retracted his hand and smiled faintly. He was not surprised that Fang Gan guessed that he was a super old monster. Because of the characteristics he showed, it was even more terrifying than those old monsters. Master. I have successfully mastered the eternal breathing style. Hey, this familiar feeling is like having practiced for countless billions of years. Great, I feel that my combat power bottleneck has been greatly loosened. Master is here, please be worshipped by the disciple. Fang Gan was dumbfounded in surprise. Obviously his fierce emotions could not be suppressed for a while, even the pill. Just master it. I still have many exercises here. Some of them are more suitable for you, so just take this opportunity to pass them on to you. Su Lang nodded slightly, and once again stretched out his hand to cover Fang Gan's forehead. Fang Gan wanted to bow before, but Su Lang held his forehead and couldn't do it anymore. It was also a large number of exercises and profound meanings that appeared in Fang Gan's mind out of thin air. More than a dozen exercises have been instilled. Fang Gan's foundation is very special, so there are not many exercises suitable for him, plus the 9-dimensional exercises, which is even less. Only with Su Lang's existence can he find more than a dozen exercises and instill in Fang Qian. Fang Qian directly mastered all the exercises. He was surprised to find that these exercises were incomparably compatible with him. The exercises complement each other, far from being as simple as the superposition of ordinary exercises. Fang Gan clearly felt that his combat power bottleneck had loosened again. How? Su Lang asked suddenly. Very good, Master. Disciple feels that his combat power is about to reach the top level of the 9 universes. As long as you go back and practice for a period of time and perfect the crystal wall universe more, you will be able to successfully break through. Fang Gan recovered, took a deep breath, and said while suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. He can't wait to practice immediately now. Now, the exercises are also instilled in you, and a higher level of combat power is just around the corner. With a smile on his face, Su Lang immediately changed his expression and said seriously, I should tell you some things too. Looking at Su Lang's solemn expression again, Fang Gan's heart suddenly condensed and he calmed down completely. Master, what do you want to tell me? Fang Gan took a deep breath and realized that what Su Lang was about to talk about should be the secret of the super old monster level. He guessed right. What I want to tell you is the truth about the world of great controversy. Su Lang smiled. What do you think of Jing Yunzi? Jing Yunzi, he is strong, but he is very conservative. Tuer thinks he is a very stable person, but he is more stable, and he is almost a thoroughgoing person. Of course, this makes me feel a little strange. He may have another plot, but I don't see the clue. The thing he did the most was to get people around to join the league, and to report to the group in a world of great controversy. But he is very casual, and others will not persuade him if they don't want to join him. Fang said little by little. Obviously, he also had some suspicions about Jing Yunzi, but there were not many suspicions, very few. It seems that the image that Jing Yunzi has established in your hearts is very successful. Su Lang laughed and sighed. Actually, Jing Yunzi is one of the people behind the world of war. Fang Gan suddenly shrank his pupils, opened his mouth, and asked. He turned out to be one of the behind-the-scenes prosperous worlds. However, he is just a martial artist of the 9 universes, advanced level. He really couldn't believe that someone like Jing Yunzi would be one of the driving forces behind the great controversy. Chapter 2886, The Third Camp is to Teach Me. Jing Yunzi, this person, on the surface, it looks like just a high-level warrior of the 9 universes. But when you really want to fight, it's definitely not the case, at least it's the top level of the 9 universes. The most important thing is that he is just a clone, or a pawn. Not only him, but also Xuanyu Alliance, Zhangjun Sect, and even Master Yu Jing, it's all like this. They are in a group, they belong to the same person's clones, chess pieces. Su Lang said this faintly secret. Every time he said a word, Fang Gan's expression changed. When Su Lang finished speaking, Fang Qian's face was already full of disbelief, his pupils shrunk, and his divine light was sharply restrained. There is such a secret. Junzhenmen, Xuanyu Alliance, Jingyan Alliance, and the prestigious Master Yu Jing are all clones of the same person. This is terrible. What kind of chess that existence is playing, needs to be done to this extent. Even after Fang Gan took the calming pill, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. If he hadn't taken the pill given by Su Lang, he would have been shocked. That existence is to use the entire Lingshu fragmented domain as a chessboard. All the warriors who participated in the world of great controversy and competed for the page of eternal life are the objects of use. The purpose is also very simple. It is to be detached, to obtain the legendary blank page of immortality, so as to perfect detachment. At least, the information currently obtained by the teacher is like this. I don't know if there is a deeper plan in it. Telling you this is to let you understand your situation and make your own choices. After Su Lang finished speaking, he looked at Fang Gan quietly. Select. According to Master said, the entire Lingshu broken domain is that one's chessboard, which is a trap against us. If the kid is alone, even the top level of the 9 universes, combat power, I am afraid it will be extremely difficult for him to be alone. Then, Master wants to say, should I join the 3 ancient forces? Fang Gan suppressed the horrified emotion, thinking calmly. he almost thought that Su Lang was the boss of the three ancient forces. Su Lang slowly shook his head. In the endless universe now, there are not only 2 camps, but 3 camps. Tripartite camp, Fang Gan asked with a look of astonishment, but where is there a third-party camp? The third-party camp, that's your teacher respecting me. A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Why, is it unexpected? Master is a third-party camp. It is indeed a bit unexpected, but if you think about it carefully, it is very reasonable. Fang Gan was surprised, and immediately transformed into a stunned expression. With the master's ability, he must not be weaker than Jing Yunzi's deity, and he can definitely be one of the 3 camps. Su Lang laughed. Exactly. As for Fang Gan's brain supplement, Su Lang did not expose it. He is in need of such an identity to cover up the miraculousness that the system brings. Master is one of the 3 camps, and the disciples naturally follow in Master's footsteps and will never retreat. Fang Gan held a fist against Su Lang, his expression extremely solemn. Although he knows that only a blank page of eternal life can be perfectly detached. He also wanted something in the legend. However, his combat power is good, but he can't compare with Su Lang's, old monster, and there is no possibility of successfully capturing the blank page of immortality in the collision of the 3 major camps. Fang Gan knew that he had to join one of the camps. Your goal should not be the blank page of eternal life, but the rest of the complete pages of eternal life. Although those pages of eternal life are not like blank pages of eternal life that can make people perfect and detached. But as long as you collect a large number of pages and get the pages of eternal life that suit you, you still have a chance to detach yourself. The boss of one of the 3 camps is his master. He actually doesn't need to make a choice at all. Therefore, he expressed his position so quickly and happily. Chapter 2887, The Way to be a Teacher, the Harder Way. Let me tell you about my plans and goals first. Su Lang smiled slightly and pressed Fang Gan to sit down with a force of strength. Fang Gan nodded seriously. He really needs to understand what Su Lang wants. What will I do in a world of great controversy? Is it biased towards preserving the endless universe, or desperately competing for the page of eternal life? When Su Lang spoke, he was stunned. The goal of being a teacher is not to rely on the page of eternal life to complete detachment. Because, according to the information I have now, to use the pages of eternal life to complete detachment, one must abandon the immortal body. Then, get eternal life just by the eternal existence of will. Su Lang said indifferently, but I don't want to be like this for my teacher, I want real eternal life for my teacher. No. Do not rely on the page of immortality to detach. But, Master, do we have other ways to escape? Fang Gan first opened his eyes in amazement, and then asked in surprise. If there are other ways of detachment beyond the pages of immortality, then there will be a second way for him to go. This is a great thing. Su Lang's next words made his mental activities like riding a roller coaster up and down. Except for the page of eternal life. Of course there is a second way to detachment. Su Lang looked serious, and immediately revealed a complex expression. It's just that, for ordinary people, this road is more difficult than detaching with the help of the page of immortality. It's harder than using the page of immortality. Yes, surpassing with the page of eternal life requires abandoning the eternal body, but the second way does not require abandoning, and the difficulty is naturally higher. Fang Gan sighed in his heart, and his expectations for the second path plummeted. It is not even possible for him to detach with the help of the page of immortality, not to mention the harder way. Only a superpower like Master dare to go the second way. Fang Gan took a deep breath and asked, It's just that, Master, what is this second way, and how should I go? It's very simple. Make yourself strong enough. As long as you have power far beyond the eternal realm, you have the hope to prove the Tao with force and complete true detachment. Su Lang smiled and said, I am going to go this way as a teacher. Master's ambition will surely be fulfilled. Fang Qiancheng looked at him, his eyes filled with awe and admiration. In the endless universe, I don't know how many eternal arrogances have been produced for countless years, but everyone has pinned their hope of detachment on the page of eternal life. It was the first time that he saw a strong man like Su Lang who had to rely on his own strength to achieve detachment. True detachment, I must do it. But for the blank pages of immortality, I also have some research interests. Su Lang smiled happily. Of course, if I can get it, I will just study it, and give it to you if you want it. Fang Gan immediately shook his whole body and looked at Su Lang in surprise. Master, what you said is true. He originally only wanted to get an ordinary and complete page of immortality, pick the one that suits him, and try to detach himself. But now, Su Lang actually promised to give it to him when he got the blank page of immortality. For the other side, it was a great surprise. He doesn't have the terrifying goal of Su Lang, and being able to achieve detachment with the help of the page of eternal life is his greatest pursuit in this life. Naturally it is true, Su Lang nodded solemnly. Furthermore, when the time comes to be a teacher with a complete will and eternal body detached, maybe he can directly take you out of the endless universe. After the master proves the Tao with strength, there is no need to abandon the eternal body. Disciple, I can take advantage of master's life universe and escape from the endless universe. Even if this is not detachment, you will be able to build a house at that time and look at the road to detachment. Then it will be easier to complete detachment. Take 10,000 steps, no more, there are still blank pages of eternal life available. Fang Gon murmured in surprise, he was intoxicated by the bright future. Chapter 2888, Earning Blood is all earning blood. Don't think so much for now. Now, I will tell you about my plan. This time the world of great controversy has come, it is obvious that the two camps are fighting each other. The three ancient forces of Saint Demon Cult, Ming's Secret Universe and Jilong Universe, want to preserve the endless universe and preserve their dominance. The strong man behind Jing Yunzi, Xuanyu leader and others wants to get a blank page of eternal life, but me. Su Lang raised his right hand and slowly squeezed his fist. I want it all. I want it all. Fang Gon was shocked and asked, I want to preserve the endless universe and get a blank page of eternal life. As a teacher, I am confident that I can prove the Tao with strength. But I am worried that this time of great controversy will destroy the endless universe, so how can I cultivate and detach? A smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. As for the blank page of immortality, I told you before. Let me study it and send it to you. But, Master, as far as I know, the three ancient powers have always been dirty, so they can't really unite. This time, their three ancient powers may not be able to preserve the endless universe. To compete for a blank page of immortality, you have to compete with the strong behind Jing Yunzi and others. Fang Gon seemed to take a bit of soreness. Is this a bit too difficult? Even if he had already made up Su Lang's brain into a super old monster in his heart. But the big guys behind Jing Yunzi and others are also super old monsters, and the three ancient forces can also be called super old monsters. Master must achieve this goal unless he can thoroughly control the overall situation. Can this be possible? Fang Qian felt that it was almost impossible. It's really difficult, but it hasn't reached an insurmountable level. Su Lang smiled slightly. Do you think being a teacher is a person who likes daydreaming? Fang Gan's face was stunned, and he suddenly understood that Su Lang must have relied on if he dared to do this. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of big support Su Lang has on earth to have the confidence to do such an incredible thing. Well, isn't this right? Let's talk about it today. You go back to practice first, of course you can also practice directly with me. Su Lang stood up and smiled faintly. Next time, I will show you my magic weapon, and then create a handy weapon for you. Fang Gon was shocked immediately. Although he has his own weapons, since Su Lang said so, he would definitely be able to build stronger weapons for him. To be able to say that you can take advantage of it, at least it must be the advanced level of Juzhou. Fang Gon was so excited. The weapons he currently uses have also reached the beginning of the 9 universes. If he can obtain the 9 universe Eternal Emperor soldiers at a high level, his combat power will undergo tremendous changes. The disciple will cultivate now, and he will never fail the teacher's teachings. Fang Gon saluted Su Lang respectfully, his face full of joy. This time I came to discuss the Tao, it was really a censored prophet. But he didn't know that Su Lang was also earning blood, and this time he made the first wave from him. Well, let's practice. There is a quiet room in that direction. Su Lang knew that Fang Gon meant to stay in the Qingfeng Enlightenment bamboo forest to practice, so he pointed to the bamboo forest next to him. Fang Gon bowed his head and stood solemnly, and said respectfully. Su Lang nodded slightly and withdrew the Nianfeng space. Then, Le Zhengyan, who was eager to see through, saw Su Lang and Fang Gon. However, he saw that Su Lang's expression was indifferent, with a calm and unhurried aura, while Fang Gon bowed slightly, with a joy that could not be concealed. Le Zhengyan knew that Fang Gon was definitely rewarded this time. As a result, he was even more envious. Le Zhengyan found that Fang Gan looked over, with a trace of triumph in his eyes. Suddenly, he lowered his eyelids in a complicated mood, and the envy in his heart became even stronger. He was very excited when he thought that he could also ask Su Lang immediately. Master, the disciple is gone. Fang Gan saluted Su Lang, and then carefully searched for the quiet room for cultivation. Su Lang's gaze also shifted to Le Zhengyan's body. Chapter 2889, just a few words equals a complete exercise. Le Zhengyan folded his hands and smiled. Friend Le Zhengyan, please sit down. Su Lang pointed to the stone bench next to the table and sat down by himself. Sitting on the stone bench, Le Zhengyan said what he had already thought out. Senior Su Lang, the juniors have encountered many problems in their practice, take the liberty to ask seniors for advice. I still said that, I can't guarantee if I can give pointers. Su Lang smiled happily, maybe you pointed me. Senior can really laugh. Le Zhengyan said hurriedly, the older generation's profound knowledge, the younger generation can't even expect you to do it. Come on, tell me, what's the problem with your practice? Su Lang waved his hand to get to the point. If you don't mind, you can show me the exercises you practiced. I can help you integrate them for free, just like helping Fang Gan. Any advice is incidental. The main reason is that Le Zhengyan's exercises are more attractive. Although Su Lang can use the secret volume to cooperate with Jinghua Shuiyu to engage in a wave of Le Zhengyan. But there is no guarantee that he can take out all his exercises. Moreover, if you can ask for it openly, why not sneak in? Le Zhengyan hesitated with Su Lang's own suggestions. His exercises are not like Fang Gan's, only people with a special foundation can practice. If it leaks out, the risk will be much greater. If you are unwilling to give a complete exercise, then only a few words of the exercise will do. Su Lang saw Le Zhengyan's hesitation and smiled. Of course, then I can't guarantee that I can answer your question perfectly. Sorry, senior, it's not that juniors don't trust you. The main reason was that when I was taught the exercises, I vowed not to leak it. Le Zhengyan smiled apologetically. In this way, the younger generation will take out the difficult points of the exercises and the corresponding exercises fragments, and you can help the younger generation to answer them. Seniors, he couldn't go all out to get answers from Su Lang like Fang Gan. Therefore, he was too embarrassed to ask for anything. Su Lang smiled harmlessly. Even so, I will try my best to answer it for you. As long as you get just a few words, it's almost the same as getting a complete exercise. Su Lang is also very interested in Le Zhengyan, a powerful fighter. Although Le Zhengyan's personality is a bit indecisive, and his performance is not straightforward enough, if he can impress him and earn his subordinates, it is also very good. Okay, thank you senior. Le Zhengyan immediately clasped his fists and bowed, feeling extremely happy. Now talk about your problem. Su Lang picked up the teapot before and poured a cup for himself. Le Zhengyan took a deep breath, and then began to talk about the difficulties in his practice. When Su Lang talked with Fang Gan, he finished the draft. So he speaks very smoothly and fluently, and also fast. Le Zhengyan talked about all the problems in his practice. He also showed the necessary exercise clips to Su Lang to watch. Soon, he began to wait. Su Lang's face was contemplative, and he seemed to be running his head frantically, thinking about answers to questions. In fact, he once again expanded the functions of repairing fragments, combining exercises, and practicing martial arts with one click, turning Le Zhengyan's exercises into his own use. Just as Su Lang explained Le Zhengyan's doubts, his clone was also discussing the Tao with a large number of warriors. A quiet practice room. More and more people are looking for Su Lang to discuss the Tao. Even Fang Gan and Le Zhengyan went. I never expected that the kid's accomplishments in all aspects would be so terrifying. The chess pieces I sent in the past were all admired and reluctant to leave. Jing Yunzi frowned slightly, but soon stretched out. Although Su Lang exceeded his expectations, he did not reach the level that threatened him. This discussion on the Tao can increase the combat power of the members of the alliance to a certain extent, and in the end it is all about making him Jing Yunzi's wedding dress. Chapter 2890, Jing Yunzi's reaction. Let's talk about it, whatever you want. Jing Yunzi smiled in his heart, and immediately took out the jade card of transmission and looked at the messages from the Xuanyu Alliance, Kangjun Sect and Master Yu Jing. A martial artist of the 9 universes, advanced level came from the Zhangjun Sect, but it came as a clone. The deity hid in the basic universe and promised to take action during the battle of the Great Contest. Single quote. In the Xuanyu Alliance, there are also 3 9-universe eternal powers who have joined, although they are only at the beginning and intermediate levels, but they are also very good. Single quote. Master Yu Jing has arrived at the Holy Demon Sect, and is thinking of ways to mobilize contacts and join the Holy Demon Sect. Single quote. Jing Yunzi's gaze flicked over the messages, a smile appeared in his eyes, and the plan was officially launched, getting closer and closer. After reading the message, he began to deal with the affairs of his alliance. A new message appeared in his jade card of communication, and it was from a true confidant, the host. The subordinates discovered that Senior Fang Gan and Senior Le Zhengyan had stayed at Su Lang's side until now, and they had not yet come out. Single quote. Besides, the rest of the Eternal Warriors, most of them stubbornly stayed on Su Lang's side. Single quote. Seeing this message, Jing Yunzi couldn't help frowning again. Is Su Lang so good? After so long, those people are still reluctant to leave. Jing Yunzi kept thinking in his heart, and immediately picked up the jade plate for communication and contacted a subordinate who had gone to discuss the Taoist to ask about the situation, because he didn't pay much attention to Su Lang's convening people to discuss the truth, so he didn't specifically ask his subordinates to inquire about it. Just treat those subordinates as normal past talks. Therefore, those subordinates are not considered to have tasks, and they have not reported anything, causing Jing Yunzi to take the initiative to ask. After questioning several subordinates, Jing Yunzi waited. Messages appeared in his jade card of communication. Lord, single quote. The subordinates are discussing the Tao with Senior Su Lang. Senior is really knowledgeable and amazing. Single quote. The subordinates have gained a lot from Senior Su Lang, and I feel that I can go further. Single quote. Seeing these messages, Jing Yunzi gave a cold smile and said, very well, you guys continue. He was already a little bit minded, but he still didn't intend to stop it. Although Su Lang was a little bit beyond his expectation, but he still didn't think that Su Lang could escape the overall situation he had set. In addition, if you stop at this time, you will surely break your skin with Su Lang. This is not what he wants. What he wants is more and stronger powerhouses. In the face of absolute strength, everything is floating clouds. Su Lang, no matter whether you are a real philosopher or to gather people's hearts, you can toss about it. Jing Yunzi squinted his eyes and put down the jade card in his hand, and decided to put this Tao discussion aside. Qingfeng enlightened Tao among the bamboo forest. Thank you, Senior Su Lang, for helping the younger generation. Senior in the future but have needs, just ask the younger ones to speak. Le Zhengyan stood opposite Su Lang and bowed to Su Lang across the table. He returned home with a load this time, and the smile on his face could not be suppressed at all. If so, I won't be polite to you. From now on, if you have problems with your practice, you can come to me at any time. Su Lang stood up and nodded slightly. Now you wait for a while, I will say something to Fang Gan. Le Zhengyan nodded immediately, then watched Su Lang walk into the depths of the bamboo forest. He immediately began to recall every word that Su Lang explained for himself, and he wished to burn it in his soul, lest he forget it. My God, Senior Su Lang is so talented, this difficulty can be solved like this. Ha ha ha, this place has troubled me for 15 billion years, and now I am finally enlightened. It's great, great, this time I really thanked Senior Su Lang. Le Zhengyan's heart was filled with various thoughts, and he could hardly be overjoyed by himself. He is sincerely admired, but he still had some psychological baggage, so that he didn't make up his mind like Fang Gan, and worship Su Lang as his teacher. Chapter 2891. Take everything you use. Qingfeng comprehends the depths of the bamboo forest. In a small house made of fresh bamboo, Fang Gan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, but his face was filled with excitement. After getting the Su Lang empowerment method, he feels that everything about himself has been reshaped. The hidden dangers that were buried unknowingly on the road of cultivation in the past have all disappeared. Whether it's the body or the mind, everything is bright and transparent, almost like a new life. There are many exercises he practiced, only the most important exercise was taken by Su Lang and transformed into eternal flood relief. There are still some that do not have a strong sense of existence, but there are some useful techniques that need to be used in conjunction with the new and core, eternal flood style, to find a way to make the overall combat power stronger. This job is very simple for Fang Qian, because compared to Eternal Flood Relief, the rest of the exercises are simply small shrimps. Can you get results quickly if you can use them together? In a short period of time, Fang Qian has thoroughly sorted out all his exercises, and everything has become more perfect. His combat power has also become stronger. Although it has not yet reached the top level of the 9 universes, it is many times stronger than the ordinary advanced level martial artist of the 9 universes. Fang Qian's expression moved. He quickly stood up and walked to the door to stand with his head down. He saw Su Lang walking out of the bamboo forest with a faint smile on his face. Fang Gan clasped his fists and saluted. The disciple has completed his consolidation. Very nice. Next, you continue to perfect the crystal wall universe. Su Lang nodded approvingly. Presumably it won't take long for your daily combat power to reach the advanced level of the 9 universes. The disciple will follow the teacher's teachings. Fang Gan respectfully saluted again. Now it is the early stage of entering the world of great controversy, and pages of immortality appear everywhere. There is not much time left for us. You have to improve as soon as possible. This is the pill prepared for you by the teacher, so let's take it. Su Lang nodded slightly, condensed a temporary space ball between his waves, and threw it to Fang Gan. Fang Qian's eyes lit up. He lightly caught the space ball, and plunged his spirit into it. A huge amount of eternal grade pill appeared before his eyes. Master, Master, the pill inside, none of them is worse than the previous meditation pill, they are all of perfect quality. Master, this is too precious, the disciple is ashamed. Fang Gan looked at the perfect quality eternal pill of 9 universes piled up into small hills in the space ball. He was directly silly. The perfect quality eternal emperor pill he has seen in his life doesn't add up to that many, not to mention that these are all of the 9 universe level. Follow as a teacher, don't make a fuss. In the future, there will be things that will subvert your 3 views. Now collect these pills. I guess these pills should be enough for you to break through the bottleneck in a short time. Su Lang folded his hands and said faintly, don't let me down. The disciple will definitely live up to his master's life. Definitely break through to the top level of Juzhou. Master is here, please be worshipped by disciples again. Fang Gan suppressed the excitement in his heart, and knelt down on the spot to thank Su Lang. Being a teacher doesn't give you these treasures for nothing. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. If you have any treasures of heaven and earth that can make alchemy, give it to your teacher. Fang Qian couldn't help being moved. Although Su Lang said that it was not for him in vain, he still asked for alchemy materials. Su Lang even gave him so many precious pill, still care about those alchemy materials. Asking for materials must be used for alchemy. When the pill will be refined, Master Su Lang will lose his disciple's share. All the possessions of the disciple are here. Look, if you can use it, you can take it all. Fang Gan was grateful to put the treasures he had collected for countless years in a temporary space, and presented them to Su Lang with expectation. Chapter 2892, Kneeling Master, the disciple is willing. Look for the teacher. Su Lang smiled, nodded, and then lightly glanced at the temporary space with his spiritual thoughts. A large number of eternal grade heaven, material and earth treasures immediately came into view. It is worthy of the treasures collected by Fang, the eternal strong man who has lived for countless years, and the number is really too much. And the quality is also very good. There are a lot of materials on the 9 universe levels. You still need to practice. The origin of the universe and the core of the universe will not be taken away as a teacher. These materials that can be used for refining alchemy and alchemy are accepted by the teacher. The materials of the high-level weapons of the 9 universes to be built for you will also come out of it. If it is not enough, the division will make up for you. Su Lang looked at the countless treasures presented by Fang Gan and nodded with satisfaction. Fang Gan prayed again to Xie Salong, and he was overwhelmed. The total value of his treasures of heaven, material and earth is not too high, and it is not as good as the pills that Su Lang gave him. Among them, there are only a handful of materials that can be used to build the Eternal Emperor soldiers of the 9 universes. In order to build him the Eternal Emperor soldier of the 9 universes, Su Lang was even willing to pay out of his own pocket. How much he value and admire him. Fang Qian vowed in his heart that he would stay by Su Lang's side respectfully in this life, and he would have no two minds. Su Lang smiled slightly. I don't know how many billion-year-old people are, so don't keep kneeling. Kneeling master, the disciple is willing. Fang Gan stood up with a smile, and offered the temporary space to Su Lang with both hands. Su Lang smiled, waved his hand to take out the universe origin and core origin, and then took the rest into his own world. Fang Qian's cosmic origin and core origin are numerous, but Su Lang would rather get a disciple at the top level of the 9 universes. What's more, for the origin of the universe, there are still a large group of objects that can be used to earn money. After receiving the materials, Su Lang took Fang Gan back to the stone table where he was discussing Taoism before, and Le Zhengyan was still waiting here. Le Zhengyan saluted Su Lang. He looked at Fang Gan, who was open and smiling, from ear to ear. It suddenly understood that this guy must have gotten some benefits from Su Lang again. He was a little moved again. However, he was still indecisive, unable to speak out. You two, I want to order one thing now. Others can only know that you have been to me. Su Lang looked at the two and said with a serious expression, about the details of the Taoist discussion, you can't disclose any information to anyone. Fang Gan immediately took his orders. From Su Lang, he already knew too much, and he knew that he needed to lurch for a while. Le Zhengyan simply thought that Su Lang did not want his explanation to be leaked out. He himself did not want the opportunity he got to be shared with others. Very well, go ahead. Su Lang nodded slightly, and stopped talking. The disciple retire. The junior retire. Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan immediately saluted and withdrew from the Qingfeng Enlightenment bamboo forest. Suddenly, a flower in front of the two of them had already appeared in a place dozens of light years away from the practice dojo. Looking at the dojo in the distance, Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion. Not long ago, the two of them came here to try how good Su Lang is. And now, one of them has become a disciple, and the other has become a junior. The disciple must break through to the top level of the 9 universes, and pursue the true path of detachment with you. Fang Gan showed determination, and immediately looked at Le Zhengyan beside him. Brother Fang. Le Zhengyan arched his hands and said, congratulations. Congratulations too. It's a pity that you and I didn't become senior brothers. Fang Gan arched his hands and said with a smile, if you go out and worship my master, you will definitely not regret it. Actually, I understand it. Senior Su Lang is an unimaginable powerhouse. Le Zhengyan sighed. In addition to his psychological burden, the problem of his exercises is also on the one hand. Chapter 2893. Be careful, please accept. If he apprehends a teacher, he will definitely hand over all his exercises. And his exercises don't require special foundations like Fang Gan's to practice, and others are easy to steal. These 2 reasons made him still hesitate. Brother Le, it can only be said that this world of great controversy is far more terrifying than you think. It's impossible to be alone. Fang Gan finished speaking, clasped his fist slightly, I can't elaborate more, I'll leave. See you later. Le Zhengyan nodded. Seeing Fang Gan gradually fade the disappearing figure, the other party's words kept circling in his mind. Fang Gan must have gotten some secrets. Single quote. The world of great controversy. Is it terrifying far beyond imagination? Single quote. How should I choose? Single quote. There was dignity and hesitation in Le Zhengyan's eyes. Immediately, he took a deep breath, shook his head, and stepped into the ripples of time and space. The deity Su Lang has returned to the center of the cultivation dojo, continuing to absorb the infinite cosmic energy and transform it into his own cultivation base. But the practice is naturally dominated by the one key practice function. His attention has been placed on the rest of the eternal warriors who talked about Taoism. Thousands of eternal warriors are discussing the Tao. Among them, there are more than 20 eternal powerhouses of the 9 universes, and the rest are eternal martial artists of the 8 universes. Everyone has been conquered by Su Lang's profound knowledge. Many people gave generous thanks on the spot. Just like the previous xianxia, who learned a lot of knowledge about refining tools from Su Lang, he directly admired the 5 bodies. Thank you for answering my questions. Please accept this little thought. Xianxia put a large amount of cosmic origin and refining materials in a storage treasure, and handed them to Su Lang very gratefully. Okay, I accept it, thanks a lot. Su Lang did not refuse and accepted it directly. Just when xianxia got up and retired. Single Taoist, wait a minute. I wonder if you are interested in making a deal with me. Su Lang smiled faintly, brushing his right hand across the tabletop, and a large amount of pill suddenly appeared. The pill is naturally the eternal pill of perfect quality. Xianxia couldn't help but shook his whole body, and took a breath in his heart. He has seen Su Lang's pill. I also heard Su Lang say that he has many such medicinal pills. When he really saw so many cherished pill, he still couldn't help being shocked. I thought that Su Lang had used these medicines to trade with him. Xianxia's heart was beating wildly involuntarily, and his eyes widened slightly. How about these pills? Su Lang looked at Xianxia in a daze, and asked lightly. These pills are too precious. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I am afraid that there is no equivalent treasure that can be exchanged. In front of him were the 9 eternal emperor pills of perfect quality, each of which was extremely precious. Although there are many treasures on his body, in terms of the value of a single piece, it is absolutely impossible to single out one more than any pill. And in this realm, high-level treasures, almost no one wants to exchange for low-level treasures. Even if there are a lot of low-level treasures, and their overall value exceeds that of high-level treasures, almost no one changes them. Xianxia instinctively thought that Su Lang wanted to trade treasures of the same level as those medicinal pills. Just when he was very longing in his heart, but regrets were born again. There is no need for treasures of the same level. Su Lang saw through Xianxia's thoughts, and smiled faintly, it only needs the overall value to be similar. Xianxia's eyes widened once again, and then stared at Su Lang in disbelief, almost unable to believe his ears. A faint smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. If you miss this village, you won't have this shop. Of course I am willing. Xianxia said hurriedly. Xia is willing to take out all the treasures on her body for seniors to choose. He took out the treasures he had collected over the years, including the origin of the universe and the core origin. Then, he looked at Su Lang blankly and waited for Su Lang to speak. Chapter 2894. Su Lang is the one who earns the most blood. I want all of these things. You can choose the equivalent pill by yourself. Su Lang smiled slightly and waved his hand to accept all the treasures that Xianxia had taken out. Xianxia saw that all of his things had been received, and he was so excited that he almost danced. Excitedly, he began to choose pill. Collecting the perfectly cherished 9 universe eternal realm perfect pills, Xianxia only felt that he was dreaming. He did not go mad with joy, but remained awake. Therefore, Xianxia quickly suppressed the desire and stopped. Moreover, the pill he chose had a much lower comprehensive value than the materials he took out. In Xianxia's view, it should have been this way. It's over. Su Lang looked at Xianxia who was no longer doing it, and asked with a smile. It's over, senior. Xianxia nodded, and once again showed Su Lang the medicine of his choice. You are very good. Su Lang nodded slightly. If you have any questions in the future, you can come here to find me directly. Xianxia saluted immediately. Then the younger generation will leave first. Su Lang smiled faintly, looking at Xianxia's disappearing figure, secretly saying that another fellow Taoist was turned into a junior by himself, which was really cool. And Xianxia is just a microcosm of the entire practice dojo. The rest of the Taoists all made a deal with Su Lang, and they have gained a lot. Su Lang is the one who earns the most blood. Through various functions such as 1-key decomposition, 1-key synthesis, material transformation, and 1-key enhancement, all the materials and treasures from the transaction can become treasured materials of the 9 universe eternal realm. Even without any changes to the system functions, it can be used as a strengthening material. What makes Su Lang even more happy is that he has gained a lot of cosmic origin. I don't know if I can upgrade the system functions after this discussion is over. It's a pity that Jing Yunzi didn't come. However, I can take the initiative to slurp his wool. That guy, as a mysterious and powerful clone, pretending to brilliance on righteousness and wealth, he must be able to produce a lot of good things. Su Lang thought in his heart, ready to find an opportunity to catch Jing Yunzi. The Tao discussion conference hosted by Su Lang finally came to an end. An eternal powerhouse with admiration, awe of Su Lang, and satisfaction with the harvest, retired and left one after another. Most people in Jingyan Alliance have been given a lot of favorability by me. I will meet several times in the future, and when the time is right, I will pull them into my camp completely. At that time, the role of infinity will be even more terrifying. Well, there is also the Xuanyu Alliance and the Zhangjun Gate. Su Lang touched his chin, looking thoughtful. Jingyunzi and Master Yu Jing. Mastered completely different techniques. This is also the reason why he didn't see the real relationship between the two at the beginning. Jing Yunzi grasped the magical eye of the cause, and he could see the simpler origin of the goal. For the remaining 3 people, Master Yu Jing confirmed that they did not master this secret technique. The leader of the Xuanyu League and the sect master of Zhangjun should not have mastered it either. Therefore, Su Lang would hit the Xuanyu Alliance and Kangjun sect. Su Lang from the 3 ancient forces also sent a clone, ready to try if he could make up the round. On the side of Xuanyu Alliance, the clone has almost arrived. The Zhangjun gate is too far apart, and the position is not fixed, and it is not very neat. On the side of the 3 ancient forces, the clones were also rushing on their way, and it didn't take much time to arrive. Looking at Jing Yunzi's current attitude, I still have a lot of time. Su Lang squinted his eyes. Forget it, don't care about that much, improving your strength is the most important thing. To improve strength, the first thing is to upgrade the system function. This time I made a lot of the origin of the universe. System, save me all the origins of the universe. Ding, the storage is complete. The current balance is 665 billion cosmic origin. The number behind the balance immediately became a long list. Chapter 2895, 9 universes top-level infinite number. More than 600 billion. It's a pity that it hasn't reached 1 trillion, otherwise you can upgrade the one-key practice function or the one-click clone function. Now it's more than 300 billion yuan, so let's save a wave and talk about it. Su Lang temporarily dismissed the idea of improving system functions. His eyes fell on other gains. This time I harvested a lot of materials. After all, thousands of people came to discuss the Tao. System, start me. Su Lang directly activates one-click synthesis, transformation, strengthening and other functions, transforming a large number of low-level materials into materials of the 9 eternal realm. Refining some pills first. When the time comes to control the boundless, it will definitely consume a huge amount of medicine. System, give me the one-key alchemy function. Su Lang touched his chin, and immediately issued instructions. Suddenly, a series of system prompts sounded. Ding, alchemy is successful, you get dark bone handle magic pill 5. Ding, the synthesis is successful, you will get the soul chaser silver feather pill 1. Along with the system prompt, a huge amount of pill appeared in the storage space. Su Lang used the one-key synthesis function to strengthen the function, and all these medicines were upgraded to the 9 eternal realm. Many seemingly useless medicines, after passing through the hands of Su Lang, turned into precious treasures of infinite value. The pill is almost refined. Now, upgrade your weapon. Yu Tianjian and other weapons will not panic for the time being, let's talk about it after raising the Wuyin. I have more and more prospective brothers now. Don't be funny when the time comes when I can't bear it. A faint smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he was about to take out the infinity from the universe of life. The current infinity is already very powerful. Its 3 central core components have reached the level of the 8 eternal realm. The grades of the other dozen parts are not low. In addition to strengthening qualitative changes, as well as various characteristics, its airborne combat power has the advanced level of the 9 universes. Knowing that Jing Yunzi, Xuanyu League Master and other 4 people are actually a group, and these people belong to the same mysterious and powerful clone, Su Lang had a strong sense of crisis. Being able to lay out in the dark, promote the world of great controversy, and fight against the 3 ancient forces, that mysterious existence is definitely not the powerhouse at the top level of the ordinary 9 universes. Su Lang can hardly guess what level it has reached, can only find ways to improve their strength. As one of the main battle weapons, the boundless must be stronger. Start the enhanced reset function for me. Ding, the strengthening reset is complete, and the strengthening qualitative change effect disappears. Su Lang locked a large number of parts with his divine mind and issued the order again. Ding, consume the eternal soul 10,000, the origin of the universe 300 million, eternal realm materials. Part 4 has evolved into the 8 eternal emperor soldiers. Ding, consume the eternal soul, the weapon evolution function is constantly activated. One by one important core parts have evolved into the 8 eternal realm. In the end, there were 99 parts of the eternal level of the 8 universes. Su Lang began to upgrade the remaining parts a lot. The number of parts in the 7 eternal realm is directly tens of thousands. The standards of the rest of the parts are almost all of the 5 cosmic and 6 cosmic levels. After completing the evolution of the parts, Su Lang activated the enhancement function again, and directly strengthened the infinity, reaching 18 times. Then there are 3 times of strengthening and 3 times of strengthening qualitative changes. This time, the qualitative change of strengthening is the same as before. The first time is to increase the self-recovery ability, the second and third time are to increase the overall power. Finally completed the promotion, Su Lang looked at the brand new infinity, with a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. At this time, the boundless ship had initially entered the top level of the 9 universes just in an unloaded state. At this level, it is already able to withstand the presence of a few top-level powerhouses of the 9 universes. Chapter 2896, it's so hard for me. Now with my combat power. After swallowing the clone, the normal combat power can at least reach the advanced level of the 9 universes. I joined the 2 stars in the state of heyday and joined the avatar stationed on the infinity, plus a large number of eternal subordinates. Now in the Jingyan Alliance, in addition to Fang Gan, there are also 3 JoJo Eternals who have come to discuss the Tao. There are dozens of people in the 8 Eternal Realm, and hundreds of them in the 7 Eternal Realm. Counting the upper side. So, the power that the infinity can exert should be considered good among the top levels of the 9 universes. If everyone uses the burst secret art, they can go a step further and show even more powerful combat power. However, this kind of combat power is still not enough, far from enough. Jing Yunzi and their 4 deities, able to fight against the 3 ancient forces and secretly promote the world of great controversy for so many years, are definitely not the top powerhouses of the ordinary 9 universes. Become stronger, and I have to become stronger. I want to practice martial arts, I want to practice. The smile in Su Lang's eyes was gradually replaced with solemnity. The cultivating villain inside is frantically absorbing cosmic energy and transforming it into a cultivation base to accumulate. The martial arts villain is practicing exercises, Gong technique obtained from Le Zhengyan. Of course, these skills, Su Lang, are integrated and upgraded with functions such as one-key synthesis, and they have changed their appearances by the way. After all, Le Zhengyan did not take the initiative to hand over his exercises, but only handed over some fragments of the exercises. Therefore, it is better to keep a low profile, but it is not good to be known. Le Zhengyan's exercises are not worse than Fang's. But with Fang Gan and Le Zhengyan's exercises, it's not enough. A flash of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and a huge amount of incomplete exercises appeared in his mind. The content of these exercises. They are all the fragments of the exercises that are directly asked in the course of field discussions, or the incomplete content of the exercises obtained by stealing the mysterious scroll. At present, most of the 9 cosmos, 8 cosmos, and 7 eternal realm martial arts of the entire Shocking Cloud Alliance are practiced. Almost all the incomplete content was obtained by Su Lang. In the face of Su Lang, who has the function of repairing fragments, these incomplete contents are not much different from the complete techniques. Start the fragment repair function and give me the technique to repair all the missing content. Fragment repair function began to work. The incomplete content of the exercises has changed, becoming the perfect original of the exercises in the storage space of Su Lang. 1, 2. A large number of exercises have emerged, and all of them are good. The most inferior of them is also the cultivation technique at the level of Emperor Zhou. Start the one-key synthesis, the function synthesis. Su Lang once again ordered the combination of a group of exercises to form a higher level of eternal exercises. Every time it is synthesized, it represents the release of a new 9-universe level of exercises. Su Lang has a lot of 9-universe eternal techniques. Unfortunately, it can only be combined once. Otherwise, I will continue to synthesize until all the exercises are merged into one by me. In this way, I only need to practice one exercise. But the reality is that I need to complete all the exercises, and then use the source of the exercises to deduce. Su Lang sighed with sincere emotion. It's really hard for me. It's time to practice exercises and accumulate cultivation bases. After Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan separated, they both met their friends in the alliance. These people knocked sideways, wanting to know the details of the 2 people in Su Lang's discussion. However, both Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan received Su Lang's instructions, and the 2 showed their incisive acting skills without revealing any useful information at all. I don't know if it was someone sent by Jing Yunzi. Fang Gan looked at the 3rd eternal warrior who came to talk, and then left with nothing, with a cold snort in his heart. His figure disappeared into the ripples of time and space, and went directly to his private cave. After opening all the restrictions and thanking the guests behind closed doors, they began to retreat and attack the top level of the 9 universes. Chapter 2897, Doppelganger arrives at Xuanyu Alliance. There is a pill given by Master. I must break through to the top level of 9 universes. Fang Gong waved his hand, and a large number of pills appeared in front of him out of thin air, lined up, blooming a shocking rhyme of Taoism. He took a deep breath, picked up one of the pills, threw it into his mouth, and started practicing. In a hall of independent space. The theory is over. Jing Yunzi looked at a man in a gray robe who was kneeling in front, and asked with an indifferent expression. The gray-robed man lowered his head and said. Immediately, he reported all the information he knew to Jing Yunzi. Su Lang is not just talking about the road this time, but also taking the opportunity to reach a deal. A light flashed in Jing Yunzi's eyes. The point is, he doesn't trade for profit at all, almost all of them are losing money. Then Su Lang is definitely gathering people's hearts. Moreover, it seems that the effect is very good, because he has given too much. The gray-robed man said as he took out some treasures. This was exactly the explanation and experience of the pill, formation and difficult points of the exercise that he had traded from Su Lang. Jojo's perfect quality pill. Su Lang's alchemy attainments are really ridiculously strong. Jing Yunzi looked at the pill that the gray-robed man had taken out. Her pupils shrank slightly. It seems that this kid has other secrets. He had learned through various subordinates that Su Lang had taken out the cherished pill, but seeing it with his own eyes still made him startled. The perfect quality of the 9-universe Eternal Emperor pill, even his deity does not mean to practice. It takes a long time before it can be refined. And one furnace, only one. The number of pills that Su Lang traded this time was as many as thousands, which really made Yunzi a little unbelievable. No matter how high you are in alchemy, your combat power is not strong enough. It can only be a chess piece. Jing Yunzi suppressed his shock and immediately asked, how about Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan? Not much useful information. I don't even know if the two have gained anything from Su Lang. The gray-robed man replied. He paused and said hesitantly, but from the other warriors who went to discuss the Tao, we can see that Su Lang is very extraordinary, and Fang Qian and Le Zhengyan should be rewarded. It's good to have talent, right in my arms. At that time, in that battle, the more powerhouses participating in the battle, the better, and the stronger the better. Anyway, no matter how strong it is, it's all chess pieces. Jing Yunzi let out a sneer, then waved his hand to make the gray-robed man retreat. Su Lang was a little unexpected. But in general, it has no effect on the overall situation. Therefore, Jing Yunzi could still sit still. After quitting his subordinates, Jing Yunzi began to pay attention to the situation of the other 3. On the Xuanyu Alliance, because he Gujun and the other 7 were lost in Su Lang's hands, but there was no revenge, the hearts of the people were a little loose. But this has no effect on the big plan. Moreover, the Xuanyu Alliance is not without new people joining. But compared with it, there are more powerful people on the side of Kangjun sect, and their combat power is also stronger. Among them, many deities hide in the basic universe and use clones to move out of the 9 universes. Zan Yuzi and Mo Yazi don't have the eye of cause. Perhaps there will be a lot of spies from the 3 ancient forces, or generations with ulterior motives joining them. But it doesn't matter. After the war starts, no matter who he is, he will have to be involved in the war. Of course, you still have to know who it is. After waiting for a while, I will go to Xuanyu Alliance and Zhangjunmen to take a look. Thinking like this, Jing Yunzi lowered his head again to deal with the chores in the alliance. Su Lang, who was cultivating, suddenly changed his expression. One of his avatars has arrived near the Xuanyu Alliance. Start a perfect possession. With a thought of Su Lang, his will directly descended on the body of the clone avatar. A lonely void appeared in front of him, and here was a barren universe that served as a springboard. Chapter 2898, Wanxiang Wuji, Mirror Flower Water and Moon. There are no other eternal powerhouses in this universe. What to do is very convenient. More than 300 natural universes. This is where the Xuanyu Alliance is. Su Lang recalled the universe map obtained from Wan Qixing and other members of the Xuanyu Alliance, and silently calculated the distance. The leader of the Xuanyu Alliance does not have the eye of the cause, but I have to be more cautious. A light of thought appeared in Su Lang's eyes. First of all, the cultivation base should be mentioned first. Xing Quan Yun He. Start. Su Lang's heart moved, and suddenly, this clone avatar merged a full 55 avatars. The extremely terrifying breath continued to erupt like a wave. In an instant, the combat power of this clone avatar reached a high level from the beginning of the 9 universes. A high-level 9 universe powerhouse. No matter what, Xuanyu Alliance cannot refuse. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and immediately began the second step concealing his identity. Wanxiang Wuji. With a thought in his mind, the skin and muscles all over his body began to squirm and twist, and his breath began to change rapidly. Mystery of Wanxiang Promise. Its function is to break away from part of the flesh and blood and transform into the rest of the race as you like. Or it may be transformed into other races directly and temporarily. With this transformation, even the genes have changed accordingly. This secret technique learned at the Emperor level has now been upgraded to the eternal level of the 9 universes. Using this secret technique to transform into other races, warriors of the same level can't see any flaws at all. With Su Lang transformed, a young man with a jade complexion and 2 dragon horns on his forehead replaced his original appearance. A strong breath appeared on him. It contains the characteristics of recklessness, dignity, majesty, sacred, etc. This is the unique atmosphere of the eternal dragon family. It was Su Lang who used the mystery of Wanxiang Wuji to transform himself into an eternal dragon. Su Lang at this time, as long as it is not unsuspectingly detected, even if others looked carefully, they couldn't see any clues, they would only think that Su Lang was an eternal dragon. The dragon clan that Su Lang transformed into is a collection of the characteristics of the major dragon species in the Yilong universe, making it difficult to find a true heel. Still not ensured enough, Su Lang touched his chin, and immediately squeezed his right hand, and a colorless glass longsword appeared in his hand. It is Jinghua Shuiyu. Jinghua Shuiyu, even Jing Yunzi will be hit. It is absolutely not a problem to deal with the leader of the Xuanyu Alliance. Su Lang smiled slightly, and slowly drew his palm across the glazed blade. An invisible ripple bloomed and enveloped Su Lang. As long as someone wants to detect Su Lang, under the influence of this mirrored power, the senses will be deceived, and they will not be able to discover Su Lang's true identity. Now with this double insurance, it should be almost the same. A light smile was drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and immediately unfolded the power of the avenue of time and space, concealing ripples of time and space. He did not conceal his aura, traversing the barriers of the natural universe unscrupulously all the way, making a huge movement. In the natural universe passing by on the way, the terrifying dragon breath made everyone who felt it could not help shivering. Some people even fought with each other, their legs were weak, and they fell directly to the ground. The people in the Xuanyu Alliance were quickly informed of the news. Knowing that there is an incomparably powerful eternal dragon who is heading to the Xuanyu Alliance. Eternal dragon race, suspected to be a powerhouse at the advanced level of 9 universe. I don't have such an enemy, and the people around me don't have enemies with such a strong one. Unsurprisingly, this strong man is here to join my Xuanyu Alliance. Haha, okay, great, it's been a long time since the senior powerhouse of the 9 universes has joined my alliance, I have to go to meet this distinguished guest. Among the towering towers, the small, boy-like Xuanyu leader stood by the window with a smile on his face. Its hands, a transmission jade card exudes a faint light. It is really information about the eternal dragon that Su Lang transformed into. The boy lifted the jade card of transmission, sent one message after another, and then flew out from the window of the tall building. Chapter 2899, Xuanyu Leader, Hanging Heart Far. An eternal strong man received the news and hurried towards the place where the leader of the Xuanyu League was. The leader of Xuanyu moved forward slowly. One after another, the powerful 9 universes gathered. In an instant, 13 people lined up in 2 rows, following him. From this we can see the difference between Xuanyu Alliance and Jingyan Alliance. The latter is too loose, while the former, the rule of the leader of Xuanyu, is obviously much stronger. Of course, Jing Yunzi was deliberately loose, using this condition to attract strong people who don't like to be restrained. I heard that the one who came to our league was an eternal dragon. An old man standing behind the leader of the Xuanyu League asked with his eyes lightly bright. This person does not conceal his strong cultivation level. It seems that he is here to join our league. The strong man is suspected to be the advanced level of 9 universe. Leader Xuanyu smiled faintly. Everyone, don't be rude by the time. Everyone clasped their fists and promised. The leader of Xuanyu waved his hand, and a large area of time and space rippled away, covering everyone. The avatar of Su Lang leaning over had already passed through 200 natural universes and arrived in the hinterland of the Xuanyu Alliance. When he traveled dozens of universes again and appeared in a certain natural universe, he found that a lot of time and space ripples just happened in front of him. This kind of movement is formed by many eternal strong men traveling through the barriers of time and space together. A ray of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. It seems that someone from the Xuanyu Alliance is here. 14 figures emerged in the ripples of time and space. The leader is short, like a 7 or 8-year-old child, who is the leader of Xuanyu. The 13 universes behind him seem to be male and female, old and young. With a thought, Su Lang instantly called out the attribute panels of everyone in the other party. The information of the 14 strong men appeared in front of Su Lang. However, I saw that the cultivation level of everyone was uneven, ranging from the initial level to the advanced level. Leader of Xuanyu, hang your heart far away. High level of Jojo. In addition, there are 3 advanced powers of the 9 universes, named Jing Kaiyu, Gong Xingha, and Mu Yong. There are 4 strong middle-level 9 universes, and 6 junior strong 9 universes. The Emperor Li Zanzhou, whom I saw in the Gujun Zhou Emperor Shuangyao universe, was also among them. However, these people are definitely not all the 9 universes of the Xuanyu Alliance, and there should be some people who have not come. Su Lang looked at the detailed information of each strong man and the techniques they mastered, analyzing the opponent's combat power and whether there was any connection between each other. He carefully checked the exercises Zan Xinyuan mastered. Sure enough, it was completely different from the exercises mastered by Jing Yunzi and Yu Jing Master. Sure enough, there is no eye of the cause. Although there is a secret technique that seems to enhance the detection effect, it should be of little use to me. Su Lang smiled in his heart. His expression was very natural, and he couldn't see any clues. It was also when Su Lang checked everyone's information. Zan Xinyuan and others are also looking up and down Su Lang. But compared to Su Lang, they couldn't see much useful information at all. You can also see the 2 characteristics that Su Lang deliberately revealed: the eternal dragon family, the high-level aura of the 9 universes. Sure enough, it is the eternal dragon. The dragon race is unique, but it is rare to reach the advanced level of the 9 universes. The dragon race is powerful, and has a slight advantage over the strong at the same level. This one must not be neglected. However, it still needs to be investigated. Zan Xin looked at Su Lang from a distance. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and he did not directly use detection methods. It was extremely impolite, and he didn't want to hate the other party. The eternal dragon of the 9 universe advanced level. Tisk Tusk. This is the first time in my life that I have seen such a powerful eternal dragon. This kind of breath is very mysterious if you can't see through its details. This eternal dragon is definitely not easy to deal with. If I fight him, it will be very difficult. Jing Kaiyu, Gong Xingha, Mu Yong and others looked at Su Lang, the eternal dragon of the 9 universes, with various thoughts in their hearts. Chapter 2900. Dare to ask the Taoist friend's surname. Welcome Taoists to come to our Xuanyu Alliance. The leader of Xuanyu League Zan Xinyuan stepped forward, smiling, and said to Su Lang. Well, I heard that Xuanyu Alliance is interested in seeking detachment in the world of great controversy. Su Lang looked cold and arrogant and nodded faintly. So, I'm here. The one I like the most is the strong like-minded. Friends of Taoist want to join our Xuanyu Alliance. I can't ask for it. Hearing what Su Lang said, Zan Xinyuan didn't care about his cold and arrogant expression, and showed a very enthusiastic smile on his face. Your Excellency is willing to join the Xuanyu Alliance. I am so warmly welcome. Your Excellency joins our alliance, you will surely become the mainstay of the alliance. Your Excellency is welcome to join. With Your Excellency, we are as powerful as a tiger and we can do a lot. Jing Kaiyu, Gong Xingha, Mu Yong and others also spoke, smiling beautifully. Although Su Lang is currently unidentified, he can never say coldly, fellow Taoists first remove their defenses, let's check it. In their view, Su Lang should have no problem. Zan Xinyuan had the same idea as Jing Yunzi. Even if the Comer has a different mind, as long as it is left to the end, it can be dragged into the war. At that time, it doesn't matter what the origin is, even the people of the 3 ancient powers are the same. They even wished that the people of the 3 ancient powers would go to the Lingshu fragmented realm to participate in the war, instead of watching the three ancient powers holding the three large cosmic beads, while avoiding the battle, suppressing the expansion of the universe White Realm. In the big battle, the more the number, the better, the stronger the better. After everyone expressed a warm welcome. Thank you guys. Su Lang also raised his hand and bowed his hand to everyone. Zhan Xinyuan clasped his fists and asked, "Dare to ask the surname of the Taoist friend?" "You can call me Aoshan." Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and said lightly. In fact, he neglected that he needed a pseudonym before, so he temporarily thought of one. It turns out to be Aoshan Taoist. Zhan Xinyuan nodded and said with a smile, "Sha Zhan Xinyuan, I am very happy to meet fellow Taoists. In Sha Jing Kaiyu, fellow Taoists are so heroic and enviable. Under Gong Xingha, if there is a chance, Taoist Aoshan can give more pointers. In Sha Mu chanting songs, I wish I could meet fellow Taoists trillions of years ago." Mu Yong and others also smiled and reported their names. "Ah, single quote. Even if you don't say it, I know your real names. Single quote. Su Lang smiled in his heart, arching his hands indifferently on the surface, and replied in succession, "The same, it must be. This is a preliminary understanding of the two parties. Friend Aoshan, let's stop standing in this remote place, come, and have a chat in the league." Zhan Xinyuan laughed and waved through the space-time barriers of the universe, revealing a wide passage. "Friend Aoshan, please, friend Aoshan, come and come, today we will not be drunk or return. Aoshan Taoist fellow can join us, I am so happy." Mu Yong and others spread out their right arms and asked Su Lang to move. "You are so polite, please." There was a slight smile on Su Lang's face, but it was fleeting, returning to a faint look. Everyone filed into the passage of time and space and rushed to the base camp of the Xuanyu Alliance Xuanan Universe. No words all the way. Soon, Su Lang followed Zhan Xinyuan and others, appeared in the vast and prosperous Xuanan Universe. On a continent full of giant peaks. Amazingly, a huge and luxurious ceremonial guard has been set up to welcome Su Lang, the advanced powerhouse of the 9 universes. Chapter 2901, successfully mixed into the Xuanyu Alliance. Come, Aoshan fellow Taoist, the front is the headquarters of our Xuanyu Alliance, the Xuanan continent. Standing beside Su Lang, Zhan Xin pointed to the bustling and prosperous continent, and said with a smile. "It's really passionate, single quote. Su Lang sneered in his heart, with a calm expression on the surface, nodded and said, "Please." Under the leadership of Zhan Xinyuan, Su Lang stood among the crowd and flew into the suspended marked continent. However, in the sky of the whole continent, there is an eternal powerhouse suspended in the sky. The good and the bad are uneven among these eternal strong ones, the strong standing closer, and the weak standing far away. They bend over to salute Su Lang one after another, their eyes shifted with Su Lang's movement. These are the eternal members of our Xuanyu Alliance. Zhan Xinyuan explained with a smile. However, there are still a small number of members who are in retreat and are at a critical moment. Therefore, I am not able to meet the Taoist friends. Please forgive me. He did it. In addition to welcoming Su Lang, he also showed Su Lang the strength of Xuanyu Alliance. Xuanyu Alliance is very good. Su Lang's expression was still indifferent, but with all due respect, there are still fewer high-level powerhouses in the 9 universes. Zhan Xinyuan laughed loudly. Didn't Taoist Su Lang join in? Since fellow Su Lang joins in, we have a lot of high-level powerhouses in the 9 Desolation universe. Anyway, it is much stronger than that of the Shocking Cloud Alliance. Jing Kaiyu and others echoed Zhan Xinyuan. I've also heard of Jingyan Alliance, it's just a mess of sand. Su Lang nodded slightly, agreeing with everyone's words. The group of people has come to the interior of a huge heavenly palace. This heavenly palace is very luxurious and is the main building in the Xuanyu Alliance. Enter a magnificent hall of magnificent gold and green. Everyone was polite with Su Lang again, and then they took their seats. There are also a large number of devil figures, beautiful low-level eternal women in a row, holding the treasures of heaven and earth that can be tasted directly, and putting them on for everyone. After the arrangement, many women in tulle danced in the hall. So a banquet began. During the banquet, Zhan Xinyuan began to further explore Su Lang's details. On the one hand, it is the use of observing means secretly, on the other hand it is verbal inquiry or sidestruck. But how perfect is Su Lang's disguise? No matter how you look at Zhan Xinyuan, there is no clue at all. As for speech, Su Lang naturally responded with his false identity. When the banquet is over, Zhan Xinyuan's suspicion of Su Lang has been greatly reduced. The rest can be regarded as getting acquainted with Su Lang. Zhan Xinyuan handed over the identity token of the Xuanyu Alliance to Su Lang, and gave him the position of deputy leader in the Su Lang Alliance. In the Xuanyu Alliance, every powerhouse at the advanced level of the 9 universes has the status of a deputy leader. The banquet is over. Su Lang came to the private cave house arranged in the alliance, and placed a large number of formations between his hands to isolate all prying eyes. He took out a bed and lay directly on it, successfully mixed into the Xuanyu Alliance. Next, you can try to dig the corner of Xuanyu Alliance. The method is the one used by the other party and Le Zhengyan. However, here the Xuanyu Alliance cannot be launched on a large scale. Jing Yunzi and Zhan Xinyuan are definitely related. If they were to see that familiar scene, I would be unable to keep it secret. This time, they can only come one by one, and they will target the elites. The eternal level of the 9 universes is the priority target. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out his identity token. This Xuanyu Alliance's identity token integrates the messaging function. In the banquet, he and Zhan Xinyuan and others have left a way to communicate with each other. I just came here today, I'm still waiting to do it. By the way, I can also inquire more about Xuanyu Alliance's intelligence. Su Lang thought for a while, put away the jade card of communication, and then cancelled the perfect possession function. Chapter 2902, The Secret of the Ming Dynasty and the Detective of the Territory of Dragon Jilong. The work of collecting information is left to the clone. His will directly returned to the deity. Start the perception sharing function. With a thought of Su Lang, he connected the perception of a large number of clones. Suddenly, picture after picture appeared in my mind, exactly the real-time scenes where the clones were. Except for the clone of Xuanyu Alliance. The remaining clones are still on their way to the target. The main reason is that there are no anchored coordinates, otherwise you can send it directly. But now, one can only travel one universe by one, using a fixed long-distance space-time tunnel from time to time. The closest target to each clone is the mysterious Cosmos domain, and the second is the Dragon Cosmos domain. The Holy Demon sect is the farthest away, and according to the information seen from Jing Yunzi, Master Yu Jing has passed. Master Yu Jing dared to go to the Sacred Demon sect, it must be very sure. At that time, after the Battle of the Great War, the 3 ancient forces that suppressed the expansion of the universe-wide realm, the Sacred Demon sect will probably be absent. In this way, it is almost impossible to collect the 3 major cosmic beads, and the endless universe is likely to be gradually destroyed because of this war. Thoughts surged in Su Lang's heart, and his brows were slightly frowned. He certainly didn't want to see the endless universe heading for destruction. It was related to his plan to prove the Tao with strength, and the countless creatures in the endless universe. Only if the endless universe continues to exist, can he have a place to practice peace of mind in order to prove the detachment of the Tao. On the side of the Holy Demon cult, I must think of a way. At this time, the Holy Demon sect is extremely unstable. My best choice is to take its transformation into the Jozu into my own hands. But the difficulty is very high, and I don't know how many old monsters there are in the Holy Demon cult. Su Lang took a deep breath, his eyes revealed a touch of solemnity, but other than that, there was a sense of determination. Whether or not you get a blank page of immortality in this battle, it is necessary to ensure that the endless universe will not slip into the abyss and head toward destruction. It's too far away from the Holy Demon cult at the moment. We can only see if we can find someone to contact the Holy Demons, and then figure out a way to anchor the coordinates over there. Su Lang made up his mind, and then began to recall the identities of those who came to discuss the Tao. When discussing the Tao, however, he checked every object of the Taoist discussion with a mysterious thief, and looked at the history. Think about it for a moment. He thought of several people. These people are the spies of the Ming secret universe and the Dragon universe in the Shocking Cloud Alliance. Of course, Jing Yunzi also put it in deliberately. Unfortunately, there are people who have the secret Cosmos domain and the Jilong Cosmos domain, but there are no people from the Holy Demon sect. Fortunately, the 3 ancient forces have some exchanges with each other. I can find them to contact the people of the Holy Demon sect. Thinking like this, Su Lang immediately took out the jade card for communication and began to contact the few people in his impression to let them come over. The communication jade metal used is specially made, not issued within the alliance. This is just in case. All the messages have been sent out. Somewhere in the dangling universe, a man with long thick black hair and a fortified face held a jade card for communication, and his pupils suddenly shrank. On an island in the heart of the lake, surrounded by mist, a young woman wearing a long skirt trembled, her eyelashes and her body instantly stiffened. In an ice field, a man with silver hair suddenly squeezed his fist, and a flash of terror flashed in his eyes. At the top of a peak, an old man in purple robes took a deep breath and put away the jade metal for communication in his hand. These few people, it was the people of the Ming secret universe and the dragon junking universe, two of them infiltrated in from the same force. They all read the message from Su Lang. Fellow Taoist, Su knows your identities, please find a way to ask someone from the holy demon cult to do me a favor. In the discussion of the Tao, these people all received the great favor of Su Lang and gained a lot. A certain amount of trust has been established between Su Lang and them. Senior Su Lang, know our identity. The resolute man with thick black hair looked at the purple-robed old man who suddenly appeared in front of him, and said solemnly. Chapter 2903, The Intelligence Chief is nothing wrong. He just guessed and cheated us, or does he really know? The purple-robed old man was stunned, and asked a little hesitantly. Have you also received a call from Senior Su Lang? The thick black long-haired man shook his head. You know what a terrifying powerhouse Senior Su Lang is, he doesn't need to deceive us. Senior Su Lang's level is too high. It is very possible to see our identity. However, Senior Su Lang shouldn't be malicious, right? He asked us to contact the people of the holy demon cult to help him. The purple robe, old man nodded first, then frowned slightly and said, there shouldn't be any. In any case, we must accept Senior Su Lang's request. I had seen the extraordinary of Senior Su Lang, so I plan to report the news and try to get Senior Su Lang to join our dragon intercepting universe. Now, it is a good opportunity for Senior Su Lang to use our relationship to mobilize the people of the holy demon cult to do things. The resolute man slowly analyzed, and his expression gradually eased. This matter. Let's contact the above first to see how the above chooses. I naturally hope that the above can cooperate with Senior Su Lang. The purple-robed old man nodded and said, he was obviously more suspicious than the resolute man, and he was a little worried about whether Su Lang had any plans. Let's report it first. The resolute man took out a formation disk between waves, activated it, entered a message into it, and sent it out. 2 spies from the Ming secret universe. After being horrified, the woman in the long skirt and the silver-haired man also secretly met for a discussion. The two also decided to report the matter and expressed their impressions of Su Lang. The headquarters of Ming's secret universe and Jilong universe received news one after another. On a vast snow-white boat, a large number of eternal warriors are busy in the exquisite room built with transparent spar. This is the headquarters of the intelligence department of the Ming secret universe, responsible for gathering and sorting out the information collected from various places. These warriors, who often deal with a large amount of information, have no feeling for many news. Others will be shocked, and sometimes they will not react at all. A low exclamation came. Su Lang, it's Su Lang. The strong man who completely beheaded all of them with one enemy 7. There is secret information about him. A man with a plain face had a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was he who uttered a low cry. It turned out to be that one. It is indeed powerful to be able to kill 7 intermediate level powerhouses of the 9 universes with one enemy 7. A woman with a mediocre appearance asked, I don't know what information has been collected from him, around. Many people are looking here. Although according to speculation, Su Lang's combat power did not reach the top level of the 9 universes. This is not too strong in their experience. But Su Lang's record is too dazzling. In the same level, with one enemy 7, they directly beheaded 7 people, and none of them let it go. The 2 spies have a very high rating for this information. I can't make it public, and I must first get the boss's consent. The unremarkable man glanced at the information content, took a breath, and shook his head at those who cast his eyes. Everyone couldn't help but become more curious. Su Lang, who had suddenly risen to fame, did what the censored did. He have super highly rated intelligence. But they can't guess anything. The mediocre man left his place with his partner, the mediocre woman, and went to meet the person in charge of the Ming secret universe intelligence headquarters, who was their boss. There is nothing wrong with it. The two came to a secret room. Entering this secret room is like entering a transparent boundless space. A young man whose hair is far longer than his body is rapidly processing the information contained in jade slips and making decisions. There is nothing wrong with this person. It seems that he is just a martial artist of the 9 universes, advanced level. But in fact, he is a clone cultivated by an ancestor of the Ming secret universe. Chapter 2904, Su Lang, you can fight for it. No adults. There is important information that you need to look at. A man and a woman presented information respectfully. It's quite an impression. It's the eternal arrogant who killed 7 intermediate level warriors of the 9 universes with 1 enemy and 7. What? He actually started the discussion in the startled Cloud Alliance, and all the powerhouses who went to talk about the Tao have gained a lot. Even the powerhouses at the intermediate level of the 9 universes have been greatly inspired after discussing the Tao, and have retreated one after another. It seems that this person is definitely not the ordinary 9 universes eternal, and even not the ordinary 9 universes high-level martial artist. He is likely to be a top-level powerhouse of the 9 universes. Let me see the rest of the information. Did he see through the identity of our spies? Want us to come forward and contact someone from the Holy Demon cult to do him a favor? Nothing more than looking at the information about Su Lang, his expression changed for a while, and finally turned into contemplation. Enter the Jingyan Alliance and start the discussion. Single quote. It seems to be discussing the Tao, but in fact, it is like pointing and discussing the objects on a large scale. Single quote. What is he doing? Converging people's hearts in Jingyan Alliance. What will his purpose be? Single quote. Jingyan Alliance, although within the Lingshu fragmented realm, its attitude towards the world of great controversy is the one that can contend and defend, and if it can't be held, it will disperse. Single quote. Maybe, this person turned out to be a like-minded person like me. He wants to win over the members of the shocking Cloud Alliance and join us in the camp of the 3 ancient forces. Single quote. It's very possible, he killed 7 people in Xuanyu League after all. Quote. From this we can see that he probably does not want the endless universe to be destroyed in the battle of the world of war. Thinking of this, Wu Xianfei's expression suddenly moved, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The situation of the 3 ancient forces is now grim. If more combat power can join in, it would be best. This Su Lang, you can fight for it. Single quote. However, be more cautious and need to conduct a deeper investigation. Single quote. Wu Qianfei thought in his heart, then looked up at the 2 people in front of him, and said, you immediately arrange manpower to investigate all of Su Lang's intelligence, and you must act fast. The 2 suddenly looked serious, and clasped their fists to lead their lives. Yes. A similar scene is also happening on the Dragon territory. The power in charge of intelligence directly ordered to thoroughly investigate Su Lang's origins and life deeds. If they couldn't check it, they would take the initiative to contact Su Lang. Although he is investigating, he has decided to contact Su Lang. The reason why Qianfei asked the people below to hurry up was because he was afraid that Su Lang had been waiting for a long time. Su Lang sat in the practice dojo, silently waiting for news. News came from the jade card in hand, and it was the 4 spies who sent it. Does both the Ming secret universe and the dragon jumping universe need to consider before they can reply? Yes, they are not sure if this is a trap, they will definitely investigate it first. I hope they move faster. I'm still anxious to go to the Holy Demon cult to do something. Oh no, I want to save it. Su Lang smiled in his heart, and then continued to practice, preparing to break through the basic realm to the eternal realm of the 9 universes. Among the holy demons, a black yard stands in the Green Valley. Master Yu Jing was in the garden, sitting on the edge of the stone table, making a pot of tea and drinking it happily. He has successfully entered the sacred demon sect, through the contacts he established in the early years. Because he is well-known, famous, and he knows many secrets, and he is gentle and approachable. Therefore, he is also very popular among this holy demons. In a short period of time, he successfully integrated here. Yu Jingshang Talents sent away a martial artist of the 8 eternal realm who came to consult some secrets. A stream of light flew from a distance and fell to the outside of the yard. Another one. I don't know what this one wants to ask. Master Yu Jing looked at the streamer turning into a man with scars on his eyebrows, thinking faintly in his heart. But his body has stood up, with a smile on his face.